What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Voyage summoned Thor instantly defeat Kaido 1DK001. The European Chi exploded, the first 10 rounds of gold, General Thunder. Ask for flowers, review votes. 001. Slap. The sound of the whip falling on the body sounded, and Xuangyue Kongying was awakened by a sharp pain. Untouchable. How dare you sleep? Hurry up and get up and work. There was a scolding sound in his ears. Although Xuangyue Kongying didn't understand what was going on, he still stood up and started working with the coolies around him, mining a kind of ore. When I was working, the memories in my mind also merged, and Xuangyue Kongying looked ugly, because he came to the pirate world and was still in Wanokuni. The current Wanokuni is the period when Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi ruled, although this memory does not know what era of pirates it is currently in. But judging from the fact that both Kurozumi and Kaido are present, it is now a dark period for Wanokuni. This is simply the beginning of hell. The most important thing is that his identity is still from Xuangyue's family. The Xuangyue family, as one of the famous Wanokuni families, is of course well known in Wanokuni, and I am a direct descendant of the Xuangyue family. It's just that he is now a prisoner and a coolie mining seastone. If there is no accident, he will be exhausted to death in a few years at most. Just when Xuangyue Kongying was full of despair, suddenly a light in his mind attracted his attention. Is this the original god? Xuangyue Kongying froze. There was actually a Yuanshan login page in his mind, and he didn't even need to enter his account number, as if he could log in directly. Could this be my own cheat? As a traveler, I immediately thought of this possibility. At that moment, Xuangyue Kongying's eyes were full of excitement, and with a direct thought, he entered the Yuanshan game. After entering, he directly appeared in Mond's Fengshi land, and this is where the dream began. Advertisement: congratulations to the player for logging in for the first time and getting 30 consecutive draws for beginners. Close black lens bracket. The corners of Xuangyue Kongying's mouth twitched. Only 30 twitches? But it's better than nothing. If you randomly draw a character, you can probably reverse your current desperate situation, right? Xuangyue Kongying immediately opened the prayer, and when she saw the up pool of this prayer, Xuangyue Kongying almost didn't exclaim. It's actually General Lei Dian and Shin Hai. Looking at the time below, it is actually a month. It seems that the pool is replaced once a month. It's time to gamble on character. Whether you can survive in this world depends on the novice's 30 consecutive draws. Xuangyue Kongying muttered to himself, and then directly clicked on General Thunder and Lightning's pool to start drawing cards. Directly hit 10 in a row. What excites Xuangyue Kongying is that he actually got gold in the first 10 rounds. For him, no matter which 5-star character it is, even if it is a resident of the 5 tigers, it is strong enough to break the game. Buzz. Accompanied by a golden light, Xuangyue Kongying's hands trembled a little, and finally saw her character. General Thunder. He hit it. He actually hit General Thunderbolt with his first 10 consecutive draws. Could this be the so-called novice bonus? Luckily so good. After easing his excitement, Xuangyue Kongying began to analyze whether he should continue to draw Thor or go to the weapon pool. First of all, although Thor's 1 life has improved, but it is the case of having teammates. At present, I am clean, and the 4 stars in the 10 consecutive draws just now are a sacrificial sword. So this life bonus is not that big. He doesn't think he can ship 2 Thors with the remaining 20 draws, and directly upgrade to the terrifying second life. Advertisement says Xuangyue Kongying decided to touch the weapon pool. After all, even if the weapons were not available, she could go fishing and get a harpoon. So Xuangyue Kongying directly clicked on the weapon pool for 10 consecutive draws, and of course it was Dao Guang who determined the track. Although it has become a reality, the immortal moonlight in Shin'e may not be a cancer, but at present, the first one I smoke is Thor, so it is better to decide on the track. Buzz. The first round of 10 rounds, no surprises, did not ship. But then, Xuangyue Kongying's random second round of 10 rounds surprised him. Buzz. Following a golden light, a handful of rice light suddenly appeared, and he actually made another gold withdrawal. If there was such an Owang in the previous life, he would probably laugh out loud with excitement, right? Ha ha ha. Good. With Thor and Zhuanwu Daoguang, I have the capital to rise. After the wish was completed, Xuangyue Kongying calmed down and explored this original god game. First of all, in terms of maps, there are only 3 regions, namely Mond, Liyue, and Daozu. As for Liyue and Daozu, the map has not been officially opened yet, so you need to run by yourself. The second is that the characters in the game can be summoned directly, and if you want to make the characters stronger, it is similar to playing games. It is necessary to upgrade the game characters, and at the same time create holy relics, upgrade talents, or Krypton gold seats and weapons, etc. Upgrading characters, upgrading talents, and creating holy relics all consume Mora, and Mora cannot be obtained by recharging, and can only be obtained through various methods such as the liver map. Because this damn game, Lian Xingli both Stardust and Stardust have been cancelled, and cannot be used directly by Mora. Bailey's role is only used when extracting life seats, weapons, and buying stamina. 002. Full Thor, brush a set of insulation, barely usable. Ask for flowers, review votes. 002. The current General Thunderbolt is only level 1. Although I don't know how strong it is, it should not be strong. The next thing I have to do is to live well for a while, and I will think about other things after my General Thunder and Lightning has a certain strength. The most important thing is that Mond has only been activated now, and if he is not brave enough to activate Dao Wife, he will not be able to upgrade General Thunderbolt. Xuangyue Kongying talked to himself, and when he fell asleep, he sank his mind into the Yuanshan game and started a life of big liver and special liver. He is penniless, so if he wants to train General Thunder now, he can only use the most primitive method. That is to keep running the map, hoeing the ground, killing monsters, using the experience points of monsters, and the dropped relics of Mora to accumulate resources. Run maps to open treasure chests, open eyes, and do tasks, all of which are for accumulation. It is worth mentioning that when playing the Yuanshan game, I myself replaced the protagonist in the original game, no wonder his name is Xuangyue Kongying. When Daozuma is not active, General Raiden can only be placed in the background to give himself an E-skill, so basically Xuangyue Kongying himself is running the map to do tasks and so on. In this way, time passed day by day, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Xuangyue Kongying originally thought that it would be difficult to improve in the real-life Genshin Games, but in fact he thought too much. Mining during the day and hoeing the ground at night when you sleep, because this is a game that can be used in reality, so he almost killed all the living monsters on the map every day. Not for anything else, just to accumulate resources, so that no matter what character you draw in the future, you can fill it up as soon as possible. These days, Xuangyue Kongying has been able to bear the loneliness very much. He has preserved all the Mora he obtained from fighting monsters in the game and hoeing the earth. However, Xuangyue Kongying still improved his in-game attributes. Advertisement otherwise, how to get through the entrustment and the dungeon, etc., but this power has not been directly manifested in reality because he is afraid of being discovered. One day and one night. It's finally here. Xuangyue Kongying looked at the breakthrough materials prepared for Thor in the game backpack, the upgrade experience book, and the Mora who was enough to fill Thor, and almost cried out of excitement. When he played games in his previous life, he was not as good as 1% of his current liver. Now the game page is already at adventure level 50 and world level 8. He pulled here abruptly before starting to build Thor, just for the sake of safety. After all, he has no idea how strong Kaido is. The next step is the brutal upgrade stage, first the character level. Thor starts directly from the beginning and advances to level 20 breakthrough, level 40 breakthrough, level 50 breakthrough, level 60 breakthrough, level 70 breakthrough, and level 80 breakthrough, has been pulled to the full level. Then there is the talent, because this is the real world. Xuangyue Kongying doesn't think that there is no need to use the normal attack. Maybe this normal attack is the most common output method. If the normal attack is higher, it will be a nuclear explosion. 3 crowns came directly. These are the crowns he obtained from the honeysuckle tree, the god Sakura tree, the lumen stone, etc., which are enough for now. When the character level and talents are all full, Xuangyue Kongying can clearly feel the change in her Thor. After all, he is the god of thunder. Although it is 0 life, Xuangyue Kongying feels that the current combat power of his Thor should not be underestimated. However, he is a cautious person, so he looked at the dozens of resins he had saved. This is his final background. He wants to build his own Thor with all the stud insulation books. Whether he can capture Wanokuni and overthrow Kaido depends on whether the insulation book gives face. And the insulation ratio is the most cost-effective. Most of the characters of the insulation cover can be used, and the memory cover is the same. Even if the suit cannot be used, the 2+2 of the reminiscence set is useless, so this book will definitely not lose money. But the horror of the insulating book still stunned Xuangyue Kongying. After brushing all the resin, he finally managed to produce a set of holy relics with the correct main entry. Advertisement. Is this shipment rate too low? Xuangyue Kongying complained, looking at his Thor's 60 to 130 panel. Although it didn't meet expectations, it should be barely enough. That night, Xuangyue Kongying came to a hillside, looked at the brightly lit Wanokuni outside the mine, and called softly. Thor. As his voice fell, a 6-pointed star appeared behind him, and then he saw a beautiful woman wearing a purple kimono, with long dark purple hair hanging behind her, holding a shavings of rice light, slowly walking out of the void. Boom. The moment she walked out, an incomparably powerful aura erupted directly, sweeping across the entire Wanokuni in an instant. It's not the distance of dozens of miles around, but the entire Wanokuni, within a large area of 100 miles, can feel this powerful and incomparably oppressive feeling. It's not Conqueror's Haki, but it has a more terrifying sense of oppression than Conqueror's Haki. This is the powerful power from the Tevat's 7 gods. It seems that it is far beyond my imagination. Xuangyue Kongying said he was stunned, and he immediately realized the attributes of the panel in his game. At that moment, a powerful force gushed out from his body. Although it was far inferior to Thor in front of him, he was not weak either. Because he discovered that if he drives the elemental power in his body, he can instantly collapse a mountain opposite him. Can this power be regarded as a strong one? Balzabu, see the Lord. Xuangyue was taken aback. Balzabu? In this way, it was not the puppet general that he summoned, but Lei Mugi himself. 003. Kaido is shocked by the terror of the 7 rulers of the world. Ask for flowers, review votes. 003. Boom. Just when Xuangyue Kongying wanted to ask Ying some things, suddenly an incomparably powerful aura struck from a distance. When she sensed this breath, Xuangyue was taken aback for a moment. It was indeed quite powerful, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as imagined. I saw a huge green dragon appearing in the clouds. It was the famous Kaido. At this time, Kaido still had cold sweat on his forehead. He was drinking with his subordinates in Onigao just now, but suddenly an extremely powerful force directly shook him dizzily. He came here in horror and then saw Shuangyue Kongying and General Thunder. His eyes were fixed on General Thunder and Lightning, sensing the mysterious aura of this woman, he said in a solemn voice. Who are you? Looking at General Raiden's clothes, it's obviously Wanokuna's style, but he doesn't remember it all. Wanokuni has such a strong man. Lei Muvi looked at Kaido with indifferent eyes and said to Shuangyue Kongying. Master, this person is so offensive, do you need to build him into a statue? Listening to Lei Muvi's words, Shuangyue Kongying's eyes flashed, and then he said to her. Beat him, we need to take the country. After all, you need to recharge Bailey to draw your own card, and if you occupy a country, you will definitely not lack Bailey. Although the card pool is changed once a month, it cannot sustain the fixed amount of consumption every month, so it is best to have a relatively stable source of income. If he hadn't been in Wanokuni at the beginning, and he was a member of Shuangyu's family, he would have even wanted to find the Golden Emperor. After all, that guy is not short of money. Hearing Shuangyue Kongying's words, Kaido became furious for a moment. Although this woman in kimono gave him a very dangerous feeling, he was 4 Emperors Kaido after all. Advertisement, boy. Lousy is the 4 Emperors Kaido. With a loud roar, Kaido directly opened his mouth to condense the terrifying dragon's breath. He sensed that Lei Muvi was very powerful, so coming up at this time was an all-out attack. Sensing Kaido's condensed dragon breath, Shuangyue Kongying felt dignified. At this time, he inherited the level of the protagonist in the game, that is, level 80. Facing Kaido's dragon breath at this time, he felt a lot of pressure. From this point of view, it should be related to his own holy relic. After all, as we all know, most of the combat power of this original god's character comes from holy relics. I only have a 4-star duel set, and the main entry is wrong, because he has been accumulating resources for Thor, even the holy relic dog food obtained by running the map, all replaced by Mora and so on. However, after all, I still underestimated the power of the original god character. As long as there is a complete set of 5-star holy relics, even those at level 80 are not afraid of this guy in front of them. Shuangyue Kongying thought to herself, but then she looked at Lei Muvi, just because this is not a game after all, but reality. In reality, the combat power of this original god is completely different, and Thor is obviously standing on the top of Tivat. After all, he is one of the 7 gods. At this time, Lei Muvi looked at Kaido's condensed dragon breath, and directly and calmly waved the naginata in his hand. Majestic and unforgiving, the purple thunder flashed, and a terrifying slash swept towards Kaido. At the same time, behind Thor's back, the eyes of thunder and evil condensed. What? Kaido was shocked. When the purple thunder swept over, he subconsciously blocked it with armament haki. Boom. But when the thunder sword energy collided with the armed color, an extremely powerful impact instantly knocked the huge Kaido into the air, and fell towards the ghost island in the distance. Boom. Advertisement with a loud noise, Kaido landed directly on the ghost island, and Shuangyue Kongying was also stunned. Should it be said that the 7 gods are worthy of being the 7 gods? Even if they are at the same level and wear the same holy relic, I'm afraid I can't compare with Thor. Shuangyue Kongying could see clearly at this time, the difference between this original god figure after it turned into reality. Most of them are not weak, but there are always some very strong people among them. Not to mention the 7 gods, but secondly, there are executives like the sun, people like D-Luke who face multiple executives, and Dharma protectors like Yasha and so on. Their combat power must be stronger than ordinary original gods. But one thing is certain, Shuangyue Kongying is definitely the weakest, but the advantage is that he can use 7 elements just like the characters in the game. Boss Kaido. On Ghost Island, all the cadres of Beast's pirates were stunned. Just now, an extremely powerful aura erupted. Boss Kaido went to investigate why he fell from the sky in a short time. The movement on Ghost Island also attracted the attention of the entire Wanokuni, because the entire Wanokuni people could see the terrifying thunder. Kaido crawled out of the ruins, looked at the wound on his shoulder, which couldn't heal quickly at this time, and looked at the void with an ugly expression. Enemy attack, he roared, but his heart was full of vigilance. What kind of monster is that woman? It was just an understatement. Did he actually knock himself into the air? It is indeed an understatement, because Thor just opened an elemental combat technique. And like the attack just now, after activating the elemental combat skills, as long as they are teammates of Thor, they can get a bonus when they attack, and at the same time, every less than a second, that kind of thunder will launch a coordinated attack. With Thor's current panel, this kind of coordinated attack, even if Marine Vice Admiral is hit head-on, will be severely damaged. 004. The prestige from Naixiang Yidao kills Kaido of the Beasts in seconds. Ask for flowers, review votes. 004. Just as the entire Beast's pirates was waiting in full force, a figure bathed in purple thunder slowly appeared above the sky. Holding the rice light of Nikigrass in her hand, she walked step by step from the void. It's not a special demon fruit power flight, nor is it the kind of moonwalk that keeps stepping on the air, but it's just walking from the void in a leisurely manner. Every time he walks, a thunder element will appear under his feet, holding up the figure of Thor, just like when Thomas was judged. It's this woman. Kaido's face was ugly, and the faces of the 3 disasters around him changed drastically. As strong people, they could feel the extremely terrifying sense of oppression from Thor. At the same time, the people of Wanokuni raised their heads, and they could all see the figure walking towards the ghost island in the void. The Kaishao 9 heroes hiding in Wanokuni all looked at Thor in horror. She? Who is she? The clothes on Thor's body are obviously from Wanokuni, but they have never seen such a powerful existence. Just this breath alone made them feel that they were existences beyond Kaido. At this time, Thor walked into the void, thinking of the Lord's order. Therefore, with a sense of oppression from the thunder and lightning, he said softly. From today, Wanokuni will be renamed Inazuma, and Wule movie will become Inazuma's Raiden General. So Kaido of the Beasts, leave Wanokuni, or the Majesty of Thunder will completely annihilate you. Hearing Lei Movie's words, Kaido trembled with anger. Although Lei Movie put him under a lot of pressure, this is the lair of Beasts pirates. Does this woman think that she can stand against the entire Beasts pirates on her own? Looking at the stubborn Kaido of the Beasts, Lei Xingzi knew that he had to make a move. Advertisement. In fact, neither she nor Xuangyue Kongying wanted to make too many shots, just because it might affect Wanokuni. This place will be his own territory from now on, so it must be well preserved. That being the case, are the creatures on the ground ready to face the Majesty of Thunder? Lei Movie finished talking to himself. Boom, an incomparably terrifying breath erupted from her body instantly. An aura like Conqueror's Haki swept across the entire Wanokuni in an instant. This is impossible, as this Conqueror's Haki, I don't know how many Conquerors are stronger than the red hair. Kaido said in astonishment that at this time a wish wheel appeared behind Lei Movie, and when he saw this wish wheel, Kaido's intuition told him that it was dangerous. Escape! He roared, his heart was full of panic. Where did this monster come from? It's like a god. But he didn't know that Lei Shuan was indeed a god, one of the 7 gods who controlled thunder and the like. Boom! Terrifying thunder erupted from Lei Movie's body, and then the naginata in her hand slowly dissipated, and then from her chest, a Taidao exuding purple majesty slowly emerged. This is the dream of the famous One Heart. The Inagashi of Naginata is the original weapon of Balzabu, that is, Raijin. And if the dream is single-minded, it belongs to her sister Bar, the weapon of the former Thor. It can release Thor's most terrifying move, that is, the Wushang knife. Now it should be called a dream knife. Here we come. Naixiang, who has no willpower, Xuangyue said to himself, eyes full of excitement. Advertisement. At this moment, the time of silence. As soon as the dream fell, the thunderous slash that pierced the sky went towards the Ghost Island in an instant, and the whole Wanokuni was directly illuminated in an instant, and the night was like day. Outside of Wanokuni, the countless forces monitoring the Beast's pirates were all stunned by this scene. Not good. Kaido is shocked and will die. Faced with this trick, he will die. Kaido's eyes were full of fierceness, and he directly turned into a huge green dragon, and then the dragon's tail rolled up, and the cadres of Beast's pirates, such as the 3 disasters, were rolled up in an instant, and they fled towards the distance. And at this moment, Lei Shen's milk fragrance still landed on Guidao. Boom! A knife that could cut through the sky instantly split Ghost Island in 2, and even split the thousands of meters of coastline, directly leaving a huge gap. What's even more shocking is that because the power of the thunder is still there, the seawater on both sides can't even heal for a long time. At this moment, the entire Wanokuni was stunned. In the sky, Thor, with the wish wheel floating behind him, officially announced to the whole world that Inazuma's eternity was about to begin to shine. Lei Movie looked at Kaido fleeing in the sky, thinking silently in his heart. Master, let that guy run away. On the other side, Xuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, and just ran away, because Lei Movie is not familiar with this world. If she does it again, she can easily kill Kaido in seconds. Is this the powerful power of the World 7 ruling? Xuangyue Kongying then looked at the whole Wanokuni and said softly to Lei Movie. Go to Lei Movie, kill the filthy people in this country, and rebuild the eternity that belongs to Dao wife here. Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, Lei Shen's eyes sparkled, and he said to himself. The majesty of the rice wife is also eternal. 005. From then on, Wanokuni became Dao's wife, and was honored by heaven. Ask for flowers, review votes. 005. How is it possible? How could there be such a monster? How could Kaido lose? How could he lose? The city of flowers, Kurozumi Orochi was frightened silly at this time. In his mind Kaido was invincible. But at this time Kaido was killed by someone with a single blow. And at this time, Thunder God came to the sky above the flower capital, and she released her wish wheel, which could directly sweep the entire Daozuma. It can see the good and evil of people, and at the same time see the dirt hidden in people's hearts. In the end, Thunder God slowly raised the Inaogwang of shavings in his hand, and then countless thunderbolts fell from the sky. Let Lei Ting wash away your sins. As the thunder fell, people were directly killed one by one, and the target range was the entire Daozuma. Anyone who commits all kinds of crimes and is related to Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi will be killed directly. Although Kurozumi Orochi is the owner of the Phantom Beast Yuki Orochi form, its combat power is not enough at all, and it is also a waste supported by Kaido. Therefore, the majesty of Thor fell, and Kurozumi was killed instantly. Thunder God stood above the general's mansion. At this moment, the citizens of Inazuma Flower City all came out of the room and stood on the street. They looked at the purple kimono woman exuding a powerful aura, and their eyes were filled with tears. Be in awe. Lei Movie scanned the entire Wanokuni and then said in an indifferent voice. My name is Lei Xiaoying, Balzabu, and I will succeed General Wanokuni from now on, and at the same time, I will change Wanokuna's name to Daozuma. Listening to Lei Movie's words, the whole Inazuma erupted. Wanokuni changed its name. This has not happened for many years. Advertisement among the Wanokuni people. There are some people with ugly faces, such as Hidoru Tengayama, or he should be called Kazuki Sukiyaki. He believes that Wanokuni should belong to the Kazuki family, and he waits for his grandson, Momosuke, to return and reintroduce the country to the Kazuki family. Unexpectedly, this mysterious woman who appeared suddenly wanted to steal Wanokuna's authority and become Wanokuna's new general. He really wanted to refute, but he chose to remain silent when he thought of the scene where Thor killed Kaido in one go, and even cut Onijima in half. Need to find another way. Wanokuni belongs to their Kazuki family, and should not be stolen by outsiders. But for the people of Wanokuni, they don't care who will rule the country, they only care about whether they can have enough food in the future. At the same time, Liyue Kongying, who was in the general's mansion, was looking at the treasure house of Kurozumi Orochi with excitement in his eyes. In fact, there is another reason why Kaido was not directly killed before, and that was the fear of destroying the finances of Onigashima. First store all these Baileys, and I will fill up all the Thunder Generals. Liyue Kongying talked to himself excitedly, and then directly exchanged all the wealth of Kurozumi Orochi for Baileys. There are tens of billions of Baileys, but thinking that this is the wealth obtained by searching the entire country, it can be understood immediately. In fact, the looting of the entire Wanokuni is not limited to these, but because part of it was picked up by Kaido, and Kaido's artificial devil fruit is a very expensive thing. 10 consecutive draws first. The wish is to draw once for 100 million Baileys, and this time Liyue Kongying's goal is to draw a full amount of Thor and Naginata. After all, it's too bad if you don't draw a full amount, so I wish to change it once a month. Today's prayers are Coral Palace Shine and Thunder God, so he has to fill up both of them. Sure enough, the first round of 10 consecutive draws failed, but 9 of them were drawn. And just when 9 of them were drawn, the system that had never actively made a sound actually made a movement. Advertisement, it is detected that the owner has rebuilt Daofu, and he has won the Thunder God Balzabu, officially starting the main line of rebuilding Daoi. Close black lens bracket. The key figures will be drawn, and the corresponding power will be obtained, and the 9 treasures will be obtained, and the Tinling will be officially opened to obtain the various forces under the Tinling and the 10,000 Mingshan army. Close black lens bracket. Liyue Kongying was overjoyed that she was granted the title of Heavenly Leader. This is the department in charge of Inazuma's security in the military. The leader is Jujo Shiluo. Looking at it this way, if I get the Coral Palace Heartsea, wouldn't I be able to get the entire sea island? You must know that since Haiji Island can always compete with Tinling, the army is obviously strong enough. And how terrifying would the 5-star ornamental fish Coral Palace Shine be in this world full of seas? I'm afraid she will be another Poseidon, the nemesis of those capable people. The next step is to have fun drawing cards. 100 million consecutive draws. Liyue Kongying didn't seem to care about money, she kept recharging and drawing cards. Half an hour later, all the wealth of the Kurozumi clan was consumed, and Liyue Kongying finally filled the pool for this period. Thor is full of life and full of fine Naginata. The Coral Palace is full of life and full of moonlight. The 3 4-star characters who accompanied him at the same time were Bennett, Kujo Sera, and Granos. Obviously these 3 people are supporting Thor, except for the replacement of Granos with Manyo, the Thunder God's strongest class. Lei Juon is complete. From then on, the entire Daochu will have the strength to stand proudly in the sea, even if Marine comes out in full force at this time. Liyue Kongying will not be afraid at all. 006. Take time out of the prayer pool in this issue and assign tasks to all the characters, ask for flowers, review votes. 006 with the crazy Krypton gold, the pool of this issue was finally emptied. But this consumes a general's 20 years of accumulation, and this kind of consumption is estimated to come once a month, unless he hollows out all the characters of the original god and achieves the achievement of the whole illustrated book. It is worth mentioning that when drawing General Thunder and Coral Palace Shine, they were distorted several times, and the 5 resident tigers were all distorted by themselves. They are D. Luke, Ketching, Mona, Shin, and Chi-Chi. It seems that Tanari hasn't entered the resident pool yet, otherwise he would be resident in the 6 tigers. Liyue Kongying would probably feel very uncomfortable if he cheated on them in the game, but this is reality. These 5 existences are all extremely powerful. The Great Astrologer Mona, Night Hero D. Luke, Yuhang Shing Ketching, Southwind Lion Chin, and Undead Zombie Chi-Chi. Each of them is very powerful. As long as they improve their level, each of them can become a mainstay, comparable to Admiral, or even surpassing Admiral. As long as you go to deliver yourself, upgrade them, collect holy relics, and increase the talent level. As for the Fate Seat, the resident 5 tigers will be able to crook their lives one day, but there is no rush. In the General's mansion, Liyue Kongying summoned all the characters with a wave. Except for General Thunder and Lightning, the rest are only level 20, which are truly weak. But even if they were at the 20th level, Liyue Kongying gave each of them a 4-star weapon of Jingwu, plus the garbage holy relics found in the backpack. Thieves, they really won't be their opponents. See my lord. When they saw Liyue Kongying, they all said respectfully. Liyue Kongying's face is full of smiles, and she endured these days, isn't it just for today? You don't need to call me master from now on. Liyue Kongying thought for a while and said to them. Advertisement, just call me Tianli, since I want to rebuild the 7 kingdoms, from now on, as an existence standing above the 7 rulers in the world. My codename is Tianli. And although he wants to rebuild the 7 kingdoms in this world, he is not going to hide behind the scenes. What's the point of that? From now on, he will be Dao wife Tianli and Liyue Kongying. No one in this world knows the meaning of Tianli, and when they know what the word Tianli means, the power from Tivat may be enough to sweep the whole world, right? Yes, Tianli. Many people looked at Shuangyue Kongying with respect in their eyes. Shuangyue Kongying thought for a while, and began to order tasks. Anyway, Lei Movie is not counted on. Although she is not the puppet of General Raiden, she is more suitable to be in the dream than to deal with these things. Kujo led the soldiers of Tinling to clean up the interior of Inazuma, and went to fetch the wealth of beasts pirates on Oni Island. Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's instructions, Jutiao Shiluo suddenly stood up, and the shaking made Shuangyue Kongying look away unnaturally. After all, Jutiao's capital is still very large. 9 Sharo, obey the order of heaven. After talking about Kuyasara, she left, and she took the Naruto army, which belonged to Tinling, to the entire Wanokuni, which is now the territory of Inazuma. Then Shuangyue Kongying looked at Shin'ei of the Coral Palace, and because she was drawn, all the soldiers of the rebel army on Haiji Island followed suit. But today they are no longer the rebels, but marines belonging to Inazuma. Shin'ei, Inazuma's coastline defense will be handed over to Marine of Haiji Island. Shuangyue Kongying said with a smile. The 5-star ornamental fish blushed, but still saluted respectfully. The Sea of Hearts in the Coral Palace, please obey the order of heaven. Unbelievable, as expected of the Coral Palace Shin'ei who exploded in appearance, who can resist this? With the two of them, and the army under him, Daozao should be able to stabilize. Advertisement, and as long as they are willing, they can become stronger anytime, anywhere, and it doesn't take long. I can't guarantee anything else, but it is not difficult for them to be comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In the end, Shuangyue Kongying looked at the resident 5 tigers. Chi-Chi and Mona were fine, they were not suitable for the task. As for Qin, when he was summoned, he was carrying the Knights of the West Wind. Although none of the titled knights had been drawn yet, just the Qin of the Lion of the South Wind was enough to prove to the world what the Knights of the West Wind were. Up. Qin, Luke, you two lead the Zephyr Knights out to sea to find the place where Mond was established. Especially in the countries that are in darkness, the wind of freedom of Mond needs to blow them, so that the people there can live a truly happy life. Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's words, Qin's eyes lit up, and she saluted respectfully. Jean Gunhild, I obey your orders. After Qin finished speaking, she took Luke and left. Although Luke didn't say a word, Shuangyue Kongying knew that he was really powerful. Because of Luke, he once faced the existence of all the executive officers of the Fools alone. Regardless of whether the executive officer had dealt with him seriously at that time, even if it was just for fun, the record of all the executive officers retreating unscathed was enough to prove that Luke had the combat power of the gods and the peak of mortals. I'm afraid no one in this world would dare to face that Fire Phoenix move. At the end of the day, Jutiao and Coral Palace Shin'ei each have to manage the army, and the internal affairs of Daozuma will be handed over to you in these days. Shuangyue Kongying said with a smile. After the situation stabilized, Coral Palace Shin'ei could manage Dao wife. Yu Hengxing Keqing complies. Wait until Shuangyue Kongying draws the Rock King Dijun to rebuild Liyue, then Keqing can leave. As for the rest of Bennett and Granu, there is nothing to do, so let them practice on their own. Although their strength is given to them by themselves in the game, they can also learn the abilities of this world. For example, Conqueror's Hockey, etc., just like the current Thor, holding the hockey manuscripts collected by Wanokuni, learning and practicing in the dream. 007. Inazuma's name resounds all over the world. Kazuki Hiyori's decision. Ask for flowers, review votes. 007. After everyone had left, Shuangyue Kongying's figure flashed, and she came directly to the space of Dream Yixin. Tianli. When he saw Shuangyue Kongying, Lei Movie opened his eyes and said respectfully. Shadow, how about this hockey? Shuangyue asked with a smile. Special power should be a feature of this world, and I'm trying to integrate it into our elemental power. If it succeeds, it can restrain the ability users in this world to the maximum extent, and at the same time strengthen the power of some elements. Shuangyue Kongying nodded in satisfaction. After all, she was also a shadow warrior during the Demon God War. During the Demon God War, there were not many demon gods who were Shadow's opponents except for the war god Morax. After she finished it, she organized it into a handbook, and then she could train all the characters to make them stronger in this world. After chatting with Ying for a few words, Shuangyue Kongying closed her eyes, entered the Tivat continent, and started her career as a Gon Emperor. Have no idea. There are more characters in my hand. If I don't get angry again, I won't be able to support them. But this is the first wave. In the future, there won't be so many characters that need to be raised at once. After all, the resident 5 tigers have all been drawn out by themselves, and in the future they will at most give out some 4 stars. In fact, Shuangyue Kongying was a little complaining, because 4 stars are not exclusive to the up pool, and all 4 stars may be drawn out, but this time, he only pulled Kujo, Bennett, and Sugar. It was full, and no other 4-star characters were drawn. Otherwise, if you draw Guya, Noel, Xingqiu, Xiangling, etc., you will increase your strength somewhat. But don't worry, anyway, a new wishing pool will be opened in a few days, and I don't know what the new wishing pool is. At the same time, when Shuangyue Kongying exploded for the characters, the whole sea was in a commotion. The pervasive news bird completely recorded the battlefield at that time, and the last piece of news shocked the whole world. Open black lens bracket shock. Kaido of the Beasts was instantly killed by a mysterious woman in their lair Wanokuni Ghost Island. Close black lens bracket. Wanokuni officially changed her name to Inazuma. A beautiful woman in a purple kimono, who called herself Raiden, became Inazuma's new generation general, General Raiden. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, how strong is General Thunderbolt? 4 Emperors Kaido kills in one shot. Is this the background of the ancient capital Wanokuni? Close black lens bracket. How beautiful is General Liden, the master of the rice wife? It is rumored that her appearance is no less than that of the pirate empress. Close black lens bracket. The news of the newsbird spread throughout the world, and people in every sea were shocked. Naval headquarters, Sengoku and other marine executives gathered together, looking at the information in their hands. They couldn't believe it. Their intelligence is much better than that of Mozgan, because their marine has always had an intelligence network in Wanokuni. After all, an ancient country is occupied by 4 emperors, how could they not pay attention? Very strong. Have you seen the phone bug video? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Even Garp is not funny this time, and said to Sengoku seriously. That knife, even I don't dare to fight head-on. If I get hit head-on, I will die. Listening to Garp's words, the 3 admirals in Marine also had similar expressions, because they all felt the pressure sweeping from the depths of their souls just watching the video of the phone bug. Crane Vice Admiral thought for a while, and said to the crowd. Wanokuni is a country, not a pirate group. Although it has been renamed Inazuma, it cannot change the fact that it used to be Wanokuni. My suggestion is to ignore this rice wife. After all, they are not pirates. How to get along with rice wife is a matter for the world government. Hearing what Sumeru Vice Admiral said, everyone nodded. At this time, in the world government, the 5 elders were also discussing Dao's wife, but their words were quite skeptical. Because the strength displayed by Lei movie belongs to the existence above the General Emperor level. Leave it for now, my lord is in a deep sleep. How to deal with this odd number, we'll talk about it when you wake up. A 5 elders said so. Rice wife is a country after all, not the kind of pirates and extremely evil forces that threaten the rule of the world government. So how to treat Dao's wife will have to wait for that adult's order. At the same time, the rest of the 4 emperors were also quite shocked. Countless people looked in the direction of the former Wanokuni and now Inazuma, realizing that there was an untouchable existence there. Even if the beast's pirates were defeated, some pirates would not dare to enter the territory of the beast's pirates, just because the sea area now became Inazuma's territory. The shaking of the world and the sideways glances Liyue Kongying didn't know, but in the following time, he has been raging the earth, working hard for his characters to become stronger. Advertisement all monsters, entrustments, and tasks on all maps are cleaned up every day. Then all the physical strength is temporarily used to brush the insulator. After all, most of the characters in the insulator can use it. And these days, Dao wife has also changed a lot, because Liyue Kongying said that she is short of money, so Coral Palace Shine, who is a super think tank, started her own performance. She formally succeeds as Dao wife's appointment and execution master, because no one from this force has entered the pool, so she simply let the Coral Palace Shine be formed. Anyway, it is the department in charge of the financial center. Coral Palace Shine, as a witch, a grandmaster of war, is good at strategy, and can be said to be the best in the whole rice wife. So she not only became the master of the appointment, but also acted as the general, who made Lei Yingying, like Liyue Kongying, an otaku and an otaku. First of all, Dao's wife founded the country, and locking the country was unacceptable, and then there was wanton trade. All the food that the nobles and the Kurozumi clan robbed from the people was taken out to help the people, and then started to work for relief. Mining Wanokuna's specialty seastone, as well as countless rare seafood, form a merchant ship guarded by Sea Island Marine, sailing away from Inazuma, forming a complete business chain, and restoring Inazuma's economy. In this case, in the future, with the productivity and resources of a country, it will be enough for Liyue to make prayers every month. In just a few days, the whole Inazuma was transformed into a star, and smiles were put on the faces of the people. In an attic in the capital of flowers, Kazuki Hiyori had a complicated face. Uncle Denjiro, is what Grandpa is doing right now. Listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Denjiro was silent. Kazuki Sukiyaki is a coward. He dare not resist when Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi are around. Now he wants to overthrow the rule of General Raiden and take back the country belonging to the Kazuki clan. It's just because General Liden no longer imposes a reign of terror on Dao's wife, but is resting and caring for the people. He thought that such General Thunder was a person who could be bullied, so he began to summon the old ministers of the Kazuki family, including Kai Shaojusha. Miss Hiyori, what do you think? Denjiro has mixed feelings. He thinks that such a Wanokuni, no, it should be such an Inazuma is very good. Everyone can live a life with a smile on their faces. Looking at the prosperous country after the founding of the country, he couldn't bear to destroy it all. Kazuki Hiyori looked at the majestic general's mansion in the distance. She was going to meet the Raiden general, and ask her what she thought of this country. 008. The real master of Wanokuni, Liyue Kongying. Ask for flowers, review votes. 008 Kazuki Hiyori didn't tell anyone about her decision, not even Denjiro. She came to the general's mansion in the dark wearing a black hat. But now it has been renamed as the Tianshu Pavilion, and it is the place where the general lives. The woman who is like a god lives in it. Stop, the Tianshu Pavilion is an important place. Idlers are not allowed to enter. The Naruto army guarding the door shouted loudly, and Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath. These Mingxian troops are said to be Admiral, the General of the Thunder and Lightning, and the army under the management of the 9 Sarah gods. None of them are demon fruit power, but they have an extremely strong physique, not weaker than the elite soldiers of naval headquarters. Even those captain-level characters can see the lieutenant-level officers of naval headquarters. It is impossible to imagine how these people appeared on this land. Kazuki Hiyori took off his bamboo hat, then revealed his beautiful face, and said in a deep voice. Kazuki Hiyori, granddaughter of former General Wanokuni, daughter of Kuri Daimyo Kazuki Oden, please meet General. In the Tianshu Pavilion, Jujo Shiluo came here. Kazuki Hiyori, Xuangyue Kongying had just wiped out all the living original demons on the map in the game, and at the same time completed the daily commissions. After finally coming out to take a rest, she met Jutiao Shiluo who came in to report. Yes, Lord Tenri, that person still has a certain status in the hearts of the people of Wanokuni, so I ask you to decide. This kind of thing should ask to see General Lei Shuan, but their general, unless Dao's wife is in danger, probably won't make a dream. If Xuangyue Kongying ordered it, it would definitely be possible, but Xuangyue Kongying obviously wouldn't. Let her in. After thinking for a while, Xuangyue Kongying said to Jutiao Shiluo. Not long after, Kazuki Hiyori came to the depths of the castle tower under the leadership of Kujo Sharo, and at the same time saw Xuangyue Kongying. When she saw Xuangyue Kongying, she was taken aback. Why isn't it General Thunder? After Jujo Shiluo retreated, Xuangyue Kongying looked at Kazuki Hiyori in front of him and said in a deep voice. The rice wife's name is Xuangyue Kongying, and she met Miss Rihei. The highest ruler of Wanokuni is the shogun, and under the shogun there are daimyos, and the managers of various areas in Wanokuni are daimyos. Advertisement. But now that Wanokuni has become Daozuma, those big names naturally no longer exist, and Xuangyue Kongying is self-proclaimed. The 7 rulers of the world basically exist in this way. The god Barbados does not do business, and the Knights of the West Wind manage Mond. The Rock King Dijun doesn't do business, and Liyue is managed by 7 stars. So today's Dao wife is the same. Lei Movie doesn't do business, so he gave himself a title, that is Dao wife's name, which can be understood as the chief minister of the cabinet under the emperor, in charge of everything in the whole country, and obeys the general order. Of course, this is only a superficial identity. In fact, he is the real master of the entire rice wife, and also the master of the 7 kingdoms of Tivat in the future. Xuangyue. Are you from the Xuangyue clan? Kazuki Hiyori was stunned. The Xuangyue family is also one of the nobles of Wanokuni. Wanokuni was originally divided into the capital of flowers, Guri, Nozomi, Rabbit Bowl, Linghao, Baiwu and so on. Except for the place where the generals and other rulers lived in the capital of flowers, the rest of the regions have their own daimyo, and the Xuangyue clan used to be the daimyo of Linghao and Baiwu. Those two are Xuangyue Niuan and Xuangyue Yasui. It is worth mentioning that Xuangyue Niuan looks almost the same as Zoro. That's right, I am a member of the Xuangyue clan, and now Daozuma's daimyo is also the only daimyo. Looking at the smiling Xuangyue Kongying, Kazuki Hiyori was stunned, and her voice trembled involuntarily. Then, what is the relationship between General Thunder and Lightning and you? Listening to her words, Xuangyue Kongying thought for a while, and when he was thinking about how to answer, Xuangyue Kongying suddenly felt a vibration in the space. Then I saw a portal appeared from the void, and a beautiful woman in a purple kimono slowly walked out of it. General Thunder. Looking at this woman who looks like a god, Kazuki Hiyori trembles all over, stronger than Kaido in front of her. She is not a single enemy, this is a real god. I saw Lei Movie slowly walk to Xuangyue Kongying, and then sat down slowly, while looking at Kazuki Hiyori and said, I am the general, and he is the daimyo. I am his knife, and he is my sheath, so you can understand? Listening to Lei Movie's words, Kazuki Hiyori was shocked. How could she not understand? In this way, the real owner of this Dao wife is the Dao wife's daimyo, Xuangyue Kongying. And General Thunder and Lightning, who has the power of a god, claims to be the knife in his hand. This knife is really sharp. The majesty of God that even Kaido can't resist a single blow. After Kazuki Hiyori left, Xuangyue Kongying watched Lei Movie helplessly. Advertisement, Shadow, you're being naughty. There was a smile on Ying's face. She was not a general. Although the real Ying had a cool personality, she also had a mischievous and cute side. Otherwise, she would not have been evaluated by Ye Miko. Shaking his head, Xuangyue Kongying shouted towards the door. Sarah, some milk dumplings. Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, Lei Movie's eyes lit up. Dessert? It's really good. Kazuki Hiyori on the other side left the castle tower, returned to the place where Denjiro was, and saw the anxious Denjiro. Master Hiyori, where have you been? Looking at the anxious Denjiro, Kazuki Hiyori smiled slightly. Go to the castle tower. Denjiro was taken aback for a moment, then his face turned pale with shock. The castle tower. Isn't it the place where the godlike General Thunderbolt lives? Looking at the terrified Denjiro, Kazuki Hiyori slowly told the news he had received. Denjiro was completely shocked that Inazuma's name was from Xuangyue's family. Xuangyue Kongying, Daozu's real master, the godlike General Thunderbolt, is just a knife in his hand. Looking at Denjiro in front of him, Kazuki Hiyori continued. Wanokuni, it shouldn't be said that it is Dao's wife. It has not fallen into the hands of outsiders. The Xuangyue family has always been a famous name in the past. So Denjiro, please stop grandfather, Inazuma's war is over, we shouldn't add more unnecessary casualties. Listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Denjiro looked solemn, and then nodded vigorously. He is going to summon the Kaishao 9 heroes, and they will have greater prestige as Kazuki Oden's retainers than Kazuki Sukiyaki who gave up the people. The country of Daozuma cannot be allowed to fall into civil strife again. Xuangyue Kongying didn't know about the things here, because even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because these days, Coral Palace Shine, Jutiao Shiluo, etc. are constantly raising their levels. With their current strength, some small shrimps can't shake the sky at all. A few days later, with the dream in mind, Yue watched the countdown excitedly, because a new wish was coming. 009. Eula, the ceiling of the nuclear explosion, hangs on the waist with milk fragrance. Ask for flowers, review votes. 009. When the countdown ended, Yue Kongying finally saw the new prayer pool. Is it just a single pool, and the 4-star escort is cancelled? Yue Kongying frowned. It seems that the 2 pools are not fixed, and it is understandable to cancel the 4-star accompanying running. After all, the 4 stars are all in the resident pool. But when she saw the wishing well of this issue, Yue Kongying was immediately excited, because there was actually Eula Lawrence in the wishing well of this issue. Eula's explosive figure, as well as that pleasing personality, has always been Yue Kongying's favorite female character in the game. It's just a pity that Eula's copy of the Pale Holy Relic is extremely poisonous. Therefore, the quality of the favorite female character, the Holy Relic, has always been the worst among Yue Kongying. But this doesn't affect Yue Kongying's love for Eula, and now Yue Kongying has made a decision to directly pump a wave of Eula. Looking at the weapon pool, apart from Eula's special Wu Songlai, the 5-star weapon that accompanied her was the Wind Eagle Sword. How should I put it? If it is in the game, it is highly poisonous. After all, the Wind Eagle Sword is a resident weapon. However, this is not the case in reality, because he found that these weapons extracted from the game can be used by others in addition to the game characters. And the power is very terrifying. It can be said that even a 3-star weapon can be compared to the 21-work big knife in this world, or even the 12-work knife, the supreme sharp knife. Not to mention 4-star weapons and 5-star weapons, especially 5-star weapons, each of which can be compared to a divine weapon, just because a character holding a 5-star weapon will have a multiplied combat power, especially when those characters hold special weapons. However, there is a limitation, that is, the 5-star weapons can only be refined to 5 at most, and they cannot be obtained anymore. Yue Kongying understands, after all, if there are too many so-called artifacts, it will appear too cheap. It's like the light of the shaving grass, the only light of the 5 rice lights is in the hands of Lei Shen, and the idea of getting one for Xiangling in the future, of course, will be in vain. Yue Kongying used a one-handed sword in the game, so she didn't think the Fengying sword was trash, or even a supreme weapon. Pick up a Jingwu for yourself, and wear a set of gladiators in the future, and then every general attack is an attack comparable to that of a great swordsman, just like scraping bones. Then, let's start smoking, Yue said to himself. All of Kaido's wealth in Guidao was taken by Kujo Sharo. Advertisement at the same time, Jujo Shiluo also captured Yamato and handed him directly to Jujo Shiluo, and Yue Kongying didn't care. It took a whole hour for the crazy Krypton Gold and card drawing to start, before Yue Kongying completed the card drawing this time. Eula succeeded in reaching full life. Zhuan Wu Songlai was also full of energy, and Eula, who was born standing on the clouds, appeared on the stage, but this pale set would be a very painful thing. But Yue Kongying actually discovered that she didn't need to pursue intensity so much. At that time, for the sake of caution, I gave General Raiden a set of holy relics with correct main entries, but Kaido was almost wiped out. Although it has something to do with the strength of General Thunder itself, it is enough to see that as long as there is a set of holy relics, it is very terrifying. So Yue Kongying's current approach is to first equip each of his characters with a set of holy relics. In the future, when playing Jobin, the big world boss, and the dungeons of holy relics, I will slowly rely on Uki to replace them with holy relics with good entries. The Fengying sword that accompanied him was also successfully refined, and at the same time, a lot of things were crooked this time. First of all, in terms of characters, it was revealed for the first time that Guy, the Maid Noel, and the little angel Amber are all knights of Mond. Yue Kongying is going to let them go to the place where Qin is to supplement the combat power of the knights. After all, Qin and the others are going to build Mond outside. Finally, in terms of weapons, all the weapons in the resident pool, except for the toilet paper skyroll, are all crooked. There are as few as 1, and as many as 2. Basically, every time I get my weapon pool, I only get it after filling up the orbit twice, which shows the difference in luck. Fortunately, I got Wanokuni at the beginning and established the country of Daozuma. Otherwise, some superpowers would not be able to afford the consumption once a month. Wolf's End was directly equipped to Diluc, Skyblade was given to Qin, and Skywings was given to Jujo. Keep the rest for now. 4-star weapons are better than 5-star weapons, and in some cases, they are only slightly weaker than 5-star weapons. Brush. Eula's figure appeared, along with several 4-star characters of the Zephyr Knights, Guy, Noel, and Amber. West Wind Knights, see Heavenly Law. The crowd headed by Eula bowed to Yue Kongying to salute. Regardless of whether it is divided into 4 stars and 5 stars, the combat power is actually not calculated in this way, and 4 stars may not necessarily be weak. For example, Guy's strength, even if it is not as good as Diluc, but it will not be much different. After all, he is the Prince of Canria, and Diluc's brother who grew up together. Advertisement, as expected of Yura. My XP has been stabbed all over my body. Yue Kongying sighed in his heart, but the matter was important, he said directly to everyone. I will send you to Qin, and you will help the Zephyr Knights to rebuild Mond. Listening to Yue Kongying's words, everyone nodded with serious expressions. Now most of the Knights of the West Wind Knights are here, that is, Kaylee, who has the highest combat power, and a few are not. But it is enough to run rampant in the world of pirates. These days are non-stop. Qin, Diluc, have been promoted to level 50 by Shuangyue Kongying. With a set of 4-star holy relics and 5-star weapons, they are not afraid even in the face of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. After Shuangyue Kongying raised them to level 70 or 80, it would be worthwhile for Admiral to come, especially talent, etc., and he hadn't improved them yet. It is worth mentioning that although this world does not have teleportation anchors and statues of 7 gods, pocket anchors can be made from the game. And there are no restrictions in the game, as long as there is a fixed place, it can be installed. Just like a boat, Shuangyue Kongying can go to and from the location of his own characters at any time through the pocket anchor point, and can also send them to different places. Of course, it cannot be teleported at will. There needs to be someone there, and there must be a pocket anchor. When they left, they all carried a lot of anchor points with them, because each anchor point can only last for 7 days, and they need to put their hearts on it when the time is up. Otherwise, Shuangyue Kongying really wants to spread anchor points all over the world, so that she can come and go freely. First equip them with holy relics and weapons, and then pull the level to the limit of 20 without breaking through, and initially have the strength to fight against tens of millions of pirates in the sea. Shuangyue Kongying is going to personally send them to Qin's side. Before leaving, Shuangyue Kongying summoned Liyue and told her to go out by herself. Take Meng Yixin. Daozuma has an anchor here. If something happens, Zhu Tiao and the others can notify you directly through telepathy. And if you are in danger, I will be worried. Listening to Liyue's words, Shuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, and then put the dream picked out from Liyue's heart on her waist. It is worth mentioning that the weapons produced by Yuanshan all have scabbards and the like, except for bows and arrows and spears. Liyue continued to stay in Dream Yixin, comprehending the power of the rules of this world, while Shuangyue Kongying led Eula and others across the pocket anchor point to Qin and other ships where the Zephyr Knights fleet was located. 010. Gold Doflamingo, where the free city of Mond is established, ask for flowers, review votes. 010 At the same time, the fleet of the Zephyr Knights has arrived in Dressrosa. Buzz. With a flash of light, Shuangyue Kongying, Eula, Guya, Amber, and Noel all came to the ship. Master Tianli. When seeing Shuangyue Kongying, Qin immediately said happily that although they were not around, they could communicate with Shuangyue Kongying in their minds. But after all, it was not a face-to-face communication, so they felt a little regretful. At this time, Shuangyue Kongying could come to them in person, which inevitably made them a little happy. HMPH, you're here too. Seeing Guy in front of him, Diluc snorted and said. Oh, we're brothers after all, why are we so indifferent? Guy leaned forward meanly, while Diluc tilted his head arrogantly, ignoring him. Everyone smiled. Obviously, the personalities of these two people are familiar to everyone. Shuangyue Kongying looked at the current combat power of the West Wind Knights and began to analyze it. The first is the Knights of the Zephyr Knights. Despite the weak appearance of the Zephyr Knights in the game, 4/5 of the troops were actually taken away by Fargar. Now he summoned the West Wind Knights, but the basic knights are all complete, with a total of 30,000 terrifying people. Don't listen to the small number, you need to know that when Marine faced Whitebeard, the elite recruited was only 100,000. And the Knights of the West Wind Knights, each can be compared to the Marine elite, and even the captains among them can be compared to the Marine's lieutenant-level officers, and they are troops of the same level as the Mingxian army and the Qianyan army. Inazuma's army, the Mingxian army, plus the Marines of Haiji Island, and the troops of various departments, can make up a total of tens of thousands, all of which are absolutely elite. Adding in the 30,000 members of the West Wind Knights, this is already a huge force, and even the 4 emperors probably don't have such a force. As far as the current situation is concerned, it just lacks some high-end combat power. This is Dressrosa, right? Shuangyue Kongying walked to the front of the deck, and under the respectful eyes of the members of the West Wind Knights, looked at the kingdom in the distance. This is the famous Toy Palace, and it is also a place ruled by Doflamingo, and the people live in fear all day long. Qin, just choose this place, and build a free city-state Mond on top of this kingdom. Advertisement Shuangyue Kongying said that in a free city-state, a country ruled by no king or nobility, everyone is equal. If this thing is done, it is estimated that it will cause a sensation in the whole world, right? After all, this kind of thinking is very similar to the Revolutionary Army, and the world government will not allow it. But Shuangyue Kongying is not afraid. The dream in his waist and the Liyue in his heart are his biggest trump cards. However, taking Dressrosa can't let Liyue take action. After all, I am is unknown. Before knowing how strong I am is, try to be more stable. So Shuangyue Kongying looked at the people of the Mond Knights and said in a deep voice. With my current resources, I can only upgrade one person to the full level, and at the same time, I have a spare set of 5-star gladiator holy relics. Choose one of you to own and be the main combatant to overthrow the country's ruler of terror, Shichibukai Doflamingo. Shuangyue Kongying said so. Currently all his characters, including himself, only have 2 full levels. One is Rei and the other is himself. Among them, the main entry of Liyue Saint Relic is correct, so there is no need to go to it for the time being. As for myself, I also wear the gladiator suits that Joe Ben and world bosses usually drop, which is not easy to set up a perfect main entry. Shuangyue Kongying's strength at this time can already compete with Kaido in Liyue's evaluation. But it's still a lot worse. After all, his talent is not full, and his combat awareness is also much worse. Everyone in the West Wind Knights glanced at each other, and finally Qin Zan was born. Lord Tianli, as the head of the West Wind Knights, I should make the most correct choice. Our chosen one is Yura. Hearing Qin's words, Yura was also stunned. How could it be me? I have written down this grudge. Listening to Yura's words, Shin smiled slightly, because you were one of the few existences in our Zephyr Knights who were full of life seats. Modified the previous chapter and cancelled the 4-star accompanying run. Besides, when you still have the sound of the full strength song, if you can rise to level 90, the Knights of the West Wind will gain the real peak combat power. Listening to Chin's words, everyone nodded along. This is Chin, the acting head of the West Wind Knights, and her analysis is the most reasonable. It is true that Eula is the most suitable person to be full first now, because she is full of life and energy, even if she is not wearing an exclusive holy relic, but just a set of gladiators, she can display extremely terrifying combat power. The nuclear explosion ceiling is no joke. That luminous drop sword, even Red Line could not bear it. Advertisement, since you have said this, I will write down this grudge. Eula said in a deep voice, although what she said was wrong with the head of the ponytail, but everyone laughed out loud, because this Eula is so cute. Afterwards, Shuangyue Kongying immediately began to operate, and arranged for Eula all the Mora and Great Experience books accumulated so far. It's a pity that there is no talent book, so it can only be 111 talent for the time being, but this is enough. Doflamingo is at most naval headquarters elite vice admiral's combat power, definitely not as good as admirals, or even far worse, because he has no resistance in front of admiral. And Shuangyue Kongying, who is already at level 90 and has not fully utilized his talents, said that he can compete with 4 emperors, let alone a mere Shichibukai. After a while of operation, Eula continued to break through, and finally reached the character level 90, and the weapon level 90. The Holy Relic was also replaced with a set of 5-star gladiators. The entries for Flowers and Feathers are fixed, followed by Sands of Time, Cup of Empty, and Crown of Reason, which are charging entries, defense entries, and life entries respectively. The only good entries are all worn on him, Crit Head, Object Injury Cup, and Attack Sand. This set of Shuangyue Kongying is currently using it, and it is the best set of holy relics for Shuangyue Kongying, except for the insulating cover that spent the moon on Thor. Even so, it is enough. After all, this is the real world, as far as the life defense is concerned. Even if Eula confronts Brother Ming head-on, it will not break the defense, right? After all, Shuangyue Kongying tried it before. A full defensive cup, in this real world, can actually resist part of Thor's attack. So strong, is this my current strength? The main entry is wrong, but if there are dozens of small attacks in the sub-entry, it is actually a huge improvement for them in reality. After all, the so-called 5 scumbags have at most 5 points of attack power, right? A small attack in the 30s is quite a few war scumbags. In terms of talent, I will take it slowly in the future. After all, I only have so much physical strength every day. Shuangyue Kongying was helpless, and couldn't even buy stamina, so the resources were really insufficient in the early stage. It will be fine in the later stage. After all, as everyone gradually fills up, there will not be so much expenses. It's enough for Lord Tianli in the future. Now let's liberate this country and build a free city-state at the same time, Mond. Yura looked forward to Dressrosa with excitement in her eyes.
Master Tianli was watching from the side. She didn't want to disappoint him. After that, Eula jumped and landed directly on the surface of the sea. The eyes of the ice elemental god burst into light, and then the feet crystallized automatically, and when the sound of the pine song sounded, she walked towards Dressrosa step by step. P.S. Thunder God is a god. Among those demon gods who overwhelm mountains and seas, which one is weaker than Kaido, a green dragon fruit capable person? 011. The first battle of the Zephyr Knights, the world-famous Yura. Ask for flowers, review votes. 011. At the same time, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo also received a message from the intelligence agent. Mainly Mond's Zephyr Knights fleet, without the slightest cover-up. When I came here from Wanokuni before, I avoided the coastline and some ships along the way. After all, they can use pocket anchors to travel unlimitedly for supplies and so on. Naturally, there is no shortage of them. So it wasn't discovered by Doflamingo until they came to the Dressrosa coastline, mainly because the Knights of the West Wind didn't have any secret thoughts. Fooferfer, who is it? Doflamingo laughed arrogantly, but deep in his pupils there was seriousness. Because you must know that the strength of One Piece world is not as terrifying as imagined. Summit War, Marine is summoning 100,000 troops. And the number of people launched by Buster Call is about 800 to 1,000 people, 5 vice admirals, and 10 warships. Of course, those are the elite Marines. Buster Call's 10 warships and 1,000 soldiers are enough to destroy a country. As for the vice admirals of naval headquarters, each of them can compete with a small country, which is the horror of Buster Call. After all, the world government controls the world's top technology and the level of technological progress in the entire world, so the destructive power of their warships is far superior to that of ordinary pirates. But no matter what, even if these tens of thousands of soldiers are ordinary soldiers, they are still an extremely terrifying and powerful force. So Doflamingo's eyes were serious, but he didn't know that he was in trouble this time. After a while, Doflamingo's cadres and troops were all concentrated on the coastline of Dressrosa. Doflamingo is not a good person, but this is his base camp, and he is also the king here. Naturally, it is best to place the battlefield on the coastline. In fact, it can be seen from here that the protagonist of Straw Hat Crew has a halo. As the king of a country, if Doflamingo mobilizes the combat power of the entire country from the beginning, Straw Hat Crew will actually be very dangerous. Although the number of people is nothing to the top powerhouses, as a country, those heavy firepower, warships, etc. have accumulated a lot. If all these were brought out, the truth would appear under the artillery. With the strength of the Straw Hat crew at that time, it was difficult to survive. Today's Doflamingo is doing just that, moving out all the military power of the entire kingdom, with tens of thousands of soldiers holding muskets and driving cannons. And Doflamingo, with all his cadres, stood on a fort on the kingdom's coast. This is simply like a reduced version of Summit War, and this kind of movement can't be concealed. So it was exposed to the whole world immediately. A news bird in the sky was using a phone bug to broadcast the news here live. Naval Headquarters Marineford, Crane Vice Admiral stormed the Marshal's office. No Sengoku, something happened to Dressrosa. Advertisement. Afterwards, all senior executives above Marine Vice Admiral gathered in the Marshal's office to watch the live broadcast. On the sea of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, look at this. Wangwo, Red Hair pirates, and all the pirate forces have paid attention to this matter. After all, although the pirate world is chaotic, it is rare for tens of thousands of troops from both sides to break out into war. Because this is the era of great pirates, the great pirates that can mobilize tens of thousands of troops are basically at the Four Emperors level. Most of the pirates actually rely on their own power to cross the sea, so in a war of this scale, one of the parties is Shichibukai, which will naturally attract attention. Fufurfur, it seems that you have been underestimated. Doflamingo said coldly, coming towards his territory so openly. When did Shichibukai have no deterrent force? But what happened next shocked the whole world. I saw that above the sea, a figure was actually stepping on the sea. Every time you take a step, ice elements will grow under your feet, freezing the sea surface, and then you will walk step by step with graceful steps. The current Straw Hat Pirates, having just defeated Arlong, are on their way to the Grand Line. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Sanji's nose bleeds straight away. Eula's explosive figure, and that beautiful face, as well as her elegant temperament, really few people can stop it, at least Shuang Yukongian can't. Very strong. She is very strong. Zoro stared solemnly at the live broadcast of the phone bug, his eyes full of fighting intent, because when Eula rang the song, he thought Eula was a swordsman. The eyes of the whole world are now on this beautiful and elegant woman. Is he a capable person? Why isn't he afraid of sea water? A strong man I have never seen before dares to directly invade Doflamingo's territory, that is Shichibukai. Hiss. Look behind her. My god. Hundreds of warships, is this real? It is worth mentioning that because this is the world of pirates, when Shuangyu's troops are summoned, they will bring their own warships. It is not bad at all compared to Marine's dedicated battleships, and it also has powerful destructive power. Fufurfur, who are you? Doflamingo laughed and asked, his eyes full of seriousness, because he felt an extremely terrifying threat from Eula, a woman who was too beautiful. Eula looked at Doflamingo, and frowned involuntarily. People in this world are really strange, either they are huge in size, or they have strange looks. But she still returned to Doflamingo, and she raised the song Lie in her hand and shouted loudly. Advertisement. Mond Zephyr Knights, Splash Knight Yura. Her voice resounded throughout the world, and at the same time, people in the whole world heard the names of Mond and Zephyr Knights for the first time. Doflamingo frowned. Is there a place called Mond in the sea? What is the Zephyr Knights? Yura continued to speak. The Knights of the West Wind came here to liberate this suffering country, and then establish a free city-state Mond here. So you are Doflamingo, right? Fight me to a decisive battle. If you lose, please give up the ownership of this country and stop the persecution of the people in this country. Listening to Yura's words, countless people all over the world exclaimed in amazement. Is he the Revolutionary Army? This is what most people think, but the words of the Revolutionary Army shine brightly. If such a huge fleet is really like-minded people, that would be great. Are you a Revolutionary Army? Brother Ming said with an ugly face. Liberated countries have come to his Doflamingo territory, it is really arrogant. Unexpectedly, Yura shook her head with a serious face. No, I am the Knights of the Zephyr, Yura the Spray Knight. Hearing Yura's words, Doflamingo got angry and yelled. What Westwind Knights, I've never heard of it. He didn't think this young woman would be his opponent, so at the moment he activated the ability of String Fruit, wanting to kill Eula directly. But seeing that Eula's face didn't change, she raised Song Lai in her hand, and at the same time, a voice sounded from her mouth. Sneak attack. You don't have any chivalry at all, Yura has written this down. At the moment of speaking, Eula waved Song La lightly, and then a scene that shocked the world happened. Ultimate's physical output cut off Doflamingo's String Fruit in an instant. What? Doflamingo's face changed drastically. Even if his thread is a supreme sharp knife, if it doesn't turn into a black knife, don't even think about cutting it off. Frost. Eula yelled loudly, and swung the Song Lai in her hand suddenly, the blue ice element power exploded, forming a blue sword energy and attacking into the distance. Wherever it passed, the sea water and the ground were all solidified. Seeing this scene, Kuzan raised his eyebrows immediately. Is it an ice-type devil fruit? 012. Doflamingo retreats, Zephyr Knights shock the world. Ask for flowers, review votes. 012. Doflamingo burst out his own armament hockey, covering the string of String Fruit, barely blocking Yura's blow. But his complexion was not very good looking, because Eula's burst of strength was just an understatement, which put him under a lot of pressure. Fufurfur, how about it? Do you want to rely on one person to counter my Doflamingo? Brother Ming said so, with a serious expression on his face. Yura raised her hand and said to Doflamingo with a serious expression when the pine sound sounded. I am enough alone, this is the glory of the night. Hearing Eula's words, Brother Ming was furious, and then burst out his conqueror's haki, which instantly turned into a red light and rushed towards Eula. Seeing this scene, many people in the world were amazed. Is this the strength of a top powerhouse? Especially the Straw Hat Pirates, they have just defeated the dragon and have not yet entered the Grand Line. Seeing Brother Ming's strength at this time, they realize that they are still far behind. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates are open. Although they are weak now, they can grow to the level of 4 emperors in just a few years. Boom! Song Lai collided with the silk thread, and the shock wave from the attacks of the two swept away in an instant. And at this moment, the cadres under Doflamingo and the pirates also yelled and attacked everyone in the West Wind Knights. Seeing this scene, Chin on the battleship said in a deep voice. Knights of the West Wind, let the wind of freedom blow from today. As the sound of the piano fell, the Knights of the West Wind Knights, led by the title Knights, rushed directly towards the coast. The first to bear the brunt was Guya, who was seen holding a sacrificial sword, and then the ice elemental force all over his body exploded. Freeze! With a loud roar, Zhenjin Ningbing crossing the sea reappeared in the rivers and lakes, and the sacrificial sword in his hand, bursting out the power of ice elements, swept directly towards the entire coastline. This range far exceeded the performance in the game. The sea within a diameter of tens of meters was instantly frozen, forming a solid ice road. This is very similar to when Aokiji froze the Whitebeard tsunami. Of course, the power is not comparable. But if Shuang Yukongdiang fills up Gai's sub-levels in the future, and is equipped with a set of holy relics, then a freeze may be comparable to the Ice Age. Ice attribute again. What's going on? Even if there are still a few devil fruits related to ice attribute, they can't all be on these people, right? Naval headquarters, Aokiji said with a frown, like devil fruit related to ice attribute, there is snow fruit and so on. Advertisement. But not all of them belong to the Knights of the West Wind, so Aokiji is a little confused. What kind of devil fruit is this member of the Knights of the West Wind? As Guy freezes the sea, the title Knights of the Zephyr Knights, along with the ordinary Knights of the Zephyr Knights, fought against the pirates under Mingo and the soldiers of Dressrosa. Boom! With a loud noise, Pika, one of the 4 major cadres of the Mingo pirates, punched out. As a shishi fruit-capable person, the power he unleashed was terrifying. The power of the rock. Leader Chin, can someone give it to me? The maid Noelle looked at Pika and said to Captain Chin that she must work hard to gain the approval of Lord Tianli and Captain Chin, and then become a real title knight. Listening to Noelle's words, Captain Chin smiled slightly. Go Noelle, let them see your strength. The holy relic on Noelle is a set of 4-star gladiators, and the main entries are all correct. After all, the defense main entry is almost everywhere in the game of Yuenshin. Noelle, who was holding the great sword of West Wind, landed in front of Pika in an instant. Oh, a little girl. Even so, Pika attacked Noelle with all her might. Shuang Yukongdiang, who did not make a move on the battleship, watched this scene, and said expectantly. As Gundam coming, it's fine if Noelle doesn't make a move, but since she wants to prove herself, she will definitely go all out. Give it to me, Noelle said in a low voice. The hard armor was cast, and the whole body was instantly protected by a rock attribute shield. Is this the power of the rock? As a stone fruit capable user, Pika felt the familiarity of this power. But it's not over yet. I saw Noelle looking at the surrounding scene, countless ferocious pirates, these are not worthy of enjoying the breeze of freedom, so Noelle's eyes are full of determination. It's time to clean up the battlefield. Then the West Wind great sword in his hand was instantly entwined by the power of the terrifying rock element, and then directly formed a huge long sword tens of meters long. What the hell is this? Countless people were stunned seeing this scene, and what made them even more horrified was that Noelle kept waving such a huge rock sword energy in his hands. Every time it is swung, countless pirates are directly affected. Advertisement. Pika, the ability user of the stone fruit, the pirate with a bounty of 99 million, was hit hard in an instant. At the same time, other members of the West Wind Knights followed suit. With Amber's move of arrow rain, countless rockets fell from the sky, and the large-scale AoE damage instantly killed countless pirates. The result of the battle seemed to be beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing the cadres under him being defeated one by one, Doflamingo's eyes gradually became fierce. Who the hell are you? I am the 7 warlords of the sea. Aren't you afraid to face the wrath of the world government? It seems that he is really scared. After all, his property is in this country. If he is really captured by the West Wind Knights, he will lose everything. But at this time, the head of Chin didn't care about it. He looked at Doflamingo in front of him, and then the head of the sky blade suddenly lifted up. Swear by the sword. Then a gust of wind rose from under the feet, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, and a horrifying scene happened. The wounds on the West Wind Knights began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time their breathless physical strength began to recover. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Let's fight. Following Captain Chin's order, the members of the Zephyr Knights fighting in the Dandelion Wind do not have to worry about whether they will be injured at all. This is the sense of security from a nurse. Seeing this situation, many strong players watching the battle were talking to themselves. It seems that the battle is over. From the very beginning, the battle had already been determined to end. Facing so many powerful beings of the Zephyr Knights, Doflamingo had no power to fight back. Damn, damn, damn. At this moment, his signature laughter was gone, and he was obviously extremely angry, but he also knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would have to explain it here. Because Eula in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling, but Eula really had no right to use it. Because this is the future Mond, she doesn't want to destroy it too badly, otherwise, if the Sword of Light Descending is released, it can directly clean up the entire battlefield. Withdraw. Doflamingo gave an order, then grabbed all the cadres with silk threads, and quickly fled towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Captain Chin did not order the pursuit, but let the members of the Zephyr Knights enter the kingdom, preparing to clean up all the corrupt nobles and pirates in the kingdom, and rebuild the free city of Mond. Although the war ended easily, the shock to the world was more than that. After all, the strength displayed by the Knights of the West Wind was really terrifying. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to 013. Mond is officially established, following the will of Lord Barbados. Ask for flowers, review votes. 013. Naval Headquarters Marineford, inside the Marshal's office. Everyone, what do you think of this Zephyr Knights? Sengoku asked with a serious expression. Everyone looked at he Vice Admiral. After all, he Vice Admiral is Marine Staff Officer, and it is most appropriate for her to speak on such matters. First of all, in terms of strength, because they won by crushing Doflamingo, we can't analyze much. However, according to the limited information, the West Wind Knights are already powerful enough. Even if it is not as good as the Four Emperors, it is estimated that the difference is not too big. The few people who have taken action so far, the first Splash Rider Eula, this person's strength may have reached the level of the elite Vice Admiral or even Admiral in the headquarters. Others, at least the strength of the Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and the West Wind Knights obviously have a lot of people who haven't made a move yet. Hearing what Crane Vice Admiral said, everyone looked solemn. What happened to the sea? First, a rice wife appeared in Wanokuni, and now there is a Zephyr Knights. What are they trying to do? And unlike Wanokuni, Dressrosa is one of the member countries of the world government. Now that the Zephyr Knights have stolen the country, it is estimated that there will be orders from the Five Elders soon. Sure enough, while they were still discussing, Five Elders' phone bug called. Sengoku, send Marine Admiral into Dressrosa. The majesty of the world government is beyond reproach. How dare you steal a member country of the world government? There is no need for the Zephyr Knights to stay. Listening to what Five Elders said, everyone in Marine looked serious, because they knew that if they wanted to face the Zephyr Knights, Marine would need to exert a lot of strength. Justice is not to be trifled with, Marshal Sengoku, just let me go. Akainu stood up, and said with a serious face, although the Zephyr Knights are not pirates, their act of stealing a country, in Akainu's eyes, is actually almost like pirates. Sengoku thought about it, and indeed only Akainu was the most suitable, because the Zephyr Knights did not do evil. If Kizaru and Aokiji were to go, given their personalities, they might not go all out. That is Akainu, whose justice will not allow him to spare any opponent. In the end, Akainu headed for Dressrosa with 5 vice admirals from the headquarters and 20 warships. Advertisement. It can be said that this is a lineup that has surpassed the specifications of Buster Call, mainly the threat of the Zephyr Knights, and in the eyes of the naval headquarters, it is second only to the Four Emperors. If it is to face the Four Emperors group, Buster Call is certainly far from enough to watch. At the same time, within Dressrosa, the Knights of the West Wind officially entered here. In the palace, Shuang Yukongdiang and members of the West Wind Knights came here. Lord Tenri, the previous king of Dressrosa, King Riku, has arrived. Shuang Yukongdiang raised her eyebrows, thought for a while, and Shuang Yukongdiang said to Qin. From now on, the Knights of the West Wind will be the leaders of this country, so I will leave it to you to negotiate with the previous king. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Qin nodded immediately. As the acting head of the West Wind Knights, she actually handles most of Mond's affairs. Grand Commander Falger is not someone who likes to be in charge, otherwise he would not have personally led 4/5 of the West Wind Knights to the border. In the palace hall, all the title knights of the West Wind Knights were present, sitting on chairs on both sides. Eula, Guya, Dilik and so on. Shuang Yukongdiang is also among them. He will not deliberately hide his identity, but he will not publicize everywhere that he is the master of Dao's wife and Mond behind the scenes. As for Qin, he was sitting behind a table and chair in the middle, with the high throne behind him. Not long after, King Liku came to the palace. Returning to the palace after many years, his heart was a little complicated. But when he saw the situation in the palace, Riku Akoku was stunned. Head of the West Wind Knights, why don't you sit on the throne? It seems that King Liku is puzzled. Since he has already obtained this country, why not just sit on the throne and rule this country? But Qin smiled slightly, looked at King Liku and said. Mond is a free city-state, there is no king, and there are no so-called nobles. I am the head of the Zephyr Knights, and my responsibility from now on is to protect Mond and the people of Mond, not to become a king. Listening to Qin's words, King Liku was shocked. Their Dressrosa is not a small country. Advertisement. But there was no trace of greed in Qin's eyes, which shocked King Liku. He had never seen such a person. Next, King Liku asked many things, and at the same time learned from Qin's mouth what a free city-state is. Everyone is equal, no one will be oppressed, and everyone can have enough food. Is there really such a country? There was some yearning in King Liku's eyes. He was a good king, otherwise he would not have chosen to abdicate himself in order to avoid the war with Doflamingo and make the people suffer. In the end, King Liku said that he would watch what the Zephyr Knights did as an ordinary Mond citizen. If the Zephyr Knights use Dressrosa as a tool to make money one day, he will definitely bring all the warriors to rebel. Faced with King Riku's words, Qin smiled confidently. The Knights of the West Wind will carry out the will of Lord Fengshen. King Liku didn't know about Fengshen, it was only a kind of belief of Mond, but he didn't know that one day Fengshen would become a real existence. In this way, with the support of King Liku, the Zephyr Knights took over the entire Dressrosa, and at the same time officially renamed the entire kingdom to Mond. After Mond stood upright, the first thing he did was to abolish all kinds of slavery, at the same time disintegrate those dark transactions, and attack the nobles who had long deprived the common people. Under the deterrence of powerful force, Dressrosa completed the change in just a short time. At the same time, the wealth and resources accumulated by Doflamingo were also taken out to relieve the people and rebuild new homes. All of a sudden, the reputation of the West Wind Knights increased rapidly in this country. In this pirate world, the status and life of ordinary people are the most humble. Not every pirate is like the Straw Hats, who never robs ordinary people. 90% of pirates still rely on robbing and killing to survive, so the lives of ordinary people in this world are very dark. The appearance of the West Wind Knights was like a ray of light, illuminating their dim lives. Time passed day by day. These days Xuang Yukongdiang stayed in Mond all the time, and occasionally used the pocket anchor to go back to Daochi to have a look. But more time is actually spent on liver maps in the game, but with proficiency, he only needs to spend a few hours a day to plow through the entire game map. On this day, Xuang Yukongdiang was dreaming and studying hockey, the TVAT version compiled by Lay Movie .014. Hockey, taught by Ray Movie, against Marine Admiral Akainu. Ask for flowers, review votes. 014. What a magical power. It can actually increase the power of elemental power. Xuang Yukongdiang said in amazement that the power they got from TVAT was strong enough. As long as the level is full, coupled with a set of usable holy relics, and full weapons, it can barely match Admiral. Even if it is not as good as Admiral, it is still the level of Elite Vice Admiral or Substitute Admiral. If the character level, holy relic, and talent are all about the same, then it is a proper Admiral level. But I didn't expect to be able to become stronger, that is the Conqueror's Hockey of this world. The so-called Conqueror's Hockey is born, and it is said that only 1 in a million people can appear. However, under the analysis of Lay Movie, a set of Conqueror's Hockey driven by the Eye of God was actually formed. Conqueror's Hockey was originally formed because of human will and spirit. The God's Eye is actually a similar existence. The owners of the God's Eye have their own dreams or pursuits, so under special circumstances, they will attract the attention of the gods to obtain the God's Eye. This has something in common with Conqueror's Hockey, so as long as you have the God's Eye, you can learn this Conqueror's Hockey. Lay Movie said that if this power is learned, it will still be beneficial, at least it will pose a huge threat to the ability users in this world. Xuang Yukongdiang nodded. During the days when Mond was established, he had been pulling up the character level all the time. In addition to Yura, he has also raised the level of Captain Shin and D-Luke now. As for the holy relics, you can only let nature take its course. Anyway, every time you level up, you have to fight the world boss, and there are also weekly booklets. These will explode 5-star holy relics. After all, this is a reality, and it is not necessarily necessary to pursue exclusive suits. It is not impossible to use a set of gladiator or band suits for each person. Now he found that before everyone's level was raised, it was the most wasteful to expend physical energy to brush holy relics. It's better to use it to brush some breakthrough materials and the like. Because even if there is no holy relic, just filling up the characters and weapons can be compared to the Vice Admiral. If the talents are further pulled, the elite Vice Admiral will not have to run away, and the holy relics will just go with the flow. When they get together a set of holy relics, they can face Admiral like Eula. Now Xuang Yukongdiang himself, the strength has also changed a lot. After all, he has put a lot of resources on himself. The character level is 90, and the Fengying sword is 90. With the talent, the normal attack has already been maxed out. As for the skills, take your time. Relying on the 5-star gladiator he is wearing, he is now fighting with the Wind Eagle sword. That is the great swordsman in this world, a proper top powerhouse. Advertisement. It's just that he also discovered that he didn't know anything about fighting skills and swordsmanship, so these days, except when he was on the liver map, he was learning swordsmanship from Lay Movie. Who is Ray Movie? One of the demon gods who survived during the Demon God War. As the twin sister of the former Thor god Ball, she is a shadow fighter with very powerful combat power. It needs to be known that in the plot of the original gods, the War of the Demon Gods happened 3,000 years ago, so the gods like Lay Movie and the others who have experienced the War of the Demon Gods are at least several thousand years old. After thousands of years, even a pig can become a sperm, right? Not to mention Thor, who was originally the ceiling of combat power thousands of years ago. Moreover, there is no natural wear and tear in this world, so how powerful Thor and the 7 worlds are in power, in fact, even Thor himself does not know. After all, Lay Movie can also know the transformation posture in Joe Ben. It is necessary to know that Inazuma's Naginata, swordsmanship, and forging skills are all passed down by Lay Movie, which shows how powerful her kendo is. So it's just the teaching of these days. When the character is at level 90 and the normal attack talent is full, Xuang Yukongdiang is equivalent to a full level number starting to learn small skills, and the learning speed is terrifying. He has achieved a huge improvement in just a short period of time. According to Lay Movie, even if he is facing Kaido of the beasts at this time, it is not bad at all. However, Xuang Yukongdiang has been looking forward to a battle. After all, she has obtained such a powerful strength. If she doesn't use it, she will always feel that something is missing. But today the opportunity seems to have come. In Shuang Yukongdiang's mind, the sound of the piano sounded. Lord Tenri, Marine's warships are about to enter the Mond Sea area. They seem to be going to war with us. The leader is Marine Admiral Akainu. Listening to Qin's words, Shuang Yukongdiang's eyes sparkled. Isn't the opponent coming soon? At that moment, Shuang Yukongdiang stood up directly, and said to Lei Muvi, who was floating in the air and felt the power of the rules of this world. Ying, I'm going out for a while, and I'll bring you dumpling milk when I come back. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Ying revealed a smile. Careful. Listening to Lei Muvi's words, Shuang Yukongdiang smiled slightly, and then left the space of Meng Yixin in a flash. In reality, Shuang Yukongdiang had two swords hanging from her waist. One was the Fengying sword of level 50 or 90, and the other was a dream. If someone sees it, they will think that he is a swordsman with double swordsmanship, but in fact Shuang Yukongdiang is a swordsman with single swordsmanship. Qin, let the Zephyr Knights guard the coastline and block the Marines' shelling. Mond's territory cannot be destroyed. Shuang Yukongdiang's wind element circulated under his feet, and his whole body took off, flying towards the beach. Yes, Lord Tianli. Advertisement. Qin's voice sounded, and these characters can be connected with each other in their minds, so I know from Ying that Shuang Yukongdiang's strength is not weaker than that, so there is nothing to worry about. The most important thing is that the dream of Thor resides in Shuang Yukongdiang's waist. I am afraid that the legendary I Am will appear in this world, and no one can pose a threat to Shuang Yukongdiang. The Knights of the West Wind responded quickly, and then set up a defensive line on the coastline of Mond. Eula, Diluc and other knights with the title of the Knights of the West Wind were all ready to fight. They weren't afraid of Marine, but they didn't want the newly established Mond to go through the flames of war. As for Shuang Yukongdiang, he has come to the sea at this time, and at the same time saw 20 Marine warships in the distance. It seems that they stole Dressrosa and made the world government feel threatened, which is why Marine came so quickly. At the same time, on the Marine battleship, Akainu looked towards the sky, and his pupils shrank. He directly used Moonwalk to step into the air, and arrived in front of Shuang Yukongdiang not long after. Shuang Yukongdiang is wearing a purple kimono. At first glance she looks like a couple outfit with Lei Yingying. You are Wanokuni, shouldn't you be talking about Inazuma? Akainu asked in a deep voice. Wanokuni has changed its name to Inazuma, and even Kaido was defeated by an existence called General Thunder from Wanokuni. As Admiral, he naturally knows this. Dao wife Shuang Yukongdiang, met Marine Admiral. Shuang Yukongdiang said so, putting her hand on the Fengying sword at her waist. Akainu frowned, then said in a deep voice. This matter has nothing to do with Dao wife. You are not a member of the world government, so don't get involved in this kind of thing. Listening to Akainu's words, Shuang Yukongdiang smiled slightly. That's really embarrassing. We, Dao's wife, have just established diplomatic relations with Meng. From now on, we will advance and retreat together, sharing weal and woe. So for today, please Akainu Admiral to retreat. Hearing Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Akainu became angry. As a Marine Admiral, has he ever been like this? Since you are looking for death, then don't blame me. After speaking, Akainu made a direct move. If it were a few other admirals, maybe the first thing to do at this time would be to discuss, but Akainu made a direct move. 015. Squeeze Admiral Akainu, he only used a knife on me. Ask for flowers, review votes. 015. Great eruption. Akainu attacked directly, and terrifying magma spewed out instantly, even burning the seawater on the ground into volcanic rock. Lava fruit, it's really shocking to see it. Shuang Yukongdiang said to herself, and then her eyes flashed, and she suddenly pulled out the Fengying sword from her waist. Cut. When he swung it, a terrifying sword energy erupted directly, cutting off Akainu's attack in an instant. This is Great Swordsman. Akainu's pupils constricted. The number of great swordsmen in this world is rare, even including those who have passed away, there are only a handful of them. The ones alive are Hawkeye, Shanks, Vista, and more. Therefore, Akainu was a little surprised to see Shuang Yukongdiang displaying swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. It really is that Shuang Yukongdiang looks young, only 17 or 18 years old. Is he already a great swordsman at this age? That sword is not one of the 12 swords of the Supreme Sword, but it gives me a great sense of threat. Akainu thought to himself, this is the Wind Eagle Sword, an artifact of the physical one-handed sword. In this world of pirates, it is simply an extremely terrifying weapon. If Hawkeye gets this Wind Eagle Sword, it is estimated that Hawkeye's strength will double and explode. After all, the Wind Eagle Sword, which is full of precision and full level, is too much a bonus to the character. Therefore, the strength of Shuang Yukongdiang holding the Wind Eagle Sword is unimaginable, and Akainu will be his first opponent in this world. As expected of Marine Admiral Akainu, let's continue the battle. Shuang Yukongdiang's eyes shone brightly, and then directly displayed the swordsmanship that Lei Muvi taught him. Inazuma-style swordsmanship, cut. Inazuma's swordsmanship was handed down from Lei Muvi, like the Shenli Lu of the Shenli family, which was derived from it. As for the original version taught by Lei Muvi himself, its power is beyond doubt, and the figures of the two collided in the air in an instant. When the terrifying sword energy fell on the sea, it could even cut a huge gap of hundreds of meters, and the sea could not even heal for a long time. The vice admirals on the battleship were all stunned, and the Huo Shaoshan vice admiral who led them roared loudly. Bring the phone bug. Not long after, a phone bug came over, and he directly contacted Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. Moshi, I'm Sengoku. Huo Shaoshan said with a serious expression. Marshal Sengoku, something happened unexpectedly, and a strong man appeared from mundane, it seems to be from Inazuma. He started fighting with a Kainu admiral at this time, and he didn't lose the wind, and even faintly suppressed a Kainu admiral. Hearing Huo Shanshao's words, the phone bug showed a humanized look of shock. Although Akainu has an extreme personality, his strength is beyond doubt. But at this time, he was blocked by a guy who appeared suddenly, and it was from Dao Wife. Could it be that this Mond has something to do with Dao Wife? Huo Shaoshan then repeated what Shuang Yukongying said just now. Has Daozu established diplomatic relations with Manged? Shuang Yukongying, I'll ask Daozu's intelligence personnel to look up this name. Tell Akainu, retreat first, there is still a Spray Knight Eula on Mond's side, plus Shuang Yukongying who is fighting with Akainu, that is the guaranteed combat power of 2 admirals. If Mond still has hidden combat power, Akainu will be in danger. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Huo Shaoshan also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he immediately let the warship release the signal to make Akainu admiral retreat. If Marine Admiral is really damaged here, the whole world will be in turmoil, so we can only retreat first, find out about Mond and Daozuma, and then act. At this time, Akainu was also full of a grieved face, because he couldn't shake the kid Shuang Yukongying, and at such a young age, he had the strength to counter and even suppress himself. You must know this kind of pressure, he has only felt it from the 4 emperors. Seeing the evacuation signal on the battleship, although he was not reconciled, Akainu was not an idiot. A Shuang Yukongying can resist him, if there is another Eula, I am afraid that he will not be able to leave today. Shuang Yukongying, you Daokyu have to give the world government an explanation. After speaking, Akainu directly turned into magma and flew towards the marine battleship. Shuang Yukongying didn't chase after him, although he learned the armament hockey improved by Lei movie, which can add elemental power to it, bursting out even more terrifying power. But if the Logia fruit ability user wants to leave, it is really difficult to intercept, unless Eula and others stand up and surround them at this time. But that would be against the spirit of chivalry. Eula and the others are real people with their own personalities and thoughts. Of course, Shuang Yukongying can't let them do things against their will. Phew, it seems that fighting is the best way to exercise. After fighting Akainu, I have a deeper understanding of Inazuma's swordsmanship. Shuang Yukongying said to himself, then turned and left, and at the same time his voice resounded on the sea. Advertisement. Shadow, what flavor of dumpling milk do you want? The dream at the waist trembled, as if responding to Shuang Yukongying. Yes, I know, you need one for each flavor, right? At the same time, Akainu left the sea area of Mond, and a golden flash fell on the battleship, officially Admiral Kizaru. He was sent by Sengoku. He was sent by Kizaru because he was afraid of Mond's men. Even Sakazuki was suppressed. Listening to Kizaru's beating words, Akainu was rarely angry, but said solemnly. Take me back to the headquarters, I have key intelligence reports. Kizaru was stunned for a moment, but without delay, he led Akainu into a golden light and headed towards naval headquarters. Not long after, the two returned to naval headquarters and went directly to Marshal Sengoku's office, Akainu said with a serious expression. That guy is called Shuang Yukongying, he has the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, and Grandmaster Armament Hockey, and Observation Hockey, I guess Conquerors probably also, because he gave me a sense of authority similar to red hair. It's just that his armed color is a bit weird, and it seems to have the breath of thunder. Listening to Akainu's words, everyone looked serious, only Garp was eating donuts heartlessly. Sakazuki, how strong is he? Listening to Marshal Sengoku's words, Akainu was silent for a while, and then spoke solemnly. He has 2 knives around his waist, and the pattern on the knives doesn't look simple. It shouldn't be for decoration. He may be a 2-sword swordsman. But with a knife, I was tightly restrained. If I continue to fight, I don't know if I can win. As soon as this remark came out, the pupils of the audience contracted, and even Garp took it seriously. Suspected to be a swordsman with 2 swords, but he suppressed Admiral Akainu with only 1 sword. It's really scary, young people nowadays. Kizaru said to himself. At this time, Crane Vice Admiral also walked in, waving the information in his hand at the same time. I found the identity information of Shuang Yukongying. 016. Shuang Yu is famous in the sky, Sabayati Archipelago. Ask for flowers, review votes. 016. If Shuang Yukongying was here, he would probably laugh out loud, the people from naval headquarters might be Daihua. He is not a double sword style, but a pure 1-sword style. If he is full of dreams, it is not for decoration. It's just to feed some god with a sweet tooth at any time. After all, Ye Shenzi said that if Thor couldn't eat the milk of dumplings, he would cry, so pitiful. Everyone looked at He Vice Admiral, and He Vice Admiral said while holding the information in his hand. Shuang Yukongying, a direct descendant of the Wanokuni Shuangyu family, was reduced to the seastone mine because of the Kurozumi snake. But it seems that he has been forbearing all the time. A few days ago, General Raiden turned out to defeat Kaido with 1 move, and at the same time split Onijima in half. Then Daozuma was established in Wanokuni and became Daozuma's new general. The world called him General Thunder, and this Shuang Yukongying became Daozuma's name. Hearing what Crane Vice Admiral said, everyone gasped. Inazuma Daimyo. If this is placed in other countries, it will be a proper prime minister level figure, which can be regarded as a high level figure. It's just that I didn't expect this daimyo to have such a powerful strength. But if you think about it carefully, didn't Kazuki Oden, the daimyo of Wanokuni Kuri, also have extremely powerful strength? Not weaker than any general-level powerhouse. In this way, the establishment of diplomatic relations he said should be true. After all, as Daozuma's daimyo, these words should represent Daozuma's will. Sengoku said so. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone nodded and then got a headache. The task of the world government is to regain the kingship of Dressrosa and make it a member country of the world government again. But not to mention Mond's own strength, at this time there is an extra Dao wife as an ally. This is no longer an opponent that Marine is willing to face. Marine's task is mainly to deal with pirates, and the words of Mond and Inazuma do not belong to the category of pirates. Do you really want to go all out for them, regardless of the pirates in the sea? After all, in Sengoku's view, Inazuma and Mond are already strong enough on the bright side at this time. One shot kill Kaido's General Thunder. Suppress Akainu Admiral's Shuangyu Kongying. And Yura who knocked Doflamingo off with ease. For these three alone, at least several admirals must be dispatched to compete. Even the Raiden General couldn't take a closer look at how powerful she was, and even Garp didn't dare to say whether he could handle it, so Sengoku had a headache at this time, and finally had to choose to report to the five elders. Anyway, just a word, our marine is useless. If you still want to attack, then please send someone from the world government. Advertisement. At the same time, what neither marine nor the world government expected was that the battle between Shuangyu Kongying and Akainu was caught by the news birds. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. In a hidden place, Mozgen looked at the news in his hand, his eyes were full of excitement. It didn't take long for a piece of news to spread everywhere along with newspapers all over the world. Open black lens bracket shock. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu fought against Shuangyu Kongying, the daimyo Inazuma, and was successfully repelled by him, and Admiral Akainu fled. Close black lens bracket. How powerful is Inazuma daimyo? Suspected to be a swordsman with 2 swords, but he managed to repel Admiral Akainu with just 1 sword. Close black lens bracket. Inazuma's daimyo appeared in Mond, suspected to have established diplomatic relations with Mond, has Inazuma, who has been secluded for many years, finally found a country. Close black lens bracket. One piece of news caused a sensation in the world, and after Kaido was defeated, Inazuma's name resounded across the sea again. In the first half of the Grand Line, Luffy and others who had just entered the Grand Line also saw this news. Swordsman. He's a swordsman. Zoro looked at Shuangyu Kongying in the newspaper with sparkling eyes, wearing a purple kimono, wearing a pair of knives around his waist, and smiling at Admiral. He looked like a strong man. See Gui. But is Admiral very strong? Luffy was shocked first, and then tortured his soul again. Listening to his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and Nami punched Luffy directly. Stupid Luffy. Admiral is the highest combat power in Marine. Every admiral has the combat power to easily destroy a country. Listening to Nami's words, Luffy suddenly realized. And Zoro said abruptly, Luffy, let's go to Mond. I'm going to challenge this Inazuma daimyo. Listening to Zoro's words, Luffy immediately covered the straw hat on his head, then laughed and said. Then, let's go. Shuangyu Kongying didn't know at this time that she had actually become the target of Straw Hat Crew's challenge. At this time, Shuangyu Kongying is accompanying Lei Mubi in her dreams. Eat slowly, no one will grab you. Shuangyu Kongying looked at Lei Yingying with bulging cheeks, and said amusedly. Although she looks elegant and dignified, she can tell from her bulging cheeks how much Lei Mubi likes dumpling milk. After pondering for a while, Shuangyu Kongying said to Lei Mubi. Why don't you come out with me for a walk? Listening to Shuangyu Kongying's words, Lei Mubi was stunned. Advertisement. But Shuangyu Kongying continued to speak. Don't worry so much. I don't know much about this world except some places. You don't need to keep yourself locked in your dream to study this world. In fact, Shuangyu Kongying discovered that Lei Mubi is curious about this world. In this world, she doesn't need to worry about wear and tear, and she doesn't need to worry about Dao's wife's eternity. But because of Shuangyu Kongying, she wants to know more about this world, to ensure that Shuangyu Kongying will not encounter any threatening things. Now hearing what Shuangyu Kongying said, Lei Mubi was silent for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Good. In this way, Shuangyu Kongying told Chin and the others to rebuild Mond and take Lei Mubi out for a walk. After the two left Dressrosa, if they want to go to the first half of the Grand Line, they need to go to the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island at 10,000 meters under the sea is not only interesting to Shuangyu Kongying, but even Lei Mubi is very interested. And the two of them didn't use their own strength to go Luffy, but got a small boat and sailed slowly on the sea. But if you want to enter the Fishmen Island, you need to go to the coating, so the first stop of their trip should be Sabayati Archipelago. Before Luffy and the others came to make a big fuss, it was the largest entertainment trade place in One Piece world, because whether it was New World or a paradise, this place was a transit point. Here, is this the Sabayati Archipelago? At the port, 2 figures in purple kimonos appeared here. One is Shuangyu Kongying and the other is Lei Mubi. The clothes on both of them are extremely rare Wanokuni style, so they have attracted the attention of many people, most of them are pirates. Although this place is prosperous, it is also the darkest and most chaotic place, just because it is called the Island of Departure and Failure. Shadow. Let's find the milk dumpling first. Shuangyu Kongying said with a smile to Lei Mubi beside him. The inventory in Mengmeng Yixin is running out, so what the two of them have to do now is to buy. Ying nodded gently. This is the biggest difference between him and the general. General Lei Dian is a puppet after all, and that is true indifference. Now this is the real Ray movie, of course, this kind of smile, other people can't see it. I also want to bring some gifts for everyone. Speaking of which, the two of us can play around, but everyone is busy. Shuang Yukongdiang said embarrassingly. After all, Dao Wife and Mond had too many things to rebuild, especially the head of Qin, Judiao Shiluo, Coral Palace Shinhai and others, were simply the busiest people. Shuang Yukongdiang thought for a while, she can take Qiqi out for a walk later. As a zombie, she has been stuck in her childhood, so she should take a good look at this world. And Sabayati Archipelago is a huge amusement park, Qiqi should like it, right? 017. Celestial Dragons attack Qiqi, the murderous Shuang Yukongdiang. Ask for flowers, review votes. 017. When Shuang Yukongdiang brought Lei movie into the Sabayati Archipelago, she also summoned Qiqi. Because Qiqi is a zombie, her memory is very poor, so she carries a notebook with her, which will record all kinds of important things, that is, when she loses her memory, she can still not forget important things. But when Qiqi came to Shuang Yukongdiang and Lei movie through the pocket anchor, Qiqi looked at Shuang Yukongdiang and said with a tilted head. Qiqi remembers you, Lord Tianli. Hearing Qiqi's words, Shuang Yukongdiang was also taken aback, because Keqing told herself that Qiqi's memory is really bad, and she would often get lost when she was a wife. But I didn't expect that she could remember herself. From this point of view, it should be the reason of the system. Shuang Yukongdiang held Qiqi's hand, with a gentle smile on her face. Qiqi, let's go play, shall we? Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Qiqi nodded repeatedly, and then looked around curiously. In this way, the three of them walked towards the Sabayati archipelago. In this scene, they looked like a family of three. Wow, so many people. Looking at the scene in front of her, Qiqi exclaimed, but her voice was very soft, as if she had no emotion, but the obvious flickering eyes told Shuang Yukongdiang that Qiqi was very excited at this moment. The origin of Qiqi is very tragic. She used to be an ordinary boy collecting medicines, but because of a chance encounter with the war between immortals and demon gods, she was affected. Then it was sealed in the lake by the fairy with fairy art, and finally turned into a zombie. Zombies are usually ordered to act by orders, but Qiqi has reached the point where she gives orders to herself. She is a very special zombie. When she was in the Tivat world, she lived in Bubulu, but in fact Bai Shu had a purpose in taking Qiqi in, because Bai Shu had been pursuing longevity. But now it is different. Now that we have arrived in this world, it is a brand new beginning, and as time goes by, the more and more perfect Tivat world will come. After entering the Sabayati archipelago, even Lei Mubi is in high spirits. Although she was pretending to be aloof, Shuang Yukongdiang could clearly see that when Lei Mubi saw those sweets, his whole body was glowing. If Ye Shenzi was here, it would probably be some yin and yang flirting again, right? Qiqi wants to play there. Qiqi pointed to a direction in the distance and said that there was a huge square with various balloons on it. Shuang Yukongdiang said to Qiqi as he watched Lei Mubi going straight towards the dessert stand. Let's go, Qiqi, and be careful. Shuang Yukongdiang is not worried about Qiqi's safety, because Qiqi is a zombie and has the setting of invulnerability. Advertisement. Secondly, Qiqi is holding a Jingwu sacrificial sword, and at the same time is wearing a set of protective heart suit left over from the insulation book. The defensive holy relic, coupled with the zombie's physique, unless it is the existence of Vice Admiral or higher, otherwise it is really impossible for Qiqi to break through the defense. Although there are many pirates in this Sabayati archipelago, the pirates comparable to Vice Admiral have at least a bounty of over 100 million. This kind of pirate is not Huxia cabbage, nor can it be seen everywhere. At the moment, Qiqi walked towards the playground in the distance with slightly stiff steps, while Shuang Yukongdiang came to Lei Mubi. For nothing else, many people must know that the three gods could not make up a Mora. So if he doesn't follow, Lei Mubi won't even be able to pay. But Shuang Yukongdiang didn't expect that he just wanted to have a good time, but there would always be troubles. After Qiqi came to the playground full of balloons, he took out the Bailey that Shuang Yu gave him, and was about to have fun. But at this moment, the audience instantly fell silent. God, the celestial dragons are here. Accompanied by an exclamation, everyone present, whether they were pirates or ordinary people, all knelt on the ground. Everyone was in a cold sweat, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads, just because the people who came were celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are the nobles of the world, they are the gods of this world, and they must not be offended. If anyone dares to offend celestial dragons, Marine will directly issue Buster Call, and even dispatch Admiral. Under normal circumstances, even the four emperors dare not easily deal with celestial dragons. Because as long as you move the celestial dragons, the pursuit of the world government will be endless. The four emperors may not be afraid, but they are very troublesome. So if you encounter celestial dragons, you usually make a direct detour. When all the people in the audience knelt down to greet him, there was a very abrupt figure. That was Qiqi, who was standing in place. At this moment, Qiqi was still staring at the balloon in front of her, with a dull and cute appearance, as if she was thinking about where she would climb up later. A figure whose head was covered by transparent glass was riding a slave towards here. Beside him, members of the CP organization followed, looking around vigilantly. The members of the CP organization who follow celestial dragons are all powerful members of Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, and each has the strength to hunt and kill tens of millions of pirates. And even if there is no one around celestial dragons to protect them, no one dares to do anything to celestial dragons. This is the status of celestial dragons in this world. Huh, the great god has descended, and she still dares to stand. Celestial dragons looked at Chi-Chi who was standing there in a daze, a cold light flashed in his eyes, then he raised the gun in his hand and pointed it directly at Chi-Chi. Boom. Accompanied by a gunshot, the bullet was shot out instantly. Amidst the terrified expressions of countless people, the bullet hit Chi-Chi. Advertisement. Oh, Chi-Chi uttered a cry of surprise, and directly fell to the ground, touching her head with an aggrieved expression. Of course, this shot did no harm to Chi-Chi, and he didn't even feel the pain, but Chi-Chi felt a little aggrieved when he couldn't stand the depression of being suddenly attacked. And at the moment when the celestial dragons shot, Xuanyu Kongying and Lei Muvi, who were 2 streets away, raised their heads instantly. The observation hockey was released and swept away in the direction of the gunshots. Xuanyu Kongying and Lei Muvi's expressions turned cold instantly. Court death. Killing intent boiled in Shadow's eyes, and Xuanyu Kongying's figure flew out instantly. After thinking about it for a while, Ying turned into a thunderbolt and returned to the pure land of Yixin where the dream was. At this time, celestial dragons looked at Chi-Chi who fell on the ground, his eyes were full of surprise. There's nothing wrong with it. Interesting, ha ha ha, I want this slave. That pariah, hurry up and kneel down to the great god and become my slave. Celestial dragons said arrogantly that the CP organizations around him were about to move, because Chi-Chi could block bullets, which meant that they were powerful. The celestial dragons threatened to use force if their orders are not followed. But at this moment, a purple thunder flashed, and then everyone saw a figure appearing beside Chi-Chi. Wow, Xuanyu Kongying squatted halfway, picked up Chi-Chi, sat on her left arm, and patted her head. Does Chi-Chi hurt? Xuanyu Kongying asked gently, but the murderous intent in her eyes was boiling to the extreme. During this time in this world, Xuanyu Kongying has never shown any killing intent towards anyone. Even for a Kainu who came with Buster Call at that time, Xuanyu Kongying was all smiles, and didn't even think about killing a Kainu directly. But it's different now, bringing Lei Muvi and Chi-Chi here to play for a while, unexpectedly causing Chi-Chi to be attacked, which made Xuanyu Kongying feel a little guilty, but more angry. Chi-Chi is fine, but that person is disgusting. Chi-Chi smells very, very stinky from his body. Chi-Chi's expression is still dull, because she is a zombie, she has lost a lot of emotions, but in fact, in Xuanyu Kongying's view, Chi-Chi has not lost her emotions, but she is unable to express her emotions because of a zombie body. Xuanyu Kongying let Chi-Chi sit on the crook of her left arm, then slowly stood up and looked at the celestial dragons. The people from the CP organization instantly blocked Xuanyu Kongying, and at this time a person from the CP organization recognized Xuanyu Kongying. 018. Holding daughter Chi-Chi, one-handed confrontation with Admiral Kizaru. Ask for flowers, review votes. 018. I saw this member of the CP organization looking at Xuanyu Kongying with cold sweat on his face. Inazuma Daimyo, Xuanyu Kongying. No wonder they were so nervous, because Xuanyu Kongying had fought a Kainu before. He even suppressed a Kainu by himself, and looked at the 2 knives on Xuanyu Kongying's waist. As a swordsman with 2 swords, he actually suppressed Admiral Akainu with just 1 knife. Facing such enemies, it would be a lie if the people in the CP organization were not nervous. Seeing the murderous intent in Xuanyu Kongying's eyes, the leader of the CP organization said in a deep voice. Xuanyu Kongying, what do you want to do? The person in front of you is Master Celestial Dragons, the god of this world. Quickly retreat, otherwise, all of you Daokyu will suffer disaster. Hearing the CP organization's words, Xuanyu sneered at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the celestial dragons behind the members of the CP organization spoke. Hey, damned untouchable, don't hurry up and kneel down and offer up that little girl with yellow paper on her head. If a slave of this quality is brought back, they will envy me, right? The celestial dragons said to Xuanyu Kongying that they never knew the powerful people in this world, even the 4 emperors they would not pay attention to. Because in the thinking of celestial dragons, they are the gods of this world, no one can resist them, even if the 4 emperors offend them, they can directly order Marine to destroy the 4 emperors at all costs. Listening to celestial dragon's words, the people from the CP organization almost scolded her, but looked at Xuanyu Kongying warily. Xuanyu Kongying didn't speak, but said softly to Chi-Chi in her arms. Chi-Chi, let's close our eyes and play a game. Although Chi-Chi is a zombie, she should not be afraid of killing people, but in the eyes of Xuanyu Kongying, Chi-Chi is just a child, so it is better not to watch the bloody scenes. Well, I understand, Lord Tianli. Chi-Chi nodded obediently, then curled up in the crook of Xuanyu Kongying's left arm, and slowly closed her eyes. Xuanyu Kongying's right hand pulled out her Jing Wufeng Eagle sword from her waist, and a burst of Conqueror's Haki exploded. What? Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, Xuanyu Kongying's Conqueror's Haki contained the element of thunder, and its power might be that redheads would be willing to bow down. At present, Xuanyu Kongying has mastered 3 elemental energies, namely wind, rock, and thunder. The best one to use is of course thunder. After all, the god of thunder is by his side, and the use of thunder elements is naturally powerful with the teaching of the god of thunder. Xuanyu Kongying, what do you want to do? The person from the CP organization shouted in horror. But before his threatening words appeared, Xuanyu Kongying's whole body flashed with lightning, and then he disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was in front of the celestial dragons. Seeing the terrified eyes of celestial dragons, Xuanyu Kongying's indifferent voice sounded. Advertisement. Sure enough, Although I already knew that you were scumbags, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I really couldn't suppress the killing intent in my heart. The moment the voice fell, with the Wind Eagle sword waving, 5 sword chi burst out, and the head and limbs of the celestial dragons were cut off in an instant. There was still disbelief in his pupils. Obviously he couldn't understand. How could he be killed by a pariah? Silence. The audience was silent. Whether it is the residents of Sabayati Archipelago or the pirates, they are all terrified at this time. God, the celestial dragons are dead. Someone exclaimed. Run, run away, it's over, the whole Sabayati Archipelago is going to be over. Unbelievable, he actually dared to kill celestial dragons, Shuang Yukongying. Really a lunatic. The people in the CP organization trembled, the celestial dragons died in front of them, and they couldn't live anymore. Seeing the members of the CP organization who attacked him, Shuang Yukongying's eyes were full of indifference, and just waved the Fengying sword in his hand, and these members of the CP organization were instantly killed. The celestial dragons were killed, which means that Admiral will definitely come, and in terms of Marine's lineup, the first person to arrive should be Kizaru. Shuang Yukongying is not afraid at all, after all, there is still a Thor in her dream. With a wave of his hand, the conqueror's haki erupted, blowing away all the corpses present, not even the bloodline. Chi-Chi, you can open your eyes now, Shuang Yukongying said with a smile. Chi-Chi opened her eyes immediately. As a zombie, she had a poor memory. At this time, she had already forgotten about the celestial dragons before. Instead, she looked at the balloon behind Shuang Yukongying, her eyes full of yearning. Chi-Chi wants to play with that. Listening to Chi-Chi's words, Shuang Yukongying still had a gentle smile on her face, and walked over with Chi-Chi in her arms. Okay, then I'll play with Chi-Chi. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Chi-Chi spoke indifferent but grateful words. Yeah, thank you, Lord Tianli. In this way, in this empty square, Shuang Yukongying was not afraid of the coming admiral, but instead let Chi-Chi go to the playground to play first. At the same time, the moment Shuang Yukongying killed the celestial dragons, the world government and marine got the news. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, 5 elders shattered the table in front of him with a punch, and then shouted loudly. Damn Shuang Yukongying, he didn't count on blocking Akainu last time, yet he dared to kill celestial dragons. Although Shuang Yukongying blocked Akainu last time, 5 elders worried that he could defeat Kaido's Thor, so they didn't refuse to issue a warrant for Shuang Yukongying. But this time is different. Killing celestial dragons, is this a declaration of war on the world government? Notify Marine that the majesty of the world government cannot be trampled on, and let them go all out to kill Shuang Yukongying on the spot. Advertisement. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone dare to attack celestial dragons in the future? Several 5 elders said so, and Sengoku on Marine's side just hung up the phone with 5 elders, his eyes were full of helplessness. This Shuang Yukongying is really a dangerous person. He dared to attack celestial dragons. At this time, it is impossible not to make a move, and the strength of Shuang Yukongying requires at least 2 admirals to win. At that moment, Sengoku looked at the marine executives present and said in a deep voice. Kizaru takes a step ahead and blocks Shuang Yukongying. Akainu and Aokiji followed closely, and the 3 admirals dispatched. This time, Shuang Yukongying must be taken down, knowing that the majesty of the world government cannot be trampled. Listening to Sengoku's words, the 3 admirals of Marine stood up abruptly. Even Kizaru took it a little seriously, because the strength of Shuang Yukongying was already well known to Marine after being certified by Akainu. This is a formidable enemy, not even weaker than the 4 emperors, so they can't help but be careless. Kizaru turned into a golden light at that moment, heading towards Sabayati Archipelago at the speed of light. The speed of light is unimaginable, so it didn't take long for Kizaru to reach the Sabayati Archipelago. Buzz. A ray of golden light stopped in the air, and it turned into the main body, which looked exactly like Kizaru. Shuang Yukongying looked up, and then saw Kizaru's appearance. He really looked wretched, and Admiral's height was really scary. 7-7. Shuang Yukongying called out, and Chi-Chi walked over obediently. Shuang Yukongying hugged Chi-Chi in the crook of her left arm, although Chi-Chi was not hurt by the celestial dragon's hit just now. But Shuang Yukongying clearly sensed the confusion in Chi-Chi's heart. Although Chi-Chi is a zombie, she did not harm humans, and even protected humans and guarded Liyue port. The human attacked Chi-Chi just now, which made Chi-Chi somewhat incomprehensible. Why did they attack herself? You must know that except for Hu Dao, Chi-Chi has a good impression of almost all human beings. So Shuang Yukongying didn't directly put Chi-Chi into Dream Yixin, but brought Chi-Chi with her. It's scary. Daozuma's name is Shuang Yukongying. Killing the celestial dragons and not escaping, there's still time to be here. Are you going to the amusement park with your daughter? It seems that the old man is really underestimated. Have you ever felt the feeling of being kicked by the speed of light? Although Kizaru said it was scary, he didn't hesitate at all when he shot. Obviously he was serious at this time. A golden light disappeared in place, and when Kizaru reappeared, he was in front of Shuang Yukongying. The right leg turned into golden light, and it was like a lightsaber slashing towards Shuang Yukongying. And Shuang Yukongying held Chi-Chi with her left arm bent, and her right hand held the Wind Eagle sword full of essence, blocking Kizaru's blow lightly. 019. Head to the red line, where the whole world is focused. Ask for flowers, review votes. 019. Boom. With a loud noise, the attacks of the two collided in the air. Horrific shock waves swept away, and the surrounding houses were even uprooted. Although this scene was not as terrifying as the Conqueror's entanglement and collision, it was also a collision from top powerhouses. Ah! Chi-Chi exclaimed, and covered the yellow paper on her head with her hands, for fear that the yellow paper would fly out directly. This yellow paper is what Chi-Chi himself ordered for himself. Speaking of being a zombie, Chi-Chi can use pure fairy art, which is very strange no matter how you look at it. This is the favor from the fairy. After all, Chi-Chi died unexpectedly and turned into a zombie at the beginning because of Zhenjin Luyun and Borrowing Wind and others. Looking at the appearance of Chi-Chi in his arms, Xuanyu Kongying smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about Kizaru in front of him. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's mouth twitched immediately. It's terrible, is this old man being ignored? After all, Xuanyu Kongying actually held a child, fought with himself with one hand, and even had the time to tease the child in his arms, which made Kizaru feel a little angry. Amazon Cloud Sword. With a loud roar, Kizaru condensed the golden photons into a sword of light, and then Kizaru directly began to compete with Xuanyu Kongying in sword skills. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the two kept colliding in the air, and at the same time, the figures of the two also turned into afterimages, constantly flickering in the air on the ground of the Sabayati archipelago. Wherever they passed, the ground was full of pits and pits from the aftermath of the battle between the two. A figure in the distance was watching the battle in the field, his eyes were full of disbelief. That Xuanyu Kongying is only 16 or 17 years old, but she has such great strength, holding a child in her arms, and can calmly deal with Kizaru, it's unbelievable. This person is Pluden Rayleigh, who has been living here in seclusion, naturally knows what happened here. So there was some wonder in his eyes. You must know that even the Roger pirates never killed celestial dragons. For so many years, celestial dragons has always been aloof. Except for the original rocks, there are really few people who dare to kill celestial dragons blatantly. But he didn't expect to see her today, and Xuangyu's identity as the daimyo's wife made him very curious. Wanokuni, it shouldn't be called Inazuma, this place is really rich in strong people. Advertisement. The original Kazuki Oden was also so powerful, although not as good as Roger and Whitebeard, but you must know what the original Roger and Whitebeard were. At that time, Whitebeard was not yet old, and Roger was about to become One Piece, both of which belonged to the peak period. Kazuki Oden's strength at that time was not as good as Whitebeard and Roger, but it was second only to them. Even Kaido was not Kazuki Oden's opponent. But Kazuki Oden is a fool, he can compete against Kaido, even if he can't beat the two, he will maintain a balance, but it is extremely stupid to expect a pirate to keep his promise. The battle is still going on, which makes Kizaru feel more and more aggrieved. Because he found that there was nothing he could do with Xuanyu Kongying, and that Xuanyu Kongying actually had a speed not weaker than his own, which made him unbelievable. As this Logia's thunder fruit. It's not weaker than mine. It seems that there aren't many fruits that can match it except thunder fruit. Kizaru said so. But Xuanyu Kongying didn't answer. He is not a person with fruit ability, this is from the use of thunder element power. After all, this is reality, and naturally it will not be restricted by several skills in the game. Master Tianli, Chi-Chi is sleepy. Chi-Chi said with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, the corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and he couldn't even hold the Amazono cloud sword firmly. The accumulated battles just now even destroyed half of an island. Under this kind of battle, this child with yellow paper on his head can actually sleep, got it. Then Chi-Chi, go to sleep. While blocking Kizaru's attack, Xuanyu Kongying said to Chi-Chi who was in her arms. It even released a gust of wind element, wrapping Chi-Chi gently, so that the sound from outside would not disturb the sleeping Chi-Chi. And at this moment, two elemental figures flew from a distance. One is ice, the other is magma. It was the three admirals of Marine, and Pluden Rayleigh's eyes were heavy when he saw this scene. Among the three admirals, even one of the four emperors can only choose to run away, and there is also a Kizaru who is good at speed, and he is in a desperate situation. What a frightening young man, he has fought Kizaru with this posture until now. Aokiji looked at Xuanyu Kongying in front of him, his eyes were full of solemnity, because he also noticed Chi-Chi in Xuanyu Kongying's arms. This is especially true for Akainu, because he has already fought against Xuanyu Kongying once. Xuanyu watched the three admirals gather together, and knew that it was pointless to continue fighting like this. Although he can summon Thor, he can still defeat the three admirals. But compared to this, Xuanyu Kongying has one more thing he wants to do. He treats all the characters he summons as family members. Advertisement. Kizaru said that Chi-Chi is his daughter, which is true, so just because the celestial dragons dared to attack Chi-Chi just now, Xuanyu Kongying would not let them go. So Xuanyu Kongying looked at the sky and said softly. Celestial dragons. Huh. The moment the voice fell, Xuanyu Kongying turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place. At the same time, he drove the wind element to accelerate himself, and the whole person flew in one direction at a speed faster than Kizaru. Are you going to run away? The three admirals were taken aback, and Kizaru was even more amazed at Xuangyu's flying speed. But looking at the direction in which Xuanyu Kongying left, Aokiji suddenly thought of something. Wait, that direction is the direction of the red line. Listening to Aokiji's words, both Kizaru and Akainu's faces changed drastically. As expected, at this time, the phone bug on Kizaru's body rang. Quick, go to the red line, Xuanyu Kongying is heading for the Holy Land Mariajoy. Listening to Sengoku's words, the faces of the three admirals were all heavy. This time, something big might happen. At the same time, when Xuanyu flew towards the red line, the story of Sabayati archipelago spread throughout the world. Morgan's news birds are all over the sea, so there's no news they don't know about. Big news, big news. Mozgan looked at the information in his hands and trembled with excitement. This time, his own news will definitely shake the sea. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the sea, and countless pirates and countries were shocked by it. Open black lens bracket Inazuma Daimyo Shuangyu Kongying strikes again, Sabayati Archipelago beheads celestial dragons, even cuts off its limbs, and at the same time firmly forces Admiral Kizaru not to lose the wind, and even calmly retreats surrounded by 3 admirals. Close black lens bracket. The latest news is that Shuangyu Kongying, the daimyo of the rice wife, is attacking the celestial dragons. After many years, besides the Murloc tiger, will someone else be on the red line? Close black lens bracket. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was shocked, even the 4 emperors were shocked by it. When her daughter was at home, Hancock trembled with excitement when she saw the news. Kill the celestial dragons, board the red line, such men, there are such men in this world. Seeing Shuangyu holding Chi-Chi in his arms, and facing Kizaru's heroic posture with a calm smile on his face, Hancock's face was not simply flushed and had a sick smile. At this time, the eyes of the world are focused on red line. What exactly does this rice wife daimyo want to do? 020. Shuangyu Kongying's dream cut open the holy land of Mariajoy. Ask for flowers, review votes. 020. Shuangyu Kongying's speed is very fast, and only Kizaru can barely follow behind. After all, with the combination of thunder element and wind element, the flying speed is naturally very fast. Finally reached. Looking at the red line below, and the holy land Mariajoy in the distance, Shuangyu's eyes flickered coldly. Master Tianli, in the deepest part of that city, there is a powerful aura hidden. Ying's voice sounded, and Meng Xingxin even trembled a bit. Shuangyu Kongying knows who the hidden breath is. After all, the pirate is not over yet. Who knows how powerful I am is. However, Ying said that I am should still be asleep. Shuangyu Kongying thought for a while, and decided to keep his hand. If he directly summoned Thor at this time, maybe I am would directly attack. Who knows how powerful this Yim is. Before all the 7 rulers of the world are summoned, Shuangyu Kongying still wants to hide his strength a little bit. Shadow, lend me some elemental power for a while. Shuangyu Kongying said to Ying, the 7 gods can bestow the eyes of gods on human beings, so that they can gain powerful strength, and naturally they can also lend elemental power to Shuangyu Kongying. Master Tianli, are you going to use that trick? Lei Ying raised her eyebrows. As Shuangyu Kongying was her summoner and her closest friend, she would naturally not hide anything, so she basically taught Shuangyu Kongying what she knew. Shuangyu Kongying nodded, put the Fengying sword back, and then slowly pulled out another knife. And at this time, a news bird came to the sky. There are news birds all over the world. Shuangyu came to the red line in the sky, and naturally he would meet them. At this time, the news bird was holding the live phone bug, and then the figure of Shuangyu Kongying appeared in the eyes of all forces in the world. Shuangyu Kongying, it's him again. There's the red line, what the hell is he going to do? Everyone exclaimed like this, and the Straw Hat crew, who had just entered the Grand Line at this time, was also sitting together watching the live broadcast with serious expressions. Looking at the 2 knives on Shuangyu Kongying's waist, Zoro looked forward to it even more. After Shuangyu Kongying fought Akainu, the reputation of the great swordsman resounded throughout the world. Everyone in the world is saying, who is the number 1 swordsman in the world, Shuangyu Kongying or Hawkeye? Under the eyes of everyone, Shuangyu Kongying pulled out the dream Yixin from her waist. In the naval headquarters marshal's office, Sengoku and others saw Shuangyu Kongying pull out the dream heart, and they all sat up straight. Advertisement. Is it finally coming out? Another knife. At the same time, somewhere above the sea, Kaido and the cadres under the guys who were wandering also saw the dream that Shuangyu picked up from the sky. Kaido, who was drinking, suddenly trembled, and then yelled. It's this knife. It's this knife. Kaido will never forget Thor's Naixiang knife. Because of this knife, he lost Wanokuni and his territory. At this time, he could only go to Linlin's Wanguo for help, which made Kaido feel a great humiliation. Under the eyes of everyone, Shuangyu Kongying held her dream high, and at the same time, the wish wheel behind her slowly emerged. In fact, it is not so much the use of elements, it is better to say that it is the wish force wheel. Buzz. Automatically without wind, an incomparably powerful aura solidified around Shuangyu Kongying's body. Armament Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey. Shuangyu Kongying yelled. Meng Yixin's blade turned black, which was the effect of the armed color covering, directly turning into a black knife. At the same time, the power of Conqueror's entanglement is also wrapped in this black knife, which is the most advanced armed color and used by conquerors. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido all exclaimed. As we all know, Conqueror's entanglement is the power that top powerhouses should have, and it is the entry ticket for top powerhouses. There is no doubt that at this time Shuangyu Kongying already has the strength of the 4 emperors level, and how strong it is can only be known by fighting. Above the holy land of Mariajoy, several figures flew out, and it was the 5 elders. They looked at Shuangyu Kongying who was wrapped in the power of thunder in the sky, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Shuangyu Kongying, is your wife going to war with the world government? Shuangyu stared at 5 elders, and didn't even bother to answer, just because as he established each of the world's 7 governing countries, he would inevitably stand on the opposite side of the world government. Just because they don't allow people beyond the control of the world government to appear, so it doesn't matter whether they get offended at this time. Moreover, Shuang Yukongdiang is a very protective person. Although Chi-Chi was not harmed, he does not allow anyone to harm his partner or his family. So there was a flash of cold light, and Shuang Yukongdiang gave a loud shout. Dream Knife. As Shuang Yukongdiang yelled loudly, the endless power of thunder erupted, and the slash that slashed everything crashed down. The gigantic sword energy that was 10,000 meters long fell towards the red line like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Advertisement. Armament Hockey. Five Elders' complexion changed drastically, and he immediately cast the highest level armament hockey, but Shuang Yukongdiang used the power of Thor at this time, although it was not performed by Thor himself, but the power of this move, in the period of the Demon God War, can directly kill a not weak demon god. So in the face of this trick, Five Elders lost ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the Five Elders flew upside down. Although they were not injured, they could only watch as Dream fell on the red line in the holy land of Mariajoy. Boom. A scene that shocked the world happened. The unparalleled red line and the Mariajoy, which had stood for 800 years, were cut off and cut in half, leaving a bottomless abyss. In the world of Tivat, Thor's sword left the Wushang Dao Gorge, and in this pirate world, Shuang Yukongdiang used the power of Thor to leave a huge abyss up to 10,000 meters long on the red line. After the sword fell, Shuang Yukongdiang looked at the Five Elders, and an indifferent voice sounded. This is the majesty of Inazuma. If the world government is ready to make an enemy of Inazuma, then go ahead. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, the whole sea was shocked, and Five Elders trembled all over. Shuang Yukongdiang, do you doubtchi want to declare war on the world government? Shuang Yukongdiang didn't answer, but turned into a beam of thunder and disappeared in place. He believed that with the threat of this knife, the world government would not dare to act rashly before investigating Dao's wife's background. And with the passage of time, his own strength will only become stronger and stronger, because he not only has Dao wife, but now he has Menged gradually, and in the future there will be Liyue, Zumi, and even the Winter Kingdom fools. You must know that each of the fools has a fighting power that surpasses ordinary people, and the first few seats are even comparable to gods. The moment Shuang Yukongdiang left, Kizaru also arrived. Seeing the huge abyss with a length of 10,000 meters, Kizaru's pupils contracted. If he blocked this sword head-on, he would probably die, right? Kizaru, tell Sengoku that Inazuma is listed as an extremely evil force, and they must pay the price in the future. Five Elders said angrily, and Kizaru smiled irrefutably. The strength that Inazuma showed at this time, unless the world government doesn't care about the balance of the world, it really can't move. And in a sea area of New World, when Eagle Eye saw the knife of this dream, his whole body trembled. This is a knife beyond me, a knife that I can't touch. Hawkeye talked to himself, but he was more excited, and immediately headed towards the first half of the Grand Line. He was going to challenge Shuang Yukongdiang. This knife shocked the world, but the biggest impact was to break the game, because Shuang Yukongdiang boarded the red line with a mortal body, and left an abyss with one knife. It completely tore away the fig leaf of the so-called gods and made people realize that celestial dragons are also human beings. As long as you are strong enough, it seems that killing gods is not impossible. 021. With a bounty of 2.1 billion Baileys, come to the Fishmen Island, the grievances in the Sea of Hearts. Ask for flowers, review votes. 021. When Shuang Yukongdiang left the red line, he didn't coat the ship at all, but went directly to the Fishmen Island. Anyway, he is not demon fruit power, and relying on the energy of elemental force, he can put a shield on himself, and then act in the sea. Phew, the consumption is a bit high. It seems that with my strength at this time, it is a little bit reluctant to use my dream knife. Shuang Yukongdiang said to herself, at this time Chi-Chi has been sent to Yixin Pure Land. In the pure land of dreaming of Yixin, Lei Yingying was helplessly looking at Chi-Chi who was sleeping on his lap, and then said to Shuang Yukongdiang outside. After all, the dream is the pinnacle of swordsmanship that I have cultivated over the years. This sword is not something that a mortal body can display. But it doesn't matter. After the master completely raises the seed of thunder elemental life to full life, he should be able to use this move calmly. It's just that without the wish wheel, the power of this move will be slightly worse. Lei Movie said that in the game, the protagonist can change his attributes every time he goes to a place, and at the same time, the Seed of Fate can be obtained from the main mission or the God Pupil. But in reality, the Seed of Fate became Shuang Yukongdiang's control over attributes. If the Thunder Master can be raised to full life, it is tantamount to completely controlling the power of the Thunder element, becoming the holder of the power of the Thunder element second only to the God of Thunder. The same is true for other elemental powers. If one day Shuang Yukongdiang can control all the powers of the seven elements to the full extent, he may transform into a true heavenly principle with omnipotent strength. While chatting with Lei Movie, Shuang Yukongdiang came to the Fishmen Island. Is this the Fishmen Island? It's really a beautiful place. Shuang Yukongdiang was amazed. After all, the world 10,000 meters under the sea is really amazing. When Shuang Yukongdiang came to the entrance of the Fishmen Island, the guards here discovered it immediately. Shuang Yukongdiang, Rice wife Daimyo Shuang Yukongdiang is here. The guards of the Fishmen Island were terrified. Since Shuang Yukongdiang came back from the Red Line, his name and bounty have been spread all over the world. Shuang Yukongdiang was a little puzzled, looked at the guards of the Fishmen Island who kept receding, and then saw her own bounty from the ground. The villain, Shuang Yukongdiang, the daimyo of the Rice wife, beheaded the celestial dragons of the nobles of the world, cut off the Red Line in the Holy Land Mariajoy, possessed a great threat, and offered a bounty, 2.1 billion. Close black lens bracket. Because Shuang Yukongdiang is Daozuma's daimyo, It's not because of the pirates, otherwise, the reward for the first time alone has reached 2.1 billion Baileys, and it is estimated that it can be directly called the fifth emperor of the sea. However, Shuang Yukongdiang obviously didn't care about these things, and the bounty was just offered, which didn't mean anything. Strictly speaking, the bounty offered depends on the degree of threat to the world government. Not long after, a fat blue murloc came in front of Shuang Yukongdiang, looking at Shuang Yukongdiang warily. Jinbei. Shuang Yu raised her eyebrows blankly, she didn't expect Jinbei to be in the Fishman Island at this time. In fact, Shuang Yukongdiang didn't know, it was all because of him. He killed the celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago. The Fishman Island was too close to Sabayati Archipelago. Jinbei was worried that the Fishman Island would be affected, so he rushed back, but unexpectedly met Shuang Yukongdiang himself. The name Shuang Yu has come to the Fishman Island, and we are far away to welcome you. Advertisement. Jinbei said so, but his eyes were full of seriousness. Obviously, Shuang Yukongdiang's record this time shocked many people. In the eyes of the world, the 2.1 billion bounty was only set up by the world government to downplay the impact of this incident. The damage caused by Shuang Yukongdiang, as well as the strength displayed, even reached a bounty comparable to that of the four emperors, which is not an exaggeration at all. Jinbei, who had been in contact with the four emperors, clearly sensed the coercion of a four emperors level powerhouse from Shuang Yukongdiang, so his tone was very respectful. Shichibukai Jinbei, I've heard the name for a long time. The Fishman Island has never been here, I want to take a good look at the scenery here, and stay for a while, I wonder if it is possible. Shuang Yukongdiang said with a smile. Jinbei was taken aback for a moment and hesitated, but he didn't dare to refuse. And Shuang Yukongdiang seemed to see Jinbei's worry, and said with a smile. Are you worried about Marine? That's okay, they shouldn't have the courage to come directly to me at this time. Shuang Yukongdiang's words are not an exaggeration at all. First of all, Shuang Yukongdiang has never been the number one combat power in Daozuma's face. The person who defeated Kaido at the beginning was obviously not Shuang Yukongdiang. With two fighters comparable to four emperors, Daozuma is obviously not a force that Marine can deal with casually. Unless the world government is ready for a full-scale war, otherwise, even if Shuang Yukongdiang is wandering around under their noses, they will not dare to shoot Shuang Yukongdiang. Jinbei also suddenly realized, and then said hastily. Since that's the case, please come in, Your Excellency. Then Shuang Yukongdiang followed Jinbei to the palace, chatting with each other while walking. Speaking of Your Excellency, I haven't returned to the Fishman Island for many things. Jinbei sighed and said. Shuang Yukongdiang suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't know what happened on the Fishman Island. After thinking for a while, Shuang Yukongdiang didn't hide anything, and said directly to Jinbei. It seems that you don't know what happened on the Fishman Island. Then Shuang Yukongdiang told Jinbei what happened to Princess Shirahoshi. As for why he knew it, the reason is simple. He is a superpower name anyway, so it is normal to have his own information. After hearing what Shuang Yukongdiang said, Jinbei was furious. He hasn't been back to the Fishman Island all these years, and this kind of thing happened. They are courting death. Jinbei was furious. Immediately, he called his subordinates directly. After all, Jinbei was still the leader of the Sun Pirates, and asked them to take down Vander Dakenix and Hody Jones. These two are just small people, and Jinbei's pirate group is also one of the Shichibukai, and the strength of its cadres far exceeds that of ordinary pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. So it was easy to kill these two people. After seeing the Murloc King Neptune, Jinbei told the story. Really? Has it been resolved? Neptune was thrilled, and then Jinbei continued. Your Majesty, why haven't you asked me for help these years? Advertisement. Listening to Jinbei's words, Neptune remained silent. Seeing this scene, Shuang Yukongdiang immediately sneered. Is it because of the identity of Jinbei Shichibukai? You the Fishman Island are humbled to fawn on the world government, and you dare not touch the majesty of the world government, for fear of losing your status as a member country and being captured by human beings. So don't dare to approach Jinbei who is a Shichibukai rashly, otherwise it may attract suspicion from the world government. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Neptune was ashamed for a while, because Shuang Yukongdiang had already hit the mark. Jinbei was complicated for a while, but more angry, he looked at King Neptune and said. Your Majesty, you did this wrong. Princess Shirahoshi has been hiding for so many years because of this. Is this really worthy of Princess Otahime? Listening to Jinbei's soul questioning, Neptune was extremely ashamed, and finally burst into tears. But Shuang Yukongdiang is not interested in watching these, but he is quite interested in Shirahoshi. After all, Shirahoshi is Poseidon, and Shuang Yu just thought of someone, she might have a lot in common with Shirahoshi. At that moment, Shuang Yu called out in Kongdiang's heart. Shinhai, can you hear me? At the same time, in Dao's wife's country, Coral Palace Shinhai, who was sitting in the Daming Mansion handling Dao's affairs, was suddenly taken aback. Master Tianli. Her tone was a bit resentful, while Shuang Yukongdiang was embarrassed. She and Lei Movie were both hands-off shopkeepers, and Coral Palace had a hard time these days. Cough, cough, Shinhai, leave the matter in hand to Judiao first, and the general and I will give you a vacation. We're at the Fishman Island, want to come over and have a look? Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Coral Palace Shinhai suddenly became interested. The Fishman Island. As the current goddess, she is the darling of the sea, so after knowing the Fishman Island in this world, she is full of curiosity. Not knowing what real Murlocs are like, he hurriedly told the female secretary at the side. I'll go out first, and I'll hand over the matter to Lord Kujosara, and say it's an order from Lord Daimyo. The figure of Coral Palace Shinhai disappeared immediately after speaking, and the secretary beside her was actually Kazuki Hiyori. On the other side, outside the hard shell tower on the Fishman Island, the figures of Shuang Yukongdiang and Jinbei also appeared here. Buzz. With a burst of fluctuations, through the pocket anchor point in Yixin Pure Land, Coral Palace Shinhai came here. Seeing the sudden appearance of Coral Palace Shinhai, Jinbei's pupils constricted. This method was unheard of. Wow, is this the Fishman Island? The sound of Coral Palace Shinhai sounded, and the five-star ornamental fish was admiring the beautiful surroundings. 022. Reveal the identity of Shirahoshi Poseidon, the God's Watch, and get the eyes of God. Ask for flowers, review votes. 022. As the military advisor of Hazy Island, now he is in charge of Dao's wife, so he naturally needs to know something about this world. So Shinhai knew about the Fishman Island, and she was even very curious about this place, so she had the opportunity to come here today to have a look. Who is this? Jinbei looked at Shuang Yukongdiang suspiciously and asked. For some reason, he sensed the power from the sea in Shinhai. This feeling is very strange, as if Shinhai is the daughter of the sea. Coral Palace Shinhai, Daozuma's goddess maiden, is also Daozu's military advisor. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Jinbei's pupils constricted. He didn't know about the goddess Miko, but he knew about the Rice Wife military division. In this way, Coral Palace Shinhai is the absolute high level in the country of Daozuma. You must know that Daozuma's top combat strength alone can already crush almost all countries in the world. Today's world's number one power is Elbaf, the kingdom of giants, but in fact many people believe that Inazuma is already the new world's number one power. It was only because Inazuma defeated the beast's pirates in an understatement at the beginning. You must know that although Elbaf, the kingdom of giants, is powerful, the four emperors will not easily invade, but it can only be treated with caution. If it is really a war with the four emperors, Elbaf may not really be the opponent of the four emperors. Therefore, as Dao's wife's military advisor, Coral Palace Shinhai's status is very honorable. So it's Mr. Military Advisor, the Fishman Island Jinbei, please give me your advice. Jinbei said in a deep voice, with a very respectful attitude. After all, the Fishman Island is too weak. If Dao's wife is offended, even with Whitebeard's protection, it is estimated that it will be difficult to survive. After the hard shell tower was opened, everyone finally saw Shirahoshi inside. The Murloc King Neptune stepped forward and whispered to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, it's all right, you can come out now. Listening to Neptune's words, Shirahoshi in the shadow asked softly. Really, father, can I really go out? Listening to Shirahoshi's words, Neptune felt guilty for a while. If he was not worried that contacting Jinbei would affect the safety of the Fishman Island, he would not have made Shirahoshi suffer so much. Encouraged by his father, Shirahoshi slowly walked out of the hard shell tower. When they saw Shirahoshi, everyone was amazed. Sure enough, it is Shirahoshi, who claims to be as beautiful as Hancock. This appearance is really amazing. Looking at the outside world, Shirahoshi was a little nervous at first, and then became excited, because this is the world he dreamed of. Advertisement. She has been living in this hard shell tower since she was a child. She really yearns for the outside world. She never thought that one day this dream would come true. Coral Palace Shinhai stepped forward, looked at Shirahoshi and said. The Fishman Island Princess. She has the power of the sea, as if she is the incarnation of the sea. Hearing Shinhai's words in Coral Palace, Neptune's complexion changed drastically. He even forgot his fear of Shuang Yukongdiang and stood in front of Shirahoshi. My lord, what do you mean by this? It's too dangerous if it's Coral Palace Heart Sea, it may reveal that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. When Neptune was in despair, Shuang Yukongdiang looked at Shirahoshi and said with a slight smile. As expected of the legendary Poseidon, if her power erupts, maybe she can set off a tsunami that submerges the entire world, right? No wonder the three ancient weapons are called the power that can destroy the world. Shirahoshi's current use of this power is limited to driving sea kings. But Shuang Yukongdiang could perceive that this power, like devil fruit, is divided into awakening. If Shirahoshi is awakened, he can even mobilize the power of the sea directly for his own use. In this sea where capable people are everywhere, Shirahoshi is simply the natural enemy of all capable people. Shuang Yukongdiang's words shocked Neptune and Jinbei at the same time. But Shirahoshi didn't realize this at this time, instead she had small eyes with Coral Palace Shinhai's big eyes. Here, what's the name of this sister? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Although she is huge, her mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, so when she saw the Coral Palace Shinhai, she called her sister directly. Shinhai was also smiling, and a blue whale made of water appeared under his feet, then slowly floated up, and came in front of Shirahoshi. My name is Coral Palace Shinhai, Inazuma's military advisor, are you Shirahoshi? Nice to meet you. Listening to Shinhai's words, Shirahoshi was overjoyed immediately, this was her first friend. On the other side, Jinbei looked at Shuang Yukongdiang in disbelief. Let's see, is it Princess Shirahoshi? Looking at Neptune's desperate expression, Jinbei obviously also guessed the truth. Shuang Yukongdiang nodded, then looked at Shirahoshi and said. That's right, Shirahoshi is Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. In fact, because of the erasure of the world government, the world doesn't know that it was born among Murlocs. The fact that the Murlocs have ended up like this is actually related to this. The world government is afraid that the Murlocs will become too powerful and lose control. Advertisement. So during these 800 years, the development of murlocs has been secretly suppressed. In this case, even if Poseidon appears, as long as it is still under the control of the world government, Poseidon will not be able to cause turmoil. At the same time, they also tried to control Poseidon's power in vain, and they were unwilling to completely destroy the murlocs. This has caused the current situation. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, both Neptune and Jinbei turned pale. Is this the truth of the world government? But Neptune is even more desperate. It turns out that he has been living cautiously. In the eyes of the world government, is it just a joke? Even if they don't pray, they may not completely destroy the Fishmen Island, but they will definitely limit the development of the Fishmen Island. So it is absolutely impossible to live on land, because the world government does not allow the Fishmen Island to have a chance to develop. Being restricted to 10,000 meters under the sea is actually more like a prison strictly speaking. After all, this island under the sea is too narrow, and the development of the Fishmen Island will be greatly restricted. At this time, Shirahoshi was holding the Coral Palace Shinhai with both hands, and suddenly saw the god's eye on Shinhai. Sister Shinhai, what is this? I can feel the power of the ocean inside. Shinhai froze for a moment, touched the god's eye on his chest and smiled. This is called the Eye of God. If you are watched by the eyes of the gods, you will be given the Eye of God. Thus controlling the elemental power and gaining powerful power. Hearing the words of Coral Palace Shinhai, Shirahoshi suddenly realized, and then asked in surprise. Are there really gods in this world? Not only Shirahoshi, but even Neptune and Jinbei were attracted. In fact, all forces in the world have paid attention to the Eye of God. Because they discovered that there are such stones with different marks on the bodies of Daozuma and some strong men in Mond. So they speculated that these two forces must be related, otherwise they would not have formed an alliance. That's great, I don't know if I can get the attention of the gods and get the eyes of gods. Shinhai said with a smile, and said with expectation in her eyes, maybe in her view, the god's eye is just a very beautiful decoration, right? But then a shocking scene happened, a blue light slowly emerged, and then a god's eye similar to Shinhai's, slowly appeared in front of Shirahoshi. Let alone them in this scene, even Shuang Yukongying was stunned. My Sao, Eye of God, 023. One day, the entire pirate world will be watched by gods. Ask for flowers, review votes. 023. Shuang Yukongying subconsciously asked Lei Yingying in Yixin Pure Land. Ying, this god's eye is not given by you, is it? Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Lei Yingying in Yixin Pure Land nodded. I didn't expect it either. I thought that after arriving in this world, I couldn't be given the Eye of God, but I didn't expect it to be possible. It may be that I haven't met anyone who can arouse the Eye of God before. At that moment, Shirahoshi actually aroused the Eye of God and got my attention. So I gave it a try and bestowed the Eye of God. Listening to Lei Movie's words, Shuang Yukongying was amazed, but after thinking about it for a while, there is no elemental power in this world, so how did the original god characters get their strength? Maybe it's because of the system. Since the system can even provide elemental power, it is obvious that the Eye of God is also in this category. After all, it is the duty of the gods to bestow the eyes of gods. However, Ying actually didn't say something to Shuang Yukongying, that is, although the god's eye was bestowed by the gods, it was actually descended from the law of heaven. But these are irrelevant. After all, this world is not the Tivat of the previous life, and there is no maintainer of Tianli in this world. Shuang Yukongying is the new Tianli, the Tianli standing above the seven gods. Wow, the Eye of God, Sister Shinhai, look, this is the Eye of God. Shirahoshi was so excited that Shinhai was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled. In fact, the god's eye is not a rare thing for them who possess the god's eye. Because some people didn't really want the god's eye at all, but the god's eye came to their door by themselves. A woman named Ning Guang is especially named here. When this woman got the Eye of God, the first thing she did was to package and sell the Eye of God. But no matter how he sells it, the god's eye will return to him, and Ning Guang will only be forced to accept the reality over time. In her mind, if the Eye of God could be exchanged for money, Ning Guang would probably make the transaction immediately. So when the god's eye descended, and why did it descend? In fact, the owners of their god's eye couldn't figure it out. But what is certain is that the owner of the god's eye has great strength. Even some existences that have reached the limit of human beings can use mortal bodies to rival gods. Boom. At the moment of obtaining the god's eye, with the power of the water element pouring into the body, a powerful force erupted from Shirahoshi's body. Advertisement. In an instant, the oceans of the entire world began to surge, as if the entire ocean had turned into an abyssal monster. Countless pirates were terrified, looking at the raging sea, even worried that they would be swallowed by the sea in the next second. In the holy land of Mariajoy, in the depths among the flowers, who was sleeping suddenly opened his eyes. Shuang Yukongying's dream didn't wake her up from a deep sleep, but when she sensed the awakening of Poseidon's power, she was awakened. Damn it, Poseidon was actually born, and it was awakened before the world government discovered it. 5 elders, these trash. Was terrified, and then fell silent. It seemed that he had to make a long-term plan. Although he controlled Uranus, if he was careless in the face of the awakened Poseidon, the whole world would return to the Stone Age. Shuang Yukongying didn't know about the matter here, apparently because of the power of the god's eye, Shirahoshi's Poseidon power was awakened in advance. At this time, Shirahoshi felt that he had turned into the sea, and could manipulate the surrounding sea water with a single thought. However, At this time, Shirahoshi could only set off a tsunami in a small area due to his own strength limitations. In terms of power, it should be similar to the tsunami caused by Whitebeard with Shock Fruit, but with this power alone, Shirahoshi already has Admiral-level destructive power in terms of big moves, especially in the sea. This is the power of Poseidon. As Shirahoshi keeps getting stronger, one day, she can even truly control the power of the entire sea. Is there really a god in this world? Jinbei said in disbelief. Looking at the god's eye in Shirahoshi's hand, he had to admit that maybe there really are gods in this world. In fact, Jinbei didn't know that there was a god in Shuang Yukongying's waist in that dream, but the words of this god were not serious. At this time, I am raising a baby, and I am eating dumpling milk with Chi-Chi and you. Watching Shirahoshi get the god's eye, Shuang Yukongying had an idea in his heart, and said to Neptune immediately. King Neptune, Princess Shirahoshi has now awakened, presumably the world government will take action soon. The Fishmen Island will definitely not be able to protect her, so I want Princess Shirahoshi to join Inazuma and become a part of Inazuma. In this case, with Inazuma's protection, the world government has nothing to do with Princess Shirahoshi in a short period of time. As compensation, Inazuma can set aside an island for the residents of the Fishmen Island to live in. Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, Neptune was shocked. Did he really go to live on the ground? I have to say that he was moved, and what Shuang Yukongying said was true. If the world government already knew about Shirahoshi's existence, they, the Fishmen Island, would definitely not be able to protect Shirahoshi. In the end, Neptune, who was silent for a long time, nodded. Okay, I promise you, I just hope you can keep your promise today. Listening to Neptune's words, Shuang Yukongying smiled immediately. Although he does not lack high-end combat power, he will draw other gods in the future. Advertisement. But this is the pirate world after all, and the sea covers most of the world. If Poseidon is caught in his hand, that is the biggest hole card. In this way, Princess Shirahoshi joined Inazuma, and finally Shuang Yukongying asked Shinhai to take Shirahoshi to Inazuma first. It is worth mentioning that after obtaining the god's eye, you can use the pocket anchor. After sending Shinhai and Shirahoshi away, Shuang Yukongying left the Fishmen Island, while Jinbei volunteered to escort the people of the Fishmen Island to Daozu. Those who hate humans and are unwilling to leave are fine. As long as they are willing to leave, they can use the ability of the Murlocs to sail quietly under the sea and head towards Daoi. After leaving the Fishmen Island, Shuang Yukongying directly entered the Yixin Pure Land of Dreaming Yixin. And if the dream is single-minded, it will turn into a thunderbolt and continue to fly above the sea. Looking at Ying and Chi-Chi who were eating dumpling milk, Shuang Yukongying immediately smiled. By the way, Ying, what do you want to tell me? Shuang Yukongying looked at her curiously. The reason why she left the Fishmen Island in such a hurry was because Ying said that she had something to tell her. Ying's expression became serious, and he said to Shuang Yukongying. When I gave Shirahoshi the god's eye before, I sensed and touched the authority of this world. Listening to Lei Movie's words, Shuang Yukongying's pupils shrank. After all, this world is not the world of Tibat, and the seven gods do not have the power to control the world. But even so, apart from the power of the rules, they still have the power to surpass the world's top powerhouses. But I didn't expect Ying to say that after being given the Eye of God, he actually began to get involved in the authority of this world. In this way, as long as there are more and more people holding the eyes of God in this world, the real authority of the world's seven rulers will gradually appear in this world. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Lei Movie nodded. As for who to give the god's eye to, it depends on the thoughts of the gods, so those who don't like it can't get it even if they kneel and beg. And the gods can take back the eyes of God at any time, so there is no need to worry about other things. But at this time, I can only take it slowly, because the degree of control over the rules of the world, now only the people I am close to can have the opportunity to arouse the eyes of God. With the control of the rules, if the seven gods gather at that time, then every corner of this world can be watched by the gods. Listening to Ying's words, Shuang Yu nodded, and at this moment the two were chatting, without noticing that they had come to the sky above the Straw Hat Group. 024. Zoro's Sword Heart, let's face Inazuma's strongest sword. Ask for flowers, review votes. 024. At this time, the Straw Hat crew had just escaped from Logue Town and came to the Grand Line across the upside-down mountain. But I haven't entered Whiskey Peak yet, and I'm sailing aimlessly at this time. Luffy was lying on the deck. Just now he and Usopp were playing because of boredom, and then each of them received Nami's iron fist without accident. Ah, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, hurry up. There is a knife flying in the sky. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone was taken aback, and Nami was even more nervous. Luffy, your head was broken by me, right? Why are there knives flying in the sky? Seeing Nami's nervous look, Luffy jumped up and shouted. It's true. Look, there is really a knife flying in the sky. Seeing Luffy's serious look, everyone looked curiously, and then all their pupils contracted, only to see that there was a knife with purple patterns flying in the sky that day. This knife looks very exquisite, and there are lightning flashes on it, as long as it is a normal person can see that it is a knife used by the strong. Everyone was shocked. The knife was flying in the sky. It really deserves to be the Grand Line. There are such outrageous things. But at this moment, Zoro suddenly pulled out his three knives, and looked at Dream Yixin in the sky with serious eyes. It's that knife. It's the knife that Shuang Yukongying, the daimyo Inazuma, cut red line. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the audience was shocked, and then they looked at the knife in the sky in disbelief. In the end, the pupils constricted. They remembered, weren't they still shocked by the knife of Shuang Yukongdiang? This knife is the one that Shuang Yukongdiang used to cut Red Line before. Straw Hat crew trembled all over. The current Straw Hat crew had just defeated Arlong, although their strength had increased a lot compared to before, they were still too weak. The real change in strength and quality of the Straw Hats began after the Summit War ended and 2 years later. 2 years after the Summit War, the strength of Straw Hat crew has really undergone a qualitative change. They have not stopped all the way, from defeating Brother Ming, fleeing from the world, to defeating Kaido. But now, Luffy and others are still far behind, but they are actually much better than in the original book. At least they have seen the combat power of top powerhouses and know that they are frogs in a well, so they have made real efforts to become stronger. At the same time, Shuang Yukongdiang in Dream Yixin had finished talking with Lei Mubi, and he left Yixin Pure Land directly, and then appeared in the sky. The moment the figure appeared, Meng Yixin flew into Shuang Yukongdiang's hands, and then put it into the scabbard around her waist. With the thunder under his feet, Shuang Yukongdiang just floated in the air and looked around for a while, but suddenly he froze. Because Shuang Yukongdiang has already seen the Chinli sunshine on the sea below. Advertisement. No way, such a coincidence. Shuang Yukongdiang raised her eyebrows, and then smiled. She didn't want to hit herself, she just subconsciously let her dream go on her way, and unexpectedly came to the sky above the Straw Hat group. The sea is so big that you can meet it. This has to be said to be true fate. Buzz. Shuang Yu flashed in the air, and with the flash of thunder, he actually came directly to the 1,000 miles of sunshine. Everyone. Luffy roared, and with a roar, he looked at Shuang Yukongdiang in anticipation. If you look closely, Luffy's body is trembling. In the original book, the first time he showed this posture was when he met Aokiji for the first time. That was the first time Luffy despaired, and the second time after that was when he met Kizaru. It's just that they haven't been to Sabayati Archipelago yet, so they haven't encountered Kizaru kicking a supernova yet. But at this time, Luffy and others are similar, because the pressure given to them by Shuang Yukongdiang is even far greater than that of Aokiji back then. Zoro's hands trembled, but he was more excited, because since Shuang Yukongdiang's sword left a 10,000-meter abyss on the Red Line, the title of the world's #1 swordsman has been hung on Shuang Yukongdiang. In fact, only Shuang Yukongdiang knows, he is not enough. That knife was only able to be cut out with the help of Lei Mubi. If he used that move by himself, the power would be at least 10 times less. Of course, even if the power is 10 times less, it may not be impossible to compete for the world's #1 swordsman. However, among the characters that Shuang Yukongdiang can summon, there are not a few characters with strong swordsmanship. For example, that Emperor Yi Fengyuan Manyo. If he can be drawn in the future, the world will definitely be able to experience what it means that there are always creatures on the ground who dare to face the majesty of thunder. Hey, I haven't done anything yet, right? Why do you look like you're starting a war? Shuang Yukongdiang smiled and said, in fact, Shuang Yukongdiang has always been a very easygoing person before touching the bottom line, such as hurting Chi-Chi and his partners. Whether it was facing Kaido at the beginning or facing Akainu later, in fact, Shuang Yukongdiang didn't have such a strong killing intent in her heart. The only time when he showed a strong killing intent was when facing celestial dragons. Looking at Shuang Yukongdiang's smile, although Nami was still a little in awe, she also said loudly to Luffy and Zoro. You guys, aren't the enemies unable to understand? Nami is really reliable at critical moments. She clearly understands that if she is an enemy of Shuang Yukongdiang, the entire Straw Hats will not be an opponent. Now that Shuang Yukongdiang showed good intentions, she should hurry up and obediently stand at attention, otherwise the sea would be their burial place. Advertisement. But the next sound almost didn't make Nami spit out a mouthful of old blood. Inazuma Daimyo Shuang Yukongdiang, accept my challenge. As a swordsman, I challenge you. When everyone looked around, it turned out to be Zoro. Nami almost passed out. Who are the people on his boat? Didn't you see someone cut open the red line at that time? This kind of super strong dares to challenge, is it because he dislikes himself for not being able to die? Shuang Yukongdiang looked at Zoro and was shocked all over. Shadow. This feeling. Shuang Yukongdiang was a little surprised, because his strength is related to the 7 gods, so he has some special abilities. I didn't do it, there are blood fluctuations, it seems that this person has the blood of your Shuang Yu family. Ying's voice sounded, and Shuang Yukongdiang showed such an expression, it really is so. In fact, it's easy to understand after thinking about it. First of all, the Shuang Yu village in East Blue, isn't this an obvious hint? The second is that Zoro and Shuang Yu Niuan look almost exactly the same, even if they are not father and son, they are definitely related by blood. But looking at Zoro's appearance, he doesn't seem to know this. After all, Zoro has always grown up in Shuang Yu village in his memory. Seeing the firmness in Zoro's eyes, before Shuang Yukongdiang could speak, the shadow in Yixin Pure Land made a sound. Let me accept his challenge. Shuang Yukongdiang was taken aback, facing Zoro Ying, would she take action herself? Ying smiled slightly, and then said in words of remembrance. In Inazuma, there were many people like this. They bravely faced the gods and pursued the ultimate of kendo. One of them is the ancestor of the Kamisato family. He used the swordsmanship I taught him to create his own Kamisato style. Seeing Zoro, I seem to see those human beings who struggled to survive during the Demon God War. This is the wish of a swordsman, and I don't want to disappoint their swordsmanship. Listening to Ying's words, Shuang Yukongdiang nodded, and then looked at Zoro in front of him. Zoro, do you dare to accept it? Accept the strongest blow from Inazuma. 025. Dare to face the majesty of thunder, Zoro gets the eye of God. Ask for flowers, review votes. 025. Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, everyone was shocked, and Zoro trembled with excitement. He believes that the most powerful knife from Daozuma should be the one that Shuang Yukongying slashed against Red Line. At this time, Zoro was not afraid, but shouted in a deep voice. Come on, Inazuma Daimyo. Listening to Zoro's words, Shuang Yukongying smiled slightly. Inazuma's strongest strike is not me. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, everyone was astonished. Isn't he the strongest Daozuma who is so powerful? And at this moment, with two rays of light flashing, the figures of Lei Mubi and Chi-Chi appeared on the deck of the Thousand Miles of Sunshine. Ah, the members of the Straw Hats were startled, but then they saw Chi-Chi, and their eyes lit up. Wow, what a cute kid. Ah, what is the yellow paper on her head? Nami and the others were so curious that they seemed to have forgotten how Shuang Yukongying suddenly summoned them. At the same time, they also noticed Lei Yingying, who was dressed in a purple kimono, and at the same time, her proud figure surpassed any woman they had ever seen. No, is there something missing at this time? Usopp suddenly thought of something and exclaimed directly. Nami is similar. She suddenly looked in Sanji's direction. Didn't Sanji rush out the first time when she saw such beauties? But when they saw Sanji at this time, they were all shocked, only to see that Sanji was trembling at this time. My hands are shaking. Sanji said to himself that he didn't have any heart of admiration at this time. The blood factor in his body was telling himself that the woman in front of him was terrifying, an existence that could not be rivaled or even offended. Of course, Sanji doesn't know that he still has the blood factor. He always thinks that he is a failed work. At this time, Zoro and Luffy are also looking at Lei Mubi solemnly, very strong. Their intuition told them that Lei Mubi was really strong. In fact, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are the three most powerful fighters of the Straw Hats. They all have the talent of observation haki, but they have not awakened it at this time. This gifted intuition told them that the Lei Mubi in front of them was countless times more terrifying than Shuang Yukongying. Shuang Yukongying looked at the appearance of everyone, and smiled slightly at the moment. It seems that Lei Mubi is really scary, and he is worried that Sanji will offend Lei Mubi, and then he will be killed directly. Let me introduce, this is Chi-Chi, a little zombie of my wife Dao. Advertisement. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Nami and others exclaimed. Why, they couldn't believe that such a cute child was actually a zombie. Originally, they were most afraid of ghosts and ghosts. But looking at the lovely Chi-Chi, they really like it. Finally, Shuang Yukongying looked at Lei Mubi beside him and said. As for this one, it's my Dao wife's General Thunder and Lightning. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, the whole Straw Hat group fell silent. Inazuma's General Thunder, isn't that the Lord of Rice wife? After all, because of the rise of Shuang Yukongying, they also went to find out what Dao wife is. This general is the ruler of Dao's wife, equivalent to the king of some countries, and Dao's wife is currently recognized as the most powerful country in the world. Next is Mond, who suddenly appeared, and Elbaf, the kingdom of giants, who was once the #1 power in the world. General Thunder. Zoro looked serious. I saw Lei Mubi looking at him and said in an indifferent voice. Roranoa Zoro, I applaud the courage to face the mighty as a swordsman. So are you ready to face the majesty of thunder? Listening to Lei Mubi's words, Zoro's hands were shaking. He was not afraid, but excited. Bring it on. Accompanied by his roar, Lei Mubi finally made a move. She waved directly, and Dream Yixin flew out of Shuang Yukongying's waist, and then fell into her hands. Boom. The terrifying purple thunder flickered, and the weather in this sea area was instantly changed, and the entire sea was constantly turbulent and rolling. At the same time, on an island in the distance, Robin and the members of the Baroque studio looked at the distant sea in horror. This purple lightning, could it be that one? As Shuang Yu became famous in the sky, his iconic thunder and lightning are also well known to the world. The person who is in control of the thunderbolt, that kind of thunderbolt seems to be purple. Robin was a little tangled. Looking at the members of the Baroque work club around her, she finally made a decision. Hurry up and inform Mr. Zero that Daimyo Inazuma has come to Alabasta. Hearing Robin's words, everyone was shocked. The person who cut Red Line came to this country. They didn't dare to delay at the moment, and immediately went back to report to the Sand Crocodile. Advertisement. At the same time, Robin took a deep breath, and actually boarded his own boat and headed towards the center of thunder. And her idea is very simple, that is to seek asylum. She knows that her cooperation with the Sand Crocodile is only temporary, and she doesn't think that the Sand Crocodile is really capable of protecting itself. As long as her identity is exposed, the world government will definitely kill herself at all costs. But if you join Inazuma, it will be different. This Inazuma daimyo killed the celestial dragons, and even slashed the Holy Land Mariajoy on the Red Line. This kind of fierce man does not hold celestial dragons in his hands at all. If he can get his protection, maybe he can have a chance of survival. At the same time, on the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine, everyone in the Straw Hats shuddered as they watched Mengmeng Yixin gather strength. But Zoro doesn't back down at all, even though he knows that he will die if he hits the knife, but as a swordsman, he doesn't allow himself to back down, otherwise how can he become the world's #1 swordsman? Courage is commendable, then let's see the majesty of thunder. Lei Yingying said so, and then the dream in his hand suddenly fell, and the terrifying sword energy struck Zoro in an instant. 9 mountains and 8 seas, those who have no ego, 3,000 worlds. Three Swords Technique 3000 Worlds. With a roar, Zoro used the strongest swordsmanship he could display so far. But his attack was overwhelmed by the purple thunder in an instant, and when Zoro calmly died with a smile on his face, the purple thunder passed through his body lightly. Boom. Then with a loud noise, the members of the Straw Hats turned around in a daze, and immediately saw the tens of thousands of meters of ocean, and they were directly cut out of a huge abyss, which could not be healed for a long time. Is this the real Rice Wife's strongest sword? But in fact this slash was just scratching the surface, because Lei Zunhua didn't accumulate the power of will. If it was a slash with full power, it would be many times more terrifying than this. Buzz. Lei Jianhua held a sword flower, and dreamed of entering the scabbard around Shuang Yukongying's waist. He looked at Zoro in front of him and said, "Goodwill, face your dreams with a knife, you are also a very hard to find category among human beings." At this time, Zoro tremblingly put down the knife in his hand, then suddenly looked at Lei Mubi, and said in a deep voice. "General Lei Dian, one day, I will be able to face your knife directly, instead of showing mercy." Listening to Zoro's words, Shuang Yukongying showed a smile, but at this moment, Lei Mubi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then saw a thunder light slowly appearing in front of Zoro. "Oh, is this the Eye of God?" Shuang Yukongying raised his eyebrows, so it seems that Zoro at this time attracted the God's Eye, and Lei Mubi admitted that he was worthy of the God's Eye, so he lowered this God's gift. What is this? Everyone in the Straw Hats was stunned. This kind of sudden appearance is not easy to look at, right? 026. Robin seeks refuge, the new catchy grass god Naxita. Ask for flowers, review votes. 026. This is called the Eye of God, and it is a gift from General Thunder to you. Shuang Yukongying said with a smile. Zoro froze for a moment, and took over the thunder attribute God's Eye in the air. God's Eye. Seeing the curious Straw Hat group members, Shuang Yukongying was not polite, picked up Chi-Chi who was looking left and right, and then led Lei Mubi to the seat beside him. After the two sat down, Shuang Yukongying said to Zoro. Because General Raiden is the god of Inazuma, and the God's Eye is something that can only be obtained by humans who have been recognized by the gods. This is a gift from the gods. It can induce elemental power to obtain power beyond the limits of mortals. You can understand it is the power of devil fruit. Everyone suddenly realized, and then looked at Lei Yingying, who was dignifiedly eating dumpling milk. Is this a god? They thought about it carefully, and even the garbage-like celestial dragons claim to be gods. In contrast, it is the existence of Lei Mubi, which is more like a god, right? After all, they didn't think Lei Yingying was going all out with that sword just now. This kind of destructive power is indeed worthy of the title of god. Can it become stronger? Zoro said to himself. When he held the Eye of God, he really felt the power of thunder. If he completely controls this power, his strength will increase by several levels. Thank you, General. Zoro respectfully said that he grew up in the Yixin dojo. In fact, in terms of warrior etiquette, he is a grandmaster than anyone else. It's just that he can't meet anyone who can treat him with courtesy. Even when facing Hawkeye, he only treats him as a target and an enemy. But General Thunder is different. General Thunder is the god who bestowed on him a gift from the gods, so his attitude will naturally change. Lei Mubi nods indifferently, and then divides half of the dumpling milk in his hand to Chi-Chi. Although she was a little bit reluctant, seeing Chi-Chi's pitiful appearance, her heart softened. Sanji smiled confidently when he saw this scene. My lord General, I still have some confidence in my culinary skills, why don't you let me show you? Listening to Sanji's words, Lei Mubi's eyes lit up, because Shuang Yukongying told her about the Straw Hats, saying that there is a very powerful chef in it, and the meals are extremely delicious. Well, thank you very much, but can you have some more sweets? Both children in the family like sweets, especially dumpling milk. Shuang Yukongying said with a smile. Everyone looked at the side sitting upright, looking like I am not one of the two children, General Thunder and Lightning, they all smiled. It seems that the General and Inazuma Daimyo are not so difficult to get in touch with. It seems that the celestial dragons are really rubbish, even such a good-tempered person can be forced to kill them to go to the red line. Sanji cooked a sumptuous meal, and everyone was very satisfied with the meal. It is obvious that Sanji is working today. Advertisement. Especially the sweets, Lei Mubi is not satisfied. Son of God will like this dish very much. Ying pointed to the fried tofu in front of him, and said to Shuang Yukongying, his eyes were a little dazed, obviously missing his friends. Everyone looked at Shuang Yukongying curiously. Shuang Yukongying didn't hide anything, they would all come to this world anyway. Yae Kamiko is the mistress of Inazuma Narugami Taisha Shrine, and also Kage's best friend. Her favorite food is deep-fried tofu and deep-fried tofu. Sanji, your craftsmanship is very good. Maybe one day I will bring Miko over to taste it. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Sanji laughed heartily, expressing that she is always welcome. By the way, there is a Wanman Hall in Liyue. There is a little girl named Xiangling in it, and her cooking skills are also amazing. If you can meet someday, maybe you can have a chat. Shuang Yukongying said with a smile. Liyue. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had never heard of this place, but there was no surprise. After all, the sea is so big, it is impossible to hear about it everywhere, maybe it is a country they don't know. But when Liyue became famous in the sea, they would know what kind of country Liyue was. While everyone was enjoying their dinner, Ying and Shuangyu looked in one direction. It seems that there are guests coming. Not long after, everyone saw a ship coming in the distance, and there was a person standing on the ship. Seeing the tall woman, Xuangyu was taken aback for a moment. This person is Nico Robin. Although this is already Alabasta's sea area, Xuangyu didn't expect to meet Robin so early. Not long after, Robin came to the opposite side of the 1,000 miles of sunshine, and she saw Xuangyu Kongying sitting next to Lei Movie at a glance. Both of them are wearing purple kimonos, which is very rare in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, Wanokuni has always been closed to the outside world. Inazuma Daimyo-sama, Robin saluted respectfully. Xuangyu Kongying raised her eyebrows, it was because of herself. Robin jumped and came to the 1,000 miles of sunshine, and Zoro and others looked at her vigilantly. Robin ignored them, and came directly to Xuangyu Kongying. I want to join Inazuma, and please take me in, my lord. Xuangyu looked at Robin in front of her, and immediately understood what she was thinking. Perhaps it was because she beheaded the celestial dragons, and even threatened a wave of world government but nothing happened, which made her realize that Xuangyu Kongying is a person who is truly not afraid of world government. Advertisement. If she could get the protection of Xuangyu Kongying, she would be able to end her fugitive life, so she came here because she wanted to be helpful. Xuangyu Kongying was silent for a while, thinking about it carefully, she seemed to have no reason to refuse. Xuangyu Kongying smiled slightly. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. She didn't expect this matter to be so simple, but in fact, there was no difficulty. He even killed the celestial dragons, so he was worried about another child of the devil. Then Robin communicated with everyone, and when he knew that Robin was actually a historian, Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Robin, you are actually a historian, then join my pirate group and become my partner. Luffy loudly invited, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. I'm afraid Xuangyu Kongying will be angry, after all, Luo Bing is already Dao's wife. Luffy, you idiot. Nami directly punched Luffy and climbed down, but Luffy's eyes were still shining, obviously he had a deep obsession with his partner. He wants navigators, musicians, and historians. But Robin is just joining Inazuma. It's not joining other pirates. Luffy said seriously. The audience froze for a moment, everyone looked at Luffy in amazement, as if they were meeting Luffy for the first time. Yes, what Robin joins is Inazuma, which is a country. Not a pirate group. Only Xuangyu Kongying knows that Luffy is actually very reliable at critical moments. He knows everything, but he always faces others with an optimistic state. This may be the meaning of the sun god Nika. Facing Luffy's invitation, Robin didn't directly agree to it, but he didn't directly refuse either, obviously he also had some thoughts in his heart. But Xuangyu Kongying didn't care, seeing that it was getting late, he took Lei Movie and others into Dream Yixin to rest. As for Mengmeng Yixin's knife, it just floated on the deck of the Straw Hats, watching everyone in amazement. After 12 o'clock in the morning, Xuangyu Kongying suddenly turned on the system, because today is the time to refresh the new card pool. Xuangyu Kongying is looking forward to it. What is the new card pool this time? Wait, it's actually her. Xuangyu Kongying was stunned, because the home page of the up pool of the new card pool was a white-haired loli in a small green skirt. Grass God. It's actually the grass god. Xuangyu Kongying stood up excitedly, making Lei Yingying and Chi-Chi stunned. No wonder Xuangyu Kongying was like this, a thunder movie let him know how powerful the gods are. Now that Uki broke out, he ushered in the second god's up pool so soon. Don't care about anything else, the god of grass will definitely walk away with full energy and vigor. After all, this is the new daughter. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives Ba 027, Little Auspicious Grass King Naxida, Gale Discipline Officer Sai Nuo. Ask for flowers, review votes. 027. After taking a closer look, this time the pond of the god of grass turned out to be a double pond, which was a pleasant surprise. The one who went up with the god of grass was actually Sai Nuo, the great discipline officer of Sumeru. I thought it was Xiaogong. Xuangyu Kongying said to himself. After all, he remembered that when the god of grass appeared on the stage in his previous life, he reenacted it with Xiaogong. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand the arrangement of the system. After all, the gods of Zumi are about to come out. If this is not accompanied by a few powerful characters of Zumi, then the grass god is too useless. The 4-star accompanying run is still cancelled. It seems that the system has to slowly earn it by itself. After all, every 10 consecutive draws will inevitably produce a purple character. Therefore, for a 4-star character, in the long run, everyone will have it, even if the life is full. Not difficult. But this does not mean that the 4-star character is not strong enough. After all, the star is the star, but the strength and setting of the character have nothing to do with the star. As for the weapon pool, it is Cheni Fumeng, the special weapon of the god of grass, and the staff of Chisha, the special weapon of Sano. Not to mention, the words of the staff of red sand are indeed a bit like oars. As the master of Sumeru and Mond, Xuangyu Kongying does not lack Bailey now. The only thing that can restrict him from drawing cards is the monthly pool update. Because as long as he fills up the contents of the pool can no longer be drawn, so even if he wants to continue Krypton Gold to get the resident and 4 stars together, it will not work. As long as the 2 pools of characters and weapons are full, this pool can no longer be drawn. You can only wait for a month, and as new pools appear, you can continue to draw. For the prayer page, there are still 1,000 draws left. Although it cannot be drawn before the pool is updated, the recharge will not be affected. This is prepared before. 100 million for 10 draws, 1 billion for 100 draws, 10 billion Baileys for 1000 draws. Even for Daozuma, this is a huge amount, but it doesn't matter. Now Daozuma has opened up the sea and traded with the surrounding countries, plus the unique seastone veins, so Bailey, Shuangyu Kongying really no shortage. And besides Dao wife, he also has the newly established Mond, so naturally he won't really be short of money. In the first 10 rounds, it was true that Oh Huang was not himself and did not directly withdraw money. However, the character that appeared in the 10 rounds of this series, but let Shuangyu Kongying's eyes shine, it is actually Lisa, the king of Mond, but it is still fresh in the memory of many travelers. Especially when using Lisa to climb, I dare not let out that cry without wearing headphones. Continue to click and pray, as the saying goes, if you don't skip the prayer, it will be crooked, so when Shuangyu prayed, she just skipped it. At the 70th draw, Shuangyu Kongying finally got her first grass god. And this was just the beginning, and then the more battles became more courageous, and there were even 2 double gold medals, which was full of European spirit. Advertisement. In the end, all the 1000 draws were spent, and he even recharged some of the Bailey he was carrying, and finally drew grass god and Sano to the fullest. Then, when the characters and weapons were all full, the pool was immediately closed, which made Shuangyu Kongying a little unsatisfied. The next time she wanted to smoke, she would have to wait a month later. As Shuangyu Kongying's prayer ended, Lei Movie also looked at Shuangyu Kongying. It's over. What Lei Movie asked was about praying. They all came out of the system, so they naturally knew about praying. At this time, she was a little curious, and she didn't know if there would be an old friend. Well, the person who smoked this time has something to do with you. Shuangyu Kongying said with a smile, and then waved and 2 figures appeared in the field. As for the other 4-star characters, he thought for a while and summoned them to Daozuma and Mond. In fact, they are now on the 1000 miles of sunshine of the Straw Hats. If there are too many people, it will not be good after all. Huh, Nisita. Lei Movie stood up and looked curiously at the little auspicious grass king Naxita in front of him. Nisita slowly opened her eyes. She was obviously a little Lolita, but her eyes were full of wisdom. Shuangyu Kongying really wants to try the elf ears like Kelly's, what it feels like to pinch these ears. Balzeb. Balzebu is the name of the demon god in Lei's movies, such as Wendy's Barbados, Zhongli's Morax and so on. As one of the 7 rulers of the world, although the little grass god is still a child, as an existence of the same level, she is naturally qualified to be called the name of the demon god of Thor. It was you this time. I didn't expect you to grow up so big. When you were first born, we, the 7 gods, actually went to see it secretly. Lei Movie smiled and said. Nisita blinked her eyes. She didn't remember this at all. After all, when she was taken back by the Order Academy, she was just a newborn child. But it doesn't matter now, because they came to a new world, and this world will be a new beginning. Master Summoner. Naxita looked at Shuangyu Kongying and said respectfully. Shuangyu Kongying looked at Naxita, who was like a small adult, smiled slightly, and pressed her head. Nisita, this is not Tivat anymore, you are free here. Advertisement. Every time I think of this, Shuangyu Kongying wants to blow up the Holy Order, no matter what the reason is, they dare to imprison the little grass god, it's like dancing on the tip of a needle. If Zhongli and the others knew about it, they would probably blow up the entire teaching academy in one fell swoop. Nashida blushed, but she felt much more relaxed. Yes. I don't have that much pressure in this world. Immediately, he squinted his eyes, seeming to enjoy Shuangyu Kongying's head-touching killing very much. And Sano on the side remained silent during the whole process, but looked around for a while. Seeing his performance, Shuangyu Kongying immediately smiled. Are you looking for Tanari and Clay? Tanari will come later. As for Clay, I let her go to Dao wife. Don't worry, there are many partners over there, and they will take good care of Clay. Listening to Shuangyu Kongying's words, Sano breathed a sigh of relief, and Clay can come back after Zumi is established. Before that, let Clay enjoy this world. After all, it is really pitiful to be pitiful, so for Clay, Shuangyu Kongying is more like making her like an ordinary girl. Like a child, take a good look at the world. In fact, Shuangyu Kongying is free to all characters, they can do whatever they want. Shuangyu Kongying thought about it for a while. In the game of Yuenshin, if you draw a god, you will never lose money. So Shuangyu Kongying wanted to use the accumulated resources on Naxita first, after all, she was his second god. Since the last time he filled up Eula, he had accumulated for such a long time, and finally he had some resources. It is completely fine to directly fill up the weapons and characters of Nisita and Sano. It is worth mentioning that Coral Palace Shinhai reported to Shuangyu Kongying that apart from the experience book given by Shuangyu Kongying, they can actually increase their level through fighting. As for weapons, there is no way. Therefore, Coral Palace Shinhai's opinion is that it is enough to break through level 80 in the future, and let them gradually improve for the subsequent level 10, which can save a lot of resources. Therefore, Shuangyu Kongying pulled the grass god Naxita and Sano to the 80th level breakthrough, and the weapons were directly full. Sano made a 4-star dual set, which is really a panacea and can be used by many characters, especially in the real world. This set makes the basic attack powerful enough to counter the strong. As for Nisita, she got a 4-star band set. He did have the 5-star ones, but now that Shuangyu Kongying has something to pursue, he didn't keep those with bad entries, and decomposed them into Mora. Anyway, with the accumulation of time, there will be more and more holy relics with good entries in his hand, and they are all 5-star, and now the 4-star is just a transition for his characters. 028. The excitement of Lay's movie, Bennett and Lay Z drifting at sea. Ask for flowers, review votes. 028. In Yixin Pure Land, because of the arrival of the little grass god Naxida, Chi-Chi seems to be much more lively. The two little guys sat on the swing built by the little auspicious grass king with the power of grass elements, talking to each other while holding a dessert made by Sanji in their hands. While eating, he squinted his eyes and showed a happy smile. Perhaps at this moment, the little auspicious grass king can really perceive what happiness in the world is. After all, she has been imprisoned in the Order Academy since she could remember, and she can only rely on her own ability, with the help of Guy Celine's physical activities. As for Sunuo, he stood behind Naxida all the time, because this was their Sumeru god of grass. To rebuild Sumi in this world, we can only rely on their gods, and after being summoned, he knows everything the gods have experienced, and there is pity in his eyes, so he traveled to his own place as a disciplinary officer. Responsibility: protect the god of grass. Of course, Xuangyu Kongying knows that Sai Nuo is a person with contrasting cute attributes. He looks very serious, but he has a hobby of telling jokes. His cold jokes are really cold, and can turn a plate of hot dishes into cold jokes of cold dishes. Xuangyu Kongying and Lei Yingying sat cross-legged in the air, both of them smiled when they saw this scene. That's great, it would be great if everyone could come to this world. There is no need to think about the laws of heaven, and there is no need to think about what is eternal. Lei Movie said to himself, but it's a pity that his partners are gone. Watching such a thunder movie, Xuangyu Kongying hesitated for a while, but finally decided to tell him one thing, which was what the system told him last time. That is, if a region is established to a certain extent, some people or objects from Tivat can even be summoned to enter this world. Because there are always some very attractive people, but they are not the characters in the pool. Ying, actually there is something I want to tell you. Hearing Xuangyu Kongying's words, Ying was puzzled for a while, but after Xuangyu Kongying said this, a powerful aura erupted from Ying's body. If this place is not in the heart of Mengmeng, this breath is afraid that it can alarm people in a radius of 100 miles. What, sister and the others can come to this world. Ying grabbed Xuangyu Kongying's arms excitedly, and Xuangyu Kongying could even see that her eyes were a little red. Obviously, what Xuangyu Kongying said touched her heart a little. Xuangyu Kongying looked at Lei Movie and nodded. That's right. The reason why I haven't told you is that I can't be sure when it will be realized. Advertisement. However, what is certain is that as I continue to draw new characters, and Dao Wife becomes more and more perfect, they will come to this world one day. Xuangyu Kongying refers to Ying's sister Bear, and people from Hujai Palace and so on. Even in the future, the Yakshas that Zhongli cares about, the Yashas who are thinking about, will come to this world one day. They didn't see the prosperous Liyue with their own eyes at the beginning, but they were able to rebuild a prosperous Liyue by themselves in another world. Ying took a deep breath to relieve his excitement, he tightly held the Inaoguang between his legs, and said with a serious expression. Dao Wife will definitely reappear in this world, and this is also for my sister and the others. Early the next morning, everyone in the straw hats woke up, but when they stepped onto the deck, they froze. Because there are Lei Movie and Xuangyu Kongying floating in the air on the deck at this time. The two of them were meditating. After all, Xuangyu Kongying's skills at this time were all taught by Lei Movie. But apart from them, everyone in the straw hats found a few more people, which is why they were stunned. A bronze-skinned boy held a golden weapon in his hand, looking a bit weird. The other one is wearing a green skirt, the extremely cute little auspicious grass king Naxida. At this time, she was eating lollipops with Chi-Chi, and the two little guys were playing a game of untying the rope with the power of Naxida's grass element. Naxida is a naughty little girl, she is the god of wisdom, but Chi-Chi is a slow little zombie, looking at the noose in her hand with a dull face at this moment. Xuangyu Kongying really couldn't stand it anymore, so she could only speak to Naxida. Alright, little Jishang, don't bully Chi-Chi. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, Naxida giggled, then stuck out her tongue at Xuangyu Kongying and blinked at the same time. Seeing this scene, Nami immediately melted. Yesterday there was an extremely cute Chi-Chi, why is there another one today? Oh my god, it's so cute. Nami couldn't hold back for a while, and directly hugged Nasida in her arms. Nasida was stunned for a moment, and she was a little stiff for a while. But she recovered after a while, because she sensed that the person in front of her was not malicious. Xuangyu Kongying smiled slightly, and explained to everyone in the straw hats. This is the little auspicious grass king Naxida, and that person is Sai Nuo. You can understand it is Naxida's guard. Advertisement. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, everyone suddenly realized. Sanji said curiously, little auspicious grass king, is this her name? Xuangyu looked at Naxida and nodded. Yes, and she is just like Shadow, as a god. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, everyone's pupils shrank. They knew how powerful Lei Movie was. Even if it was shown yesterday, it might be just the tip of the iceberg, but this cute little loli actually exists like Ying, how can they not be shocked? Nasida is still a child now, so her combat strength is naturally not comparable to Ying's. However, Naxida's strength lies not in her strength, but in her wisdom. Because she is the god of wisdom, and at the same time controls the power of the grass element, she can bring oases to the desert and bring prosperity to the people. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, everyone suddenly realized, but Robin at the side was suddenly taken aback. Bringing an oasis to the desert. She immediately thought of Alabasta. If the people in that country knew about the existence of the little auspicious grass king, they would probably be crazy about it, right? After all, their country is full of deserts, and now they are in a situation of water shortage. If there can be a god who creates oases, that country will be saved. Robin didn't know that at this time, Xuang Yukongdiang had indeed set his target on Alabasta. It seems that this is the most suitable place to rebuild Sumeru, because this is a desert, and an oasis can be built in the desert, but at the same time, part of the desert area can also be preserved. People in the desert such as Sai Nuo can continue to live in a familiar environment in the future. But all of this is as it is, different from others. Naxada's child Xuang Yukongdiang is more pampered, and everything follows her ideas. And at this moment, Usopp, who was at the helm ahead, suddenly shouted. Someone. There is someone on the sea. Everyone followed the prestige, and saw a plank floating on the sea in the distance, and a collapsed person was lying on the plank. Oh wait, that's it. Xuang Yu was stunned, and even his mouth was twitching, because the person lying on the wooden plank was actually Bennett. 029. Bennett joins the Straw Hats, the loving little auspicious grass king. Ask for flowers, review votes. 029. Am I dead? Slowly Bennett opened his eyes, but what he saw was Xuang Yukongdiang. Ah, God, Master Tianli. Bennett was shocked. Didn't he and Lazy get involved in the ocean? How did you see Lord Tianli? The corner of Xuang Yukongdiang's mouth twitched, and Lazy woke up slowly, but Lazy was not good at words, so he obediently stood aside and was scolded. I said, aren't you two in Mond? How did you come here? Bennett and Lazy looked at each other, and said embarrassedly. After Mond stabilized, none of us belonged to the West Wind Knights, so we formed a group to explore the sea together when we were bored. Who knew that we encountered wind and waves at sea, and then our ship was destroyed? Fortunately, we met Mr. Daimyo, otherwise it would be dangerous. Xuang Yu felt helpless. What should I say? Bennett has a super unlucky physique. Let's look at Lazy again. It's really hard for this kid. As long as he follows Bennett, he will definitely encounter misfortune. But the strange thing is that although the child Bennett will encounter misfortune, he can always turn the calamity into good luck every time. Sometimes he doesn't know whether to say he is lucky or unlucky. Xuang Yukongdiang told Luffy and the others about Bennett's physique. Everyone was amazed. Is there such a person in the world? Will wrestling on the road, is there really such an unlucky person? But when the group sailed to Alabasta, Bennett was fine. Bennett is weird, he didn't get stuck eating. Lazy stumbled while eating the delicious food made by Sanji. Everyone was taken aback, but Xuang Yukongdiang and Lei Movie stared at each other, both of them looked at Luffy. Perhaps it's because of Luffy's relationship. As the protagonist of the world, the son of luck that the world loves, by his side, Bennett's bad luck will not affect him, right? Seeing Bennett's excited expression, it was obvious that this child had never experienced a normal life. No matter what he did, he would definitely encounter accidents. This is the first time in such a long time that he has not encountered any accidents, so it is normal to be excited. Seeing this scene, Xuang Yukongdiang showed a smile, then turned his head to look at Luffy, and said with a smile. Captain Straw Hat, can I ask you something? Listening to Xuang Yukongdiang's words, Luffy and everyone in the Straw Hats were taken aback. Xuang Yukongdiang continued to speak. Advertisement. The child Bennett's physique, in fact, even I can't do anything about it. So I would like to ask you to let him stay on your ship, because Bennett's biggest dream is to take risks, experience the excitement of adventure, discover more treasures, and see a wider world. But because of his physique, he is destined not to be able to travel very far, so if he wants to realize this dream, he can only follow by your side. Listening to Xuang Yukongdiang's words, Nami and others all smiled. Yes. Luffy is a lucky person. With him by his side, Bennett can indeed realize his dream. Big, my lord. Bennett was taken aback for a moment, his eyes filled with emotion. Luffy looked at Bennett and laughed. Okay, welcome to join Bennett. And you, Lazy, we will be partners from now on. Luffy said loudly, although Luffy said at the beginning that he wanted 10 partners. But in fact, Luffy is really on the road, and the number of 10 partners is not stuck. Like Princess Vivi, if it weren't for the kingdom, she would definitely go to sea with Luffy. There are also Garrett of the Fur race, and Kaido's daughter Yamato. They all did not really follow the Straw Hats for various reasons. But if there were no outrageous reasons, such as Garrett becoming the king and Yamato protecting Wanokuni, they would definitely join the Straw Hat crew. Therefore, in terms of the number of people, Luffy is really not so stuck. Although there are 10, if he meets a partner he really likes, he will invite him to board the boat. In this way, Bennett and Lazy joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and Xuang Yukongdiang also explained the Straw Hat Pirates to him. Be reasonable. This is the adventure group Bennett longed for, but because of his unlucky physique, he has been unable to explore normally. But now it is different, with the son of the world, at least he will not take a step and fall, and he can fulfill his dream of exploring the world. Finally Xuang Yu looked at Robin blankly. Inazuma has a historical text, but it's only part of it. If you want to collect all the historical texts, then follow the Straw Hats. As long as Luffy is around, you can collect all the historical texts along the way. Xuang Yukongdiang said with a smile, after all, the Straw Hat Luffy is the main character. He doesn't have much interest in historical texts, but Xuang Yukongdiang has always been a kind and gentle person. This is Robin's dream, and she wants to do what the ruined footmen haven't done. So Shuang Yukongdiang took the initiative to bring up this matter, and Robin burst into tears at that moment. Big, my lord, Shuang Yukongdiang waved his hands. Advertisement. It doesn't need to be like this. When you join Daozu, you just join Daozu's nationality, but your people are free. No matter what you want to do, just follow your own will. Of course, if you encounter danger, even if you can seek help from Dao's wife, Dao's wife, will not give up on any of my subjects, absolutely not. Shuang Yukongdiang said so. Of course, the premise is not a person who has committed the most serious crimes, but Robin is obviously not that kind of person. Robin nodded fiercely. At this moment she was really surrounded by a sense of security. Luffy was even happier. The historian he had been longing for finally got him. How could he not be happy? If he hadn't already arrived in Alabasta, he would have even yelled for a party. Everyone docked the ship, and then prepared to go down to replenish resources. When getting off the boat, Shuang Yukongdiang subconsciously hugged Chi-Chi up and let her sit in his arms. People in One Piece world have extraordinary physiques, and the same is true for Shuang Yukongdiang now that her strength has become stronger. At least he is tall enough to be comparable to Zhongli at least, but much taller than a certain immortal master anyway. Naxita looked at Chi-Chi in Shuang Yukongdiang's arms eagerly, and Shuang Yukongdiang smiled. As expected, she was still a child. Although she is very precocious as the god of wisdom, she can't change her age. For the race of elves, 500 years old is indeed a pirate, just like Kelly. Bring it on. Shuang Yukongdiang immediately picked up Naxita, and Naxita pointed to her left hand and said, I want to sit with Chi-Chi. Shuang Yukongdiang smiled helplessly, but the two little girls didn't weigh much. He was also a strong general at the emperor level, so there were two little guys sitting on his left arm. At first glance, it really looks like bringing a child, but the difference is that these two children are so cute. Naxita narrowed her eyes, apparently really happy, talking to Chi-Chi along the way. But the dull Chi-Chi obviously could only listen most of the time, and as time passed, Naxita began to focus on the surrounding scenery. The yellow sand all over the ground is nothing to look at, only Sai Nuaduo glanced at it, because he is familiar with this environment. Entering the town, looking at the residents inside with yellow and emaciated faces and desperate expressions in their eyes, the smile on Nasita's face slowly faded away. As the god of grass, although she is not the Great Mercy Tree King, she has inherited everything from the Great Mercy Tree King, who is equally benevolent and benevolent. Seeing the pain of the people now, she feels a little uncomfortable. In fact, this is the case with the 7 rulers of the world. Even the Ice Queen, although there are many fools who do evil, but in fact she is the most gentle and kind god among countless people. P.S. The website will automatically delete book review 030. One thought revives everything, turning the desert into an oasis. Ask for flowers, review votes. 030. Looking at the surrounding scene, Robin explained to everyone. Alabasta is always short of water because it is a desert. Nowadays, because of 7 warlords of the sea's dancing fans, it doesn't rain all year round, so the country is already on the verge of collapse. I was a member of the Baroque Work Club before. Because I was escaping from the pursuit of the world government, I could only do things for him. This country has become like this, which has a great relationship with him. Listening to Robin's words, everyone was furious. How could there be such a person? Luffy held up his hand and said loudly. Then friends, let's defeat him. Is it possible that as long as that Shichibukai is defeated, the country can be restored? Luffy said so. The corners of Nami and others' mouths twitched. That's Shichibukai. Can those terrifying big pirates really be defeated by the current ones? At this time, Naxita in Shuangyu's empty arms shook her head. Even without the Shichibukai, people in this country would have a hard time getting enough to eat because of the deserts. And there are pirates in this world. Even if they can get a small amount of food, if they encounter pirates' robbery, it is still a dead end for them. Listening to Nashida's words, everyone was silent. Perhaps this is the reason why Princess Vivi chose to stay in the original book. After all, even without the Shichibukai crocodile, the country would still be poor. It's just that because of crocodile, this speed has been accelerated several times. This problem can only be solved unless the entire world is circulated, free trade between countries is possible, and resources can be exchanged quickly. But this is obviously difficult. Like the sea train in the water capital, why is it not popularized everywhere? Is it really a technical problem? Even if there are technical problems, as long as you want to do it, you can definitely do it. All because of world government restrictions. It is clear that the world's leaders have powerful technologies, and even war weapons can be manufactured. It is not difficult for them to make some technologies that improve people's livelihood. The reason not to do this is to control. If the exchanges between each country become closer and the transactions become prosperous, then these countries will gradually develop and grow, and then they will be able to connect with each other. Do you still need the existence of the world government? Therefore, the world government has always been controlling the technological development of this world, and at the same time, it is constantly collecting heavenly gold, which also makes countries in a state where the nobles barely eat enough, but cannot develop and grow. Advertisement. Naxita looked at Shuang Yukongdiang and said seriously. Lord Tianli, I want to save them, and I want to bring hope to the people of this country. Listening to Naxita's words, Shuang Yukongdiang showed a smile, nodded to her, and even gave her encouragement. Nasita, you can definitely do it. Go, become the god of this country, and rebuild Sumeru in this country. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Naxita nodded, and then slowly flew up from Shuang Yukongdiang's arms. Everyone in the straw hats watching this scene was shocked, but Usopp was talking to himself. Why is Xuangyu called Master Tianli? Of course no one noticed Usopp at this time, they were all looking at the little auspicious grass king Nashida in the sky. As Nashida flew in the air, the residents of the entire town were attracted by her. Countless people walked out of their homes, staring at the child emitting green light in the sky against the yellow sand all over the sky. I saw God Xiaosao folded his arms around his chest, then slowly bowed his head in prayer, and finally looked into the sky suddenly. Buzz. Then a shocking scene happened, the ground suddenly began to shake, and then from the desert of yellow sand, a huge tree began to grow from it.
Grass, flowers, and big trees, on the land of this desert for hundreds of years, actually began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people of Alabasta were all stunned. These people all knelt on the ground and looked at the big tree rising from the ground. They were so excited that they trembled all over. God, God, Lord God is here to save us. Someone shouted like this, and the voice of the gods and lords spread throughout the town for a while. In just a few minutes, the whole town grew green grass, and on the endless desert, a jungle grew. Because of the growth of plants and photosynthesis, the hot climate suddenly started to change, and the air began to be humid at the same time. At this time, even the so-called dancing powder could not affect this town. Naixiang fell down slowly, being assisted by Xuangyue Kongying, she said weakly. I'm still too weak. I can only arouse the vitality of such an area at a time. It will take a while to change the entire country. Xuangyue Kongying held Naixiang and Chi-Chi in her left hand, and touched her head with her right hand. Naixiang is already great, look at them, you gave them hope. Advertisement Xuangyue Kongying pointed to the front and said, at this time, people from the whole town came. They knelt on the newly grown grass, knelt and kowtowed to Xuangyue Kongying and his party, and at the same time called out to the gods, looking at Nashida's eyes are even more reverent. Nishida smiled, and it was only at this moment that she realized why she was a god. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the crowd, and she came in front of everyone trembling. Beside her, there is a strange duck, and this figure is the Princess Vivi of Alabasta. She slowly came to the crowd, and Robin recognized her. After all, they were colleagues before this. Princess Vivi was kneeling on the ground, looking reverently at the little grass god in Xuangyue Kongying's arms. Is she a god given to Alabasta? Is she here to save us? It's really that little grass god's ability is too exaggerated. With just a few gestures, the ecological environment of a city has been changed. Since then, the rivers and lakes here have changed from a desert to an oasis. With such a good environment, this town can quickly prosper. People don't have to worry about not having enough to eat. Although Naixiang consumed a lot, she was not too weak to speak or passed out. She leaned on Chi-Chi and looked at Princess Vivi. I'm just a god who hasn't grown up yet, like the moon in the sky, and I still can't take on the real responsibility of a god. Listening to Nishida's words, Princess Vivi trembled with excitement. You are a god, please pray to God to save our country. Looking at the excited Vivi, Naixiang immediately looked at Xuangyue Kongying. At this time, Princess Vivi also realized that the person in charge here seems to be Xuangyue Kongying. But when she saw Xuangyue Kongying, she was shocked. She was so surprised that she didn't even notice Xuangyue Kongying and others. Dao, the name of Dao's wife, Xuangyue Kongying? No wonder she was so horrified. After all, this is the fierce man who killed the celestial dragons, hardened the marine admiral, and split the red line at the same time. It can be said that if Xuangyue Kongying was a pirate, she might be called the fifth emperor at this time. Facing such a big man, she really had to be shocked. Xuangyue Kongying is usually easy to talk, so she smiled slightly at the moment. Let's talk as we go. Now Xuangyue Kongying took the lead, and everyone slowly entered the town, and Princess Vivi hurriedly followed behind. 031. Alabasta changed its name to Sumeru, and Sano played, Ask for Flowers, Review Votes. 031 Along the way, the people of Alabasta looked at everyone respectfully, especially Naixiang in the arms of Xuangyue Kongying, who was really regarded as a god by them. We already know about Alabasta. Nishida will save the country, but I want you to agree to one condition. Xuangyue Kongying said to Princess Vivi beside her while walking. Princess Vivi was taken aback for a moment, and then Xuangyue Kongying continued to speak. Nishida is the god of grass. She just came to this world and needs to establish her own country, Sumeru. If you want, the place to build Sumeru can be chosen in Alabasta. Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the newly appeared Mond also has a god? Zoro asked in shock, when did the gods become so big? Whether it's the power of Thor or Nishida's method of changing the ecological environment, they're indeed almost like gods in their eyes. If the Logia fruit is awakened, it can also change the ecological environment, but it is definitely not Naixiang. Because Naixiang is more like the creation of all things, rather than simply changing a place. Yes, Mond also has a god, and he is a poet, and his biggest hobby is drinking. If you can meet in Mond in the future, maybe you can become good drinking friends. Xuangyue Kongying said with a smile, because Zoro likes to drink, and Wendy Barbados also likes to drink. If the two meet, they may really become friends with similar tastes. Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, Zoro became interested. Is it a god who likes to drink? Really looking forward to it. I just don't know if Zoro will be disappointed when he sees the real god of wind. After all, that's Barbados who doesn't do business. Ying curled her lips at the side, forgetting that Ying had always looked down on Wendy's idleness.
In Ying's view, as a god, one should manage one's own country well and bring eternity to the people. Therefore, the so-called free thinking of Barbados, which allows the country and its people to fend for themselves, has always been despised by Ying. Build, Sumeru. Princess Vivi is silent, which means that Alabasta will disappear. You must know that Alabasta has been established for 800 years. In the past, their royal family was actually one of the celestial dragons, but the king of the first generation didn't want to live in the Holy Land, so he gave up his identity as the celestial dragons and came to this desert to build a kingdom. Otherwise, the current Princess Vivi may be the princess of celestial dragons. Shuangyu Kongying seemed to know what she was thinking, and said with a smile. Advertisement. Don't worry, Sumeru is the kingdom of wisdom, which is different from Mond. The royal family of Alabasta can remain, and you can continue to run the country. It's just that some other things need to be changed, such as those nobles who oppress the common people, etc., so they cannot exist. It's like Dao's wife. Although the current Dao's wife has changed a general, the overall customs have not been changed. Listening to Shuangyu Kongying's words, Princess Vivi nodded, and then said seriously. I'm going to ask my father right now, but with my father's character, he will definitely agree. As long as the country can be saved, why not give up the identity of the royal family? Shuangyu Kongying laughed when she heard Princess Vivi's words. It was true. The original Neferutari family could give up their identity as celestial dragons. No matter what the reason was, it proved that their family members had the righteousness to give up. The current king, Cobra, is a king who puts the people first and is deeply loved by the people, so he will definitely agree to this matter. After Princess Vivi left, Shuangyu Kongying and others continued to walk towards various places in Alabasta. They didn't take the initiative to find the sand crocodile, because as the oases bloomed everywhere, the crocodile who saw the plan being destroyed would definitely appear. After all, that guy's obsession with Pluton has reached a pathological level, so even if he is afraid of himself, he will appear. Following Shuangyu's footsteps, everything came back to life in every town they went to. Nasida's name has also spread throughout the kingdom, and at the same time there are countless followers, such as defenders from all over the country, and some strong people in Alabasta. After all, Alabasta is a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, with a permanent force of 600,000. This is a huge force, so even Crocodile can only use unscrupulous means to deal with this country for so many years. With such a huge population base, it is not difficult to understand the emergence of some talented penultimate powerhouses. Although they may not be as good as those top powerhouses at sea, it is impossible for the entire country to be a powerless civilian. There are still powerhouses comparable to tens of millions of bounty pirates. So along the way, there are many people like this following behind, just because Naxida has been considered by them as a god who came to save Alabasta, and they are willing to follow the gods and obey the orders of the gods. At the same time, Cobra, the capital of Alabasta, also met Princess Vivi. Become Sumeru. Cobra fell into silence. With the appearance of Daokyu and Mond, Cobra would naturally not be ignorant of these two countries. They appeared abruptly, but they were undoubtedly powerful. Even the two countries established diplomatic relations for the first time, which makes people have to wonder whether the two countries are related. And now there is one more Zumi, and even the position to be established. Did they choose Alabasta? You must know that Dressrosa, where Mond is located, is also one of the countries that joined the world government. At that time, Marine Admiral was dispatched, but the result was a failure. And their Alabasta is a superpower, above Dressrosa. If they also become the so-called Sumeru, will the world government go crazy? Advertisement. But is there anything he can do now? Isn't it his dream to bring an oasis to the whole country so that the people of this country can have enough food and live a life of adequate food and clothing? Thinking of this, Cobra's eyes became firm. Vivi, go and meet us, Alabasta, no. The gods of Sumeru, the country of grass. Listening to Cobra's words, Princess Vivi smiled immediately, and the latter decree was spread throughout Alabasta through phone bugs. What's more, this is still an open news, and it is also announced to the whole world. From now on, Alabasta will be renamed Sumeru. We will believe in the god of grass and wish the whole country to serve the little auspicious grass king Naxida. Close black lens bracket. Immediately, the entire sea was shaken, and countless people were shocked by it. At the same time, the sand crocodile finally couldn't bear it anymore. When Shuangyu Kongying and others arrived in the capital, Crocodile appeared. He looked at Shuangyu Kongying and the others with eyes full of hatred. It's you who stopped my plan. Shuangyu Kongying's face was dull. This guy was washed clean in the original book, but Shuangyu Kongying thinks it shouldn't be. Because of him, more than 18,000 people starved to death in this country. It is impossible for such a sinful person to give him a chance. So Shuangyu Kongying looked at Sano and said to him. From now on, this is Sumeru. Then Sanuo, the great disciplinary officer of Sumeru, let the people of Sumeru see how strong the power to protect them is. After these days they traveled all over Alabasta, and Sano's level was also fully filled by Shuangyu Kongying. In addition to the Thunder set, the Gold Erosion set, etc., the most suitable for Sano is the Gladiator set, or the best 2+2. Therefore, a set of 4-star dual sets of Grandmaster, Thunder Injury, and Explosive Head Injury are all full, which is completely enough for Sano at this time. Shuangyu Kongying's talent has also been slightly pulled to level 6. After all, no matter how high it is, Zhou Ben's talent materials are needed, and there are too few things, so let's accumulate some for the time being. Sano is pretty scary these days, so dealing with a Shichibukai isn't really a problem. Crocodile looked dignified as he watched Sano walk out with the red sand staff in hand. Who are you? Sano slowly lowered the mask on his head, looking at Crocodile with a posture like a desert Shinigami. Sanuo, the disciplinary officer of Sumi Daifeng, follows the will of the grass god and comes to apprehend you. Hearing Sano's words, Crocodile was furious immediately, and then roared and turned into yellow sand, attacking Sano. At the same time, Cobra and other people from the kingdom also came here, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky. They were all shocked. Is this the power of Shichibukai? 032. Sano kills Crocodile, the world government is furious. Ask for flowers, review votes. 032. Looking at Sano in front of him, Crocodile's eyes were full of seriousness. He knew that Shuang Yukongying was here before, so he pretended to be brave, but in fact the biggest purpose was to negotiate. After all, his goal is Pluten, and it would be best if he could negotiate. But when he saw Sino at this time, he knew that negotiation was impossible, because as long as you are not an idiot, who would negotiate with you when your strength is absolutely superior? Thinking of this, Crocodile said in a deep voice. What the hell are you trying to do? Alabasta is a member of the world government, and the world government will never allow your behavior of stealing the country. However, Crocodile's words pose no threat to Shuang Yukongying at all. After all, Dressrosa was also a member of the world government, and now it has become a self-talking city-state Mond. Desert prison, Crocodile roared, and directly attacked Sano. It seemed that Pluton's temptation to him was too great. Knowing that he would not be the opponent of Shuang Yukongying and others, he still chose to make a move at this time. Seeing Crocodile make a move, Sano said in a deep voice. Lord Tianli, Lord Grass God, please step back. The moment he finished speaking, Sano turned into a beam of thunder and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the rushing yellow sand was instantly torn apart by Sano. How can it be? Crocodile exclaimed. Obviously there is no armament hockey, but why can it have an effect on Logia fruit ability users? But he didn't know that the characters of General Teva, the elemental power they cast could have the same effect as Conquerors. It can even be combined with Conquerors to achieve a double increase. Currently, the hockey mastered by Shuang Yukongying and others is this kind. Among the characters of Inazuma and Mond, this kind of hockey has also begun to spread. Of course, it is only limited to the owner of the God's Eye. After all, without the God's Eye, it is impossible to mobilize the elemental power. Shuang Yukongying is an exception. He just like the characters in the game, they can control all elemental powers without the eyes of God. Advertisement. Sha Lan. Crocodile yelled, and a storm formed in his hand, and then turned into a terrifying desert tornado, carrying the power to tear everything apart, attacking Sano. Faced with this powerful attack, Sano was not afraid at all. Instead, he pulled the mask on his face, and then displayed his unique skills. God please, let's make an oath. The moment the voice fell, Sanuo was surrounded by the power of the thunder element, and then the red sand stick in his hand slowly dissipated, turning into 2 lightning bolts, forming sharp claws on his wrist. Sano burst out, rushing towards the desert storm, just waving his hands lightly, and the thunder claws tore the storm in front of him. Crocodile was completely shocked, but the power that Sano displayed next drove him into despair. The attack, which was like a violent storm, was fierce. The moment he swung his claws, countless sharp blades composed of thunder shot out, directly drawing out abysses within hundreds of meters of the ground. The result of the battle is already doomed. Today, Sano is at full character level, full weapon level, and his talent has been pulled to level 6, which is a proper Admiral level combat power. Although Crocodile is a Shichibukai, he is still inferior to Admiral. If he really has Admiral level strength, he will not be ashamed of being hit by Whitebeard. Among the entire Shichibukai, the person who can be determined to have the combat power of a general is probably an Eagle Eye. After all, Hawkeye and Redhead are good friends, and they often practice swordsmanship together. Although Redhead's most powerful is Conqueror's Haki, Hawkeye can exchange ideas with Redhead, which means that they are at least one level of powerhouse. Boom. Following Sano's decision of falling feathers, a lightning gun that fell from the sky pierced Crocodile in an instant. He stared blankly at the lightning gun in front of his chest, and finally he could only slowly pass away with infinite regret. Since then, one of the 7 warlords of the sea has been directly removed from the list. In the case of Doflamingo, he fled directly and did not kill him. For most of the 7 warlords of the sea, Shuang Yukongying thinks that they should not survive. Hawkeye is a one-man swordsman who used to be a bounty hunter, but because of some reasons, he was wanted and turned into a pirate. There is also the Empress, who is also the queen of a country. In most cases, the country can be self-sufficient. If the pirate group is formed, it is more about self-protection in case other countries miss the daughter country. 7. Is Shichibukai just gone? Cobra looked at this scene in shock. At this moment, Sano had withdrawn from his ult state, regained his indifferent youthful posture, and stood behind Shuang Yukongying and the little auspicious Grass King. Cobra took a deep breath, and brought the courtiers of Alabasta to the front of Shuang Yukongying and others. Advertisement. See you, Your Excellency Daozuma. While talking, they looked at the little auspicious Grass King in Shuang Yukongying's arms. Shuang Yukongying gave her an encouraging smile, Naixiang nodded, and then slowly floated up from Shuang Yukongying's arms. Naixiang has gained the faith of the people of this country because of saving Alabasta these days, and she feels that her strength has become much stronger. Naixiang, who was floating in the air, slowly embraced her hands, and then fell into a state of prayer. In the anticipation of Cobra and others, the power of the terrifying green grass element exploded, and within 100 miles of the entire capital, countless towering trees and green grass burst out. The hot weather started, and the air became humid. Countless people in the capital burst into tears. This is their dream scene. All of a sudden, countless people knelt on the ground, shouting, "Long live the god of grass." This time the scope is very large. After all, the capital and the surrounding towns have all changed at once. So Naxita was a little weak, and Xuangyu hugged her immediately, and then said to Cobra and the others, "From today onwards, this is Rice wife, and Nasita is the god of grass in your country. From now on, you can respectfully call her little auspicious grass king. Although she is still a pure child, she is a god. In the future, Sumi will establish diplomatic relations with Inazuma and Mond. I think you should know how to do it." Cobra nodded with a serious expression. Sure enough, Mond had something to do with Dao's wife, and even a lot. Xuangyu Kongying's words clearly told Cobra that they could not do things against the will of the gods in the future, otherwise they would bear the wrath from the other two countries. What Cobra doesn't know at this time is that the two countries are only temporary, and there will be Liyue, Winter, Fontaine, and Nada in the future. At the same time, as Alabasta changed its name to Sumeru, and the news that Shichibukai crocodile was killed by Sumeru disciplinary officer Sano spread across the sea was once again sensationalized. Marine and the world government were the first to get the detailed information, and it was accompanied by the anger of the world government. Because this is the second joining country. What are these people trying to do? Do you want to gradually erode the rights of the world government? 033. The world government's draw, the arrival of Marco and Ace. Ask for flowers, review votes. 033. The holy land of Mariajoy, 5 elders gathered together, with anger on their faces at this time, because Alabasta is too special, and that country guards Pluton. What should I do? Send Marine to attack this Sumi. Curly 5 elders said so. But 5 elders with the sword immediately retorted. According to the previous information, Sumi is related to both Mond and Inazuma. Judging from the strength of these 3 countries, Marine may not be their opponent. Unless the Marine directly mobilizes the entire sea to encircle and suppress these 3 countries, there is no chance of winning. The 5 elders are all silent. In fact, the strength of Marine is far beyond what was shown in the original book, because the place they are responsible for managing is the entire ocean. Whether facing the Revolutionary Army, the pirates from all over the world, or the country, even during the Summit War period, Marine did not really come out in full force. However, if Marine is really asked to give everything for Daozuma and other countries, then the sea will inevitably fall into chaos. Finally, the bald 5 elders thought for a while, then looked at the crowd and said, "How about this?" and absorbed them into the countries that joined the world government. Until Lord I Am wakes up, we have no way to deal with these countries. After all, that would cause turmoil in the world. I'm afraid Lord I Am will not be happy. Listening to what the bald 5 elders said, everyone else nodded, which was a good idea. Anyway, Alabasta, the predecessor of Zumi, is still well preserved. Even the king and courtiers have not been changed, but the name of the country has been changed. At the same time, a so-called god, the little auspicious grass king, has appeared on it. From this point of view, Sumeru in name is still a member country of the world government. The same is true of Dressrosa, Mond's predecessor. After all, they have already investigated, and there are no people from the D clan in these 3 countries. In their opinion, as long as they are not from the D clan, their world government should not be shaken. Rule. If that's the case, then let Marine send out a negotiating team to absorb Sumi, Mond, and Daozuma to become the joining countries of the world government. Stabilize them before Lord I Am wakes up, and you can make some appropriate concessions. As long as Lord I Am wakes up, there are ways to deal with them. The 5 elders issued a policy and immediately notified Marine of it. Marine Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku's office. Absorb Daozuma and other 3 countries and become a member country of world government. Sengoku was surprised for a while, and then looked at the naval headquarters generals in front of him. The generals who can participate in this meeting are all above Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Crane Vice Admiral, because she has always been Marine's brain trust. Crane Vice Admiral stood up and said, "The strength of the 3 countries Daozuma, Mengde, and Sumi, we have to admit that they are indeed too powerful. Inazuma alone is the powerful existence we know at this time. There is a General Thunderbolt in Daozuma's name Xuangyu Kongying." Listening to He Vice Admiral's words, everyone's faces were heavy. Xuangyu Kongying was the one who cut through the red line. According to their Marine's internal evaluation, their fighting power was no less than that of the 4 emperors. Although Thunder General Marine has never seen her make a move, it is certain that it is definitely not easy to defeat Kaido with one move. It is even possible that their Marine has only one Garp to contend with. The second is Mond, and it is Eula who has shown her strength, but they understand that the most powerful knights in the Zephyr Knights are title knights, and Eula is just one of them. I'm afraid it's those other titles. Even if it's not as good as Eula, it won't be much different, right? Finally, there is the newly appeared Sumeru. Although it is not as good as those 2 countries for the time being, the disciplinary officer Sainuo has admiral-level combat power. Coupled with a little auspicious grass king who doesn't know the depth, so after these 3 countries form an alliance, it's no wonder that the world government wants to win over rather than compete. After thinking about it, Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Xiaohei, you can do this. Let Garp follow you, and it will protect your safety by the way. Hearing Sengoku's words, Suru Vice Admiral nodded immediately. Xuangyu Kongying and the others don't know about the things here, they are in Alabasta right now, enjoying the food here. However, before Xuangyu Kongying and the others stayed for a few days, a group of people came to Sumeru. At the port, a man wearing a hat and shirtless looked at the port in front of him and said in disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? Is this really Alabasta? A man with a coxcomb head came over and said with a smile. Ace, this is the ability of that little auspicious grass king. I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is, but it can actually change the ecological environment of the entire country. It was Marco who was talking, and the people in the whole sea didn't believe in any so-called gods. They just regarded Nashida's ability as devil fruit's ability. Okay, Ace, we should go to that rice wife daimyo, whether we can cure daddy, we can only see him. Marco said so, with some expectation in his eyes. The reason they came to Alabasta is actually very simple, to protect themselves. It is said that when Eula repelled Doflamingo, Captain Chin showed his power and could instantly heal everyone in the field. Advertisement. When the Whitebeard pirates saw this scene, they immediately thought of something, that is to treat Whitebeard. But when they arrived in Mond, they were rejected by the West Wind Knights. Because at that time, the head of Shin told Xuangyu Kongying about this matter, and Xuangyu Kongying told the head of Shin to let them come to him. So today Ace and others came to the current Zumi, just to find Xuangyu Kongying, and then see if they can treat Whitebeard. Come yet. Xuangyu Kongying slowly opened her eyes. After this country became Sumeru, Naxita could clearly know what happened in this territory. So when Ace and the others entered this country, Xuangyu knew about it. At that moment, Xuangyu looked at Luffy who was eating meat while competing with Bennett, and said with a smile. Luffy, someone important to you is here. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, Luffy was taken aback for a moment. And when the Whitebeard pirates came to the capital, Luffy was dazed at first, and then shouted in surprise. Ace! He yelled, and the whole person rushed out in an instant. Luffy! Ace also yelled, and the two brothers hugged each other like this. At this time, Cobra and the others looked at the Whitebeard pirates vigilantly. Marco of the first team and Ace of the second team, these two are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They are all well-known strong men in New World, and they also represent Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Ignoring the excited Ace and Luffy, Marco walked up to Xuangyu Kongying and bowed respectfully. Inazuma Daimyo Xuangyu Kongying-sama, I have something to do on this trip, and I want to ask for your help. In order to save his father, Marco naturally used very respectful words. 034. The excited Hancock, her hero Xuangyu Kongying. Ask for flowers, review votes. 034. I already know why you came. Xuangyu Kongying looked at Marco and said. Marco was immediately excited, because judging from the reaction of Captain Chin at the time, it seemed that treating Whitebeard was not difficult. In fact, this is the case, because the power of the original god character even has the ability to resurrect. For example, Chi-Chi's full life and Barbara's full life both have the ability to resurrect. Your Excellency, no matter what price you pay, as long as you can save Dad, our Whitebeard pirates are willing to pay any price. Marco said seriously. At this time Ace stopped messing around with Luffy, and looked at Xuangyu Kongying seriously as well. For everyone in their Whitebeard pirates, Papa is the most important thing, as long as Papa can be cured, it is worth paying any price. Xuangyu Kongying thought about it for a while, and it is not difficult to treat Whitebeard, even Chi-Chi around him can do it, and don't forget, there is an alchemist Granos in Mond. Although her strength is not as good as Abeto's, making a healing potion is not a problem at all. What he was thinking about was what he could get from the Whitebeard pirates. Forget it, you can pay some Baileys, 100 million is no problem, right? A potion that can treat all the hidden wounds on Whitebeard's body. Xuangyu Kongying thought for a while, and realized that she didn't seem to need anything from the Whitebeard pirates at all. Just sell it to them, anyway, this kind of potion costs nothing at all for granulated sugar. Just 100 million Pele. Marco said in surprise that he thought he would have to pay a high price, but he didn't expect to get it so easily. At that moment, Marco couldn't wait to leave, and went back to Mond to find sugar to get the potion. It is worth mentioning that Ace didn't follow him, because he had other tasks, which was to capture Blackbeard. Although Marco said that after sending the potion back to Whitebeard, he will arrest Blackbeard with him. But Ace is very stubborn, so he can't be persuaded at all, and he embarks on the journey to capture Blackbeard alone. None of these Xuangyu Kongying knew, because after Marco and the others left, Xuangyu Kongying and others also left Sumeru. Advertisement. They did not go with Luffy and the others. After leaving Sumeru Harbor, they continued to embark on the journey aimlessly. As for Nashida, she stayed in Sumeru, because she was still a young god, and she didn't need to travel for the time being. Lay movie is different. If you look at this world more, you can deepen your understanding of this world and make their power stronger. Bennett and Razor officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates and continued their adventure. Time goes by day by day. Usually, Xuangyu Kongying let Dream Yixin fly slowly on the sea, while their own words are in the pure land of Yixin. During these days, apart from practicing Conqueror's Hockey, Xuangyu Kongying spent all her time in liver games. Because there are too many characters in hand, Xuangyu Kongying has to hurry up to raise their levels. At least level 80 must be reached. In this case, with weapons and holy relics, they can at least gain strength comparable to the elite vice admiral in this department. And on this day, Dream single-mindedly flew to Calm Belt, and came to a whole new country at the same time. On a pirate ship, there are actually all female warriors. Wait, what's that? Someone looked up and saw Dream Yixin flying in the sky. My lord, a flying sword has appeared outside. A huge woman with a long snake-like tongue inside. From the cabin, a tall woman walked out slowly, and then looked curiously at Meng Yixin who was flying in the air. Her beautiful face was slightly frowning at this moment. What the hell is that? Said a female soldier on the side. And Hancock looked carefully at this time, but suddenly she was shocked, and then her whole body unexpectedly flushed irregularly. Yes, it's Lord Kongying's sword. That's Lord Kongying's sword. Hancock said excitedly, and the soldiers of the Daughter Kingdom around him were taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized. One must know that their Lady Queen has become crazily obsessed with one person recently, and that is the recently famous daimyo Inazuma. The warriors in the Daughter's Kingdom don't know why their queen is obsessed with such a man, even though the strong will fascinate people. Advertisement. Only Hancock's two younger sisters know the real reason. In their hearts, Xuangyu Kongying is a hero. Killing the celestial dragons, rewarding the Holy Land Mariajoy, and Xuangyu Kongying who did these things, in the hearts of the Hancock sisters, isn't it a heroic existence? Master Kongying. Hancock crossed his arms and shouted excitedly towards the dream in the sky. At the same time, in Yixin Pure Land, Xuangyu Kongying, who was practicing observation hockey, suddenly trembled. Who is calling me? Even Xuangyu Kongying was taken aback. His observation hockey could sense other people's emotions. At this moment, he clearly sensed that an extremely emotional person was calling him. Lei Yingying also slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there were only the two of them in Yixin Pure Land. Chi-Chi was temporarily sent to Dao's wife, because it was not good to sail with them all the time, after all, it was too boring. Someone seems to be calling outside. Listening to Lei Movie's words, Xuangyu Kongying was a little curious at the moment, and then said to Ying. I'll go out and have a look, you continue to practice shadow. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, Lei Movie nodded, and then Xuangyu Kongying's figure flashed and disappeared into Yixin Pure Land. When she reappeared, she was on the sea. In the sky, the figure of Xuangyu Kongying appeared, the purple kimono and the high ponytail behind her head fluttered in the wind, dreaming into the sheath with all her heart, and then looked around curiously. Immediately, he noticed that there was a pirate ship below, and why did the woman at the head of the pirate ship feel a little familiar? Ah, Master Kong Ying. A scream sounded, and Xuangyu's heart fluttered for a while, finally remembering who was in front of him. Isn't this Hancock? Xuangyu Kongying slowly landed, and then looked curiously at Hancock in front of her. Why was she so excited? You must know that before this, the two did not know each other, but at this time Hancock's appearance made Xuangyu Kongying puzzled. Master Kongying, it's really Lord Kongying, I'm so excited. Hancock said so, writhing all over his body, but he was just too embarrassed to approach Xuangyu Kongying. 035. The Bad Taste of Lei Movie, Hujai Palace is coming soon. Ask for flowers, review votes. 035. Well, Hancock, isn't it? What's going on here? Xuangyu Kongying said embarrassingly, he really didn't know how to deal with this situation. Ah, Master Kong Ying talked to me. Hancock almost passed out from excitement, and the two younger sisters beside him were helpless. Sandersonia said to Xuangyu Kongying. Master Xuangyu, please don't suggest that my sister is in this state, because my sister adores you very much, that's why she is like this. Xuangyu Kongying suddenly realized, feeling that he replaced Luffy in the original book. But even for Luffy, Hancock seems to have changed his attitude towards him after some incidents, but he seems to have become like this directly. Xuangyu Kongying, who was confused, didn't think too much at the moment, just smiled and said to Hancock. The Empress Hancock, we want to go to the Kingdom of Daughters to rest for a while, I wonder if it is possible. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, Hancock kept nodding. Of course it's fine, Sora Ying-sama. Hancock was overwhelmed with excitement, but then her face darkened. Because Xuangyu Kongying backhandedly summoned Lei Movie from Dream Yixin, when he saw Lei Movie, Hancock's teeth were about to be gritted. Kong, Master Kongying, who is she? Xuangyu was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't realize the change in Hancock's attitude, but introduced to her. This is my rice wife, General Thunderbolt, my partner. Listening to Xuangyu Kongying's words, Hancock suddenly realized, and then his eyes narrowed. It turned out to be Daozuma's General Thunder. Of course she knows this person, but the existence that can defeat Kaido. In the face of such a powerful existence, even if she is not afraid, she should be vigilant. But at this moment, Hancock is actually more hostile. Lei Movie tilted his head, looking at Hancock curiously. You seem hostile to me. Hancock is really curious. Although she is a 1,000-year-old demon god, she doesn't know anything about emotions. Just like a certain snarky fox, who speaks sarcastically, but actually speaks with no experience at all. Advertisement. Hancock was completely unaware of the power of Lei Movie, and he said it very seriously when the other daughter country soldiers were terrified. Of course, it's really enviable that you can travel with Sora Ying-sama. Listening to Hancock's words, Lei Yingying was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Xuangyu Kongying, and then said suddenly. It turns out that we not only travel together, but also live in Dream Yixin together. Lei Movie said seriously that what she said had no other meaning at all, it was just a simple explanation. But in Hancock's ears, it was a bolt from the blue. Live together. Hancock slumped on the ground, his whole body was gray and white, his eyes were full of tears, and he was about to cry. The corner of Shuang Yukongdiang's mouth twitched, he has absolutely no experience in dealing with such things. Fortunately, Hancock himself was relieved quickly, but afterward, whether it was eating or anything else, she watched Lei's movie vigilantly. On the contrary, Ying didn't realize this at all, but if you look carefully, you will find a smile in Lei movie's eyes. It's obvious that she doesn't understand anything, but a bad taste has come up. I have to admit that being able to become Ye Kamido's friend, Lei Xingying was somewhat affected. On the coastline of the daughter country, Shuang Yukongdiang and others got off the pirate ship, and Granny Z came oncoming. When she found out that Daimyo Inazuma was actually on the Hancock boat, she was quite frightened. Who is that? Confronting Admiral head-on, and even successfully suppressing the existence of Admiral, and beheading the celestial dragons, splitting the red line, it is such an outrageous existence that it has something to do with their daughter country. This made him nervous but also a little worried. After all, Hancock's identity is Shichibukai, strictly speaking, he obeys the orders of the world government. If the world government finds out that Hancock actually had contact with Shuang Yukongdiang, the result will obviously not be very good. Your Excellency Inazuma Daming, welcome to the country of daughters. The mother-in-law is very respectful, even with cold sweat on her forehead, that is, Hancock, ***T, completely unaware at this time that standing in front of him is a top powerhouse on the sea. You don't need to be like this, mother-in-law. Our trip is through the daughter's country, and we need to replenish supplies by the way. I will trouble you. Shuang Yukongdiang said with a smile. This made Granny Z dazed for a while, because Shuang Yukongdiang didn't look like a high-spirited and strong man at all, but a kind young man. If it weren't for Shuang Yukongdiang's record of beheading celestial dragons and even splitting red line, no one would have realized that this young man with a smile in front of him would be so talkative, right? Wow, Master Kong Ying is so gentle. Hancock's face was flushed, and he was about to pass out from excitement. The corners of the mouths of everyone in Daughter Kingdom twitched, but they found that many soldiers in Daughter Kingdom looked at Shuang Yukongdiang cautiously. The world's top powerhouse, as well as that outstanding appearance, it is difficult for Shuang Yukongdiang not to attract attention. Advertisement. And in the country of daughters, there are no men, they only see men when they go to sea, and they all look ugly, never have they seen Shuang Yukongdiang. At the dinner party in the palace of the Daughter Kingdom, Hancock became more and more presumptuous as he became acquainted with Shuang Yukongdiang. The whole person directly stuck to Shuang Yukongdiang's body, causing Shuang Yukongdiang's whole body to be extremely stiff. He really can't deal with such things. On the other hand, Lei Yingying on the side didn't care at all, and kept eating the milk dumpling in front of him. By the way, Master Shuangyu, the world government seems to be planning to recruit Daofu, Mengde, and Zumi. Hancock thought for a while, and said to Shuang Yukongdiang, she knew that Shuang Yukongdiang was Daozuma's name, and also knew that Daozuma was in alliance with Mond and Zumi. That's why I told this matter, because it was Shichibukai's relationship, so they knew about it before Suru Vice Admiral and others arrived in Sumeru. Shuangyu was taken aback for a moment, then questioned Hancock carefully, and finally realized suddenly. The world government wants to Zhaoan. But Shuang Yukongdiang doesn't care. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any trick is a joke. Apart from that there is no one in the world government that makes Shuang Yukongdiang wary. In the evening, Hancock refused to leave desperately, so he stayed by Shuang Yukongdiang's side, but Lei Movie went first to Yixin Pure Land. Shuang Yukongdiang was bored, so she began to sink into the game, continuing to live with maps and resources. But suddenly Shuang Yukongdiang opened her eyes, a little unbelievable. No way, she's coming. At that moment, Shuang Yukongdiang stood up, and disappeared in the same place in a flash, entering the dream. And Meng Yixin just fell on the table. Hancock was dazed at first, and then picked up Meng Yixin with resentment on his face, and hugged him in his arms. Ah, Master Shuangyu. Shuang Yukongdiang didn't know Hancock's state at this time. He came to Yixin Pure Land excitedly, and said to Ying who was meditating. Shadow. She's here. She's here at Hujai Palace. Hearing Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Ying's whole body trembled, the elemental power around him couldn't be controlled, and exploded toward the entire Yixin Pure Land. That's right, Shuang Yukongdiang, who just entered the liver map of the game, suddenly saw a system prompt, that is, the first Tivat native character is about to appear in this world. Although the system said before that as the 7 kingdoms are rebuilt in this world, those characters who are not in the card pool will gradually appear, but I did not expect to come so fast, and the first one is Hujai Palace. That white-haired fox, one of Lei Movie's close friends. 036. Hancock weeps with joy, Marco is back in search of medicine. Ask for flowers, review votes. 036. Where is she? Lei Movie asked excitedly, and Shuang Yukongdiang asked the system, and the system gave an answer. It's at Inazuma Narujan Shrine, we'll go back now. Shuang Yukongdiang said so. The Naruto Shrine was of course built when Inazuma was established. Originally, I wanted to make a nest for her in advance for the future Ye Shenzi, but I didn't expect to come to Hujai Palace first at this time. From this point of view, Daozuma has developed to a certain extent, so some people or things belonging to Daozuma have begun to come to this world. Hujai Palace is just the beginning, and Lei Movie is very excited at this time, because Hujai Palace is here, and then other partners will also come to this world. Especially his elder sister, the former Thunder God Bar, also named Raiden Gen. The two left Yixin Pure Land and found Hancock. Hancock, we are in a hurry here, we need to go back to Daozuma first. Shuang Yukongying said to Hancock, thanking her for the hospitality these days. Hancock was disappointed for a while, but she knew that Shuang Yukongying, as a famous rice wife, could not stay in her daughter's country. She could only send Shuang Yukongying away in tears, but when Shuang Yukongying left, she suddenly thought of something. By the way, this is a potion I asked Mond alchemist sugar to make. Drink it when you take a bath at night, it may have a miraculous effect. Shuang Yukongying said with a smile. Hancock curiously took the potion from Shuang Yukongying's hand, and then saw Shuang Yukongying and Lei Jianying's figures, and disappeared in the same place in an instant. They teleported directly through the pocket anchor, so it took only a blink of an eye to arrive at Daozuma. At this time, Inazuma had already fallen into martial law mode, just because a dazzling white light appeared on Narujin Taisha Shrine. Because of the emergence of Mingxian army and Tianling Xingxing, Inazuma's control over the entire country has been greatly strengthened. Therefore, even the world government cannot monitor Daozuma's actions at this time, which is why the world government is anxious to show favor to Daozuma and other countries. It's her breath. Lei Mubi was trembling with excitement. After all, he was an old friend who passed away a long time ago. Shuang Yukongying smiled slightly at Lei Mubi. Go, I'll wait for you at the castle tower. Advertisement. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, Lei Mubi smiled, and then his figure flashed, and he entered Narugami Shrine following the thunder light. Then Shuang Yukongying looked at Judiao Shiluo and others. You all go back, it's not a big deal, it's just that a senior came to Dao's wife. For Zhu Tiao and others, Hujai Palace is indeed the seniors. After all, if there were no sacrifices of these seniors, there would be no later Dao wife. Yes, my lord, Zhuho Shiluo and others said respectfully. Afterwards, Shuang Yukongying returned to the Tiansho pavilion by herself, because she thought Lei Movie Club had a lot to say to Hujai Palace. Shuang Yukongying, who was bored, continued to enter the game, and then started the liver map. It is worth mentioning that he only opened the 3 areas of Mond, Liyue, and Daozuma before. But after owning Xiaosao God, the Sumeru map was opened, so the area where resources can be obtained has become larger again. Now he is like a Superman playing a game, and this game is related to his strength in reality, so Shuang Yukongying puts many worlds on it every day. Try to kill all the monsters as soon as they refresh, and then turn them into character experience points, a small amount of Mora materials, and so on. At the same time, after Shuang Yukongying and others returned, Hancock fell into a state of despair. She seemed to be sick, because when she thought of Shuang Yukongying, the longing seemed to tear her apart. Lying in the bathtub, Hancock took out the medicine Shuang Yukongying gave her. There were 3 bottles in total. In fact, she was a little puzzled. If she gave it to herself alone, how could she still have her 2 younger sisters? With curiosity in her heart, she drank the potion directly, and immediately felt waves of fiery energy coming from her back. Her complexion changed drastically, and then she stood up from the water city with a bang. Her graceful figure was instantly revealed, and then she cast the reflection on the water surface and saw the scene on her back. Hancock froze for a moment, and finally knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Because the Tianlong's hoof on his back is the biggest pain in his heart, and it is the mark of the 3 sisters who were slaves of the celestial dragons. Don't look at the Empress, who is usually very proud, but in fact she has low self-esteem in her heart, because the imprint on her back is the greatest shame, and there is no way to dissipate it. Because even if you dig out this piece of meat, the new meat that grows will have this mark. After all, it is not like Hancock did not try this method. But what I didn't expect was that this mark was actually eliminated today. Master Shuangyu. Advertisement. Hancock hugged the empty pill bottle, and then fell into a moron state. In the end, she gave the remaining 2 bottles of potion to the 2 younger sisters. If nothing else happened, the 3 sisters hugged each other and cried a lot. In Hancock's heart, the rest of her life will be devoted to Shuang Yukongying. Shuang Yukongying didn't know anything about Hancock's side, so after a whole night, finally the next morning, Shuang Yukongying saw Hujai Palace. The white and red maiden costume, white hair, furry fox ears, and fox tail. After seeing it, people can't help but want to rua. Although Hujai Palace is not a character drawn from the game, according to the system settings, as long as it is a creature produced from Tivat, it will have absolute respect for itself. Therefore, when Hujai Palace saw Shuang Yukongying, he immediately saluted respectfully. I have seen Lord Tianli. Shuang Yukongying smiled and waved her hands, and said to Hujai Palace. Call me by my name from now on. After all, you are the palace secretary of my Inazuma Narujin Taisha. Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, Hujai Gong shook his head. Forget it, the position of palace secretary should be reserved for that little guy, Miko. Looking at Lei Yingying with a smile on his brow, Shuangyu knew that she was very happy at this time. After all, friends who thought they had been separated forever, will meet again one day. This is really something to be happy about. Thinking of this, she was even more looking forward to the return of her sister and other partners. However, Shuang Yukongying also found that Lei Mubi has changed. She didn't care much about Dao's wife before, but now she knows that with Dao's wife's development, her friends will return, so she takes it to heart. So Shuang Yukongying knew that Lei Mubi would become a workaholic in the future, and probably would not have time to go out and play with him. As for dreams of one heart, Lei Mubi still gave it to Shuang Yukongying. After all, it is much more convenient for dreams of one heart when going out. And even if he is by Shuang Yukongying's side, Lei Mubi can be recalled at any time when it is used for medicine. And when you use Meng Yixin, you don't necessarily have to use Meng Yixin, but if you use the Inaoguang of Nakigrass, the power is only slightly weaker than Meng Yixin. This suddenly caused Shuang Yukongdiang to become the most leisurely person in the whole Daozuma. After thinking for a while, Shuang Yukongdiang finally planned to go to Mond to see. After all, Mond has been established for a while, to see what the current situation of Mond is. He didn't directly use the method of teleportation to go to Mond, but used the dream to fly with one heart. When he was free, he lived the map in the pure land of one heart, or practiced hockey. At the same time, when Shuang Yu flew to Mond with all his heart in his dreams, Marco also returned to the Whitebeard pirates in New World and brought back the potion he got from Mond. 037. Whitebeard returns to his prime, Kaido's alliance with Big Mom. Ask for flowers, review votes. 037. Daddy, we're back. Marco couldn't wait to transform into a phoenix form, and then flew aboard the Moby DK. Ha ha ha, Marco, you are finally back. Quick, where's the potion I got from Mond? We can't wait to hear from you. Everyone on the ship was very excited. After receiving the potion for treating Whitebeard from Mond Sugar, Marco immediately notified everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Not surprisingly, everyone became excited because of this incident, and now seeing Marco's return, they are naturally a little anxious. Marco also nodded, and then trotted to Whitebeard's side, looking at the old man who was in fusion in front of him, with tears in his eyes. Father, I beg for a magic medicine for you. Marco excitedly handed the potion in his hand to Whitebeard. Although the sugar is not as good as Abeto's disciple, she has always been a very powerful alchemist. As for the power of an alchemist, there is no doubt that he can do many miraculous things, not to mention treating Whitebeard's dark wound, even extending his life. I dare not say immortality, but if you live a few years or more than 10 years, it is actually achievable for an alchemist. After all, in the world of the original gods, there are many examples of mortals surviving for many years, such as the Lady of the Fools, who has survived for more than 500 years. Of course, there is the power of the Ice Queen, but it also proves that it is not so difficult to live forever in the Tibet continent. It's just that because of wear and tear, longevity cannot be truly eternal. Without changing everything, or the essence of life, it is not difficult at all to survive for more than 10 years through some medicine methods of alchemists. Oh, is this the potion you got from that Mond? Looking at the green potion in front of him, Whitebeard murmured to himself, and he drank the potion without any hesitation. After all, if his dark wounds can be healed, he can live for a few more years and remain at his peak. In this way, I can buy more time for the children to grow up, especially Ace. As the blood of One Piece, Ace is indeed a genius. He can become the captain of Whitebeard's second team at such an age. Advertisement. Give Ace a few more years, and it will be comparable to the Admiral-level combat power. At that time, even if he does not have himself, with the Ace Admiral-level combat power, he can barely support the Whitebeard pirates. Next, as time goes by, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates will slowly grow up. At that time, they can still exist in the Whitebeard pirates and send Ace to become the One Piece. So Whitebeard is actually eager to survive more than anyone else. He is not for himself, but for his family. The captains on the ship all looked at Whitebeard nervously, and as the potion entered his throat, a burst of vitality swept Whitebeard's body in an instant. Then a shocking scene happened. The wounds on Whitebeard's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even with Whitebeard's aura, it began to rise non-stop. Some young crew members who had never seen Whitebeard at his peak were stunned at this time. And the sons like Marco and others who have been following Whitebeard are trembling with excitement. Old, Daddy has recovered. Womadik. Great, the strongest man in the world is back. Hearing the excited voices of his sons, Whitebeard pulled out the infusion tube and laughed. Ha ha ha. With Whitebeard's big laugh, Conqueror's hockey erupted, piercing the sky in an instant. This is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Now that he is back to his peak, he may really have the power to destroy the world. After all, the awakened power of shock fruit is really terrifying, and it is completely natural disaster-level power. Sure enough, this potion must be useful. Marco was extremely excited. Looking at the recovered father, he thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Dad, I know from the little girl who made the potion that alchemists are very powerful and can even make potions that increase lifespan. If we can get it for you, Daddy. Listening to Marco's words, the audience was shocked. Hiss. Increase lifespan. In fact, the power of alchemy is beyond their imagination. If you are willing not to be human, you can even be transformed into an immortal alchemy creature. Apart from losing your human body and functions, your will and thinking will not change. This can be regarded as a side aspect of longevity. For example, Abador is that kind of existence. He himself is a powerful alchemy creature with his own wisdom and thinking, and he is also immortal. Advertisement. Whitebeard was also silent, and his heart was more heavy. Although this Mond has just been established, this alchemy alone can cause a sensation in the whole world. If the direct government knows that Mond alchemy can prolong life, it is estimated that even they will be crazy, right? In fact, it is that Granos is a simple person, and when Marco flickered a few times while chatting, she told a lot of information. But it doesn't matter. Shuang Yukongdiang has never cared about these things, because he is never afraid of challenges, especially now that there are 7 rulers in the world and there are 2, and the country has established 3. Shuang Yukongdiang's confidence is unimaginable to others. Let's talk about it later when we live. We have already owed a lot of favors this time. Whitebeard said seriously, a mere 100 million Baileys is enough to get this kind of potion. From Whitebeard's point of view, Xuangyu Kongying is giving them alms. After all, if there is such a potion in this world, Whitebeard is even willing to spend billions of Baileys in exchange. That's why Whitebeard said that he owed a huge favor this time, and this potion alone would allow him to live for a few more years, and he could also maintain his peak combat power. Listening to Whitebeard's words, everyone nodded, and Whitebeard stood up slowly, looked in the direction of Daozuma, and said to Marco and others. The three countries of Daozuma, Mond and Sumeru must all be connected. With their development in the future, they will inevitably conflict with the world government. If that day really comes, we, the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely repay this kindness. Goo, my sons, are you afraid? Whitebeard laughed and said, but Marco and others all smiled. Daddy is the strongest man in the world, why are we afraid? The affairs of the Whitebeard pirates have come to an end, and the world does not know that Whitebeard has recovered. However, the correction of the world made Ace go to capture Blackbeard alone. Perhaps this time there will be a different result, because Marine is about to face Whitebeard at his peak. At the same time, in the Wangguo where Charlotte Linlin is located, there are two figures sitting on and beside the throne. They are Charlotte Linlin and Kaido respectively. After losing Wanokuni, Kaido took his own men and came to steal Linlin away. And his purpose is to invite Linlin to join hands with him to take back Wanokuni and his own territory.
2DK038. Mond City in the pirate world. The dragon comes to visit, ask for flowers, review votes. 038. Well, Kaido, is that General Thunderbolt really as powerful as you say? Auntie ate the cake and asked Kaido casually. Kaido's face was heavy at the moment, and he said to the ant. Very strong, honestly, there's no one I've ever been terrified of except for Captain Rocks. Listening to Kaido's words, the audience was silent. Ant is quite normal when cravings are not on the rise. After all, if you think about becoming the four emperors in the sea, how could you be a fool? She clearly knows Kaido's character, she is proud and arrogant and will not accept anyone, even in the face of Garp. Kaido has never been afraid. Because in Kaido's heart, he is not weaker than Garp. It can be said that apart from the original Captain Rocks, even Whitebeard cannot make Kaido really afraid. After all, the original Whitebeard was just the captain of Captain Rocks. Of course, the strength of Linlin and Kaido today is far different from that of the Rocks pirate period, but this does not hinder the strength of the Rocks. So Kaido comparing General Raiden to Rocks was enough for Linlin to take it seriously. Since she is so powerful, you still seek my help? Linlin said disdainfully, she would naturally not be afraid of General Raiden, after all four emperors all have their own pride, even if Kaido lost to General Raiden, she didn't think she and Kaido together were no match for General Raiden. It's just that the price to be paid is too great for those strong men, especially Dao Wife and other strong men, such as Xuangyue Kongying who has recently become famous in the sea. Kaido was silent. At this moment, he really couldn't come up with chips that could attract Linlin to make a move. After all, he had lost his base camp and territory. Although the cadres under him were still intact, facing the four emperors of the same level, he really couldn't find a way to seduce Linlin. But when he thought of Dao's wife now, he hated it, because it belonged to his territory before. In the end, Kaido glanced at the punch, then his eyes lit up, and he whispered something in Linlin's ear. Linlin was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Jin with bright eyes. That's right, Kaido made a condition for her just now, if he helps him take back Wanokuni, he will give Jin to her. One of the three disasters, even if the combat power is extremely powerful, Linlin will naturally not pay attention to it. Advertisement, but Jin couldn't stand it, it turned out to be from the Lunaria tribe. This is the Protoss who once lived on the Red Line, but are now almost extinct. If nothing else, Jin is the last survivor of the Lunaria tribe, and Linlin's dream is to create a country where all races can coexist, which is the origin of the nations. This is almost Linlin's obsession. Now that Jin is such a rare race, how could she not be moved? After thinking about it carefully, she is the four emperors. The four emperors together, even if they dare to go to naval headquarters, how can they be afraid of a little rice wife? So Linlin looked directly at Kaido and said, okay, I promise you. Hearing Linlin's words, Kaido was overjoyed at the moment. As for agreeing to send Jin, he didn't care at all. The words of the strong can be found everywhere, but for himself who lost his territory, if it weren't for the strength of the four emperors, he probably wouldn't be here. The four emperors sequence was excluded from time to time. This makes it difficult for Kaido, who is used to calling the wind and calling the rain, so if he can really get back Wanokuni, it is not unacceptable even if he pays for one of the three disasters. And he didn't go to die for Jin, he just went to Linlin's pirate group to do activities. At this time, Jin didn't know this, he didn't know that his governor actually used himself as a bargaining chip, and that's how he got Linlin's alliance. Since we are going to do something to Dao Wife, we have to prepare from now on. The first is to collect information on Dao's wife's powerhouse, and then to mobilize all of Quaisha's combat power, trying to win Dao's wife directly this time. Xuangyue Kongying didn't know about the matter here, because at this time he had already come to Mond, which was once Dressrosa. As for Doflamingo, he seems to have gone to North Blue, where Doflamingo has risen. Naturally, the little Doflamingo couldn't stir up any troubles. Although that guy hated Mond to death, he didn't dare to attack Mond before he gained absolute strength. Lord Tianli, welcome to Mond. Xuangyue Kongying looked at the huge city in front of him, and was in a trance for a while. How long has it been? They actually rebuilt Mond. Qin seemed to see the shock of Xuangyue Kongying, and said with a smile. Because people in this world are generally strong in physique, and there is also a magical demon fruit power, so the construction of the city is much faster than expected. As for the completely reproduced Mond, it is for the consideration of future partners. Everyone will come to this world in the future, so I have already made things like Cattail Tavern in advance. While speaking, Qin's eyes were a little dazed, as if thinking of the scene where everyone came to this world. Shuangyue Kongying smiled slightly, and Mond, who entered this pirate world accompanied by everyone, looked at the familiar street and familiar layout. Shuangyue Kongying was extremely amazed. Advertisement, of course. The most conspicuous thing is the huge statue of the wind god Barbados. I think that every time I prayed for the role of Mond, Shuangyue Kongying would sit on the hands of Barbados and start praying for the protection of the god. That's great, but you won't even rebuild Kelly's confinement room, will you? Shuangyue Kongying was walking, suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked at Qin. Qin smiled without saying a word, while Eula, Guya and others beside her laughed out loud. If Kelly came to this world, she might cry. That's great, but Kelly should like this world, right? After all, this world is full of seas, and she can fry fish as much as she wants without worrying about destroying anything. Shuangyue Kongying said with a smile, and everyone also smiled, really missing those partners who haven't come here yet. Finally, Shuangyue Kongying learned about the current development of Mond. First of all, the entire Dressrosa has been transformed into a country dominated by Mond City. The royal family was abolished, and it truly transformed into a free country. Those in charge of the country's government affairs became the Zephyr Knights. In terms of personnel, Bennett and Lazy went to the Straw Hat Pirates for an adventure, while Diluc went to sea by himself. According to his thinking, he has to keep getting stronger, although Shuangyue Kongying can upgrade them and get a set of holy relics, so they can have very strong strength. But this does not mean that they cannot become stronger by themselves, so Diluc chose to travel to see more of the world, and at the same time enhance his own strength. Came to Qin's office of West Wind Knights, Qin respectfully said to Shuangyue Kongying. By the way, Lord Tianli, some people called the Revolutionary Army approached me recently, and it seems that they want to cooperate with Mond. Shuangyue raised his eyebrows blankly. He knew that Mond's idea of freedom would definitely attract people from the Revolutionary Army, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. By the way, who is it? Shuangyue asked curiously. Qin thought for a while and said to Shuangyue Kongying. A man who wears a trench coat and has a mark on his face. Shuangyue Kongying was taken aback suddenly. Mond was established not long ago. He had been growing internally and hadn't understood the world yet, but Shuangyue Kongying knew who this person was. I didn't expect Long to come here in person. Does he value Mond so much? Shuangyue Kongying talked to himself. 039. Samsung's Dawn Excalibur, the supreme artifact in the eyes of dragons. Ask for flowers, review votes. 039. What cooperation does he want to have? Shuangyue looked at Qin Yingying and asked. Qin sat on the sofa in front of Shuangyue Kongying, poured a cup of tea for Shuangyue Kongying, and said in a deep voice. Let us join the Revolutionary Army and together with them complete the feat of overthrowing the world government. Shuangyue Kongying raised his eyebrows. Long took it for granted, probably regarded the Mond people as his like-minded people. But unfortunately, what Mond yearns for is freedom, but it doesn't mean they're willing to overthrow other countries. At the beginning, I just watched the country fall into darkness, so I went with the flow to rebuild Mond in this country. Just refuse directly, but in other respects, you can cooperate with them. Such as trading weapons, medicines, and even other kinds of daily necessities. After all, the Revolutionary Army controls many countries, and the internal volume is also huge. If a long-term deal is reached with them, it will be beneficial to Mond's economy. No small help. Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's words, Qin also nodded. This point can be traded with the Revolutionary Army. As for trading alchemy potions, that is Shuangyue Kongying's careful thinking, because with the establishment of the Seven Kingdoms, Shuangyue Kongying will definitely stand on the opposite side of the world government in the end. It's just that before that, Shuangyue Kongying seems to develop well. It's best to summon all the 7 rulers of the world. At that time, I won't be afraid even if you cheat on me. Therefore, funding the Revolutionary Army in advance can not only consume the world government, but also attract firepower. As for meeting the dragon in person, there is no need, although everyone in the world guesses that the 3 countries Daozuma, Mond, and Sumeru have a lot to do with each other. But as long as they don't stand in front of the stage and admit it in person, then they can only be more afraid. His ostensible identity is Daimyo Inazuma, so it is obviously not good for him to interfere in Mond's internal affairs at this time. After giving orders to Qin, Shuangyue Kongying left Mond, and then continued to wander aimlessly on the sea. At the same time, after receiving orders from Shuangyue Kongying, Qin also went to meet Long. In the Mond Angel's Gift Tavern, Jean meets the dragon. The dragon had been in Mond for several days, and the more he knew about the country during these days, the more he was amazed. Because Mond is completely in line with his yearning for the future country, there is no king, no nobles, the people themselves decide the future of the country, and everyone lives in this country with equal status. Although the Knights of the West Wind manage Mond, most of the time, they only dealt with and resolved crises, but never dictated what the people did. Advertisement. In fact, what Long does not know is that it is impossible for a normal country to do this. The reason why Mond can do it is that everyone in the West Wind Knights believes in the Wind God, so they naturally regard the freedom of conferring the gods as the truth, and naturally they can be selfless. Run the country. Captain Qin, what is the decision of the West Wind Knights? Long asked expectantly. He had a high opinion of the West Wind Knights, because after these days of contact, he found that the West Wind Knights were far stronger than he imagined. Not to mention Eula's Admiral level combat strength, none of the other Knights of the Zephyr Knights is weaker than the Vice Admiral level, and they are even growing rapidly, and they are all young people. In fact, this is because Shuangyue Kongying has more and more resources, which has led to an increase in the level of all of them. And with the establishment of Mond, occasionally pirates will come to the door, and the people of the Zephyr Knights will gain experience points when they fight in this world, so their strength has increased far beyond the imagination of people in this world. With so many high-end combat powers, the Knights of the West Wind are naturally valued by the dragon. Although their revolutionary army is strong, it has to be admitted that in terms of high-end combat power, the revolutionary army really lacks a lot. Because the strength of the commanders of the revolutionary army is only a few hundred million bounties, at most comparable to the naval headquarters vice admiral level. As far as the current situation is concerned, Ryu is the only combat power above the admiral level. Therefore, if you can get Mond to join, just these titled Knights of Mond, each of which has the potential of admiral, then the revolutionary army may be able to compete with the world government in an open and honest manner. However, to Long's disappointment, Qin still refused, and Long also knew the result. After all, they have a complete country, why should they follow them in this decapitation business? He has heard that the world government is going to recruit Daofu, Mond and Zumi. If possible, who would want to lick blood with a knife? Just when Long was about to leave, Captain Qin said with a smile. Although we can't join you, we can trade. Hearing Captain Qin's words, Long was taken aback for a moment. I saw Qin took out some things, and when he saw these things, Long suddenly stood up. Just because the things Qin took out were weapons and potions. As for weapons, most of them are weapons forged by Mond Blacksmith himself, that is, the kind of 2-star weapons that can be purchased from blacksmiths in the game. There is no special effect, but in terms of sharpness, it can definitely be compared to a famous knife. But some things are different. Some of them are weapons obtained by Shuangyue Kongying when she draws cards. You must know that every time you draw full fine weapons, you will accumulate a lot of low-level weapons. Shuangyue Kongying persisted in mining and forging concentrates every day, so there was no shortage of concentrates, and naturally there was no need to use weapons for mining. Advertisement therefore, Shuangyue Kongying took out these 3-star weapons and used them for the soldiers he lacked, and sold the excess ones. These weapons. Long picked up a white-tasseled spear, and then picked up a Dawn Excalibur, his eyes full of wonder. There seems to be a special power in it, and it seems to be able to increase the attack. Although the sharpness is only at the level of a famous sword, this special function is not possessed by the supreme fast sword. It is rumored that Mond has alchemy. Is this the legendary alchemy weapon? Long said in amazement. Qin laughed and said nothing at the moment. Of course she would not say that this thing is the garbage left by Shuangyue Kongying's weapon. As for the 4-star weapons, most of Shuangyue Kongying's refinements remained. But for 3-star weapons, most of them are useless, even for the special 3-star weapons, such as the Dragon, Black Tassel Spear, etc. Shuangyue Kongying didn't keep it. After all, this is the real world, and Zhongli's Spear of Piercing the Rainbow will definitely be better than Samsung's Black Tassel Spear. The one next to it is an alchemy potion, which has various effects, such as healing injuries, increasing strength, increasing speed, and even increasing the power of Devil Fruit. In some battles, it can play a miraculous effect. Hearing Qin's words, Long suddenly stood up, and happily said to the head of Qin. Thank you Captain Qin, our revolutionary army needs these things very much. Although he didn't win over Mond, he was able to get a chance to trade, which was a surprise. And if these miraculous items are taken back, the strength of the revolutionary army will more than double. They can save a few more countries again, and the dragon is very excited at the thought of this. The deal between Mond and the revolutionary army is progressing smoothly, and Long personally intervened in this matter because it is so important. He casually took a Dawn Excalibur, and he could actually increase his slashing power several times. I am afraid that such a sword is more tempting to a swordsman than the supreme sword. After all, the swords produced in the game, even the 3-star ones, are weapons with special effects. In this way, time passed day by day. Shuangyue Kongying used her dreams to wander the sea wholeheartedly, and occasionally used pocket anchors to go back to Daozuma, Mond, and Sumeru when she was bored. And in these days, his strength has also increased a lot. Armed Color, Knowledge Color, and Conquerors have all reached the advanced level. Today is finally the beginning of the month, and it is also the time for the new card pool to be refreshed. Shuangyue Kongying has already washed her hands and waited for a long time in Yixin Pure Land. 040. Rock King Zhongli, Executive Officer of Fool's Dadalia, ask for flowers, review votes. 040 at midnight, the card pool was refreshed on time, and Shuangyue Kongying was overjoyed when he saw the new card pool. It's actually them. This time there are still 2 card pools, and they are all characters that Shuangyue Kongying particularly wants. The first one is the famous Rock King Emperor Zhongli, who has been lucky recently. After Xiaoxiao God, Shuangyue Kongying actually refreshed the 7 gods card pool again. And the character running with Zhongli is actually the young Master Dadalia. This made Shuangyue feel weird for a while. Dijun, I didn't expect this to be another world. You still haven't forgotten to bring your wallet to Dadalia. Shuangyue Kongying was amused for a while. After all, in Yuanshan world, the sun is Zhongli's wallet, and he didn't expect that this time Zhongli's card pool was refreshed, and he would bring Dadalia with him. Shuangyue Kongying immediately started to draw cards. Now there are at least 3 countries to support him. Of course, Bailey is not lacking, so he has a lot of entanglements. Just to ensure that he is not in Daochu or Mond, you can draw cards at any time. Zhongli is dead. The sun is full of life. Guanhong's lance is full of essence. Dongji Shirahoshi is full of essence. Comfortable. Xuangyue Kongying chuckled, if only she could be so chic when playing games in her previous life. Regardless of the character's strength and XP, how cool it would be to just fill up all of them. Since it's Zhongli, then fill it up directly, Xuangyue Kongying said to himself, and immediately put all the resources he had accumulated with great difficulty in the recent period into Zhongli. The character level is directly raised to level 90, because Xuangyue Kongying's physical strength is basically not used to collect holy relics, and is all used to collect various breakthrough materials. Relying on the breakthrough material requirements of each character in memory, he strives to prepare all the materials for each character before their arrival. The weapon, the Rainbow Spear, is also fully stretched to level 90. Although it is said that the Goma Rod is Zhongli's real special weapon, this is reality after all. Whether it is strong or not will be discussed later, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Zhongli is holding the Spear of Piercing Rainbow, that is the real appearance graduation. When all the characters and weapons have reached the 90th level, Zhongli will already have a very strong strength. Afterwards, Xuangyue Kongying even raised Zhongli's talent to level 6, and currently all the characters under him are at this talent level. It is just because Mora needs to spend too much to upgrade the talent. With so many characters to be cultivated, the talent can only be raised to level 6 first. This level of talent is not very expensive. As for the Holy Relic, there is no exclusive set. After all, how could you get the Qianyan set if you didn't go to Eula's Pale set? So Xuangyue Kongying thought for a while, and finally gritted her teeth. Advertisement, forget it, after all, he is also the Emperor of the Rock. In the end, Xuangyue Kongying decided to brush a set of holy relics for the Rock King Dijun. Anyway, there are many holy relics that the Rock King Dijun can use. Go to the Pale Book. Qianyan's words are still very usable, after all, as long as you use combat skills, you can increase the attack power of your teammates. This is simply a bug-like function in the real world. After all, there is no team formation restriction in the real world. If on the battlefield, Zhongli smashed down a rock pillar, and then all his own people in the field increased their attack power, would it be okay? So Xuangyue Kongying is going to take out the moon that has been accumulated for a long time, to brush a set of holy relics for Zhongli. Anyway, Zhongli graduated very well. If he doesn't pursue output, he can just go straight to the main entry, and he doesn't even need to read the sub-entry. Next, Xuangyue Kongying spent half an hour brushing more than 10 moons, and the harvest surprised him to the extreme. Because not only did I brush out Zhongli's holy relic, but I even got a pale set with the main entry completely correct. Even if the adverbs are fragmented, if there is no double explosion, or it is a single explosion, it is completely enough. Xuangyue Kongying immediately filled up Zhongli's Qianyan suit first, and immediately a blood cow Zhongli with 50,000 blood appeared. If the clock is equipped with a shield at this time, Xuangyue Kongying reckons that even if he faces Admiral's attack directly, he will not be afraid. This is the sense of security from Mr. Zhang. As long as he has it, he doesn't even need to move. As for the pale set, the most important thing is the crit head. It is worth mentioning that after many game characters use the Holy Relic suit, they all react with Xuangyue Kongying, and the crit rate bonus is the largest in reality. If it is a critical strike with a knife, even if the critical strike damage is a little lower, it can still exert its strength far beyond its own. For example, when Yura is not critical, the power of the attack is normal Admiral level. But if she hits a critical attack with a general attack, the power of the attack can instantly threaten Admiral and make him avoid his edge. And if it is pushed to 100 violence, it proves that it can be a critical strike with a sword, and this increase is huge. This can reduce the pressure on Xuangyue's air panel a lot, and as long as there are holy relics with a critical strike rate, you can keep one hand. It doesn't matter if the critical damage is lower. If the critical strike rate is high, you can hit back the damage with a few more hits. Therefore, some weapons that increase the critical strike rate have become popular. Eula, who was far away in Mond, was shocked, and Shin looked at her curiously. Lord Tianli changed me to a set of holy relics, Pale Fire set, and the main entries are Attack Sand, Object Injury Cup, and Crit Head. Eula said excitedly, the holy relic she used before was not bad, it was a set of gladiators made by Xuangyue Kongying. However, it is not a bit worse than the exclusive holy relic, and this is the right holy relic of the main entry. Advertisement, is that so? Great, the pressure on Shin is still quite high recently. After all, with the transaction with the Revolutionary Army, he will inevitably confront the world government in the future, so it is naturally better to have more high-end combat power in hand. Now that Eula has obtained the exclusive holy relic, the overall strength has more than doubled. I am afraid that Eula can win against Marine Admiral at this time. If she unleashes her big nuclear explosion move, she might be able to destroy naval headquarters with one move. As for Eula's original set of 5-star gladiators, Xuangyue Kongying thought about it and equipped it on Diluc. This guy went out to take risks by himself, and he had to increase his strength, otherwise what would he do if he was in danger? With his character, he definitely wouldn't ask for help. After all, this guy faced the 12 executive officers of the Fools. Finally, there's the Sun Dadalia. The remaining resources of Xuangyue Kongying are only enough to upgrade him to level 80. At the same time, the weapon Dongji Shirahoshi is also pulled to level 80. What makes Xuangyue Kongying look forward to is whether this sun is the son of the player, or the son of Zhou Ben. You must know that Joe Ben's son is really handsome. You can also change the shape, and you can release a big whale. As for the sun's holy relic, it's much simpler, because he really doesn't pick, any 2+2 can be used. So Xuangyue made a set of relics with 2 bands and 2 gladiators, all 5-star. And the main entry is also good, and Dongji Shirahoshi increased a lot of crit rate, which caused the sun's crit rate to be directly above 80, and the crit rate was more than 100. This panel is not even a pass in the game, but it is already very good in this reality, and it has greatly increased the young master's combat power. It is estimated that in a few more days, all the suns can be filled. At this time, he wants to know how powerful the full executives are in this pirate world. At that moment, Xuangyue Kongying directly summoned Zhongli and young master. I saw 2 rays of light flickering, and then 2 tall and straight figures slowly appeared. A man was wearing a golden dress, young and handsome, with long brown and black hair with a long braid behind it. The other one, wearing gray clothes, looked like a childish boy, but there was a sharp look between his brows, as if he was someone who liked to fight. Emperor Rock King, Dadalia, welcome to this world. Xuangyue Kongying said with a smile. When the two looked at Xuangyue Kongying, they nodded slightly. Master Tianli. Although there were not many waves on the expression, there was respect in the tone. 041. West Blue encounters the 8 Treasures Navy, and Liyue Lixin Ketching plays, Ask for Flowers, review votes. 041 among the two, Dadalia is undoubtedly the most excited, because he is a martial idiot, knowing that there are many strong people in this world, and with his aggressive personality, how could he not be excited? Is this the other world? It's really exciting, Dadalia said so, and Zhongli at the side said it seriously. Would you like to take a leisurely trip to the other world? It is indeed a good choice. Hearing what these two people said, Xuangyue Kongying shook his head helplessly. He wanted to rebuild Liyue. With Dijun like this, I'm afraid he won't take this matter to heart. So Xuangyue Kongying thought for a while, maybe she could use some methods to seduce the emperor and make him burst into the interest of rebuilding Liyue. Dijun, why don't you take me to meet someone? Xuangyue Kongying said with a smile. Zhongli was taken aback for a moment, and then Xuangyue Kongying passed the pocket anchor point and took Dijun and Dadalia to Daochu. With this pocket anchor point, as long as the character he summons, he can go to the opponent's position at any time, which can be said to be very convenient. This thing is completely a strategic item. For example, if someone wants to take action against the forces under Xuangyue's vacancy, strong people from other places can come to support in an instant. When Xuangyue Kongying brought Zhongli and Dadalia to Inazuma, Lei Yingying and Huzei Palace under the tree of Narugami Taisha god Sakura suddenly looked in the direction of Inazuma. Buzz. There were only a few figures flickering. Xuangyue Kongying came here with Zhongli, and as for Dadalia, he went to visit Daozuma city. Morax? Lei Movie stood up and said in surprise, did Morax be summoned this time? In this way, there are already 3 of the 7 gods who are in power in this world. At this time, Zhongli nodded to Lei Movie, and then suddenly saw Huzei Palace, and his pupils contracted. You are, that little white fox? Hearing Zhongli's words, Huzei Palace was not angry, because when he saw Emperor Yan Wang, he was indeed a little white fox. On the other hand, Dijun Yan Wang was the most powerful demon god during the Demon God War, and he had the title of Valkyrie at that time. Even Lei Yingying, who was very powerful in her eyes, was actually a junior in front of the Rock King Dijun. It can be said that the oldest among the 7 gods is the Emperor Zhongli, the Rock King. I have seen the Emperor. Hujai Palace smiled and said hello. Advertisement Zhongli looked at Xuangyue Kongying, who saw Xuangyue Kongying talking to Zhongli. Huzei Palace died in the world of Tivat, but because of the rebuilding of Dao wife in this world, she was reborn. If Liyue reappears in this world, many people can return. Such as the final demon god, immortals, Yasha and so on. Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, Zhongli's pupils shrank, especially the 2 words, finish, which made his mind feel dazed for a while. So that's it, rebuild Liyue. The Rock King Dijun was talking to himself, but Xuangyue Kongying and the others could clearly perceive that there was an aura brewing in his body. After all, he was the former Valkyrie Morax, but because of the long years and the disappearance of his close friends, he gradually stopped caring about the world. But if his close friends can be resurrected, then he does not recommend changing back to the original Valkyrie Morax. I already know the wish of Lord Tianli, Liyue will reappear in this world. Xuangyue Kongying smiled slightly. Although the summoned characters would not refuse as long as it was his request, Xuangyue Kongying would still let them act according to their heart. Just like Bennett and Lei Zi, they would never stop them if they wanted to take risks. After all, Xuangyue Kongying never regarded them as tools, but as living people. So under normal circumstances, Xuangyue Kongying would not directly order them to do anything. And among so many characters, there are not a few who have a sense of responsibility, such as Captain Qin, Kei Qing and others are the kind of people who will act without orders. Zhang Li left and took Kei Qing away. Currently Liyue's character, Xuangyue Kongying, has drawn Keqing, Qiqi and Zhang Li. Zhang Li didn't take Qiqi's words with her because she was still a child, and she could just let her pass when Liyue was officially completed. Zhang Li's level, weapons, etc. were all fully loaded. Although Keqing's was a little worse, it couldn't be checked much. Liyue Lixin is not joking. After all, this is not a game. My engraving master will certainly not be able to scrape the sun. A set of sword-chopping bullshit. As long as it is not Admiral, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. Zhang Li and Keqing left Daozu, first teleported to Mond through the pocket anchor point, and then set off from Mond to find a suitable place for Liyue to build. On this day, on a small boat, Kayan was holding a chart and looking at the sky. Dijun, there is a pirate ship approaching ahead. Kayan narrowed her eyes suddenly, and said to the Emperor Zhongli, who was drinking tea and wine behind her. It's been half a month since they left Mond, and they haven't found a suitable place, but Zhongli seems to be safe and not in a hurry. Instead, he stops and goes along the way, seeing the scenery and food of this world. Look. But Kayan knew that the Emperor was anxious, but it was only thousands of years of self-cultivation that kept him from showing it. Advertisement, oh. Zhongli slowly opened his eyes, then looked at the pirate ship in the distance, and immediately recognized their flag. The 8 treasures navy of the Kingdom of Flowers? Kayan, maybe we have found a good place to rebuild Liyue. Zhongli has not done nothing these days, he has been absorbing information from this world. So it is natural to know the Country of Flowers and the 8 treasures navy. The Country of Flowers is a country located in West Blue. Among them, the 8 treasure navy, the official pirate force of this country, is the most famous in the sea. And there are 8 such armies in the Country of Flowers, from the 1 treasure water army to the 8 treasure water army. Although I dare not say that the one in front is stronger than the 8 treasures navy, it is enough to prove that it will definitely not be weak. So the Country of Flowers is a very powerful country, and the style of this country is a bit close to the Huxia style, so it naturally became the most suitable place for Liyue to rebuild in Zhongli's mind. Kayan, let's try the 8 treasures navy, Zhongli said to Kayan. Kayan smiled at the moment. Since she came to this world, she has always stayed with Daozuma. After all, only she and Chi-Chi played the roles of Liyue, and they still didn't have the strength to rebuild Liyue. Now that the Emperor has come, all this will not be a problem, and she also wants to try her own strength in this world. At that moment, Kayan directly pulled out the black sword from her waist, and then disappeared in place in a flash. Because Chizzy has not produced a green sword yet, Kayan is still using the black sword of the 4-star journey weapon for the time being. You can get 1 a month, and now you have got 4, so you have reached the level of 4. In the future, it would definitely be better for Kayan to change to a green sword. It's not that I don't want Kirigiri, but that the 5-star weapon is limited to 1 Jingwu at most, so the future of Kirigiri can only belong to Ayaka Kamisato. After all, it's a special weapon, isn't it? So Kayan can only use Jingwu's green sword, and for now, use the black sword instead. At the same time, on the deck of the 8 treasures navy, Qingjiao was talking to her son, Lao Kai, when suddenly Qingjiao looked at the sea. That is, his pupils shrank, and he saw a catgirl holding a long sword, stepping on thunder and attacking them. Enemy attack! Qingjiao shouted loudly. No matter what, there are people who walk through the air like this, and they will definitely not be weak, so it is the right choice to be prepared. 042. Kayan suppresses green peppers, a sense of security from the Rock King. Ask for flowers, review votes. 042. Not long after, Qingjiao and the others saw Kayan coming from Takong. Qingjiao stepped forward, looked at Kayan in front of her and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Just now they also noticed the small boat in the distance, but they didn't pay attention to it. After all, even if they wanted to rob, such a small boat was obviously not the target. Moreover, most of the time, the 8 treasures navy participated in wars against other countries, and in rare cases, they would snatch merchant ships passing by the Kingdom of Flowers. Liyue 7 stars, Yuheng star carved clear. Qingjiao and Lao Kai frowned. Liyue? I have never heard of this name, and what is Yuhengxing? Kayan didn't need to explain to them. Her goal was to defeat the 8 treasures navy, or to subdue them, and then go to obtain the Kingdom of Flowers.
Brush. Kayan raised the black sword in her hand, pointed at Qingjiao, Lao Kai and the others, and said in a deep voice. Come and fight. If I win, the 8 treasures navy will surrender to the Emperor Yan Wang. Hearing Kayan's words, Qingjiao was furious immediately, and he had never heard of such a rock king. And who is he? He is a green pepper. The 10th second-generation pillar of the 8 treasures navy. When he was in his prime, he was once a famous big pirate. After all, when Qingjiao and others were active, the bounty on this sea hadn't been so inflated. In the era before Roger, the one with a bounty of 100 million was really a real big pirate. So at that time, Qingjiao had a bounty of 500 million. Although he was not considered the top powerhouse, he also belonged to the second-tier powerhouse in the world. If it hadn't been for meeting Garp, who crushed the sharp cone on his head with a punch from Garp, the current Qingjiao would definitely be one of the old monsters in the sea. So looking at the young Kayan in front of her, Qingjiao roared. Little girl, I am the 10th second-generation pillar of the 8 treasures navy. After yelling, Qingjiao directly cast armament hockey, and then came to Kayan's side in an instant, and punched out. Facing Qingjiao's attack, Kayan was about to dodge, but a voice came from behind. Sturdy as a rock. Following this sound, a golden shield unexpectedly appeared on Kayan's body. This is the Yuzhong shield of Yan Wang Dijun Zhongli. It can be called one of the thickest shields in the entire original god. And at this time, the Yan Wang Dijun is full of life. Yuzhong's shield is not only strong and unparalleled, but even when he is attacked, he can continuously restore his life. Advertisement. This is in reality, the power of Yuzhong's shield is of course not just the performance in the game. In reality, the restored life value is not only to restore the injury, but also to restore physical strength and so on. It can be said that this is almost invincible, unless it is an attack that can ignore Yuzhong's shield, or an attack that is powerful enough to break through Yuzhong's shield. There are no bleeding dogs in this world, and original demon creatures like the Black Snake Knight, even armament hockey, have little effect on Yuzhong's shield. Moreover, Zhongli's Yuzhong shield can also be released in groups. This is where the gods are truly powerful. It is like Thunderbolt General's E skill, which can be used on all friendly teammates in this world. Zhongli's shield is also like this. The most important thing is, Shuangyu Kongying, this Zhongli is still a bloody cow Zhongli. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Qingzhao exclaimed in disbelief. How can it be? He flew upside down, looking at the really numb fist, his eyes were full of horror. Although the punch just now did not use all its strength, even if Marine Vice Admiral was in front of him, if this fist hit him head on, at least it could seriously injure him. But what about Keqing? Still stepping on the thunder element, standing calmly in the air. Is this the Emperor's Jade Shield? Keqing thought to herself, amazed. The 7 gods are definitely the most worthy characters among the original gods. Zhongli with 50,000 blood has a powerful shield, and coupled with Jingwu's Guanong, the shield bonus is simply terrifying. Not to mention green peppers, even if Garp was in front of him, he would have to hit several punches in a row to break through the shield. And this shield is not a one-off, unless it is a stormy attack, otherwise Zhongli can keep blacking friendly units with shields, which comes from the most secure skill among the original gods, so it is naturally very powerful. Damn it, let's go together. Qingzhao yelled. He knew that the girl in front of him was not simple, so he stopped holding it immediately, and directly called his 8 treasure navy to attack together. There are thousands of people in the 8 treasures navy, all of whom are elites from the Kingdom of Flowers. All kinds of attacks and artillery fire from the fleet are pouring out towards Keqing. Although she has the Emperor's shield, Keqing has no habit of being beaten standing up. There was a flash of light in his eyes at the moment, he squeezed a formula with his left hand, and then shot out one by one. This is Keqing's elemental combat skills and the return of the stars, but in this reality, it is not a Lei Qi. Instead, there are Leikis all over the battlefield. At first glance, there are dozens of them. Shape-shifting, Keqing said in a low voice, and then her whole body turned into lightning, flashing between Lei Qi non-stop. When it flickered, the black sword in his hand was already entwined with lightning. This is the lightning enchantment. Advertisement. Wherever they passed, the soldiers of the 8 treasures navy were all instantly killed by one move, but Keqing didn't really hurt their lives. Shut up. Like a purple flying thunder god, Keqing's figure kept flickering in the air. Even if Qingzhao released observation haki, he couldn't catch Keqing's direction. Because this is not movement, but teleportation. Damn it. Qingzhao's head was covered with cold sweat, and then he roared. Stay back. While speaking, he directly exploded his armament haki, and then performed the ultimate move of 8 punches. 8 punches, chaotic martial arts. With his display, the whole person turned into a tornado, sweeping the entire battlefield at a very high speed. This move can indeed deal with Keqing's high-speed movement, but the times have changed. Keqing in this world is no longer a Gua Sha Ke master. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Keqing collided with Qingzhao head-on, and the black sword in his hand slashed at Qingzhao's armed fist. Then Keqing's body rose with a burst of green light. This is the effect of the black sword. It can restore health during the battle. In the real world, that is to restore injuries and physical strength. How could it be? Physical fitness has not decreased, but has increased a little. Qingzhao couldn't believe it. Yuzhong's shield recovered from the attack, and Keqing's black sword recovered. As a result, Keqing directly became an undead god of war at this time, and this effect can be restored once in 5 seconds as long as it is critically hit. Boom boom boom. Afterwards, Keqing launched a fast attack with Qingzhao, and her powerful strength directly suppressed Qingzhao. Even Lao Kai couldn't get involved in the aftermath of the two, but he could see that his father had fallen into a disadvantage and had no power to fight back. Especially Keqing, her expression was very flat, as if she hadn't used her full strength yet. In fact, this was the case. At this moment Keqing didn't even release her ultimate move. Zhongli on the boat in the distance slowly stood up from his seat. The battle should be over. He has figured out the combat power of this country of flowers. Although the 8 treasures navy is only one of the troops, the strength of this country can be clearly seen from the analysis of the 8 treasures navy. On the whole, it is not bad. In the world, it is considered a superpower. After all, this is not the Grand Line. If it can have this kind of strength, it is indeed not weak. 043. The panic of green peppers. Although I have no intention of competing, I have to ask for flowers, review votes. 043. Keqing. Zhongli called out softly, and Keqing disappeared instantly. At this time, Qingzhao was half squatting on the ground, panting, looking at Keqing with serious eyes. How can this little girl be so powerful? I have tried my best, but she doesn't even take a breath. Qingzhao's face was ugly, and his self-esteem suffered a serious blow. After all, he is the top powerhouse in the Kingdom of Flowers. Even if it is placed on the sea, I dare not say that it is comparable to Admiral, but it is not a big problem if it is comparable to Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. After all, he faced Garp before, and although he was instantly killed by Garp, let me ask the Elite Vice Admiral in Marine, who was not instantly killed by Marine. Even Admiral is still not good enough in front of Garp. If there was no Sengoku for the Summit War, maybe the old man Garp could really beat Akainu to death. It can be seen from Whitebeard that the strength displayed by Whitebeard, whose chest was pierced, still has the power to overwhelm Akainu. It is conceivable how terrifying Garp's strength is at the same level as Whitebeard. Garp has always been Marine's biggest draw card. Otherwise, Garp would have died a long time ago. After all, his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson is the future 4 emperors. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been arrested and beheaded by Marine long ago, right? Only Garp was alive and well, and he even scolded celestial dragons for nothing, and no one troubled him. Therefore, it is certain that Garp's strength is already so strong that the world government dare not offend easily. If Garp's level of combat power betrays the world government, I'm afraid they will face a Whitebeard at his peak. So even if he was instantly killed by Garp at the beginning, Xingjiao's strength is enough to be proud of, but now in front of Keqing, he has no strength to fight back. After all, Keqing is a young girl, she looks at the age of 16 or 17 at the most, she is such a young girl, she actually showed the strength to crush herself at this time. Who the hell are you? Your strength may have reached the admiral level, and you shouldn't be unknown in this sea. Xingjiao asked solemnly, while Keqing remained silent, because she had already introduced herself just now. The reason why they are unknown is really because there are too many strong people on their side. Now, with Shuangyu Kongying's continuous explosion, most of them have reached the level of 70 or 80. At level 80, as long as the weapon is also pulled up, it can be compared to the Vice Admiral. If you add a good 4-star holy relic for a day, that is, the one that is correct in the main entry, and the talent is pulled to all 6 levels, it is not impossible to barely fight against Admiral. Advertisement. At this time, Keqing is in this posture, level 80, weapon 80, talent 666, plus a set of gladiator suits with a good 4-star main entry. With this kind of strength, I dare not say that it can defeat Admiral, but it is enough to compete with it. If you really want to evaluate the strength of Qing at this moment, it should be the alternate Admiral level. That is to say, it exists at the same level as Momoshiki, T-Dolphins, etc. Admiral's alternate is far stronger than Marine Elite Vice Admiral, but he is a little short of Admiral. Strictly speaking, they are not far from Admiral. After all, neither Momoshiki nor T-Dolphins have demon fruit power. If these two can get a Logia devil fruit, they may already have a combat power no weaker than 3 admirals. As we all know, in One Piece world, devil fruit is the fastest way to gain strength, but without devil fruit, one can also become the top powerhouse. Garp, Red Hair, Roger and others are like this, but this road is obviously more difficult than others. Momoshiki and T-Dolphins may be taking this path, they want to become admiral without relying on devil fruit. Therefore, Keqing's strength at this time is not weak anymore strictly speaking, she has the combat power of a substitute admiral, if she further refines the hockey of this world, then it will not be a problem for Keqing to be comparable to admiral. Moreover, her character level and weapon level, as well as the talent holy relic, etc., still have room for improvement. Anyway, it is also one of the Liyue 7 stars, so naturally it can't be too weak. When the entire 8 Treasures Navy was vigilant, a slender figure walked slowly. Wherever he went, a rock pillar would rise under his feet, and then he walked step by step, and the posture of strolling in the garden made Xingjiao's complexion change drastically. As a strong man of the older generation at sea, Xingjiao has excellent eyesight. The moment he saw Zhongli, he felt the pressure like a mountain and sea. This is the pressure that Garp didn't even put on me. Xingjiao said in disbelief, there is no need to question it at all, the strongest among the 7 gods is the Rock King Dijun. You can see the strength of the gods of General Thunder, Wendy, Queen of Winter, etc., but the strength of the god of war, Morax, is the most unquestionable. He was the most powerful existence in the era of the demon god of Teyvat. If the 7 worldly rulers needed 7, perhaps the only human god in the entire Teyvat would be Morax. Although Zhongli was bloody at this time, this was enough, and when the sky shook and everything fell, no one under Admiral could stop him. And who said that there can only be one heaven and earth? And have you seen the rock guns falling from the sky? Emperor. Keqing bowed. Advertisement. Zhongli slowly came to the battleship of the 8 Treasures Navy, looked at the green pepper in front of him, and said softly. My name is Morax, you can also call me Zhongli. Hearing Zhongli's words, Xingjiao stood up tremblingly, she was absolutely strong. At least he suspects that Garp is not the opponent in front of him. Looking at Zhongli Xingjiao, he took a deep breath and asked. What is your purpose? You didn't kill my subordinates, so what do you want to do? Xingjiao said this, because Keqing's attacks just now avoided the vital points, and these injuries can be recovered after a while of cultivation. He didn't think Babao Shuijun had the power to resist in front of such a strong person. Yuangxing has just said that the 8 Treasures Navy surrendered to me, Liyue. Zhongli said so, although he had no intention of competing, but in order to rebuild Liyue, so that his old friends could return, this matter had to be done. Hearing Zhongli's words, Xingjiao was silent for a while, he swallowed and said. My 8 Treasure Navy is in the eyes of your excellency. Maybe it can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. Why do you want us to surrender? Zhongli listened to Xingjiao's words, and then looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Flowers. Because my goal is the country of flowers. Hearing Zhongli's words, Xingjiao fell silent, but he was indeed a strong man of the older generation. He thought of something for a moment, and seemed to grasp a key point. Wait, the strong are born, occupy the country, and establish a new country. Isn't this Dao's wife, Meng and Zumi from before? Could it be said that this Rock King Emperor came from the same organization as those people? Xingjiao's pupils shrank in disbelief. The 3 countries of Daoqi, Meng, and Zumi have long been speculated by the world and have a great relationship. It is even suspected that they were created by an organization at all, because this will make the world government afraid. Is it now their turn to the country of flowers? If this is the case, it seems that it is not impossible. That's Rice's wife, Mond and Sumeru. The strength of these three countries has been clearly seen by the world. Every country has an admiral-level powerhouse sitting in the town, or even more than one. If Liyue is also like this, then it is not impossible for their 8 treasure navy to change their allegiance to another person. 044. The allegiance of the 8 treasures navy comes from the god of rocks. Ask for flowers, review votes. 044. Looking at her son, Xingjiao made up her mind. He has realized that he and others are falling behind. Back then, he was not as good as a monster like Garp, and so was his son Lao Kai. If he left by himself, what would happen to the 8 treasures navy? If there was no such worry, he would not have allowed Lao Kai to marry Erbao Saijin. But at this time, Xingjiao didn't know that his son would have a relationship with the One Piece King Luffy in the future and become a member of the Straw Hat Fleet, which can be said to be a bright road. Xingjiao, who had made up her mind, immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Emperor Yanwang. 8 treasures navy, willing to serve you allegiance. He realized clearly that the man in front of him was definitely the top powerhouse, and even that Garp might not be his opponent. In addition, he has relations with several countries such as Dao's wife, and he is very excited when he thinks of this. Is their country of flowers going to rise? Seeing Xingjiao knelt down on one knee, Lao Kai and the others looked at each other, and immediately knelt down on one knee without hesitation. Zhang Li smiled. The 8 treasures navy is very prestigious in the Kingdom of Flowers. After all, it is one of the strongest combat forces in the Kingdom of Flowers. With their allegiance, they can gain a lot of popular support. Of course Zhang Li knew that the strong are respected in this world, as long as he showed enough strength, everything would not be a problem. As the existence of Liyue during the War of Demon Gods, Zhang Li certainly couldn't be as leisurely and elegant as seen in the game. In fact, he was an excellent manager before wandering around in the world. So looking at the green pepper in front of him, Zhang Li waved his hand slightly. This is. Xingjiao couldn't believe it, because a golden eye of God appeared in front of him. This is the eye of God, given by the gods. It is similar to devil fruit, but it does not have the side effects of devil fruit. It can greatly increase your strength. Touching the god's eye, Xingjiao trembled with excitement as she sensed the powerful force gushing out of her body. Because of Garp, his strength has regressed a lot. Now that he has obtained this god's eye, his strength has not only returned, but he even has the confidence to go further. In the future, we must recover the humiliation we received from Garp. But then Xingjiao looked at his son Lao Kai, and Zhang Li naturally knew what he was thinking. The eye of God is born of belief. You are a veteran and strong man, so having your own belief can attract the eye of God. But your son is still a little behind. If you want to obtain the eye of God, you don't look at your own strength, but the strength of your heart and will. In human terms, only those who have dreams in their hearts can attract the eyes of God. Advertisement. Lao Kai was not yet in charge of the 8 treasures navy at this time, so naturally he didn't have much faith, so he didn't activate the eye of God. I see. Xingjiao suddenly realized that it is worth mentioning that people in this world have already begun to know about the eye of God. After all, Shuangyu Kongying and the others didn't think about hiding it. Daozu, Meng and Sumi's strong men came out to walk around, and the conspicuous eyes of gods on their bodies were impossible to cover. So everyone in the world knows that these countries have a magical power called the Eye of God, which is bestowed by the gods of each country. Although people in this world don't believe in God so much, they regard the Eye of God as a kind of artificial power, just like Kaido's artificial devil fruit. I don't know how many powerful people are coveting this power, but because of the strength of Shuangyu Kongying and Lei Mubi, no one dares to act rashly at this time. But as time goes by, they will gradually realize that the gods actually exist. The 8 treasures navy returned directly and headed for the Kingdom of Flowers. At the same time, in the Land of Flowers, King Ramen frowned when he heard the report from the soldiers. He gave the Kingdom of Flowers mission. From Dressrosa, Brother Ming, who was defeated by Eula and escaped from North Blue, started the arms sales business again, always thinking about making a comeback and defeating Mond to regain his country. Because of the scurry of arms, the Kingdom of Flowers has been repeatedly defeated in foreign wars. All King Ramen ordered the 8 treasures navy to go to North Blue to destroy Doflamingo's weapons factory. As a result, the 8 treasure navy came back at this time, which made King Ramen full of doubts. Did something happen? But at this moment, a soldier rushed in a panic. No, it's not good, Your Majesty, the 8 treasures navy has attacked the port. Hearing what the soldiers said, King Ramen was shocked that the Babao navy actually rebelled. At the same time, at the port of the Country of Flowers, the 8 treasures navy is confronting other navy of the Country of Flowers. They are 1 treasure water army to 7 treasure water army. These 8 naval forces are the most powerful naval fleet in the Kingdom of Flowers. Among them, the Babao navy has always been the loudest because of the name of the green pepper, but it does not mean that the other navy is weak. Even if it is worse, it is only a little bit worse. Xingjiao, how dare you rebel? The commander of the Yibao navy stood up and roared. Xingjiao remained silent, looking at Zhang Li who was drinking tea. Zhang Li took a sip of tea, then gently covered the teacup, and then slowly stood up. Said to the green pepper while walking. Although the use of force is not very good, sometimes force deterrence is the simplest and fastest way, and can reduce casualties. Advertisement. Hearing Zhongli's words, Qingzhao nodded quickly, because Zhongli promised that he would not destroy every plant and tree in the Kingdom of Flowers, and he would take down the Kingdom of Flowers in a peaceful way. After all, this is Liyue in the future. I saw that when Zhongli took a step forward, a rock pillar was formed under his feet, and then he walked towards the air step by step. I remember you said that the country of flowers has perennial tsunamis, resulting in barren land, and the people are unable to cultivate food. At the same time, the country has been fighting all the year round, so the 8 treasures navy has to go out to be pirates, so that the people of the country can eat. Bar. Zhongli asked Qingzhao as he walked up to the sky. Qingzhao nodded quickly. That's the way it is. If a country is prosperous enough, why would the majestic national navy want to plunder? Because the royal family of the Kingdom of Flowers is a war lunatic, they are constantly conquering the surrounding countries. Obviously, because of the location of the Kingdom of Flowers, the land cannot even be cultivated, and countless people starve to death. This is also the biggest reason why Qingzhao is willing to surrender. Perhaps with a different ruler, this country will move towards a new future, right? At this time, the leaders of the other water army were all sluggish, because every time Zhongli took a step, the breath in his body would climb a lot. When he saw the entire Kingdom of Flowers, Zhongli's eyes were full of sighs. What he saw was barren, desolate everywhere, and muddy everywhere. Because of the constant erosion of seawater and continuous tsunamis, farming in this country was a big problem. How similar to Liyue back then. Zhongli sighed. The original Liyue was also barren, and it took him and the other immortal families many years to make it prosperous. Among them, after all, the demon god contributed the most, but she dissipated due to wear and tear, becoming the biggest pain in Zong's heart. Boom. I saw Zhongli slowly folded his arms, and a powerful force of rock elements condensed above his head. What is this? Countless people in the Kingdom of Flowers, and King Ramen in the palace, all watched this scene in disbelief. Zhongli's body fluttered with the wind, his golden pupils released a halo, and there was a phantom of a dragon flickering behind him, because Zhongli's body was a dragon. Everything is moving. Zhongli shouted loudly, and then a scene that shocked the world happened. A golden portal appeared in the sky, and then countless huge stars fell from it. The scene that seemed to destroy the world shocked everyone, and Qingzhao was even more horrified. Is this the power of the gods? Qingzhao said in disbelief. 045. Fear of the world government, Dodalia encounters Hawkeye. Ask for flowers, review votes. 045. Boom, boom, boom. Stars fell one after another, falling into the sea like rain. The monstrous tsunami was blocked by a golden shield. Who said that Yuzhong's shield must be put on a person's body? After all, this is not a game, but reality. How to use this shield is completely following Zhongli's meaning. The monstrous tsunami was blocked by the shield, and even the children of the Kingdom of Flowers stretched out their hands to touch the shield of Yuzhong, and could only feel waves of warmth, but the tsunami that was enough to destroy a country was blocked. The power of the gods. Some people exclaimed in such a way, and the one standing above their heads was indeed a real god. The turmoil that lasted for a few minutes ended, and countless people in the Kingdom of Flowers looked at the port and were shocked. Because I saw that the originally endless sea turned into land at this time. Although it is bumpy, it is clearly land. Hiss. Qingzhao gasped, and Keqing, who was beside him, said proudly. This is the power of the Emperor Yanwang. Reclaiming hundreds of miles from the sea, this country will never be attacked by tsunamis from now on, and at the same time, it can farm with peace of mind. Hearing Keqing's words, Qingzhao knelt on the ground slowly, and then wept with joy. This is their country. If possible, they are regular soldiers, how could they be willing to go out and become pirates? Now the people of the country can farm with peace of mind, and no longer have to go out to plunder for the gold in the sky. In the Kingdom of Flowers back then, firstly the royal family was a war madman, secondly the country was impoverished, and finally, as a member country, they had to hand in the heavenly money. As a result, the people of this country have been living in the heat of the water, but now it is different, all this is coming to an end. Looking at the Emperor Yanwang in the sky, Qingzhao turned around suddenly, looked at the rest of the navy and said in a deep voice. Everyone, do you still want to resist? The King of Rock is the future of this country. Hearing Qingzhao's words, the other sailors who had been shocked by Zhongli's godlike power all put down their weapons. Of course, the most important thing is that ordinary soldiers have been convinced, because their families are ordinary people in this country. You can live a good life in the future, who wants to continue to be a dirty pirate? See Emperor Yanwang. Following Qingzhao's loud cry, the 8 water armies of the Kingdom of Flowers and countless people all knelt down. At this moment, the name of King Rock resounded throughout the Kingdom of Flowers and became their belief. Advertisement. But in the palace, the royal family of the country of flowers is full of despair, they know that the royal family is finished. In the face of this godlike power, they were unable to resist, and what Zhongli had done gave the people of this country hope. How can the royal family of the country of flowers continue to manage the country after losing its people and army? On the calm sea, everything was the same as usual, but this day a piece of news spread throughout the sea. Open black lens bracket unbelievable. The god of rock descended to the Kingdom of Flowers, and the power of destroying heaven and earth filled the sea for hundreds of miles. The Kingdom of Flowers was officially renamed Liyue. Close black lens bracket. Analysis of the relationship between Liyue, Daozuma and other 3 kingdoms, the same incredible power, and the magical eye of God, what is their real purpose? Close black lens bracket. The 4th country that cannot be controlled, the 800-year rule of the world government, is it coming to an end? Close black lens bracket. It has to be said that the news network Small Morgan dared to say anything, and the whole world was shocked by it. The Kingdom of Flowers is just a country in West Blue, and it is definitely not as dazzling as the countries in Grand Line and New World. But if you can't stand it, you can get involved with Dao Wife and others. To say that the most famous people in the sea recently are undoubtedly the three countries of Daochi, Mengde, and Sumeru. There is no doubt about the strength of Inazuma. Mond, a free city-state, has attracted the yearning of countless people. After all, people in this world have no freedom, and the only freedom is to become a pirate. Finally, there is Sumeru. The entire desert country has turned into an oasis, and it has become one of the most prosperous countries on the Grand Line. It is a miracle in itself, which naturally attracts the attention of countless people. Therefore, Liyue has relations with these three countries, so she naturally gained the attention of the whole world. In the holy land of Mariajoy, the bald five elders tore up the newspaper in their hands. Damn, what are these guys going to do? Where did they come from? How can there be so many strong people? His eyes were full of uneasiness. He didn't know when so many powerful people he had never heard of appeared one after another. What they have mastered is not the ability of devil fruit, but a power called elements, which are divided into 7 elements: wind, rock, fire, thunder, water, grass, and ice. Among them, the strength of the top powerhouses is not weaker than that of Admiral or 4 emperors in the analysis of world government. Using the same power and establishing diplomatic relations with each other, fools can't see that these countries are related. What kind of organization is it? Are they really going to subvert the world government? Could it be Joey Boy? According to legend, only Joey Boy can affect the whole world, trigger a war that sweeps the world, and threaten the world government. 5 elders commented that Luffy in the original book has an amazing background, and he will form good relationships wherever he goes. Various races and countries are related to Luffy. If it's really time for the decisive battle, these countries, forces and powerful people will come to help Luffy. Isn't this a war that will sweep the entire world? Kaido always thought he was Joey Boy, and he always wanted to start a war that swept the world, but he did it wrong. Luffy will be surrounded by countless people in the future to help him win this world war, and no matter how powerful Kaido is, he will only start a war by himself and will not get the support of the whole world. At this time, Xuanyu Kongying's move to form the 7 kingdoms, in the eyes of the world government, is almost like Joey Boy. Advertisement. After all, among these countries, apart from Wanokuni, 3 of them are members of the world government. If things go on like this, is it necessary to occupy all the franchise countries and then declare war on the world government? Has Suru Vice Admiral arrived at Inazuma yet? Asked the 5 elders holding a sword. It's probably coming soon. If that's the case, let Crane Vice Admiral proceed as planned. Didn't Blackbeard turn in the Fire Fist Ace? Stabilize Inazuma first, wait for us to deal with the threat of Whitebeard and the 4 emperors, and then free up our hands to deal with Inazuma, Mond, Sumeru, and the newborn Liyue. Curly-haired 5 elders said so, with a cold gleam in his eyes. They used to maintain the balance of the sea, and the marine and the 4 emperors confronted each other. Added Shichibukai when marine was strong, and cancelled Shichibukai when 4 emperors gradually declined. But it was different now, the power that Xuanyu Kongying possessed made them feel threatened. No matter how powerful the 4 emperors are, they are just a group of pirates who only know how to fight and kill, but the countries such as Daozuma are different. They are really changing the world. If the winds of these countries blow to the whole world, countless people will join them. At that time, how will the world government rule the world? In fact, it's not just the 5 elders, all the forces in this world, as well as the top powerhouses, are aware of this. It seems that the 4 emperors seem to have become a small fight in front of these countries. But Daodalia, who was summoned by Zhongli when Zhongli was rebuilding Liyue, left Dao's wife and embarked on a journey to the sea. But on the Sea of New World, he met a person. A small boat with a man in a dress sitting on it. The young master also stepped on a small boat, and the two met on this endless sea, and the aura of the strong attracted each other. This person is the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. He originally wanted to go to Mond to challenge Yura, but Yura was too busy. So I had no choice but to come to Daozu, wanting to challenge Xuanyu Kongying and the legendary Thunder General. Unexpectedly, in Daozuma's overseas country, he met a mysterious strong man. The taste of the strong. Daodalia laughed. What luck. He actually met a strong man right after he came out. 046. Hearty battle, Kaido and Big Mom arrive. Ask for flowers, review votes. 046. Hi, what's your name? Daodalia looked at Hawkeye in front of him and asked. Hawkeye immediately raised his eyebrows. There shouldn't be many people in this world who don't know him, right? Even those pirates from remote places know the name of the world's #1 swordsman. To be fair, people may not know who Marine Admiral is, but they definitely know who the world's #1 swordsman is. After all, no matter where it is, the #1 in the world is a great reputation. But Hawkeye didn't care about these, after all he could sense that the person in front of him had great strength. It's just a pity for Hawkeye that Daodalia doesn't seem to be a swordsman, which makes Hawkeye somewhat disappointed. Aren't you a swordsman? Hawkeye looked at Daodalia and asked, because Daodalia did not have a weapon on his body. The characters in the original gods have the function of putting away weapons, but there is no need to put away weapons like long swords or magic weapons. However, things like spears and bows and arrows will still be put away, otherwise it will affect the activities too much. Daodalia looked at Hawkeye and suddenly realized. I see, Grandmaster, have all kinds of weapons, do you want to have a kendo duel with me? Dodalia said excitedly, the young master is actually very powerful, he is good at all weapons, among which bow and arrow is the least good. But because he is the least good at bow and arrow, he chooses bow and arrow as his weapon, the purpose is to overcome this weakness. Therefore, Dodalia, which is usually in the hands of players, has always been the weakest posture. And Dodalia, who has turned on the armed posture of the evil eye demon king, is the real strongest state. Boom! The eyes of the water element god burst into light, and then the power of pure water exploded, forming a simple armament on his body. Originally a double-edged weapon, he also chose to become a long sword. Hawkeye's eyes lit up, because the aura released by Dodalia, who was holding a long sword at this time, was unexpectedly very powerful, not weaker than any great swordsman. Unbelievable, don't you specialize in swordsmanship? Hawkeye asked this, because Dodalia himself said that he practiced all kinds of weapons and was not specialized in one, but his state of swordsmanship had actually reached the level of a great swordsman. Well, although I don't specialize in swordsmanship is indeed one of my most powerful martial arts. After all, there is no distinction between swords and swords in the world of pirates, and the weapon used by the most powerful demon king is a long knife. Therefore, in terms of kendo, it is indeed the martial arts of the sun and the Grandmaster. Advertisement. Wow. Hawkeye pulled out the black sword Yi from behind. Unlike when he was facing Zoro, Hawkeye was already ready for battle just by relying on the aura of Sun Dodalia. Great swordsman Hawkeye, please advise. Hawkeye does not call himself Shichibukai, nor does he claim to be the world's #1 swordsman. And Dodalia also smiled, holding a long sword made of pure water, looking at Hawkeye in front of him and said, the last of the 11 executive officers of the Fools of the Solstice Winter Kingdom, my son Dodalia, please advise. Listening to Dodalia's words, Hawkeye's pupils contracted, and it was a name he hadn't heard before. Could it be related to Daozuma? And what kind of organization is the Fools? The young man in front of him gave himself an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, but he was actually the last of the Fools' executive officers. When did this world have so many powerful people? Dodalia didn't know what Hawkeye was thinking, he bent his legs slightly, and then shot out instantly. As the owner of the God's Eye of Water element, young master can walk directly on the sponge. Is this the power of the Eye of God? The pupils of the Eagle Eye constrict, and the Eye of God is a power known as surpassing devil fruit. Countless powerhouses all over the world want to obtain it. After all, there is no side effect of devil fruit. Although there are only 7 attributes, they are also powerful enough. Break the flow. Cut. Dodalia yelled, and the pure water long sword in his hand slashed out, colliding with Hawkeye's black knife in an instant. Oh, armament hockey. Dodalia smiled slightly, the information he got from Inazuma, but it was the first time he saw hockey in this world with his own eyes. It seems that it is used like this. Dodalia smiled slightly, and a shocking scene happened. There was black hockey wrapped around the pure water long sword. What? Hockey is wrapped around the energy body. Hawkeye exclaimed, this is the Conqueror's hockey transformed by Lei movie, it can be driven by elemental force, and naturally it can be armed with the pure water long sword condensed by elemental force. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the two kept colliding in the air, but Hawkeye was under a lot of pressure because he was not good at fighting at sea. Although he is not a demon fruit power, not everyone can stand on the sea like young master and others who possess the God Eye of Water element. Therefore, during the battle, the young master deliberately flew towards the small island in the distance, and the Eagle Eye who saw this scene had a little more respect for the young master. After all, it is obvious that he can fight with himself on the advantageous battlefield, but he insists on transferring the battlefield to land. After all, having the God's Eye is one's own advantage, and there is no such thing as taking advantage of it or not in battle, and what kind of power to use is one's own choice. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the two kept colliding, and the terrifying sword energy cut the sea surface. Advertisement. As the battle progressed, Dodalia became more and more excited, and scars began to appear on his body. After all, Dodalia at this time is only 80 characters, 80 weapons, and 666 talents. And Hawkeye is undoubtedly an admiral-level existence, after all, he is the world's #1 swordsman. So young master didn't gain the upper hand for a while, but this kind of evenly matched battle made him extremely excited. Of course, in fact, the current son did not use his full strength, because he still did not use the power of the Evil Eye. The armed posture of the evil-eyed demon king is the most powerful moment of the sun at this time. So strong, what kind of organization is the Fools? Hawkeye looked at the trembling hands with amazement in his eyes. Because he really discovered that Dodalia is not the kind of great swordsman who specializes in kendo. After all, when Dodalia was fighting, there were many postures that looked like other martial arts, which showed that he was a real grandmaster with many martial arts and weapons. How terrifying would such a terrifying talent be if he specialized in swordsmanship? This is the executive officer of Fools. Any one of them is standing on the top of human beings, and can be called a powerful existence of demigods. Among them, the first few are comparable to gods, and even surpass some gods. As the most powerful Fools in the human organization, they have always been the most oppressive existence in the Tivat continent, even the last son. Moreover, the young master is the youngest executive officer among the Fools, he has not yet grown to a mature age. And Hawkeye's intuition told himself that Dodalia didn't exert his full strength, and he always felt that he was suppressing something. In fact, Daodalia is indeed suppressing, because his fighting spirit is getting more and more violent, making his evil eyes ready to move. But if you use the Evil Eye Demon King's armament, then the battle will be meaningless. But at this moment, in the distant sea area, one after another pirate ships are approaching. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of pure water slashes colliding with the blue slash, the two retreated abruptly, and then looked at the pirate ship in the distance, both frowning at the same time. It seems that an unexpected guest has arrived. Killing intent flickered in Daodalia's eyes. This is Daozuma's sea area, and these guys are obviously enemies. In Teyvat, he is the executive officer of the Winter Kingdom, but in this world, the person he is loyal to is the Queen of Winter, and above that is Xuanyu Kongying of Tianli. So these people who dare to think about Dao wife are the enemies of fools and his Daodalia. Hawkeye, let's suspend today's battle. Daodalia said so, and then looked at the huge fleet in the distance. The flags on it were the Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates. 047. The prince armed with the devil, whale falls against the 2-4 emperors. Ask for flowers, review votes. 047. Although Daodalia wanted to decide the outcome with Hawkeye, but compared to fighting Hawkeye, dealing with the threat to Xuanyu Kongying was obviously the most important thing. These guys made it clear that they were aiming at Dao wife, which was tantamount to directly hitting Daodalia's muzzle. That's the BIGMOM pirates, and the other banner is the Beasts pirates. It seems that they are in alliance, and now they want to take back the former Wanokuni, the current Rice wife. Hawkeye said, Kaido was defeated by Inazuma's General Raiden, and then fled in a hurry, the whole sea knows. The purpose of his coming this time was to challenge General Raiden and Inazuma Daimyo, but he did not expect to meet Daodalia. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Daodalia narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed. He ran with his feet on the sea, and then quickly moved towards the 2-4 emperors groups. He is eager to fight, since he is the 4 emperors, then he can let himself have a hearty battle, right? Without too much hesitation, Hawkeye followed Daodalia and rushed out. He didn't dislike Daodalia's belligerent character, and even regarded Daodalia as a friend in his heart. Isn't it the 4 emperors regiment? Even if it is impossible to win, but this is Dao's wife, as long as they block it, there will naturally be strong people to come to help. At the same time, on the Queen Mother anthem, Big Mom and Kaido are eating cake and drinking wine. Katakuri on the side suddenly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sea. Mom, there are enemies coming. Listening to Katakuri's words, Big Mom and Kaido looked over for a moment, and immediately caught Daodalia and Hawkeye with their knowledge. Why is Hawkeye here? I don't know the one next to him, but the one on him is the Eye of God, right? If you say that, you are Dao's wife, so attack directly. Kaido was silent for a while, and said to Jin. Go, Jin, I will see that brat. Kaido's age is in his 50s, and Daodalia's young face is naturally a kid in front of him. Jin listened to what Kaido said, then nodded, and when he stood up, he turned into a pterosaur and flew towards Daodalia. At the same time, Big Mom also looked at Katakuri. At that moment, Katakuri also understood what Big Mom meant, and shot out directly. The target was Hawkeye. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and it turned out that Daodalia had already fought against Yan Calamity. Accompanied by the collision between the two, a powerful shock wave swept across all directions in an instant, and the fleet on the sea began to shake violently. Advertisement. Huh, this guy seems to be very strong. Kaido squinted his eyes and looked at Daodalia in front of him. Although his face was young, his superb physical skills were not weaker than those of the older generation. Beasts Pirates burns ashes, and the kid reports his name. Yan Calamity said so. Daodalia's eyes were full of excitement, and Hawkeye was more of a contest, he didn't really go all out. But at this time, Yan Calamity is different, this is the real enemy, so he can fight with all his strength. 11th Executive Officer of the Fools of the Winter Kingdom, son Daodalia. Hearing Daodalia's words, Yan Calamity frowned immediately. Kaido and others were similar, and it was a name of a country they had never heard of. What's going on in this world? Why do they feel like they don't know anything? Why are there so many fools in the Winter Kingdom? They are just nobody. Yan Calamity said in a cold voice, but this is considered a precise stepping on the thunder. The young master believes in the Queen of Winter, so no one should humiliate the Kingdom of Winter and the fools. Armed by the Demon King. At that moment, the young master burst out with all his strength. After all, he clearly sensed that there were several powerful auras in the fleet, and there were even 2 that made him feel great pressure. Obviously it was the 4 emperors, right? Therefore, the young master directly released the power of Cheyenne and activated his strongest posture, the Demon King armament. Boom. Bursts of black energy flickered, and then formed a black armor around the young master's body. What kind of power is this? Kaido and Big Mom stood up suddenly, and the feeling given to them by Daodalia just now was almost as good as Admiral, and it could even be considered as a substitute Admiral level. But at this time, Daodalia, who released the Demon King's arm, has more than doubled his overall strength several times. Even Kaido and Big Mom can feel the great pressure. This is the confidence from the fools. It is because of the existence of the evil eye that the executives of the fools have power comparable to or even surpassing the gods. Hawkeye, who was fighting Katakuri at this time, was shocked. He could always sense the hidden power of Daodalia, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. If Daodalia used this power directly when he was sparring with him just now, he might have already lost the battle, right? At this time, the young master was flying in the air, the black armor and the wing-like cloak on the back, stirring up the entire sea. His posture at this time is the appearance of young master Zhou Benjiang in the second stage. Let's fight. The young master Dodalia laughed loudly, swung the black long knife in his hand, and shot out streams of pure water slashes, with terrifying power, splitting the sea. Wherever it passed, the fleets of the four emperors and countless ships were directly cut into two halves. Advertisement. Even if a strong man tried to stop him, they were all torn apart by this powerful force in an instant. Before the flame calamity, he could still come and go with the young master, and even be suppressed a little, but it was the face of such a powerful attack that was directly crushed. An understatement knocked it into the air and landed on the Queen Mother anthem. Ember. Kaido stood up abruptly, then looked at Dodalia, who looked like a black war god, and roared. Little devil, die for me. He picked up his mace, the Conqueror's hockey exploded, and the power of the entanglement was cast in an instant. Thunder 8 trigrams. Directly released his own iconic big move. At this time, the mother also knew the priority of the matter, she didn't expect to meet such a strong person here, and she also pulled out her own Hazmi. Weo. The two attacks from the four emperors were so powerful that even a strong man like Hawkeye was oppressed by the momentum and kept retreating. Although Hawkeye is powerful, he is definitely a general-level powerhouse, but after all, there is still some distance from the four emperors. After all, even with a single round of swordsmanship, he has never really defeated the Red Hair. The most powerful of the Red Hair is the use of Conquerors. If nothing else, the Red Hair's Conqueror's winding should be the strongest. Seeing the four emperors attack like destroying heaven and earth, the young master also looked solemn. He knew that this was not the time to be brave, so he thought to himself. Fairy jumps over the wall. That's right, Yuenshin's weapons and so on can be turned into reality, and of course this superfood fairy jumping wall can also be used. With a large amount of attack power and critical hit rate at the moment, the young master raised the black long knife in his hand. Whale fall. With his roar, a huge whale with a length of hundreds of meters suddenly gathered in the air, carrying the power to destroy everything, and collided with the attacks of the four emperors. Boom boom boom. The terrifying shock wave swept across the sea area with a radius of hundreds of miles, and it is naturally impossible for Daozuma to not feel it. In the first moment, Kujo Sharo brought the Naruto army and the Heijidao navy to the coastline, watching the battle in the distance solemnly. 048. Ant and Kaido's jealousy. Eat a sweet flower stuffed chicken to restore blood. Ask for flowers. Review votes. 048. In the shock wave of the explosion, Big Mom and Kaido on the Queen Mother anthem stood there unscathed. After all, they are four emperors, and if the two attack together, there are only a handful of existences in this world that can stop them. Even if Garp is here, he dare not say that he can face four emperors at the same time. If he really faced four emperors at the same time, even Garp could only choose to run away. Ahem. The shock wave dissipated, and on the turbulent sea, the Demon King's armament on Dodalia's body was damaged. After all, he is only a character of level 80 and a weapon of level 80 at this time. The later the level of the original god, the greater the gap. Don't look at the gap of 10 levels, there is even one less breakthrough. Especially the holy relics, etc., are only 4-star gladiators, so the Sun Dodalia at this time, strictly speaking, is only a transitional level. At least you have to reach the pass panel in the game to be eligible to fight against the four emperors. The so-called several panels, the premise is that the level, weapons, and talents are all full. He can resist the big moves of the four emperors. In fact, the Sun is already very powerful. After all, his panel level at this time is at most the level of the alternate admiral. Cheyenne took a lot of credit, but Cheyenne also had huge side effects, and Dodalia would be much weaker at this time. Dodalia. Hawkeye's pupils contracted, and Katakuri was pushed back with a slash in an instant, and then came to Dodalia's side. The black demon armament on his body dissipated slowly. Dodalia smiled slightly, looking at Kaido and Big Mom on the Queen Mother anthem in the distance, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, is this the strong man in this world? I'm getting more and more excited. I will become stronger, and then I will defeat you two with my own hands. Dodalia said that he still has a lot of room for growth, not only the character level and weapon level, but even the talent is only 666. Advertisement. At this time, the Ant and Kaido were not happy, and the two finally realized one thing at this time, that is, they still underestimated the Rice Wife or the forces behind the Rice Wife. He thought that the combined strength of the four emperors' regiments was enough to fight against the country of Inazuma. But I didn't expect that just the appearance of an unknown soldier could resist the big moves of both of them at the same time. So how many such unknown people are there in this Rice Wife? In fact, they didn't know that if Shuang Yukongdiang and General Lei Dian were excluded from Dao Wife at this time, there were actually not many top powerhouses. Strictly speaking, the Coral Palace Heart Sea is not the main combat power. Although it has a huge advantage in the sea, for the powerhouses of the four emperors level, the sea is already difficult to threaten them. After all, Kaido can transform into a blue dragon flying into the sky, so of course he will not be afraid of the sea controlled by Shinhai of the Coral Palace. The second is Kujo Sharo. As the Kujo Sharo with the blood of the Tengu, his strength is indeed strong, but it has to be admitted that the Kujo Sharo is not as powerful as the Sun Dodalia. Under the same level panel, the young master is naturally more powerful. After all, this is young master Joe Ben, who can transform into a demon king armed form. Therefore, Shuang Yukongdiang and General Lei Dian are the only ones that Daozuma can handle now. Of course, there is an extra Hujai Palace now. But these Kaido and Ant don't know. And just the two of them are enough, it is impossible for at least four emperors to take down Wanokuni. Kaido, retreat for now. When aunts do not have cravings, they are actually very cunning, otherwise how could they become 4 emperors? Kaido also nodded along. Daozuma's depth is uncertain. If they attack without thinking like this, I'm afraid they will not end well today. Following the order of the 4 emperors, the huge fleet began to retreat. At the same time, on the sakura tree of the Narujan Taisha shrine, Lei Muvi and Hujai Gong stood side by side. Shuangyu Kongying is no longer in Daokyu. If Kaido and Big Mom had continued to attack just now, they would have shot. At that time, the result will be a big melee. Although the two are confident of defeating the 4 emperors, there is no doubt that the melee of so many top powerhouses will definitely affect the entire Daozuma. So that's fine, 4 emperors is just a small trouble for them, and the development of Daozuma is the most important thing. After all, with the development of Daochi, the partners can return. If Daochi is destroyed because of dealing with the 4 emperors, then Lei Muvi and Hujai Palace will probably go crazy. As the 4 emperors receded, Hawkeye also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of the 4 emperors, because he was good friends with the redhead, he also clearly knew the strength of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. After all, the red hair is not weaker than himself in terms of swordsmanship alone, and his haki is superb, so the 4 emperors are all monsters. Dodalia, are you alright? Seeing Dodalia's weak appearance, Hawkeye asked worriedly. Dodalia waved his hand and took out a sweet flour stuffed chicken. Come a little. Hawkeye was taken aback. Are you hungry for fighting? But after Hawkeye ate this sweet flour stuffed chicken, he was stunned, because his injuries and physical strength were recovering quickly. Of course, he didn't have any injuries, it's just that the terrible impact just now caused some scratches. But Dodalia was different. After eating 2 sweet flour stuffed chickens in a row, he recovered. The fairy jumping wall just now is directly chosen to use, so that you won't taste the taste, but you will get the effect directly. If you are not in a hurry, you can eat slowly. The food from Yuenshin is extremely delicious. Of course, because it is a special food, it is better not to eat it at ordinary times. After all, if you eat too much, you will develop drug resistance and cannot use it for a period of time. It is worth mentioning that the resurrection food cannot be used. In fact, this is normal. After all, it is the real world, and you can revive even if you eat a fried egg. And eating a fried egg can revive, so where will the full life of Barbara and Chi-Chi be? In this real world, the resurrection of Chi-Chi and Barbara with full life is the truly outrageous magical skill, but at present Shuangyu Kongying does not have Barbara, and Chi-Chi has not reached full life. I don't know if this skill can revive people within a certain period of time, or it can revive anyone. With the departure of Kaido and Big Mom, Dodalia followed Hawkeye and left the Inazuma Sea area. He realized his own shortcomings. The powerhouses in this world are completely different from those in Teyvat. Their bodies are simply at the level of monsters. Dodalia realized that they should not rely too much on elemental power. How terrifying would that be? At the same time, what happened in the Inazuma Sea area also spread throughout the sea. After all, there is no place in this sea where the news bird is not present. 049. Summit War is being prepared, just to use the power of the world to deal with Inazuma. Ask for flowers, review votes. 049. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku looked at the news in front of him, his eyes full of melancholy. Damn it, where did these guys come from? How come there is another fool in the Winter Kingdom? As the last member of the 11 executive officers of the fools actually so powerful? Sengoku said worriedly. Crane Vice Admiral at the side comforted him. Perhaps the fools are not ranked according to strength at all. Hearing Vice Admiral's words, everyone nodded. In their opinion, even if this son Dodalia did not have admiral-level combat power, there was definitely a substitute admiral. If the executive officers of the crowd of fools are stronger than the other, then it's okay. I'm afraid it wasn't for the 11 executives who are fools, they are qualified to overthrow the entire marine. After all, the combat power above marine admiral level is 3 Admiral, Garp, Marshal Sengoku, and Zephyr. It looks like a lot, there are 6 of them, but if all the executive officers are getting stronger and stronger, maybe they can really be comparable to Marine, or even overthrow Marine. But the Marines don't know that the fools are really ranked according to their strength. Dodalia, who is the 11th seat, is indeed the weakest executive among fools. Although it has something to do with him being young and not really reaching his peak, it has to be admitted that the others in fools are indeed stronger than him at the current stage. It can be said that because of the appearance of Dodalia, the world government and other forces, the evaluation of Daozuma and other forces has risen again. The more this is the case, the more panicked the world government is, because it has begun to exceed their control. Just a rice wife, they will only think that it is a country that is stronger than the 4 emperors. But at this time, all the clues point to the inextricable relationship between Daozuma, Mengd, Sumeru, and the newly appeared Liyue, as well as the Zhejiang kingdom who doesn't know where. The combined threat is too terrifying. Sengoku looked at the people present, ignored Garp who was dozing off, and said seriously to everyone. At present, we have analyzed these emerging countries and counted the number of their strong players. Inazuma has General Thunder and Shuangyu Kongying, these two must have admiral-level combat power, and other high-level figures, such as the military advisor Coral Palace Shinhai, and Tianling pursuing Juho Shiluo, etc., their strength is not enough. I don't know. Mond has the Spray Knight Yura. This person should also have the admiral level. At the same time, he can command the chin of the Zephyr Knights, and he will definitely not be weak. Otherwise, why would the strong submit to the orders of the weak? Sengoku said so. After all, even in Marine, if the marshal does not have absolute strength, it is impossible to take the position. Advertisement. In the future, Akainu and Aokiji will need to determine the position of the marshal through a duel. It can be seen that in this world, the strong are respected, so they think that Shin who can manage the entire Zephyr Knights must have a character that is not weaker than Yura, or even stronger than Yura. Strength. But what they don't know is that Shin at this stage is indeed weaker than Eula, and the two are different characters. Shin belongs to the group support. A big move to release one's own army is almost immortal. As for Eula, it is the ultimate of destruction. After a pause, Sengoku continued. As for Sumi, the only known people so far are Nashida, the little auspicious grass king, and Sai Nuo, a great disciplinary officer. Nashida looks like a child, but she has the power to change the natural environment of the entire country, obviously not weak. There is also that Sano, who has the strength to easily defeat Crocodile, and probably also has admiral-level combat power. The last one is Zumi, the rock king and emperor whose depths are unfathomable, and the countless rock pillars that fell from the sky can be called a natural disaster that will destroy the world. Listening to Sengoku's words, the entire marine was silent, not counting the fools of the Winter Kingdom who had no news, just the 4 countries of Inazuma, Mond, Liyue, and Sumeru. There are 6 or 7 or even more admiral-level powerhouses, and they are not hidden. This made everyone feel heavy. To deal with these countries, I am afraid that the Marines will come out with all their strength. Even Akainu, who has always been extreme, did not dare to speak at this time. After all, he did not have the confidence to say that he could face several admiral-level existences at the same time and still survive. Especially the original Xuang Yukongying, who can suppress his strength, is definitely not an ordinary admiral-level powerhouse. In the end, Suru Vice Admiral said, "Forget it, let's put these things aside first, and finish another big thing first." Crane Vice Admiral said seriously. In an instant, Garp woke up directly, and then looked at Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral with complicated eyes. He already knew the news that Ace was caught. Although Sengoku and the others didn't say anything, they already guessed that Ace's identity was exposed. As expected, Crane Vice Admiral said, "World Government Order, publicly execute Portgas D. Ace. Using this to force the Whitebeard pirates to fight Marine head-on, take this opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, so as to free up hands to deal with other 4 emperors, and finally concentrate the combat power of the whole world to deal with Inazuma and other countries." Hearing the words of Suru Vice Admiral, the audience was in an uproar. Those who can participate in this meeting are all Vice Admiral and above in the headquarters. Momosugi asked curiously, "Will Whitebeard go to war with Marine for a captain?" Even if she is Vice Admiral's younger sister, she doesn't know Ace's true identity. Advertisement. But now is not the time to hide, so Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Portgas D. Ace, whose true identity is the posthumous son of One Piece Roger. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. The last ray of light in Garp's eyes dissipated immediately. Is it still at this point? Sengoku looked at Garp and hesitated to speak. As an old friend for many years, how could he not know that Garp's heart was twisted at this time? But they are Marines. For the sake of justice behind them, they can't be impulsive, so Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. The order is passed on, all the elites of the Marine are secretly transported to Marineford, and at the same time, the main combat forces in each place are transferred back, and all tasks are temporarily abandoned. Next, we must make all preparations to face the Whitebeard pirates with the most vigorous attitude and strive to destroy them. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone stood up with a clatter. At this time, Xuang Yukongying didn't know that the Summit War still happened, but the reason for it seemed to have changed. In the original book, it was a war formulated to combat the rampant era of great pirates. But this time it is to deal with Daozuma and other countries, because Marine and the world government cannot mobilize all their forces to destroy Daozuma and other countries, as well as the powerful forces that may exist behind them. After all, they still want to suppress the pirates in the sea, especially the prosperous 4 emperors. So 5 elders thought of a way to clean up the 4 emperors first, and then concentrate the power of the whole world to deal with Daozu and other countries. Even after this, the sea will fall into chaos and even lose its balance, causing Marine's strength to expand. After all, without the threat of the 4 emperors, Marine would not eat back the master world government, even the 5 elders didn't know. But this is something that can't be helped. Compared with Marine's high achievements, world government is more afraid of stealers, that is, existences like Dao Wife and Mond. So they are willing to pay the price, first destroy the 4 emperors one by one or abolish them, and then concentrate the power from all over the world to deal with Xuang Yukongying. Of course, they won't show it until then, even the world government has led Vice Admiral visit the countries. Successfully united with various countries in name, and now whether it is Daozuma, Mond, Liyue, or Sumeru, they are all members of the world government. Moreover, the franchise country that does not need to pay the heavenly gold belongs to the unique special treatment. From the perspective of all forces on the sea, this is the world government's fear of several countries. Only the world government knows that they are delaying the attack. But they don't know that Xuang Yukongying is a time traveler, and he clearly knows what the nature of the world government is. They want to delay their tactics, so why isn't Xuang Yukongying accumulating strength? 050. The 8th Lady of the Executive Officers of the Fools, establish the Winter Kingdom. Ask for flowers, review votes. 050. Marine is preparing for the Summit War, while Xuang Yukongying has left Inazuma and is embarking on a journey to find the Winter Kingdom. And Shuang Yukongdiang didn't walk alone this time, there was another person by his side. When the Sun Dodalia was drawn, the system's voice sounded at that time. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Sun Dodalia, successfully opening the Fools of the Winter Kingdom, and obtaining the 8th Lady of the Fools. Close black lens bracket. This was the sound of the system at that time, because in the game, only one character entered the card pool in the entire Winter Kingdom, and that was Dodalia. I don't know if stragglers will enter the card pool, and look forward to a wave. Therefore, after Shuangyu's emptiness reached Dodalia, the Winter Kingdom module was automatically activated. The characters of the Winter Kingdom can be obtained by rebuilding the Winter Kingdom and the Fools. The first person to take the initiative to be a general is the lady. She is the 8th seat of the Fools, and her strength is higher than that of the young master. After all, the seats of the Fools are all ranked according to their strength. If the strength is strong enough, it is completely possible to initiate a bloody battle. The young master has always had this idea in his heart. On the whole, all the Fools are standing at the pinnacle of human beings, and they can even be called demigods. Among them, the first few executive officers have strength comparable to or surpassing that of gods. Rosalind, what do you think of this country? Shuang Yukongdiang pointed to an island in front of him, and said to the lady beside him. With a tall figure, a graceful figure, and a beautiful face, this person is the 8th lady of the executive officer of Fools. It's a pity that Shuang Yukongdiang actually didn't enter the card pool after all. But it doesn't matter now, because in this world, women can start over, and Shuang Yukongdiang is not the kind of person who sees S***X. The lady's family has lived for more than 500 years, and it was because of the death of her lover that she lost her belief in Barbados and eventually became the executive officer of the Winter Kingdom. Shuang Yukongdiang has already told the lady that with the reconstruction of Mond, many characters who once disappeared in history can come to this world, just like Hujai Palace. The lady's lover is called Rustin, who was the deputy head of the West Wind Knights more than 500 years ago, similar to Qin Bar now. After all, Qin was the deputy head of the Zephyr Knights when Falgar was there. In order to fight against the dragon Durin, Rustin, the young lion of the Zephyr Knights, tried his best to resist Durin and protect the people of Mond. The lady who came back from studying at the Zumi Order Academy saw her dead lover. She was devastated and once knelt in front of the statue of Fengshen, begging Fengshen to save her lover. But in the end Barbados didn't make a move, or even Barbados couldn't bring the dead back to life. Advertisement. So since then, the Lady Rosalind has been blackened, was found by the buffoon, and was escorted to become the executive officer of the Fools. She reappeared 500 years later and was already the 8th seat of the Fools. This shows how powerful the Fools are. After all, the lady who joined the Fools for 500 years is only the 8th seat in the end. One can imagine what kind of monsters are in front of them. The stragglers who already knew their combat strength were the failed products produced by Lei movie film before creating General Lei Dian. But the so-called failed products are also extremely terrifying. After all, they are made according to the scale of God making. The stragglers are only the 6th seat. How terrifying the Fools are, you can see Amadara. Rosalind smiled as she looked at the country in front of her. Respected Lord Tianli, it snows all year round here, which is very similar to the Zhejiang Kingdom. It can be a good place for the Zhejiang Kingdom to build a country. Ms. Rosalind said that she was very happy because she had seen the Hujai Palace where Dao's wife passed away long ago. Knowing that with the development of Mond, her lover Rustin, who died 500 years ago, will also be resurrected, so she is looking forward to it. And in this world, there is a world government, and they will not allow countries such as Daozuma and Mond to rise. How does this make a lady willing to accept? So she wants to rebuild the Kingdom of Winter, rebuild the Fools, protect everything now, and wait for the day when her lover recovers. Then go, Rosalind, let the reputation of Fools in the Winter Kingdom resound across the sea from this Sakura Flower Kingdom. Shuang Yukongdiang said with a smile, not to tell her not to kill people. After all, this place will be Zhejiang Kingdom in the future, and the people here are also citizens of Zhejiang Kingdom. And the current Sakura Flower Kingdom is no longer the former Drum Kingdom. Wapple, the king of Munch fruit abilities in the Drum Kingdom, has been defeated by Luffy and the others. Now the king of this country is Dorutan, once one of the 3 cadres of Wapple. Because of the personality of the benevolent teacher, he is supported by the people of this country. So after Wapple left the country, he became the new king, but he was just a small cadre before, not a very qualified king. The Lady Rosalind stepped forward, and the power of the ice element all over her body exploded, freezing the sea in an instant. The lady masters 2 kinds of elemental power. One is the power of the ice element used in normal postures, and the other is the hidden power of the fire element. In fact, her most powerful posture is, of course, that of the Flame Witch. It's just that the god's eye of this power came from Barbados 500 years ago, so she has always resisted this power. And this power of ice is the authority bestowed on her by the Queen of the Winter Kingdom, which is comparable to the authority of a god. It is worth mentioning that these characters are not from the card pool, their level and strength are directly filled. So at this time Rosalind is definitely very powerful. After all, she is the 8th member of the Fools in her heyday, and her combat power should be considered the strongest except for the god under Shuang Yukongdiang. Perhaps Hujai Palace is not as good as her. After all, what Hujai Palace is best at is not fighting. At the same time, in the kingdom of Sakura Flowers, countless people also discovered the Lady Rosalind who came from the sea. Wherever it passed, the sponge was directly frozen, and Guya, the true king of freezing the ice and crossing the sea, lost his job again. Advertisement. Then, what is that? King Doruden of the Sakura Flower Kingdom looked at the scene in disbelief. Rosalind was in full breath at this time, and the powerful strength of the 8th seat of the Fools made the people of Sakura Flower Kingdom on the entire coast tremble. I saw Rosalind standing high in the sky, looking at the countless people of Sakura Flower Kingdom below, and said in a deep voice. I am the 8th Lady of the Fools of the Winter Kingdom. From today onwards, the Sakura Flower Kingdom will be officially renamed the Winter Kingdom, and it will be under the jurisdiction of the Great Queen of Winter. Hearing what the lady said, everyone was shocked. Is this a country thief? But Bruden, who was the king, was terrified. Fools. Is that world-renowned son Daudelia one of them? Rosalind in the sky smiled slightly when she heard Bruden's words. Daudelia, I am the last of the 11 executive officers of the Fools. Hearing these words, everyone trembled all over, because the news that the young master Daudelia had shaken the 4 emperors, attack spread throughout the sea. There are even rumors that he is no different from Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. These alone can prove that Daudelia is a top powerhouse. And this kind of existence is only the last of the 11 executive officers of the Fools, so how terrifying must the Fools be? The one in front of me is the 8th seat. This is definitely an existence that their Sakura Flower Kingdom cannot compete with. Everyone looked at King Bruden. After being horrified, Bruden looked at the countless people and finally made the right choice. I saw him walking forward slowly, then bowed and knelt down on one knee. Sakura Flower Kingdom, willing to surrender. In this way, this cold winter country that once walked out of the chopper officially changed its name to the most winter country. At the moment when Zhejiang Kingdom was established, a voice sounded in Shuang Yukongying's mind. Congratulations to the master for rebuilding the Winter Kingdom and gaining the army of fools. Close black lens bracket. Shuangyu was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. It turned out to be an army of fools. Want to know what level the fools' core are? The powerful ones include debt handlers, Tibetan ladies, etc. They are the strongest among fools next to executive officers. Anyone who takes it out can be mixed up to the level of a big pirate in this sea. While Shuangyu was happy in the air, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered a major crisis at this time, because Robin was discovered by the CP organization. 051. Straw Hat crew breaks into Eni's lobby, Spandam launches Buster Call. Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 051. Straw Hat crew went to Sky Island after leaving the former Alabasta and now Zumi. With a more relaxed attitude, they defeated Enel and successfully liberated Sky Island. After all, they had 2 more powerful combat forces on board, Bennett and Lazy. After leaving Sky Island, they went to the capital of 7 Waters. Unlike the original book, Straw Hat crew did not meet Aokiji. After all, the sea today has been changed beyond recognition because of the existence of Shuang Yukongying. Lost Wanokuni. The current marine doesn't have time to take care of them. Admiral and others are waiting in their respective bases. After all, in addition to the threat from the 4 emperors, there are also threats from Daozuma, Mond, Sumeru, Liyue and other countries. So they came to the capital of 7 Waters smoothly, but they still encountered the P organization. In the original book, Robin was threatened with the Straw Hats, and she was caught without a fight. But today's Robin is not afraid of threats. After all, standing behind her is Shuang Yukongying and Daozao. But the accident came very quickly. The CP organization not only was CP9, but also dispatched strong CPO, just to arrest Robin. And the reason for all this is Robin's identity. He can read the historical text, and he even joined Dao Wife. With such a sensitive identity and the word Dao Wife, why doesn't the world government go crazy? Therefore, the world government directly ordered that the powerful members of the CPO organization dispatched to capture Robin. Anyone who gets Robin, they won't be so nervous, but if Daozuma, whom they regard as the biggest threat, gets Robin, it will be a real threat. Therefore, the CP organization spared no expense, and finally dispatched the strong CP0, taking advantage of the time to distract everyone from the Straw Hat group, and successfully captured Robin by force. At this time, the Straw Hat crew was heading towards Eni's lobby, and they wanted to take Robin back. 143. Shuang Yukongying just knew about these things. Bennett and Lazy are not reckless people. They knew that this time the trouble would be a little big, so they consulted Shuang Yukongying first. Eni's lobby. Shuang Yukongying raised his eyebrows, and then thought about it carefully. The summit war is about to start, and the current marine should not be able to mobilize so much combat power to go to Eni's lobby. Therefore, on the Eni's lobby, the ones who should have the most are the powerhouses of the CP organization. Although as the guards of the Celestial Dragons, the number of powerhouses in the CP organization is definitely not as small as shown in the original book, but now they dare not mobilize too much. After all, the world government is so big, and there are too many threats from the sea at this time. Shuang Yukongying thought for a while, although the strength of the Straw Hats at this time is much stronger than in the original book. After all, Zoro got the god's eye, because Lazy and Bennett were in the Straw Hats, so the eyes of the gods could also see the Straw Hats. So since that parting, through various adventures, the members of the Straw Hats have gradually attracted the attention of the gods, thus gaining the eyes of the gods. Today's Straw Hats, everyone has the eyes of God, so the overall strength is simply much stronger than in the original book. I'm afraid it can be compared to the attitude of Summit War 2 years later. So Shuang Yukongying's order to Lazy and Bennett is to go all out to get Robin back, and if there is danger, you can ask the strong men in Mond to help. After all, you have a pocket anchor, and you can send it directly through the anchor. At that time, as long as you call in the internal chat channel, someone will naturally come to help. The internal chat channel is limited to Shuangyu Kongying's game characters, such as Ms. Rosalind, Hujai Palace, etc., but this cannot be done. After all, they are not Shuangyu Kongying's game characters. Eni's lobby, the supreme court of the world government, is actually a dirty place. After all, as long as they are escorted here, they will follow the will of the world government and be directly defined as prisoners. It will be here in the end, he will be sentenced for his crimes, and then either sent to impel down or directly beheaded. No one has ever come out of Eni's lobby alive, because behind the Eni's lobby's gate of justice, there are two places that lead directly. One is Naval Headquarters Marineford, and the other is Impel Down, a deep-sea prison. Therefore, as long as you step into the gate of justice, no one will escape from here, and today this Eni's lobby welcomes uninvited guests. Eni's lobby has to go straight through the main entrance at the front, then reach the court, and finally reach the judicial tower. CP Spandam is currently communicating with world government officials on the judiciary tower. How about it? How long will it take for the door of justice to open? The response from the other side was that Naval Headquarters was being notified, but at this time Naval Headquarters was undergoing a troop transfer and needed to wait for sorting. It is expected that the gate of justice will be opened in half an hour. Hanging up the phone bug, Spandam's eyes were full of displeasure. Did he actually give priority to Marine to use the gate of justice? But even if he is the chief of CP9, he can't control Marine. But it doesn't matter, it's just half an hour, I can wait. As long as I send Nico Robin to the gate of justice and capture the Devil's Son, I will definitely be able to get promoted and make a fortune. Thinking of this, Spandam was so excited that he would do anything to get promoted and get rich. Boom boom boom. At this moment, bursts of roar sounded, and Spandam was shocked immediately. What's wrong? Advertisement. Following his questioning, a strong man from the CP organization came out and said in a deep voice. The Straw Hat Pirates are here. The powerhouse of this CP organization does not belong to CP9, if not for this mission, Spandam would not be able to command such a powerhouse. Because the world government attaches great importance to this mission, it directly dispatched a few experts from the CPO organization to carry it out. These powerhouses all have Vice Admiral level strength, belong to the elites in the CP organization, and Grandmaster Marine 6 styles in hockey. How dare they come to seek death? Spandam said with a sneer. He obviously doesn't take the Straw Hats seriously, because in his mind, the Straw Hats are just little pirates who have just entered the Great Sail. After all, the lack of defeating Crocodile in the original book made the Straw Hats less prestigious, and no one knew about Sky Island. Spandam would not know that the Straw Hats already possessed extremely powerful combat power at this time. After all the crew members possessed the Eye of God. After mastering this power, combined with their fruits and their own abilities, the power released was terrifying. At the same time, at the main entrance of the Eni's lobby gate, countless guards and members of the central organization rushed out following bursts of roars. I saw figures walking out of the smoke and dust in front of me one by one. The leader is a boy wearing a straw hat, and around his neck is a fiery red god's eye. This is Luffy. At this time, Luffy has obtained the god's eye of fire element. Standing next to him was a man wearing a green turban, with 3 knives in his waist, which were He Wen, Shui Zuo, and 3rd generation Gui Che. And on his arm, there is a thunder god eye wrapped around it. Sanji's god's eye is of the wind attribute. At this time, he also comprehended the devil's wind foot, and the wind rose to fire. Now Sanji's strength is much stronger. The second is Nami, who has mastered the god's eye of water element, Usopp has mastered the god's eye of grass element, Chopper has mastered the god's eye of rock element, and the captured Robin has mastered the god's eye of ice element. Bennett and Lazy are also among them, and now the two of them have not even offered a bounty, because the Straw Hats just came down from Sky Island, they encountered the CP organization, and Robin was finally captured. I saw Luffy slowly pressing the straw hat on his head, there was no smile on his face, more anger. He blamed himself very much, because it was his own negligence that caused Robin to be captured by the CP organization in the capital of Seven Waters. As long as he thought of Robin at that time, facing the strong man of the CP organization alone, his heart would be full of colic. After all, they saw the remnants of the battlefield at that time. There were ruins everywhere, and there were ice crystals at the same time. Obviously, before being captured, Robin went through the most intense resistance, but what about them? They were lured away by cunning enemies, which put their companions in danger. As the captain, Luffy blames himself very much, so even if he knows that this is the Eni's lobby, Luffy will definitely rescue his partner. Everyone, let's go, save Robin. Luffy raised his right hand and let out a cry. Everyone in the surrounding Straw Hat group smiled, and then the god's eyes on their bodies burst into light, and then rushed forward in unison. Facing countless obstacles ahead, Zoro took the lead. 3-sword style. Tiger hunting. Accompanied by Zoro's slashing and purple lightning, he instantly defeated dozens of enemies in front of him. Sanji on the side is also not to be outdone. Devil Wind Foot Fire Tornado. Accompanied by a loud roar, Sanji cast the Devil's Wind Kick, and then added the power of the Wind Element God's Eye, forming a terrifying fire tornado in an instant. The destructive power that tore everything instantly blasted open the door of Eni's lobby in front of him. Usopp actually took out a bow and arrow from behind, which was given by Bennett. Most of Shuangyu Kongying's characters use 5-star weapons and 4-star weapons. As for the 3-star weapon, either it has become a concentrate, or it is used by ordinary soldiers and domestic shooters. A small part was sold to the Revolutionary Army, and these weapons were very powerful. Thorpe's 3-star bow and arrow was given to him by Bennett, and it is a 3-star bow. Weapons from the original gods, except for 5-star artifacts, 4-star and 3-star weapons have no quantity limit, which can be understood as mass production. This 3-star slingshot is the best, and the effect is simple and direct, increasing the damage of basic attacks. And aren't all the attacks launched by Usopp normal attacks? Therefore, the power of the grass element was condensed, and an arrow condensed by the grass element was shot out. At the same time, the weapon Nami is using at this time is a 3-star dragon fighting hero Tan. In reality, this kind of weapon is very pervert, it can increase the attack power of a teammate once, and it is 48%. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 20 seconds. With this weapon, Nami is simply a super support. Advertisement. Although it cannot be superimposed, Nami can greatly increase the attack power of a team every 20 seconds. This is also one of the few 3-star weapons that Shuang Yukong did not sell outside. After all, he did not expect that this 3-star artifact would be so terrifying in reality. Of course, the bonus sounds scary, but the actual increase is around a few percent, so it can be said that it is exclusive to the auxiliary. So at the moment Usopp's green arrow shot out, Nami increased his attack power with a dragon. And at the same time, he exerted the power of the water element and condensed it on the green arrow. The grass element plus the water element directly formed a bloom, and the grass seeds were formed instantly. Boom boom boom. Terrible grass seed burst, the outrageous power. It directly blows everyone around, which is much more powerful than ordinary bombs. This is the strength of the Straw Hats at this time. With Bennett and Lazy present, they can flexibly use elemental power to amplify their original attacks. Damn it, how can they be so powerful? Spandam saw this scene with binoculars, his eyes full of horror. Because the strength displayed by the Straw Hats is simply crushing. There are thousands of troops assembled on Eni's lobby, many of them are elite CPs, not a few of them are comparable to lieutenant-level officers, but at this time they are showing a one-sided attitude. Hey, don't hurry up, if you can't stop them, we will all be questioned. Spandam roared and said. The strong man of the CPO organization beside him frowned, but he didn't say anything, and all the figures flashed and disappeared in place. Hee. At this time, Robin, who was restrained by Seastone, laughed out loud. Spandam turned around suddenly, looked at Robin fiercely, and said in a deep voice. Why are you laughing? Robin looked at Spandam in front of him and said with a sneer. You don't even know how powerful the Straw Hats are now, when you even dispatched so many troops to arrest me. But you don't know that my combat power is among the bottom of the Straw Hats. Listening to Robin's words, Spandam's pupils contracted, and this time CP0 organized 3 strong players comparable to Vice Admiral. At that time, 3 people teamed up to take down Robin quickly. At that time, they also said that if they fought alone, each of them would not be able to take down Robin in a short time. And this Robin is actually one of the weakest existences of the Straw Hats. In fact, Robin is not an exaggeration. In the whole Straw Hat group, her combat power is really not high, that is, at the same level as Nami and Chopper. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, Bennett, Razor, and Captain Luffy are all 5.3 above her. You're talking nonsense. You guys are just kids who just came out of East Blue, how could you be so powerful? Spandam is unwilling to believe this fact. He is not surprised by Robin's strength. After all, he has always believed that the Devil's Son is not an ordinary person, even if he knew the truth back then. But it is understandable to be able to avoid Marine's pursuit for so many years, and to have the current strong strength. But the words of other people are all unknown, how could they have such a strong strength? Robin didn't explain, but looked out of the window, she knew that her friends would come to save her. At the same time, the Straw Hats and others also encountered the main strongman of the CP organization. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp all came from standing. Luffy, you go ahead, we'll leave the 3 of them to us. Nami said seriously that she is no longer a base of the Straw Hats. After gaining the power of the God's Eye, she believes that she can be alone. The same is true for Chopper and Usopp. The 3 of them dare not say that they can defeat an existence comparable to Vice Admiral, but it is still possible to block it for a while. Luffy nodded, and the group continued to move forward. The strong members of the CP organization wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by Nami and others. Seeing Luffy and others who kept breaking through and killing them, Spandam started to panic, and subconsciously took out the golden phone bug. Looking at the Straw Hat crew who started to crush Lucci and other CP9, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Now it's not the original book, and Lucci and the others, who were fighting against Luffy and the others, were easily crushed at this time. Can't fail. This is what you forced me to do. Spandam's eyes were full of madness. Under Robin's unbelievable eyes, he actually activated Buster Call. 052. 6-star True God Bennett, the Straw Hats Battle Admiral Aokiji. Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 052. At the same time, Naval Headquarters is undergoing a busy deployment of troops. Suddenly, a rapid siren sounded, and the entire Naval Headquarters seemed to be paused. Wait, Buster Call, someone exclaimed. How could Buster Call be launched when Naval Headquarters was preparing for battle? After all, if a large-scale army is launched at this time, it will be a waste of combat power first. Inside Sengoku's office, he looked at Aokiji and said. It's your golden phone bug. Aokiji also nodded, and then said to Sengoku. I gave it to Spandam and told him to catch Nico Robin, and now it seems that he has a big problem, otherwise he would not have rashly launched Buster Call. It's a pity that Aokiji's vision of people is not good, he doesn't know that Spandam is a hypocrite, he will do anything to achieve his goals. As long as someone dares to threaten his safety, even if there is no reason, he will directly launch Buster Call. Although I really don't want to use troops at this time, but if Buster Call is not counted, it will affect Marine's majesty. The war with Whitebeard is imminent, and before that, there should not be too many losses. So this time you lead the team yourself, then go to the Enies lobby through the Gate of Justice, capture all the Straw Hat crew, and send them to Impel Down. Sengoku said so, but he was a little worried about Garp. After all, if Garp knew that his other grandson was also arrested, he might go crazy, right? In fact, this is also the reason why he chose to let Aokiji go. After all, Aokiji even worked under Garp before, so he will give Garp face and will not be cruel to the Straw Hats. Let's talk about the things you catch later, at least it won't be life-threatening. On the Enies lobby, there are too many troops gathered here. Although Luffy and the others are strong, it took some time to reach the court. Robin. Luffy stood upstairs, shouting because of the sound of the front. At this time, Spandam had already held Robin hostage, and stood on a tall tower in the distance, looking at the Straw Hats in front of him, his eyes were full of horror. Are these guys monsters? They are thousands of elites. They were all defeated by them. Is this kind of strength really a little pirate who just went to sea? Don't come here, otherwise, I'll kill her. Spandam said so. At this time Robin was seriously injured, and was restrained by 06 by Seastone, unable to move for a while. Damn it. Sanji was furious. He couldn't see the lady getting hurt, especially his partner. Looking at the injury on Robin's body, the murderous intent in his eyes became even more boiling. People from these CP organizations should be damned. Although Luffy was silent at this time, the more people who knew Luffy knew better, he was already extremely angry at this time. Everyone dared not move, after all Spandam was holding Robin hostage at this time. I saw Luffy pressing his straw hat, and then suddenly roared. Bennett. Following Luffy's yelling, Bennett smiled slightly. They have been partners who have traveled together for so long, and they have not known each other for a long time. Yes, my captain. Bennett laughed loudly, and then jumped off the tall building suddenly. Spandam was frightened and stupid. Did he want to die by jumping so high? When he landed in the air, Bennett spun around and raised the West Wind sword in his hand. Robin. With his loud roar, the power of the fire element exploded and hit the ground in an instant, and then a shocking scene happened. I saw that the entire Enies lobby was instantly swept by a powerful force, and a huge and incomparably inspiring field appeared. The sign of fist praise is extremely conspicuous, and the entire Enies lobby is affected by this field. And within this field, everyone in the Straw Hats was recovering quickly from injuries and physical strength, and received a super large attack power bonus. The 6-star True God Bennett in this game of Yuenshin is not in vain. With Bennett's bonus, Nami and others exploded in an instant, and their barely blocked posture was reversed. The strong CPO organization was finally defeated by them. What is this? Spandam said in horror that because he was standing on the tower, he did not suffer the damage from Bennett's ultimate move. But he sensed the power of the rising fire element, and what he didn't notice was that Robin, who was held hostage, began to recover rapidly from his injuries. Although still bound by the sea stone, don't forget that the Eye of God is not a devil fruit. Freeze. Robin roared, and the power of the ice element exploded, instantly freezing Spandam. Spandam is a weak chicken, how could it be possible to block this power at this time? Even though Robin, bound by the sea stone, was very weak, but her injuries recovered and the blessing of Bennett's ultimate move allowed her to use the power of the ice elemental god's eye to freeze Spandam instantly. Why? How come? Spandam was stunned, and then he saw that Robin kicked him out, and he, who was frozen into a block of ice, directly turned into pieces and dissipated into the air. Robin. When the partners saw that Robin was rescued, they all shouted in surprise. Everyone. Advertisement. Robin also showed a smile, and when people came to her side, she even shed tears. Everyone was very happy. They won this battle, and because of Bennett's ultimate move, all their injuries have recovered at this time. Eventually they found the key in Spandam's remnants and successfully untied Robin. Just when everyone was about to leave, a shocking scene happened. The door of justice was slowly opened, and then one after another marine warships came out of it. Seeing this scene, Robin shouted in horror. Quick, it's Buster Call. She just remembered that lunatic Spandam used Buster Call just now. But it was too late, and I saw an extremely tall figure slowly approaching from a distance. When seeing this figure, Robin trembled all over, because she was too familiar with this figure. Straw Hat crew was different from the original, this time they saw Marine Admiral with their own eyes. Marine Admiral, Aokiji, Robin said with a trembling voice, even if she has become stronger now, even her partners are like this, but she still doesn't think she and others can survive in front of Marine Admiral. The most important thing is that there are thousands of elite Marines and 4 naval headquarters vice admirals behind Aokiji. This level of combat power, except for the 4 emperors, almost no pirate group can compete. After all, except for the 4 emperors, most of the pirate groups cannot produce admiral-level combat power. Marine Admiral, Sanji and Zoro both had serious faces. They were not as rough as Luffy, and they knew exactly what kind of existence Marine Admiral was. Because they have seen the strength of Xuang Yukongying, and know that Admiral is the existence of Xuang Yukongying's level. Luffy also has a serious expression on his face. Although he doesn't know what a Marine Admiral is, he can sense the powerful threat from Aokiji. Straw Hat Crew. I really underestimated you. The elite of the CPO organization actually has opponents that are not yours. Aokiji said so. After all, the powerhouses of those CP0 organizations are all at the Vice Admiral level, but they were defeated easily. After all, Luffy and the others are full of energy, and they don't even have any injuries. Isn't it easy to defeat them? Even Aokiji became a little serious at this time. After all, the pirates who could defeat Vice Admiral could already make him take it seriously. It's not like when he met Straw Hat Crew in the original book, he was just playing around. Looking at Robin, Aokiji continued. Nico Robin, it seems that you have met a good partner, and you can break into the Enies lobby for you and fight against the world government. But the moment the voice fell, Aokiji actually disappeared in place and came directly in front of Robin. But Marine has important things to do now, so they can only arrest you first. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't see the speed at all. It seems that even though they have become stronger, they still have some distance from Admiral. At this dangerous moment, a figure appeared in front of Robin. At the same time, there was a loud roar. Do not come. Thunderwolf's claws formed and actually blocked Aokiji's attack. The shock wave of the collision between the two sent Robin flying, and was caught by Nami with the power of water elements. Razor. Luffy and others exclaimed. It was actually Lazy who shot. Lazy boarded the boat with Bennett, but he was stumbling when talking, and the relationship with Chopper was usually better. And you know, Robin's favorite is Chopper, and he also likes Lazy. She is like a big sister who likes to touch Lazy's head and teach him to speak fluently. Since entering the Enies lobby, Lazy has been silent, obviously holding his breath. Seeing someone trying to arrest Robin, how can he bear it? Oh, Razor from Mond, Aokiji said to himself. Of course he knew Lazy's identity. After all, Luffy's identity was too sensitive, and Lazy and others were from Mond, so he couldn't help but pay attention. No, you are not allowed to hurt me, my partner. Lazy stumbled and said, but his eyes were full of determination. Although he forcibly blocked Aokiji's attack and made his hands tremble a little, he didn't feel the slightest fear. After Bennett and Lazy boarded the boat, they didn't show much. After all, everyone in the Straw Hats grew up too fast, and they can usually solve the battle quickly. On the contrary, Bennett used a few big moves, which made the Straw Hats fall in love with him. As long as Bennett used his big move, Zoro even felt that he could challenge Hawkeye again. On the contrary, Lazy has never had much sense of presence. He is more like a shadow who likes to follow everyone and protect everyone secretly. This was the first time Lazy made a frontal shot, and it actually blocked Aokiji's attack. Little devil, are all of you people in Mond so pervert? Can you show me your god's eye? Aokiji said with a smile. But Lazy did not answer. The god's eye will not leave the owner. Even if it is discarded, it will automatically return to the owner. Marine already knew this information, and his words were just a joke. Lazy grew up with wolves, so his intuition told him that the man in front of him was very dangerous. So Lazy looked up to the sky and screamed, "Ah!" With a sound like howling wolves, the power of the thunder element all over him exploded, and even the clouds were blown away. Aokiji jumped back, watching Lazy explode in front of him. His eyes were full of wonder. Advertisement. The Eye of God. Could it be that the gods are real? Otherwise, how did this terrifying power come from? Then, what is that? Nami said in horror that they had never seen Lazy use his ultimate move. I saw Bennett grinning. That's Lazy's real attitude. I saw behind Lazy, a statue of Judas. The phantom like a demon god slowly condensed. Before Eula appeared, the first physics sent was Lazy, which is also Lazy's real posture at this time. And Lazy also summoned his own weapon, the 4-star Great Sword Yukai, which increases the damage by 36% to enemies under the influence of thunder and water elements. The effect of rain cut. It's scary. Young man, is this your true strength? Aokiji exclaimed, although it was not enough to threaten Admiral himself, but Lazy's age seemed to be in his teens at most. Even younger than Luffy, does this age group already have such terrifying strength? Anyway, Aokiji believes that none of the 4 Marine Vice Admirals he brought is a match for Lazy. Boom. Lazy swung the Yukai Great Sword, and the Thunder Wolf behind him also attacked together, and the terrifying power instantly blasted the ground. What a heavy attack. Aokiji said so, but seeing his expression was still extremely relaxed, obviously Lay's strength at this time was not enough to threaten him. After all, most of Shuang Yukongying's resources are concentrated on 5-star characters. Lazy and the others rely on themselves to grow and travel and fight at sea. And us. Luffy's voice sounded, and his power of fire element exploded, and then he turned on the 2nd gear, 3rd gear, and even 4th gear in succession. You must know that when he came to Enies lobby in the original book, he used the 2nd gear. But now it's playing 4th gear, which is the gesture of beating Doflamingo. Although the protagonist of 690 is blessed by the halo, Luffy, who is in the 4th gear, definitely has the strength of Vice Admiral. Now, because of Bennett's teaching, he has mastered Haki in advance, and at the same time turned on the 4th gear, and with the Eye of the Fire Elemental God, at this time, Luffy's strength may have truly completely surpassed Doflamingo too. Even if he doesn't rely on plot kills and the protagonist's halo, he can still defeat Brother Ming head-on. Although it is not as strong as Admiral, it is infinitely close. The only difference now is the refinement level of Conqueror's Haki. If it is true, Luffy's Haki level at this time is still in the initial stage. If all his Haki have been cultivated to the advanced level, plus the fourth gear and the fire element God's Eye, maybe he can challenge Kaido in advance. After all, the power of God's Eye is not weaker than Devil Fruit. If it is well developed, it is not impossible to be comparable to a god with a mortal body. Aokiji is dignified, a single lazy surpasses the General Vice Admiral's combat power, and this Luffy is not weak at all, and even makes him feel that he can be ranked in the upper class of Shichibukai. But this was just the beginning, and then the black feet flashed under Sanji's feet, and then the power of the wind element surrounded his body. Zoro pulled out his 3 knives, and the thunder element God Eye on his arm continuously released purple thunder. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Robin are all ready to go. As for Bennett, he is at the end of the team, because Bennett is the biggest whole card of the Straw Hats, and they are not afraid of anyone with Bennett on their side. It's really shocking. Is this the strength of the Straw Hats? If you are allowed to go to New World, I am afraid that the 5th Emperor can be born. Aokiji said so, but his tone did not mean to be joking at all, because the strength displayed by Luffy and others at this time deserves this evaluation. Lazy who activated the ultimate move, and Luffy who activated the 4th gear, these two alone made Aokiji take it seriously. Come on, ones. Luffy was in the 4th position, roared and shot out, and the armed fist slammed down towards Aokiji. Quote exclamation mark quote. Aokiji resisted with the power of the ice element, and his ice shield was instantly shattered. At this moment, Lazy rushed over directly, brandishing the Yukai sword in his hand. The terrifying power made Aokiji dodge elementally. But Lazy is also Grandmaster Haki, which is a Haki that Lazy changed from the past and can act on elemental power. Aokiji had no choice but to continue to block with the ice shield, but at this moment, Robin made a move. It's snowing all over the sky. With the ability of flower fruit, she formed countless arms around her, and then countless ice crystals rushed towards Aokiji like sharp arrows. The eye of the ice elemental god. It really makes people jealous. Aokiji said so. Envy is true, who in the whole sea would not want to get the eye of God? Wait, is this? When the ice elemental power collided with Lazy's thunder elemental power, he actually sensed that his armament Haki had lowered his defense. This is superconducting anti-resistance. Zoro smiled slightly. People in this world don't know the elemental reaction yet. 053. Bennett's ultimate move, the powerful Straw Hat Crew. Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 053. The power of elements in the Teyvat world can still cause reactions in this world. Before Nami reacted with Usopp's aquatic plant blooms, it could produce grass seeds like bombs. And if Nailu is drawn in the future, even if it wasn't for Nailu, she could turn into art itself and directly become a nightmare on the battlefield. The function of the superconducting reaction is to reduce the physical resistance of the enemy. In this world, it will naturally reduce the physical defense of armament Haki. Therefore, a swordsman like Zoro has a huge bonus to Aokiji's damage power at this time. Aokiji can clearly perceive this feeling, so his eyes are a little amazed. Your slashing power has been strengthened. No, it should be said that my armed defense has decreased. Not only the armed color, but even my ice shield is not as indestructible as before. What an outrageous power this is. Aokiji sighed and said, after all, the reduction of physical resistance refers to the defense power. The defense power of the armed color is also the defense power of the natural fruit tricks, and even the damage resistance of the physical body is included. Just imagine, if this kind of superconducting anti-resistance arrangement is arranged, and then encounters Garp's absolute physical strength, how terrifying it would be. The superconducting reaction is just the beginning, and the Straw Hats gather various elements. Luffy of the fire element, Zoro of the thunder element, Sanji of the wind element, Nami of the water element, Chopper of the rock element, Usopp of the grass element, and Robin of the ice element. The current 7 members of the Straw Hat group happen to have 7 elemental powers. You must know that in the game, there are at most 4 elements reacting in one team, but now all the elemental forces have gathered. In the game, I am worried about rushing to react, but in reality, I am not afraid. Under the outbreak of various reactions, even Aokiji can't resist the outrageous attack for a while. It's similar to the feeling of exploding in Wendy's big move after throwing out various elemental skills after Wendy's big move. Various reactions such as overloading, superconducting, evaporation, melting, freezing, etc., are constantly staged in front of Aokiji. Is this the real horror of the elements? Aokiji's eyes are full of solemnity. The overall strength of the Straw Hats is definitely far weaker than that of Admiral, but at this time, they can actually rely on this elemental reaction to make themselves retreat steadily, which is unbelievable. In fact, this is what Zhuang Yukongyan can do alone, because he can master 7 elements. And it is cast at the same time, even though Queen Rosalind has 2 postures of water element and fire element. But they can't coexist, they can only seal the fire element, and usually use the ice element to fight against the enemy. Although Aokiji was shocked by everyone in the Straw Hats, he is the most powerful admiral in Marine. There are 3 major powers in the sea, Marine, Shichibukai, and 4 emperors. Before Shichibukai appeared, Marine had always suppressed the 4 emperors alone. It is conceivable that Marine's strength is extremely powerful. As for the admiral-level powerhouses, although they dare not say that they can defeat the 4 emperors one-on-one, they can still compete with them. 3 admirals played against 4 emperors a lot, although they didn't win, they didn't lose either. Strictly speaking, if 3 Admiral is weaker than 4 Emperors, it is only limited to 1 point, that is on Conqueror's Haki. Because Kaido said that mastering Conqueror's Winding is the threshold to truly enter the top powerhouse. So strictly speaking, the 3 Admirals are weaker than the 4 Emperors because they have not mastered Conquerors, and naturally they will not be entangled with Conquerors. Not everyone is a Garp, just relying on one-handed weapons, you can write these monsters to fight against. So after Aokiji is serious at this time, the strength that erupts is extremely terrifying. Ice Age. Aokiji let out a loud roar, and the terrifying force swept directly towards the 4 directions, and even the surrounding air froze. This is the ability of Marine Admiral. When performing this trick, the surrounding environment instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, even the ground turned into an iceberg. After the fruit ability is awakened, it can affect the environment and objects other than the fruit ability user, and change its material body. Obviously, with the existence of the Admiral class, the fruit ability has been awakened. In the future, a battle between Aokiji and Akainu directly destroyed an island, and at the same time completely changed the surrounding sea environment, so Admiral's combat power is far stronger than everyone thinks. Even if it is the elite Vice Admiral, the gap with Admiral is still very different, even if Admiral wants to defeat the elite Vice Admiral, it may only need a few tricks. Otherwise, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, not counting the Vice Admirals guarding various places, have a total of more than 20. If the Marine Base Vice Admirals all over the world add up, the number may be doubled or even more. But there are so many Vice Admirals, but only 3 Admirals and 2 alternate Admirals were born. One can imagine how big the gap between Admiral and Vice Admiral is. And even if it was Momosuke and the T-Dolphin who were substitutes for Admiral, the 2 of them did not directly become Admiral. Instead, the World Conscription recruited 2 Admirals again. It can be seen that even at the level of the alternate Admiral, there is still a huge gap from the real Admiral. This was the case for Luffy and others at this time. Their strength may have been able to defeat the elite Vice Admiral, but there was still a huge gap with Admiral. Luffy's 4-level posture, coupled with the ability of the Fire Element God's Eye, the overall strength may be as great as a candidate for the general level. Zoro and Sanji are slightly worse, but at least they are at the elite Vice Admiral level, and Lazy is currently at this level. Followed by Nami, Usopp et al. General Vice Admiral hierarchy. Such a lineup is indeed very strong, but facing Aokiji is still a bit worse, especially Aokiji who is going all out. As Aokiji exploded his fruit ability, the surrounding environment changed dramatically. Countless ice crystals fell from the sky, and the scene of destruction made everyone clearly realize the horror of Admiral. Advertisement. Damn it, is this Admiral? It's a monster, and won't he get tired? Sanji let out a breath and said that his feet were going to be sore, but this Aokiji didn't even have breath. At this time, they finally realized that top-level powerhouses still need a strong physique. They have such combat strength because of the blessing of various abilities at this time, but their own physique is much worse. And as we all know, the 3 Admirals are not the strongest, because they rely too much on their own fruit abilities. The top players with real physical strength are Garp and the level of 4 Emperors. Even such Aokiji fought with Akainu for several days and nights. At this time, Luffy and others are far below this level. They will be exhausted after fighting continuously for a period of time. Days and nights. Ah la la, the Straw Hat Pirates are really scary. Aokiji said so, although the voice is relaxed, but dignified can be heard. Because he wasn't afraid to say shamefully, he had already used all his strength, not to mention defeating the Straw Hat crew, even if he severely injured them. At this time, Straw Hat crew was not injured other than being out of breath, which is unbelievable. And how long have they been at sea? If they are given a little more time to grow, it is unimaginable that not all of them can reach Admiral level combat power. The former Straw Hats, it is estimated that Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, etc. have Admiral potential. But now the Straw Hats who have obtained the Eye of God do have unlimited potential. Everyone, are you okay? Following Aokiji's Ice Age move, everyone released armament haki to block it, and then retreated a dozen steps in unison. Luffy yelled loudly, he was worried if any of his partners were hurt. However, as the ice crystals dissipated, everyone's figures appeared, and it seemed that none of them were injured. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Aokiji in front of him and said, Uncle Frozen, we are leaving here today, you can't stop us. Listening to Luffy's words, Aokiji smiled slightly. Really? Then what are you going to do? Although I can't defeat you, your physique obviously can't support you to fight for too long. Listening to Aokiji's words, everyone was silent, obviously what Aokiji said was true. Even Zoro, who is physically strong, is out of breath at this time, let alone Nami Robin and other weaker girls. If it weren't for the display of elemental power, and the pure consumption of physical strength like devil fruit, they might not be able to hold on for a long time. I saw Luffy pressing down the straw hat on his head, and then punching together with both fists. Bennett, it's been a long time. Following Luffy's roar, Bennett, who had been standing behind everyone, took the next step. Aokiji frowned immediately, and then he suddenly woke up. Since the battle just now, this kid named Bennett has been protected at the back. He would occasionally attack himself with flaming blades, but they were all easily resisted. In fact, Aokiji didn't know that Bennett was just waiting for the cooldown of his ultimate move, and at the same time he was accumulating element energy. Even if there was no tactical discussion before, everyone's tacit understanding has been tempered, and they will subconsciously protect Bennett. After all, Bennett is the biggest whole card of their pirate group. I can't wait for a long time, Captain, let's rush out together. Bennett laughed loudly, jumped up high, then turned his body around in the air, condensed the power of the fire element, and slammed down towards the ground suddenly. This is. Aokiji's pupils shrank, and a bad feeling swept over his body. Sure enough, bursts of fire elemental power condensed on the ground, and then a huge like mark appeared at the feet of everyone. This is Bennett's big move, encouraging the field. In an instant, the injuries on everyone's bodies, as well as the exhausted physical strength, began to recover continuously. At the same time, waves of powerful power condensed out of his body, and Bennett's ult at this time was already level 7. Before, Xuangyu Kongdian gave him level 6, but now this level 7 is practiced by Bennett himself. Of course, the premise is that Xuangyu Kongdian must prepare the weekly materials and talent materials. Then Bennett can save a lot of talent Mora through practice. After all, Mora in Xuangyu Kongdian game can only be obtained in the game and cannot be recharged. Therefore, save as much as you can. After all, Mora, which is needed for pulling talents, is simply too terrifying. Bennett, who has a level 7 ultimate move, is already extremely terrifying, and the name of the 6-star Vulcan is definitely not a joke. Ha ha ha, power is pouring out. Luffy laughed and said, the 4th grade posture, which was almost unbearable, has returned to its peak stage, and even the aura has become stronger by several %. If the previous Luffy was barely comparable to the backup admiral in the 4th gear, then the current Luffy is the real admiral. All that's missing is advanced hockey mastery and a strong physique. The same is true for Zoro and others, whose strength has at least advanced a level. Advertisement. It's unbelievable that their strength has increased so much. Aokiji couldn't believe it, looking at Bennett in the Straw Hat group, his eyes were full of dignity. This ability is really terrifying, not only. It can recover injuries on a large scale, and even increase collectively. Therefore, if Marine gets Bennett, in the war with Whitebeard, I am afraid that it may not be able to turn the tide. Brother, why don't you go to the Marine with me? Aokiji said to Bennett with a smile. At this time, Luffy was furious instantly. Bennett is my partner, who wants to go to Marine with you? With a burst of rage, Luffy disappeared instantly, and the Great Ape Spear fell directly towards Aokiji. Aokiji blocked it with an ice shield, but this time it was obvious that he was greatly impacted, and he flew upside down. Can it be enhanced so much? It's unbelievable that it's already touched the admiral level. Aokiji stabilized his figure and said to himself. But at this time, Zoro's attack followed closely behind, and what was even more shocking was that Zoro's attack actually carried flames. That flame could melt his freezing power in an instant, which made Aokiji a little horrified. This is the effect of Bennett's 6 lives. Because Bennett came out of the same pool as Thor, and in the first phase of the pool, there were 4 stars who accompanied him, so Bennett followed Thor to full. At the time of his life, he also reached his full life, as did Juho and Granu. In the game, it is said that Bennett does not even point at the big tricks, but this meme is different in reality. This fire element attachment is simply terrifying, just like the current Zoro. The power of the thunder element and the power of the fire element are blended, and the overload reaction makes Zoro suffer damage, and also doubles the power of his slashing strikes. With the help of Bennett's ult, everyone in the Straw Hats started a counterattack, and they managed to subdue Admiral Aokiji. The entire Enies lobby, under the fighting of both sides, began to fall apart. This kind of damage to the island can already reach the Admiral level of fighting each other's destruction. The Marines of Buster Call were all horrified at this moment, and a Vice Admiral even took out a phone bug and reported to Marshal Sengoku in horror. Yuan, the Marshal is not good. Straw Hat crew blocked Aokiji Admiral's attack, and now he started counter-suppressing. Sengoku of Naval Headquarters stood up when he heard these words, and everyone in the office discussing the details of the Summit War couldn't believe it. Lu, is Luffy so strong? Garp was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed out loud. Sengoku knocked Garp into the air with one punch, and roared. Look at your grandson. You can resist Admiral-level existence just now, Zhuang's Zhao will get it later. Sengoku was really tired, but Garp didn't realize it at all, instead he was giggling. After all, with such a strong strength, Luffy should be fine, unless 2 admirals are dispatched, otherwise it should not be easy to catch. After all, if you can't fight, you can run, right? Sengoku was silent for a while, looking at Garp who was smirking aside, his heart moved. Originally, because Luffy and others forced their way into the Enies lobby, and the release of Buster Call, he let Aokiji take the shot. But at this time, since Luffy has such a strong strength, he might as well go along with the flow and let the old guy's grandson go. After all, if Luffy is really taken by force, who knows if Garp will go crazy right away, after all, he is Garp's only grandson. Tell Aokiji to retreat first, re-evaluate the threat level of Straw Hat crew, and there should be no loss of combat power at critical moments. Sengoku said to the phone bug in a deep voice. Akainu stood up to refute something, but was glared at by Sengoku. Whitebeard is important. Hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu snorted coldly and sat down again, but Garp gave him a faint look. Although he was unreliable, how could he not know that his old buddy wanted to let Luffy go by taking the opportunity to go down the donkey? The Marine Vice Admiral over there got the order and said loudly to Aokiji immediately. Aokiji Admiral, the Marshal ordered to retreat first. Hearing Marine Vice Admiral's words, Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Although he can't take down the Straw Hat crew, but the door of justice is here, and it is completely too late for that guy Kizaru to support him. So as long as he stopped this group, he would be able to arrest them. At this time, Sengoku made himself retreat, obviously wanting to let them go as they should. Aokiji smiled at the moment, how could he refuse? After all, the person he admired has always been Garp. It seems that today's battle can only end here. Aokiji said with a smile, and instantly froze the surroundings to force everyone in the Straw Hats back, and then backed away. As everyone knows, in Gaokong Mengyishin, Shuangyu Kongdiang has been watching the battle. 054. Shuangyu Kongdiang gathers the battle force and meets the red-haired Shanks. Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 054. Shuangyu smiled when he saw Aokiji retreating into the door of justice. Then he looked at the Straw Hats below and sighed in his heart. Should it be said that it is the protagonist group? It has grown so fast. Shuangyu Kongdiang sighed like this, but after thinking about it, one can see how outrageous Luffy is. In the original book, 2 years after the Summit War ended, Luffy defeated Doflamingo, Big Mom, Kaido and others consecutively. From going to sea to defeating Kaido, it took Luffy more than 3 years. Because Luffy was 17 years old when he went to sea, and he was 19 to 20 years old when he defeated Kaido. Excluding the 2 years of training, strictly speaking, Luffy's sailing time on the sea was just over a year. In such a short period of time, Luffy actually completed the accumulation of others for decades, and directly became the new 4 emperors at sea. It can be said that Luffy's growth rate is definitely a cheat-like existence in this world. Now that he has the God's Eye and learned the Haki taught by Bennett and others in advance, Luffy's growth will naturally far exceed the original book. In the original book, it took 3 years to obtain the combat power of the General Emperor, but now that you have obtained so many cheats, it is not an exaggeration to become the General Emperor in 1 year, right? Maybe after this battle with Admiral, Luffy has grown again, and can really be comparable to Admiral. And if Luffy can develop Nika fruit, it might not be able to directly aspire to the position of the world's top powerhouse. Brush. The figure of Shuangyu Kongdiang disappeared directly in the space of Meng Yixin, and when she reappeared, Shuangyu Kongdiang came to the front of the Straw Hat group. Everyone in the Straw Hat group tensed their bodies instantly. At this time, their strength could already sense the aura of the strong. A powerful oppressive force that surpassed Aokiji swept towards them in an instant. But when Luffy and the others who were waiting in battle saw Shuangyu Kongdiang, they were taken aback for a moment, and then laughed out loud. It's actually Shuangyu. Among them, Bennett and Lazy are undoubtedly the most excited, followed by Robin. After all, she has a national identity as a rice wife, which proves that she is a citizen of Shuangyu Kongdiang. Straw Hat crew, you really surprised me, you can already compete with Admiral. Shuangyu Kongdiang said with a smile, after this battle, they will grow a lot, maybe the strength of the 3 main forces will improve again, reaching the level where they can really fight against Admiral. Luffy and the others laughed, but they also knew that they and others could have the current strength, all because of the God's Eye. If it weren't for the eyes of God, they would have no power to fight back in front of that Admiral. Damn Shuangyu, thanks to the Eye of God, next time I see Sister Z367, I must thank her face to face. Luffy touched his straw hat and said. Zoro on the side punched him directly. Idiot. That's General Thunderbolt. Undoubtedly, Zoro respected General Thunderbolt very much. His formidable strength and deity-like attitude obviously made him very awed. Of course, this kind of awe is not fear, but more of respect for the strong. After all, they are the gods who give them great power. Shuangyu Kongdiang smiled slightly, purple big sister. As expected of Luffy, this naming skill is very stylish. Then Shuangyu looked at Bennett and Lazy, and immediately nodded to them. Sure enough, you guys have grown a lot. How about it? How about this kind of travel? Listening to Shuangyu Kongdiang's words, Lazy didn't speak because he couldn't speak clearly, but Bennett scratched his head and smiled. It's really fun to be on an adventure with everyone. Shuangyu Kongdiang nodded. This is the charm of Luffy. It's just that Luffy is destined not to be Joey Boy. Just because the darkness of this world will be ended by himself, so Luffy can only be his own pirate king with peace of mind, and his mission is destined not to travel. Looking at the straw hats in front of him, Shuangyu Kongdiang thought for a while, maybe they have the strength at this time, they can go to participate in that war. So Shuangyu Kongdiang looked at Luffy in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Straw Hat Luffy, here's a piece of news that you might be interested in. Listening to Shuangyu Kongdiang's words, Luffy was taken aback for a moment. Shuangyu Kongdiang continued to speak. Whitebeard Pirates Captain Fire Fist Ace was defeated by the new Shichibukai Blackbeard and escorted to Marine. Now Marine is preparing for war, preparing to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. As soon as this remark came out, the audience fell silent. Everyone looked at Luffy in horror, because they all knew that Fire Fist Ace was Luffy's brother. I saw that Luffy was also a little sluggish at this time. Ace. He couldn't believe that his brother, who had always been strong in his eyes, would be caught, and at the same time, he remembered the 3 words Blackbeard. In the end, Luffy looked to Zoro Sanji and others. He wanted to save Ace, but he knew it was very dangerous even if he had a rough nerve. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Zoro grinned. Hey, there will be many powerful swordsmen in naval headquarters, right? In such an occasion, how can I be missing? Listening to Zoro's words, everyone laughed out loud. Go Luffy, let's get your brother out. Sanji said so, Looking at everyone's appearance, Luffy AGFB burst into tears. What a group of good partners. Then Luffy looked firmly at Xuan Yukongdian. Thanks for letting me know, then we're going to naval headquarters next. Luffy laughed and said, without fear in his eyes, you know, even the 4 emperors wouldn't dare to go to naval headquarters casually. Xuan Yukongdian smiled slightly. He knew that Luffy would definitely go, and the strength of the Straw Hats at this time far surpassed that in the original book. They were indeed qualified to go to the Summit War. But anyway, there are several members of the Straw Hats. Xuan Yu thought about it for a while, and said to Lazy and Bennett. Let me strengthen it for you, so that I will have a lot more confidence. Listening to Xuan Yukongdian's words, both of them were taken aback for a moment, and then they were shocked because they found that Xuan Yukongdian broke through for them. At the moment they broke the level limit of level 80 inches directly promoted to level 90. At the same time, the injured weapon also looks like it has been pulled to level 90. Although it only looks like it has been improved by 10 levels, the overall combat power has changed qualitatively. After doing this, Xuan Yukongdian left, because Xuan Yukongdian also clearly sensed that the Summit War definitely had some purpose. After Xuan Yukongdian left, Luffy and others also left Ennie's lobby. At the same time, what happened to Ennie's lobby also spread throughout the sea. Inside naval headquarters, Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand in disbelief, looked at Garp in front of him, and roared angrily. Garp, you B************ D did a good job. Look at your grandson, he can fight against the sky. Listening to Sengoku's words, Garp, who was foolishly fooled by Ace, burst out laughing, feeling relieved. In this case, naval headquarters will not be able to mobilize combat power to capture Luffy in a short time. It's just that he didn't expect that Luffy would grow up so fast. According to Aokiji's evaluation, Luffy definitely has the combat power of the Marine Elite Vice Admiral, and even the combat power of the Substitute Admiral. If this is a few years of growth, it may be comparable to Admiral. After Xuan Yukongdian separated from Luffy and the others, she returned directly to Daochi. And this time Xuan Yukongdian will do a big thing, and that is to take this opportunity to erode the power of the world government. What he wants to do is not to make small troubles, but to occupy the country, occupy the territory, and wage a real national war with the world government. Calling everyone, Xuan Yukongdian gave an order, and then his will spread throughout the sea. In the city of Mond, Qin is dealing with government affairs. After all, the Knights of the West Wind is not complete, because some things have to be handled by herself. Master Tianli's summoning order. Qin looked serious at the moment, and at the same time Eula, Amber, Guya and others also walked into the office. Let's go, it's finally today. Qin stood up and said that after the founding of the country, they also understood the darkness of this world, so after knowing Xuan Yukongdian's plan, they have been looking forward to today. In fact, Xuan Yukongdian wanted to develop for a while at the beginning, but he didn't expect his luck to be so good. At present, Xuan Yukongdian has 3 gods, namely Lei Yingying, Zhongli, and the little auspicious grass king Naxida. It even got the fools, and also had 2 executive officers and the elite fools. It seems that there is no need to continue to develop. So Xuan Yukongdian summoned them. In the Tiansho pavilion, Xuan Yukongdian was sitting at the top, and Lei Yingying was sitting next to him. Buzz. One after another figures appeared. They were Mons, Dilik, Qin, Eula, Mona, Guya, Noel, Sugar, Amber, Liyu's, Ketching, Chi-Chi, Zhongli, Rice Wives, Lei Movie, Coral Palace Shinhai, Hujai Palace, Juho Sala, Sumeru's, Sai Nuo, Naxida, Solstice, Ms. Rosalind, Sun Dodalia. This is all the combat power in the hands of Xuan Yukongdian, except that Lazy and Bennett are in the Straw Hats, and Xuan Yukongdian asked them not to use it. Basically they are all here. I haven't seen D. Luke for a long time. He has been wandering the sea, challenging powerful pirates everywhere. Even a few days ago, Xuan Yukongdian heard from Qin that D. Luke even challenged Whitebeard. Although he was defeated, he also fought with Whitebeard for some time, but this matter was concealed, so not many people in the sea knew about it. Welcome everyone back, Xuan Yukongdian said with a smile. This is the place where the dream started, remembering that Xuan Yukongdian was still an absentee here. As a result, it has now become the master behind the scenes of several superpowers. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Xuan Yukongdian looked at everyone and said seriously. I got the news that Marine is about to execute Fire Fist Ace, and then I got the information from the intelligence department. The real purpose of Marine and world government is to disintegrate the Whitebeard pirates, and then turn their heads against us. Advertisement. Although Marine and the world government tried their best to cover up this matter, they couldn't really hide it from Xuan Yukongdian and others. After all, Xuan Yukongdian has been paying attention to the intelligence system since the establishment of Daozu. So that's the case. No wonder you are willing to accept our harsh conditions, even more than paying the heavenly gold, and want to win us over to become a franchise country. Is it a plan to delay the army? Qin suddenly realized. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Xuan Yukongdian and the 3 gods. Zhang Li spoke first. Although I really don't want to start a war, this world is indeed too corrupt, and a new era needs to be opened. Nashida also nodded. Although she is young, she is the god of wisdom after all. Therefore, after she understands this world, she also believes that celestial dragons should not exist. Lei Yingying on the side remained silent the whole time. What she was thinking was simple. If the world government wants to destroy Dao's wife, it is her enemy. After all, if the rice wife in this world develops, all the partners will come back. If the rice wife is destroyed, Lay movie will really go crazy. That being the case, let's start to determine the plan. When the Summit War started, attack the surrounding countries and bring them into the territory of the 4 countries. To completely liberate the people of those countries so that they no longer have to live under the dark rule of the celestial dragons. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, everyone nodded. The final matter of discussing the details is left to Coral Palace Shinhai, Qin, Ketching and others. After all, they were originally the management of their respective countries, especially Shinhai was also the military advisor of the Hazy Island rebel army. As for Shuang Yukongying himself, he wants to go to naval headquarters. Although Whitebeard has returned to his prime, this time the determination of Marine and the world government is far beyond that in the original book. Bennett and Lei Zi will also appear in the Summit War. Shuang Yukongying must go to see it. The most important thing is, Shuang Yukongying believes that the Whitebeard pirates can be drawn west. The sea is too huge. Even if Shuang Yukongying is powerful, if he can have more helpers, then the speed of liberating this world will increase a lot. At the same time, when the powers of various countries dispatched troops under the shortage of Shuangyu, naval headquarters also began to dispatch troops. Everything is ready. Then 3 days later, the execution of Fire Fist Ace will be broadcast live worldwide. Sengoku said in a deep voice, looking at the marine elite gathered in the square outside the window, his eyes were full of solemnity. Although a lot of preparations have been made, even Sengoku is not sure whether Lien can win this battle. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Whitebeard met with Redhead. After the meeting, the Whitebeard pirates disappeared, and Whitebeard is heading towards Big Mom's territory at this time. At this moment, an officer rushed in and reported nervously. Sengoku frowned, although he didn't know what Redbeard had discussed with Whitebeard, but he went directly to Big Mom's place from Redbeard, obviously trying to stop those 2 people. After all, Kaido has no territory at this time. The 4 emperors curl up together, and the red hair can block them together. This made Sengoku think that this was the result of the discussion between Redbeard and Whitebeard. After all, Sengoku didn't think that Redbeard would participate in this war. Of course, it's only limited to the situation where the redhead doesn't know Ace's life experience. In the analysis of the Marine Intelligence Department, there are only a handful of people who know the identity of Ace, and the red hair and Pluton Rayleigh absolutely don't know. Because if these 2 people know that Ace is Roger's son, then they will definitely not sit idly by, and even go crazy to save him. That's why Sengoku decided to announce Ace's identity at the time of the execution. In that case, even if the red-haired Rayleigh and others wanted to rush over, it would be too late. In the original book, when Ace saw the red hair for the first time, the red hair thought it was an enemy, but he let down his vigilance when he heard that it was Luffy's brother and laughed, so he probably didn't know Ace. True identity. The same is true for Pluton Rayleigh. Otherwise, when Ace captured Blackbeard, he passed by the Sabayati archipelago many times, and he would not have paid attention. But Sengoku will never know, and Shuang Yukongying also knows Ace's identity. According to Sengoku and others, the world only knows that Ace is Whitebeard's son, but they don't know his true identity. At this time, Shuang Yukongying has come to the sphere of influence of the New World Red Hair Pirates. Sengoku and others are afraid, how can Shuang Yukongying not add trouble to them? Since the world government wants to calculate itself, let's try to accept the fire of the main 4 emperors level combat power at the same time. Somebody is coming. On the red-haired pirate ship, Red-haired suddenly opened his eyes, because he was close to the territory of the world, so the red-haired has always been nervous. After all, what they have to do is to stop the 4 emperors, which is a huge challenge for the red-hair pirates. That's it, Shuang Yukongying. Beckman's pupils shrank when he saw Shuang Yukongying, feeling that the record of this rice wife daimyo is too horrible. The red-haired Shanks stood up slowly, looking at Shuang Yukongying who was flying towards him and the others with the thunder light on his feet. He was more concentrated. After all, who knows if Shuang Yukongying is the enemy or not? When Shuang Yukongying came in front of the red hair, she smiled slightly at him. Redhead, can we talk? Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, the redhead was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Guys, get ready for the banquet. His knowledge can be perceived, and Shuang Yukongying has no malicious intentions. 055. Rayleigh summons the Roger Pirates, Summit War begins. Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 055. At the banquet, Shuang Yukongying looked at the red hair and said. Red-haired, I came to see you because I wanted to tell you something. Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, the redhead was taken aback for a moment. I saw Shuang Yukongying said seriously. Portgas d'Ace, his original name should be Gore d'Ace. Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, the audience was silent for a moment, and everyone in Red Hair Pirates was stunned. They knew that Shuang Yukongying came here for a purpose, but they never expected that it would be such a news. The wine bottle in the redhead's hand fell, and he said why that old fellow Whitebeard seemed to be hiding something when he was talking to him. It turns out that Ace's identity is actually the captain's son. Thinking of this, the redhead couldn't sit still. If he thought about keeping the sea stable before, he didn't care about it now, he just wanted to save Ace. Shuang Yu Daimyo, the Red Hair Pirates owe you a favor. The Red Hair said seriously. After all, if Shuang Yukongying hadn't told him in advance, even if he found out later, it would be too late to rush over to save people. Even if you know now, it would be a little bit reluctant to rush over at this time. But he will give it his all, just because he doesn't want the only blood of the captain to be left in naval headquarters. Shuang Yukongdiang smiled slightly. He has his own purpose. Marine and world government must have prepared many strong players in the summit war. If they can take this opportunity to weaken the vitality of marine and world government, it will naturally help Shuangyu's ethereal plan.
Shuangyue Kongdiang then left the territory of Red Hair Pirates. His next target is Pluton Rayleigh of Sabaody Archipelago. With Shuangyue Kongdiang's speed and ability, it is only a blink of an eye to reach the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the intelligence organization formed by Meng Dao's wife and others has spread all over the sea. Now that there are more elites in the crowd of fools, it must be even more terrifying in the future, so they bring pocket anchors, and Shuangyue Kongdiang can of course teleport directly to the Sabaody Archipelago.
Last time Shuang Yukongdiang killed the celestial dragons here, but even so, this place is still prosperous. Killing one or two celestial dragons can't change the world. This is the situation of Shuang Yukongdiang. To the world's population, all the way to the rip-off bar, Shuang Yukongdiang finally met Rayleigh's old friend Shaki. Du Niang is called Xiaoyao, and she always feels obedient. Name Shuangyu. When Shaki saw Shuang Yukongdiang, he narrowed his eyes. This person is a real big shot. But compared to these, Shaki is more interested in another thing. Your Excellency Shuangyu, what is your relationship with Hancock? Do you want to marry us Amazon Lily? Listening to Shaki's words, Shuang Yukongdiang almost didn't fall. What the hell is marriage? Shuang Yukongdiang couldn't help but think of that woman Hancock. In the original book, the role of Luffy has become herself, which is really difficult to deal with. After all, the current Luffy did not fly celestial dragons, but Shuang Yukongdiang killed celestial dragons. Even Shuang Yukongdiang asked Granos to make a potion for Hancock to remove the slave mark on her body. These things directly filled Hancock's favorability value. Shaki's identity is the last emperor of the Amazon Lily Daughter Kingdom, and the captain of the former Nine Snake Pirates. So she is naturally connected with the daughter country, but because she joined the Rocks Pirate and became a member of it, she went into seclusion after the Rocks Pirate was destroyed. If you rush back to the daughter's country, what if it brings disaster to the daughter's country? But even so, she still has connections with the daughter country. Even when the three Hancock daughters came down from the Holy Land, it was Shaki and Rayleigh who shot them, which allowed them to escape arrest. Senior Shaki was joking. Is Senior Rayleigh there? I have something important to tell him here. Shuangyu said with a smile, while Shaki was full of pity. In fact, if Hancock could marry this famous Shuangyu, it would be of great benefit to his daughter. As an intelligence dealer, Shaki really knows how powerful Shuang Yukongdiang and the others are. Although it has not been publicly admitted, everyone firmly believes that Dao's wife is related to Mond and other countries. After all, they all have the eyes of God. If she could marry Shuang Yukongdiang, it would be equivalent to having the protection of a superpower, which would be a good thing for the daughter country today. Although Rayleigh will not ignore the daughter country, Rayleigh is old after all, and his current strength is not as good as before. In a few years, even Admiral may not be able to compete. Then Shaki contacted Rayleigh with a phone bug. After knowing that it was Shuangyu's empty visit, Rayleigh returned to the rip-off bar not long after. When seeing Shuang Yukongdiang, Rayleigh sighed in his heart. Shuang Yukongdiang has such a strong strength at his age, but there is no D in his name, so he is not the Joey boy that the captain was waiting for. Pluton Rayleigh, I've known you for a long time. Shuang Yukongdiang said with a smile. Rayleigh sat in front of Shuang Yukongdiang, took a sip of wine for himself, and looked at Shuang Yukongdiang curiously. Then Daimyo Inazuma, is there anything you can do with this old man? After all, this old man is just an ordinary coated boatman. Advertisement. Listening to Rayleigh's words, Shuangyu just smiled and said nothing. Rayleigh, you know Ace. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I know, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team seems to have been captured by Marine, the sea is going to be lively again. Although Rayleigh said so, he didn't care about it at all. After all, in his opinion, waiting for the person in the prophecy is the most important thing. Is it really a coincidence that the members of the Roger Pirates are in different positions on the Grand Line? They have all been to Raftel, and they know what Roger knows, so they are probably waiting for someone along the way, and then escort him and send him to become king. As for this person, it must be Luffy. Apart from this matter, the members of the Roger Pirates no longer pay attention to other things. But Shuang Yukongdiang believes that since the members of the Roger Pirates value love and righteousness, they will obviously not ignore Ace. Ace is Roger's son. Shuang Yukongdiang directly entered the topic, and Rayleigh and Shaki were stunned for a moment. Rayleigh's hip flask and Shaki's cigarette butt fell directly to the ground. What did you say? Rayleigh Conqueror's hockey erupts, some can't contain their emotions. Shuang Yukongdiang's character level and weapon level are all level 90. At the same time, his talent has also been raised to 888, and he has become the Grandmaster of Conqueror's hockey. His strength is much stronger than when he faced Admiral. So naturally he is not afraid of the Conquerors erupted by Pluton Rayleigh, and even looks flat. Rayleigh, who saw this scene, sighed, and can only say that the young people nowadays are really scary. A strong person like Shuang Yukongdiang would definitely not talk nonsense. In this case, Ace's identity is really the captain's son. I remember when Roger said that he was going to be a father. At that time we laughed at him fiercely, saying how could girls like him, but we didn't expect it to be true. Rayleigh said sadly that Roger didn't explain at the time, probably because he wanted his son to live a normal life. It's just that I didn't expect that the blood or the will in the dark is too strong, and under the protection of Garp, Ace went to sea and became a pirate. Otherwise, with Garp's strength, Ace can be completely protected for the rest of his life. At this time, Rayleigh already understood that Shuang Yukongdiang deliberately disclosed this information to himself, and the only explanation was that Shuang Yukongdiang wanted their Roger pirates to join the war. What is your purpose, and why did you start a war of this scale? Although he knew it was Shuang Yu's plan, Rayleigh had to admit that he could only jump into this conspiracy, because it was fine if he didn't know. If he knew, he would not allow the captain's son to die in naval headquarters. Shuang Yukongdiang never hides his thoughts, he looks at Pluton in front of him, his eyes sparkle. What you see in Raftel makes you believe that there will be people who will change the world in the future. And that person is Joey Boy, which is why you are in the Sabayati archipelago, because this is the only way for all pirates to go to New World. Listening to Shuang Yu's words, Rayleigh's pupils constricted, but he understood when he thought that the other party was Daimyo Inazuma. After all, Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, has been buried in Daozuma, and there is a lot of information about 800 years ago. Seeing that Rayleigh and Shaki were silent, Shuang Yukongdiang suddenly smashed the wine glass in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice. It's a good idea, but it doesn't change the fact that Roger is an executioner. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Rayleigh opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Because it is a fact, without Roger's flowers, the age of discovery would not have come, and so many people would not have died. Although there were many pirates in the past, they are definitely not as many as in today's era. The number of people killed by pirates now is several times that of Roger's era. It's all because of the flowers before Roger's death. Maybe his purpose is to guide the appearance of Joey Boy and change the darkness of this world. This method can be used, but it has caused the death of many innocent people. It is like when Ace was born, the pregnant women and babies on the entire island were affected by this. Those are young lives. Looking at the speechless Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy ethereal said in a deep voice. Joey Boy is real. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Rayleigh was shocked and looked at Shuang Yukongdiang in disbelief. As a time traveler, Shuang Yukongdiang certainly knows that Luffy is the Joey Boy who makes the world smile. After all, the sun god Nika fruit proves everything. But so what? You are not Joey Boy. Do you know that Joey Boy wants to be the new king of the world? Or, do you know how the new world will work after overthrowing the world government? Aren't you worried that the next world government will be born from the newly born rulers? Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, Rayleigh remained silent, but his trembling hands showed that his heart was not at peace. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Shuang Yukongdiang wanted to say too much today. After all, after he came to this world, he saw the cruelty of the era of great pirates, and the deaths and injuries of countless people, and he really came to hate. Obviously you have great strength, and you can use fair means to overthrow the world government and challenge its authority. Why do you want to create this damn era of great pirates? Are you afraid of failure? So what? As long as one person stands up, the flame of hope will be passed on from generation to generation. Joey Boye will naturally feel the fire of hope and appear. Why do you have to use this method? As soon as this remark came out, it hit Rayleigh's heart like a heavy hammer. Yes, why don't they directly resist? As long as they are doing the right thing and can bring hope to the world, how could Joy Boy, who symbolizes freedom and hope, not be inspired by them and be born? Having said that, Shuang Yukongdiang stood up. Inazuma, Mond, Sumeru, Liyue, and Zhedong will officially declare war on the world government during the summit war. Let this single spark be lit by me myself. While speaking, Shuang Yukongdiang had disappeared in place, but the last words lingered in Rayleigh's heart. A single spark can start a prairie fire. This era of bullshit that has been dark for 800 years should come to an end. The rip-off bar fell silent, and Shaki looked at Rayleigh worriedly. After a long silence, Rayleigh stood up suddenly, and the Conqueror's haki around him that had been silent for many years burst out, as if he had returned to his peak. Whether Conqueror's haki is strong or not is related to courage, and the silence of these years has made his strength regress a lot. But it seems to be connected at this time. His Conqueror's haki has completely returned to the peak period, which also symbolizes the return of Pluton. 0. Shaki. Call my comrades. Rayleigh said loudly, then turned to Shaki and smiled. Let's rescue the captain's son. Shaki smiled when he saw Rayleigh like this. The guy who was very haki back then finally came back. Shuang Yu's goal has been achieved, and the Roger pirates are about to return. Except for Bullet who was imprisoned in Impel Down, most of them will return to participate in this war. Because the Roger pirates were not defeated, but Roger voluntarily surrendered. Therefore, most of the crew members retired or hid, and the Marine and world government did not dare to persecute these strong men, especially the dangerous elements like Rayleigh. So basically everyone is alive, but because of their status, they never dare to show their faces easily. But this time, as the deputy captain, Rayleigh personally worried about them. The summit war this time must be very lively. Time passed day by day, and 3 days later in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Naval Headquarters Marineford, 100,000 Marine elites gathered here. 7 warlords of the sea also accepted the Marine's omens. They are Hawkeye, Hancock, Moria, Doflamingo, Big Bear, Blackbeard. Crocodile was killed by Sano, and now Alabasta has become Sumeru, the country of grass. The vacant Shichibukai was filled by Blackbeard. As for the last Shichibukai Jinbei, he was sent to Impel Down because he didn't want to be an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. But the 6 Shichibukai are still extremely powerful. But Blackbeard didn't come forward, but hid in the dark. He didn't want to be the first target of Whitebeard's attack. His real goal was shock fruit. After Shichibukai, there are 21 Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters, including several giant Vice Admirals. The Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters is stronger than the Vice Admiral of the various bases in the sea. They can be called elite Vice Admirals. Their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary Vice Admirals. It is completely comparable to the lower-ranked one of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Finally, directly below the execution platform, there are 3 Admiral of Headquarters. These 3 are of the highest combat strength, and they are sitting in the most arrogant posture at this time, looking at the calm sea ahead. And on top of that is Marshal Sengoku of the Naval Headquarters, and Hero Garp. These 2 are the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters today. Whether it is Garp or Sengoku, it is clear and certain that they have a combat power that surpasses Admiral. Fufurfur, it's really coming out in full force. Master Marine is terrified. Doflamingo said with a sneer, fear deep in his pupils. After all, even the 4 emperors would have to hate such a lineup, right? Because among their Shichibukai, each has the strength above the elite Vice Admiral, and among them, Hawkeye can even fight against the Red Hair. Facing such a strong lineup, the Whitebeard pirates may be in danger this time. The result of the battle on the execution platform, slowly walked to the front desk, and then stretched out his hand and said. Phone bug. With the result of the battle, the phone bug is in the hands, and the live broadcast execution for the entire sea officially begins. Countless people on the sea saw Marine's lineup, and they were all trembling with fright. Is this Marine? 100,000 elites, dozens of elites Vice Admiral, Shichibukai, 3 admirals. Just to deal with the Whitebeard pirates 10,056. The Straw Hats come on stage, are all of them comparable to Admiral? Seek the first order, ask for the full order. 056. Is this what Marine is about? As expected of the strongest Marine. The Whitebeard pirates are afraid to come. After all, this is simply an impossible lineup. Countless people in the sea commented like this, it is really because Marine's lineup is too strong. I saw Sengoku slowly walking to the front of the execution platform, holding a phone bug, and speaking to the Marine present, and at the same time speaking to the people in the whole sea. Everyone, today first, Marine, will execute Fire Fist Ace here. With the emergence of the era of great pirates, countless pirates went out to sea, causing boundless slaughter, and the person who caused all this is that extremely evil person. After a pause, Sengoku looked at Ace and asked in a deep voice. Speak out, tell the whole sea, what is your father's name? Hearing Sengoku's words, Ace raised his head suddenly. Whitebeard. My daddy is Whitebeard, Sengoku yelled suddenly. No, your father is not Whitebeard. After a pause, Sengoku looked forward and said in an extremely passionate tone. Portgas D. Ace, that's your name. Roger the One Piece was executed 20 years ago, we searched the sea for his blood. But no one thought that your mother is a great woman. She used her will to forcefully not give birth to you. She persisted for 20 months before giving birth to you. After giving birth to you, your mother also died. Fire Fist Ace. And your real name should be Gore D. Ace. Your father is the Pirate King Roger. As soon as this remark came out, the entire sea became silent for an instant, even among the countless elite Marines, even among the Shichibukai, their pupils constricted. Obviously, this top secret news was only known to Marine Admiral before it was revealed today, and no one like Vice Admiral knew about it. Fufurfur, is it Roger's son? 590. Brother Ming laughed and said, also a little unbelievable. Hawkeye's eyes flickered for a moment. He knew that his friend, red-haired, admired his captain the most, but it was a pity that he didn't know this in advance. Otherwise, he might be able to fight again today. The other Shichibukai were shocked as well, but the most prosaic one was Hancock. Because Hancock is deserting at this time, she hasn't heard from Shuangyu Kongying for a long time since the last time we parted. She decided that when this matter is over, she must go to Daozuma to find Master Shuangyu. Thinking of this, Hancock's face became abnormally red, but no one noticed her abnormality at this time. After all, everyone was shocked by Ace's identity. Sengoku held the phone bug and said in a deep voice. And today, the last bloodline of One Piece Roger will end here only here. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly said in a panic. No, it's not good. The door of justice opened without warning. Listening to the soldier's words, Sengoku was shocked. What? At the same time, everyone saw huge pirate ships attacking the naval headquarters on the coastline in the distance. That's the big ship under the Whitebeard pirates. Someone exclaimed, is Whitebeard still here? Marine elites are searching everywhere. Wait, no Whitebeard's Moby DK found. Where will it be? How will that man appear? The atmosphere of war surrounded the audience, and everyone was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. After all, the person they were about to face was the strongest man in the world. Suddenly ripples appeared on the surface of the water, and when Sengoku saw this scene, he suddenly had a bad feeling. No way. Sure enough, his premonition came true, and I saw a pirate group of incomparable stages emerge from the bay, the officially coded Moby DK. Boom. The moment the giant ship landed, the waves rose up, and after countless people looked intently, they saw the captains of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby DK. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates all had flat faces, as if they had no fear of the coming war at all. Da da da. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone saw an extremely huge figure slowly walking to the bow of the ship. When seeing this figure, countless people swallowed their saliva, and saw a tall man standing in front of naval headquarters, holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi. Gu la 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 la. Sengoku, Garp, long time no see. Whitebeard's words resounded throughout the audience, and countless people couldn't help but take a step back. Is this Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? Whitebeard. Advertisement. Sengoku said in a deep voice, his complexion also changed instantly, because he saw that the scars on Whitebeard's body had disappeared. What's going on here? How is Whitebeard's injury healed? Could it be that Whitebeard has found someone who has the ability to heal fruit? Sengoku's face was gloomy, but he didn't know that Whitebeard was recovered because of the alchemy potion given by the sugar. Although Whitebeard at this time was not yet at his true peak. But he is not troubled by injuries, and his strength is several percent stronger than before when he was seriously ill. Old father. Ace looked at the Whitebeard pirates with pain in his eyes. Why? It's all my fault. It's because I didn't listen to advice that I ended up like this. Why did you come to save me? Why did you save me, a sinner? Ace growled loudly. Unexpectedly, Marco and others showed a smile. Whitebeard laughed even more. Google la 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 la. Ace. My stupid son. No one would think so, don't you, Marco? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco smiled slightly, and the team leaders around shouted loudly. Ace. Wait for us, we're here to save you. HMPH, damn Marine, you dare to punish Ace and kill you all today. Brothers, kill Marine and save Ace. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates was so high that they suppressed 100,000 Marine elites for a while. I saw Whitebeard step forward, and then clenched his hands into fists. Ha! With a loud shout, the power of the terrifying shock fruit was activated, and then a monstrous tsunami erupted in an instant. If the tsunami was allowed to fall, the entire Marineford could be destroyed in an instant. Everyone in the sea was shocked by it. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Sure enough, he is a man who can destroy the world. Ice Age. At this moment, Aokiji leapt into the air, and then used his ability to freeze the tsunami instantly and freeze the ground at the same time. Cut. Frozen imp. Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, the threat of the three admirals is indeed great, even Whitebeard has to be prepared for it. In particular, he is most worried about Sengoku and Garp. No matter how confident Whitebeard is, he knows that if he faces Garp and Sengoku at the same time, his final result may be the same as Golden Lion. In fact, in this war, even if Whitebeard's old wounds healed, he was ready to sacrifice himself and let his sons escape. After all, no matter how you look at it, Whitebeard is at an absolute disadvantage. The three admirals on Marine's side, as well as Shichibukai and others, are seriously insufficient in high-end combat power on their side. Kill. With an order, countless pirates from the Whitebeard pirates immediately rushed up, stepped on the frozen ice of Aokiji, and confronted 100,000 Marines head-on. Finally at this moment, Hawkeye moved. When he saw that Hawkeye was going to make a move, Sengoku was very happy. After all, Hawkeye is different from other Shichibukai. The other Shichibukai Marine can be intimidating, but Hawkeye can't. The reason why he became Shichibukai is actually related to 5 elders. Just because Hawkeye is a loner with no partners, no relatives, and no concern for Hawkeye, if he really goes crazy, the threat will probably be higher than the 4 emperors. After all, he can hunt and kill celestial dragons everywhere, and it is really difficult to catch a strong man like him who lives alone in deep mountains, old forests or some unnamed sea. After all, the number 1 swordsman in the world is not weaker than the 4 emperors. Therefore, 5 elders adopted a gentle policy in the first place, also in order to raise Shichibukai's grades, so they won Hawkeye and let him join. So even if it is Marine, there is no way to directly mobilize and order Shichibukai. It is completely their own idea whether to make a move, unlike Moonlight Moria, or other Shichibukai, who can use the method of boosting. Especially the Empress, who has a country as a bond with Shichibukai, is what Marine is least afraid of. Hawkeye slowly pulled out his black knife Yi, looked at Whitebeard and said in a low voice. Then let me see how far I am from the strongest in the world. As we all know, there is a gap between the top powerhouses. Strictly speaking, Admiral, who is Marine's top combat power, and 4 emperors are all strong players at the same level. But there are differences at the same level. The 3 admirals have the powerful Logia fruit, but they lack the Conqueror's entanglement, which is one of the most powerful methods of the top powerhouses. In the entire Marine, only Sengoku has Conquerors, and the 3 admirals do not. Just because there is no Conquerors and the means of Conqueror's entanglement, the strength of the 3 admirals is naturally 1 point behind the 4 emperors. But this is helpless. As long as Marine is the dog of the world government for a day, it is impossible for the 3 admirals to master Conquerors. Even if it is Sengoku, why has his Conquerors ever been used? Just because he is already the overlord of the broken halberd. Secondly, among the 4 emperors, there is also a gap in combat power, and Whitebeard is undoubtedly the top one. With no injuries, and Whitebeard at his peak, he is definitely qualified to single out Kaido and Big Mom at the same time. Except for Whitebeard, the most powerful 4 emperors should be the redhead. After all, Kaido said that Conqueror's entanglement is the ticket for the top powerhouse, and the most powerful person in Conquerors has always been redheaded. Even Whitebeard is not as good Conquerors. Hawkeye is also a sequence of top powerhouses, but if the top powerhouses are divided into junior high school and high school, Hawkeye belongs to the primary level. Whitebeard, Garp, Roger, etc. belong to the advanced class. Boom. Hawkeye slashed out with a slash. This move was actually using all his strength. After all, he was going for Whitebeard, so it was impossible to say that he was hiding something. Advertisement. Originally, according to the historical trajectory, the person who appeared to block this move should be Diamond Joe's. The person with the ability to shine fruit makes his body as hard as a diamond, and can even bless armament hockey. It is simply the nemesis of swordsmen, and it is an unsolvable existence like Buggy. But Summit War has undergone tremendous changes from here. Brush. In the eyes of the top powerhouses in the audience, a figure instantly appeared in front of the Moby DK. That is, everyone in the audience was stunned, and at the same time stopped their fighting. Boom. With a sound. With a loud noise, Hawkeye's slash was blocked, and at the same time changed direction, rushing towards the sky. When the dazzling light dissipated, everyone finally saw the person blocking Hawkeye's attack. When seeing this person, everyone's pupils constrict, especially Hawkeye, just because this person is actually Zoro. I saw Zoro displaying the three-sword style posture at this time, surrounded by purple thunder, and the thunder attribute god eye on his right arm was glowing at this time. The three knives in his hands have been infected by Haki and turned into black knives. This is at least the combat power that Zoro should have when he confronts Kaido later, and it may even be stronger. It's actually you. Hawkeye was really shocked, because he still remembered that when he met Zoro in East Blue, it was less than a year ago. At most, it was half a year. But in such a short period of time, the little guy who made him seriously attack at the beginning was able to withstand his full blow at this time. Zoro's eyes were full of excitement. Although his goal at this time was not Hawkeye, he still couldn't suppress the blood in his heart when facing the mountain that he couldn't cross. I was easily defeated by you back then, but today I want to defeat you and follow you to the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro said in a deep voice. The thunder attribute God's Eye burst out with more radiant light, and the God's Eye will restore the will of the owner, thus becoming more powerful. Just like Wan Yi, with his friend's thunder attribute God's Eye, because of his strong will, he can arouse his friend's power and resist General Raiden's sword. This is the case with Zoro today. It would be better to say that a monster with an extremely firm will can truly develop the power of the God's Eye. Luffy is also this kind of person. The stronger the will, the stronger the God's Eye. Why, that's the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roronoa Zoro. Some marine exclaimed. They still knew that he was not the main prisoner of Enies lobby. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so powerful, especially Aokiji, because he felt that Zoro at this time was much stronger than when he was Enies lobby. In fact, there is a reason for all this. On the way to naval headquarters, Bennett took them to Mond. I found the alchemist Granu. Although Grano is not as good as Abeto, he is also Abeto's direct disciple. After coming to this world, Granos researched the world's Haki, devil fruit abilities, etc., and finally developed some special alchemy potions. For example, the medicine letter that increases the power of fruit and the power of Haki. So the change of Summit War starts here. Aokiji. 3.1 Kizaru. Akainu. Sengoku roared. His instinct told himself that something bad was going to happen. Immediately said angrily, Aokiji and Kizaru are not allowed to fish. Kizaru and Aokiji also knew the seriousness of the matter, and they didn't dare to take advantage of Garp's face at the moment, so they directly wanted to take action. I saw Kizaru dodge, and when he was about to attack Zoro, a figure appeared from the sky. Devil Wind Foot Flame Knife. The terrifying flame knife attack came directly from the air, and Kizaru used the light power of sparkling fruit to block it. Boom. The terrifying impact knocked him flying in an instant, and he backed up a distance of hundreds of meters, only then did he stabilize his figure. Then I saw Sanji slowly falling from the sky, with a cigarette hanging in his mouth, and said extremely stinky fart. Although I don't want to save him, our captain's order must not be forgotten. Listening to Sean's words, as well as everyone watching this scene, were stunned. Another extremely young guy, blocked Admiral's attack. Meanwhile, within the Vinsmoke family of North Blue, Sanji's siblings, as well as his father, are silent. Even if they have no feelings, they feel a burst of shock at this moment. Am I right? That defective product can actually fight against an Admiral-level existence. Listening to the words of the two sons, Vinsmoke Judge was extremely complicated. Because just one move to knock off Kizaru is enough to ensure that Sanji has grown into something they can't afford to mess with. Straw Hat Crew, it's really dangerous. Aokiji's voice sounded, but just as he was about to make a move, a voice sounded. Go away. I saw a boy with a thunder wolf floating behind him, and he sent Aokiji flying with a single blow. This person was Lei Zi, who activated his ultimate move. With the appearance of Lei Zi, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates finally appeared. They all had wings of wind on their backs and fell from the sky. 057. Marine asks world government for help. Red Hair Pirates join the battle. Seek the first order. Ask for the full order. 057. Lei Zi couldn't speak well, so every time he fought, he would simply scold him. But the main reason is that he will stand in front of his friends and not let any danger approach his friends. It's you, Wolf Boy. Aokiji raised his eyebrows. He had fought against Lei Zi. This young man is quite powerful, but when he was in Enies lobby, he was definitely not as good as now. It's only been a few days of effort. Has this kid become so powerful? Although I have the confidence to defeat him, but if I want to defeat Lei Zi at this time, it is the same as fighting other strong men. I will fight for a day and a night, or even longer. This shows that Lei Zi has reached the same level of existence as them at this time, and belongs to the top powerhouse. The reason for all this, of course, is that Shuang Yukonggying has fully loaded Lazy and Bennett's level weapons. Then go to Mond, become a test product of sugar, and drink the Hockey Potion and Devil Fruit Potion that sugar has just developed. Because of the improvement of Hockey, their physical fitness has increased significantly, and a strong physique is the capital of the strong. In this regard, Ace is actually stronger than Luffy at the beginning, because Ace fought Jinbei for 5 days and 5 nights. As for Luffy, it was because he got Devil Fruit too early, and his physical fitness was far inferior to Ace in the early stage. After all, Ace didn't have Devil Fruit when he first went to sea, but got Devil Fruit after making a name for himself. Originally blessed with the power of the Eye of God, and now they have gained a powerful Hockey and physique, the members of the Straw Hat group have of course undergone a qualitative change. Of course, the most outrageous overall qualitative changes are actually Luffy, Sanji and Zoro. As for Usopp, Nami and others, they are still at the level of Vice Admiral, but they can deal with the elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters, but even so, their overall strength may already be comparable to becoming 4 emperors and defeating Kaido. And perhaps beyond. Boom. A figure fell down, and the ice surface burst instantly. When Garp saw the falling figure, Garp's eyes were dull at first, and then he roared like a cat. Luffy. He never expected that his grandson Luffy would come. He thought that Luffy would be safe if Enies Lobby was not caught, but this brat actually came to the battlefield on his own initiative. If 06 lets him know who informed Luffy of this matter in advance, he will definitely not let that person go. Shuang Yukonggying, who was watching the match in Dream Yixin, sneezed immediately, feeling that someone was talking about him. Road, Luffy. Ace on the execution platform said in disbelief. After landing on the ground, Luffy stabilized the straw hat on his head with his hands, then looked at Ace in the distance and grinned. Ace, I'm here to save you. Listening to Luffy's words, Ace burst into tears. This idiot, this is naval headquarters. At this time, Whitebeard also looked at Luffy's back in amazement. It was Zoro and Sanji just now, which made Whitebeard face Luffy squarely. After all, those two are capable of resisting Admiral. In Whitebeard's eyes, both Zoro and Sanji are comparable to or even stronger than Marco. After all, it hasn't been played yet, and Marco in the original book can also stop Kizaru, but the ghost knows that Kizaru used a lot of help at that time. Gu la 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 la, Straw Hat Boy, are you Ace's younger brother? Listening to Whitebeard's words, Luffy turned around immediately. But then he frowned, and saw him jumping and actually came in front of Whitebeard. Looking up at the big man in front of him, Luffy tried to inhale immediately, and his whole body actually became swollen and taller, even faintly taller than Whitebeard by a head. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was shocked, and Buggy and others who had just escaped from the impel down in the distance were also dumbfounded. Is he crazy? That's Whitebeard. Although Luffy didn't break into impel down, but the Monster King knew about Ace's execution and managed to escape. The reason is that he has always thought that Ace is Luffy's brother, that is, the son of the dragon. But when Sengoku spoke just now, he realized that Ace is actually Roger's son and has nothing to do with dragons. But when Luffy appears, he can't leave. After all, this is really the son of the dragon. Hey, Uncle Whitebeard, are you Ace's favorite person? Listening to Luffy's words, Whitebeard smiled, then looked at Luffy in front of him and said. Strong strength, but today is my Whitebeard's home field. So the little guy will step aside first. Whitebeard said so. He was worried that Luffy and others were young, although they were powerful, but lacked experience, so he wanted the Whitebeard pirates to start. Who knows that Luffy doesn't give face at all? I'm not a little guy. My name is Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Also, you are 4 emperors, right? Then you also want to become One Piece, right? But it's impossible, because the one who wants to become One Piece is me. Advertisement. Luffy's voice resounded throughout the audience, and countless people were astonished. That was Whitebeard. How dare to say these words in front of Whitebeard, what a courage. But different from the original book, Whitebeard didn't laugh, but looked at Luffy seriously. At the age of 17 or 18, he has such terrifying strength, maybe this young man can really become the One Piece. But he believes that his son will not be weak, and the one who becomes the One Piece should be Ace. Luffy ignored Whitebeard, but turned to look in the direction of the execution platform, pressed his straw hat and said. I'll save Ace my way. After speaking, he rushed out directly, but how could Whitebeard let Luffy fight alone? Ace is also his son. Straw Hat Luffy. Akainu roared, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he directly attacked Luffy. Luffy frowned immediately. For some reason, when he saw this guy, he was very upset. Great Eruption. Akainu uses Great Eruption to attack with all his strength. He is not the kind of person who paddles, and now he only wants to kill Luffy. Garp's face changed, and he almost couldn't control himself, but what happened next left him stunned. Go away. Luffy roared, and then the Conqueror's haki exploded, and the surrounding ordinary marines were stunned. Then Luffy punched out, and the Conqueror's entangled power condensed on the fist, which actually shook Akainu's Great Eruption. Conqueror's winding. Sengoku and others exclaimed, that is, Whitebeard's pupils constrict, strength is strength, and skill is skill. In this world, there are many top experts, but there are very few people who master top skills. For example, this Conqueror's entanglement, the current people who know it, that is, the existence of the level of 4 emperors. Even Bullet is about as good as Rayleigh, but he just can't get Conquerors around. How old is Luffy? To be able to master Conqueror's winding at this age, what a terrifying talent. In fact, all this is very simple, because of the reason of learning in advance. Luffy in the original book started learning Haki after the Summit War ended. But the current Luffy is different. After Bennett and Lazy got on the boat, he learned Haki. And it is also Haki who can resonate with elemental power after the improvement of Lei Movie. Lei Movie is a demon god who has survived for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, a pig can become a fairy, so Lei Movie's martial arts accumulation is very terrifying. With his vision and accumulation of gods, why not improve Haki? That's why Luffy has become so powerful, and he has mastered such things as the armed color emission, Conqueror's winding, and the knowledge color to foresee the future. Luffy, who is full in all directions, can be said to have reached the peak stage except for the Nika form that has not turned on the 5-stage fruit awakening at this time. Boom. With a loud noise, Akainu was directly knocked out, and Aokiji's eyelids kept twitching, because Luffy at this time was much stronger than when Eni's lobby was at that time. Sure enough, the main character was cheating, and Bennett took them to Mond to find sugar, which led to the current Straw Hat crew, which is simply terrifying. Luffy is so strong. Ace was stunned. He always thought that his younger brother was to be protected, but he didn't expect that Luffy would have the strength to surpass him after not seeing him for a long time. Not only surpassing, but even crushing. After all, if he faces Admiral, let alone knocking him into the air, he may be instantly killed if he can't hold on for a few moves. Garp, look what you've done. Sengoku was furious, and even more desperate, because the Straw Hats joined, and they immediately gained 4 more Admiral-level combat power. Captain Luffy, Swordsman Zoro, Cook Sanji, Combatant Razor. The others are slightly weaker, but because of the God's Eye, they are really easy to use on the battlefield, and they can also fight against Vice Admiral at this time. Garp pretended not to see it, but he was happy in his heart. He even began to look forward to Luffy save Ace. Crane Vice Admiral also had an ugly face, and said to Sengoku in a deep voice. The strength of the Straw Hats is beyond imagination. Their joining is completely equal to another 4 emperors joining the battlefield. Listening to Suru Vice Admiral's words, everyone was silent, because this is not an exaggeration at all. As we all know, the 4 regiments have all kinds of sub-level combat experience. Kaido's 3 disasters, Big Mom's 3 generals and so on. They may still be some distance away from Admiral, but they can contend against Admiral in a battle and delay its pace. This is the case of the Straw Hats at this time. Zoro is facing Shichibukai's most powerful Hawkeye, Sanji is facing Admiral Kizaru, Lazy is facing Admiral Aokiji, and Luffy is the Captain Admiral Akainu. All of a sudden, among the top fighters like Marine, apart from the other Shichibukai, only Sengoku and Garp are left. Other Shichibukai are unreliable at all, such as Doflamingo and Moonlight Mariah. Their eyes are flickering at this time. Obviously they are also afraid, thinking that Marine may not be able to win. Sengoku, use that, Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice, but Sengoku gritted his teeth. He slowly took out a golden phone bug. This one is not a buster call bug, but a phone bug that calls for help from the world government. Advertisement. But if this is used, then Marine's majesty will be completely ruined. In front of the entire sea, if he asks for help from the world government, the so-called running dog of the world government will be firmly bound to Marine's head. It can even strengthen the world government's control over Marine, and use Marine's weak strength as an excuse to arrange some strong people to enter Marine. Just like the Green Bull of the future, the admiral who was recruited from the world probably has a lot to do with the world government. Call. In the end, Sengoku made up his mind. Let's talk about the future, and now the top priority is to solve the crisis in front of him. At that moment Sengoku crushed the golden phone bug in his hand, and at the same time, the 5 elders of the Holy Land Mariajoy also showed a smile. Sengoku succumbed anyway. Not bad. If Whitebeard and Straw Hat crew are left at once, it is equivalent to destroying 4 emperors, 1 future 4 emperors, and we can free up more forces. Deal with Rice Wife and other countries as much as possible. The next battle with Inazuma will be tragic, so Martial Marine needs to be replaced with an obedient one, and we must completely master Marine. Before Inazuma and other countries are destroyed, the sea can be as chaotic as it is. The 5 elders talked a lot, and at the same time, a group of figures in white coats appeared at the gate of justice. They are CP0 powerhouses. How could the world government only have the Marine as a deterrent? That is not in line with the practice of those in power. After all, what if Marine resists and is disobedient? If you think about it with your brain, you will know that the world government has a history of 800 years, and the existence of garbage like celestial dragons can absolutely rule the world. Is the world government really that simple? Question mark. Leaving aside the fact that the 5 elders seem to have an absolutely powerful force, the immortal alone, in the past 800 years, couldn't he have cultivated other than the 5 elders? Strong. Don't doubt a huge force that rules the entire world. Its background and accumulation are terrifying, and you can even completely doubt that the incomparably precious phantom beast devil fruit outside. It is estimated that there are quite a few in the hands of the world government. If every Eudemon's ability user is well cultivated, they will surely be admiral-level fighters. They may even be qualified to become the top powerhouses. Marco, who doesn't pay much attention to the development of strength, can barely stop Admiral. If it is in the hands of celestial dragons, how can his subordinates who have been brainwashed by them not desperately become stronger? Question mark. Therefore, the world government is truly powerful, unimaginable. Buzz. The 3 CP0 powerhouses appeared beside Sengoku and Garp. When seeing these two, Sengoku felt a little melancholy, while Garp frowned and sneered. But Garp is more worried. As the strongest existence of Marine has not been completely controlled by the world government so far. He has a big reason. But because of this, he has dealt with the strong in the world government, and he clearly knows that the three monsters from CP0 in front of him all have the combat power of Admiral. The world government seems to have been prepared for a long time, otherwise how could it come so soon? Crane Vice Admiral said so. The three powerhouses have not spoken. Their task is to besiege Whitebeard when Whitebeard makes a move. And the world government's arrangement is far more than this, especially after the Straw Hats showed their strength, they added a lot of deployments. With the dream in mind, Xuangyu looked at the CP0 powerhouse below and raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the world government made a move. The original Summit War did not have these people. It seems that the original Summit War may have been done on purpose by the world government. Xuangyu Kongying said to himself, and he thought about it carefully. In the original Summit War, Sengoku resigned from the position of marshal because of his failure, and replaced him with Akainu who the five elders thought was obedient. Of course, after Akainu ascended to the position of marshal, he didn't seem to be so obedient. Perhaps the purpose of the five elders at the beginning was to make the Whitebeard pirates and Marine both losers. Marine is getting more and more prosperous, which makes the world government feel uneasy. It's just that it's different now, because of threats from Daozuma and other countries, the world government has no idea of suppressing Marine. They really want to completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, and then free up your hands to deal with Xuangyu Kongying. As for the strength of CP0, Yu Kongling was not surprised at all. It seems that Lu Qi, who was once defeated by Luffy in the original book, actually became the CP0 chief in the end, which seems to lower the force of CP0. But in fact, this is not the case. Such intelligence agencies are generally divided into intelligence departments and combat departments. In this kind of official department, how can the strong go everywhere to search for information and deal with various disputes? Therefore, the structure in CPO should be that the CP0 powerhouses who have retired in the past generations have concentrated on practicing behind the scenes, and then the younger generation are active on the surface. Perhaps more than 10 years later, Lu Qi is also hiding behind the scenes and concentrating on cultivating, with a young man taking his place. The three CP0s that appear now may be the previous generation, or the strong CP0 of the previous generation. The world government is prepared, but how could Xuangyu Kongying not have won? With the appearance of the three strong players from CP0, and the elite shot of CP0, the strongest shield of celestial dragons, the battlefield seemed to be burst instantly. Just when Whitebeard was about to make a move, suddenly a laugh sounded. Ha ha ha, is there a banquet? Then, can you save face and let us join together? A burst of laughter sounded, only to see a group of people exuding a powerful aura appearing. The man in the lead had a very conspicuous red hair. 058. Red-haired life experience, Roger Pirates all join. Seek full order, seek automatic. 058. There are not many people, but everyone exudes an extremely powerful aura. Red hair pirates. Sengoku's face was ugly, he never expected that the red hair would come here. Because in the information, shouldn't the redhead at this time match up with Big Mom and Kaido? In fact, the red hair used a trick to lure the ant and Kaido away, and then rushed to naval headquarters without stopping. At this time, the five elders of the Holy Land Mariajoy were furious. This guy with red hair actually appeared here. It was because I was afraid that he would get angry, so I didn't tell him the identity of Fire Fist Ace in advance, but this guy still came. Five elders was very angry, but more helpless. In fact, the identity of the redhead has basically been clearly pointed out. First of all, both Red Hair and Buggy are children that Roger picked up from the ruins of the Valley of the Gods. The name of the Valley of the Gods is obviously related to the Celestial Dragons. After all, Marine's mission was to protect the Celestial Dragons and stop the crazy behavior of the rocks. Therefore, the Valley of the Gods must be an important place for the world's nobles. Naturally, there will be no civilians in the territory of the world's nobles. Moreover, how can anyone bring their children to participate in such a terrifying war? So the two children that Roger picked up from the Valley of the Gods were most likely descendants of the Celestial Dragons who lived there. The second is that redheads can freely enter the Holy Land of Marineford. If there is any purpose for redheads, or if they are cooperating with the world government, it is absolutely impossible to enter Marineford. It is a sacred place for the direct government. There are countless celestial dragons living there. No matter how confident they are, the five elders would not dare to let so many celestial dragons be under the threat of one inner threat, right? After all, if the four emperors went to the Holy Land to kill, even if the Holy Land had several strong men comparable to the four emperors, he would cause huge damage. Therefore, all the traces are linked together, and the identity of the red-haired Shanks has been vaguely pointed out, that is, the orphan of celestial dragons. So besides anger, the five elders at this time are more helpless. There are many wastes in celestial dragons, but if you think about it, you will know that the celestial dragons that have ruled the world for 800 years can't be all wastes, right? If they are all celestial dragons with that kind of qualifications, how did the five elders come about? So the celestial dragons who used to live in the Valley of the Gods may be the real celestial dragons nobles, and those who live in the Holy Land may be understood as branch houses and the like. So the blood of the red-haired Shanks is definitely not simple, so he is a four emperors, so he is eligible to enter the Holy Land to talk to the five elders. Just think about it, with the blood of celestial dragons, and at the same time possessing the combat power of 4 emperors, will conquerors Haki, 5 elders and others, who are number 1 in the world, value Shanks very much. Shanks. When seeing the red hair, Luffy shouted in surprise, punched a Kainu flying in front of him, and rushed towards the red hair. The redhead looked at Luffy in front of him with admiration. He thought it would take a few years before Luffy could grow to the level he expected. But unexpectedly, it took less than half a year to go to sea. Luffy has grown to the point where he can compete with Admiral. If Luffy awakens this fruit again, then the day I've been looking forward to will finally come. The redhead said excitedly, he definitely knows what the real name of Luffy's fruit is. First of all, when Redhead first met Luffy, although he was not yet a 4 emperors, he was still a big pirate who was sprinting towards 4 emperors. Would a pirate of this level treat a devil fruit as seriously? Carry it with you, even when you go to drink, and put it in a special box. Obviously, this is not what Shanks' carefree character would do, right? After all, there seems to be no demon fruit power on the red hair pirates. At least red hair, Beckman and other top red hair pirates powerhouses are not capable, so if they get devil fruit, they are more likely to exchange it for money to hold a banquet. How can you take it with you? Moreover, this fruit was specially obtained by the red hair from Fuzifu. Fuzifu used to be a master of the CP organization. Because of the loss of rubber fruit, he was hunted down by the world government, and finally took refuge in Kaido, becoming the leader of the Fei Liapo, with a bounty of more than 500 million. It is impossible for the red hair to do meaningless things, so he must know in advance that the true identity of this fruit is the Nika fruit of the human fruit and the phantom beast species. There is another doubt, that is, why did the red-haired big pirate, who was sprinting towards the 4 emperors, go to the windmill village in East Blue? Apart from being Garp's hometown, there is nothing special about this place, and the redhead didn't specifically go to Garp to challenge him, so his purpose can be explained, that is, he went specifically for Luffy. Perhaps when holding the rubber fruit in his hand, he could sense who the fruit was looking for, so the red hair found Luffy, otherwise, how could a little guy eat their spoils in front of the majestic red hair pirate's fruit? In the end, the dignified red hair was actually bullied by bandits, and his arm was bitten off by the king of the sea, which is impossible no matter how you look at it. The only explanation is that the red hair was intentional, maybe he intentionally left his own impression in Luffy's heart, and then let Luffy follow his own footsteps, come to New World, and challenge the 4 emperors to become One Piece. These are the mysteries of Luffy's fruit, but whether the redhead is good or bad is completely uncertain. Since coming to this world, Shuang Yukongying has discovered that there are too many mysteries, and she always feels that Luffy has always been manipulated. But this is not the time to think about these things. Regardless of whether red hair is a good guy or a bad guy, his purpose at this time is to save his captain's son. Luffy, you really got stronger. The redhead looked at Luffy and sighed. Hearing what the redhead said, Luffy held down his straw hat and said seriously. Advertisement. When I save Ace, I'm going to challenge you, Shanks. Listening to Luffy's words, the redhead laughed loudly. Although Luffy has become very powerful, he still has some distance from the 4 emperors. Even in the face of a Kainu, Luffy may not be able to win in the end. After all, age and physical fitness are still extremely limited, and these still need time to accumulate and exercise. So Luffy, let's fight together today. The redhead looked at Luffy and said, with a gleam in his eyes. Luffy also nodded, and then turned to look at the execution platform, and immediately burst out the whole person. The red-haired fellow looked at the melee on the battlefield, his eyes flashed with unbearable, and he said in a low voice. Go to sleep like this, enough people have died in this war. The redhead said so, and then released his Conqueror's Haki in an instant, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki swept the audience. Even the clouds in the sky were directly broken, and then on the entire battlefield, those whose strength was below the school level were all suppressed and passed out. Suddenly, the people standing on the entire battlefield only had mid to high-end combat power left. Even with mid-range combat power, facing the red-haired Conqueror's Haki, he felt extremely suppressed at this time, unable to exert his strength at all. High in the sky, Shuang Yongkong, who had dreamed in her heart, was amazed. As this conquerors by redhead Shanks. It's scary. Shanks is the only one among the 4 emperors who has not eaten devil fruit. As we all know, the starting point of demon fruit power is the highest, and the speed of becoming stronger is also the fastest. It can be seen from the 3 admirals, because of Logia, they quickly became the world's top combat power. But the red hair is not a person with abilities, but by virtue of his physical skills and Haki, he became one of the 4 emperors, even catching up with the older generation of 4 emperors. Therefore, one can imagine how powerful his reading energy is. Red hair. Sengoku roared, but the redhead laughed out loud. Marshal Sengoku, the war has developed to such an extent, why don't we each take a step back? Let the young people step down. There are too many top players. On such a battlefield, they are nothing but cannon fodder. Whether it is the young people of our pirates or the young people of Marine, they are the future of this sea. The meaning of the red hair is too simple, it is to let the weaker immortals withdraw from this war, leaving only high-end combat power to fight. In terms of high-end combat power, casualties are not so easy to come out. In this way, unnecessary sacrifices can be avoided to the greatest extent. Hearing the redhead's words, the audience fell silent. Whitebeard and Sengoku looked at each other in the void, and finally became firm. But the man in white from CP0 suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice. Attack with all your strength. No matter who comes today, they will destroy the Whitebeard pirates. The world government originally planned to use this war to weaken Marine. If Sengoku really listened to the red hair, wouldn't it mean that the world government's plan failed? But Sengoku had already made up his mind at this time. When the red hair came, he actually knew that this battle would depend on the top combat power of both sides. So I don't want young people to die fearlessly, so Sengoku said in a deep voice. First am the Marine Marshal. Now pass my order. All officers below Rear Admiral, all withdraw from the battlefield. As Sengoku's voice fell, the lieutenant-level officers began to retreat with the unconscious soldiers, and Whitebeard also shouted in a deep voice. Captain Fan, Vice Captain, and the pirates below the cadres of the major pirate ships, withdraw from the battlefield. As Whitebeard who cared about his family, he was naturally very willing to reduce casualties. Following the order of the bosses of both sides, the entire battlefield was empty for a while. The battlefield where only the top powerhouses are left, not only did not let everyone breathe a sigh of relief, but the sense of oppression became more intense. After all, without the restriction of the weak companions around them, these top powerhouses can fully display their full strength and fight. The people in the CP organization frowned immediately, and they didn't say anything about Sengoku's disobedience to the order. Anyway, 5 elders will watch, and after the war is over, they will naturally settle with Sengoku. But after thinking about it for a while, a relatively tall CP0 powerhouse immediately cast shaving and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he came to the side of Fire Fist Ace. If that's the case, let's execute the sentence early. He raised his hand and was about to kill Ace directly. Sengoku and Garp both had their pupils constricted. In fact, Sengoku has been quietly pretending to forget Ace, but in fact, it is not a compromise with his old friend deep in his heart. It's just that I didn't expect that the CPO organization wouldn't give it a chance at all. These guys are really ruthless. Garp was even more furious, and almost couldn't hold back his shot, but was held down by Sengoku in an instant. You can shoot anyone, but you can't shoot people from the world government, otherwise the entire Marine will be implicated. After all, although there are many strong people in Marine, Marine is indeed supported by the world government. Advertisement. Whether it's military expenditures, channels for conscription, etc., the Marine can only be maintained with the presence of the world government and allied countries. If it offends the world government. With this ability, it is completely possible to support the new Marine, or replace the top leaders like them. Ace. The red hair and Whitebeard's complexion changed. If it was an ordinary executioner, they would naturally be able to block it instantly, but the one who shot was an Admiral-level CP0 powerhouse. Just at this critical moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I can't let you hurt, our little captain. Then the whole audience was horrified, because they saw an old man wearing glasses and flip-flops on the execution platform for some reason. Pluton Rayleigh. Seeing this guy, many people exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that Rayleigh would also come, even on the execution platform. But when the powerhouses released their knowledge, they all suddenly realized, because a sewer behind the execution platform was actually opened. Apparently Rayleigh swam from the sea, even found the outlet under the continent of naval headquarters, and swam all the way here. This is the horror of Pluton Rayleigh. He is not afraid of seawater without the fruit ability. Secondly, Pluton has a criminal record. He can use a mortal body to swim across the calm belt. The whole process requires not only terrifying physical strength, but also strong strength to deal with those super monsters in the sea. Sea Kings. So Marine would never have imagined that someone would actually use the method of deep-sea diving to come to the execution platform. Boom. With a loud noise, Rayleigh cast Conqueror's Winding, and then directly repelled the strong CPO organization in front of him, and at the same time grabbed Ace, and the whole person began to retreat. Stop. Sengoku finally made a move, and saw that he turned into a Buddha and was about to attack Rayleigh. But at this moment, a bullet was fired from a distance, and Sengoku frantically called the police, and Sengoku had to block it with Conquerors. Turning his head to look, Sengoku froze, not only him, but also the whole audience. I saw a group of people standing slowly on the shore in the distance. Wouldn't they be? An old pirate yelled in horror. Garp stood up abruptly and said in awe. Impossible, how could it be them? At this time, people all over the world saw those people, and when they saw their faces, countless people exclaimed. R.O. Roger Pirates. That's right, all the people who came here were members of the Roger Pirates. The entire Roger Pirates, except for the death of the Captain Roger, the death of Kazuki Odin, and the arrest of Bullet into Impel Down, are almost all here. Because the Roger Pirates disbanded by themselves, they all went to live in seclusion in various places in advance. In order to prevent these terrifying guys from reuniting, Marine did not chase them hard. I just didn't expect them to be reunited today. The one who attacked Sengoku with a gun just now was the sniper Peterm of the Roger Pirates. Jabba, the third in command of the Roger Pirates, stood in the middle, said to Zanwei with a big smile. Sengoku, Garp, I can't let you hurt our little captain. As soon as this remark came out, the whole world became a sensation. The Roger Pirates returned. The pirates of One Piece returned. The news spread across the sea like a hurricane, and the ant and others who were attracted to Calm Belt by the red hair also got the news. They were still very angry and fell silent for a moment. Those guys will not really want to make a comeback and fight the sea again, right? After all, the Roger Pirates have been to Raftel. If they come out again, wouldn't they be able to raise a pirate king? Of course, the world will not know that Raftel is not fixed in one place, except for the eternal pointer left by Roger. It is very difficult to find Raftel. Under the strong support of the Roger pirates, Rayleigh passed through the siege of many admirals and vice-admirals, and finally brought Ace back to his lineup. Ha ha ha, are you Ace? Hey, why don't you look like the captain at all? You are much more handsome than him. That's right, it seems to be a genetic problem of the mother. Can someone like the captain actually have a beautiful woman like it? It's really enviable. Everyone in the Roger pirates surrounded Ace and said excitedly. They really didn't expect that the captain actually left a bloodline. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have let him go to the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that their Roger pirates were not strong enough? Is it big? Ace. Luffy was overjoyed. Ace was rescued. 059. In despair again, Xuangyu debuts. Seek full order. Seek more updates. 059. The two brothers hugged each other, weeping with joy, almost thinking that they would never see each other again. Rayleigh didn't know where he got the key. Obviously he had a lot of experience. After all, he had often made himself a slave before. Unlocking the sea stone for Ace, he walked forward slowly, stood in front of Roger pirates, looked at Sengoku and Garp, and laughed loudly. Sengoku, I didn't expect that we would meet again on the battlefield. Listening to Rayleigh's words, Sengoku's teeth are about to gnaw. How could this happen? He never imagined that things would develop like this. The original target was the Whitebeard pirates, but all of a sudden, everyone from the Red Hair pirates and Roger pirates came. Even the Red Hair pirates, who have always liked to be peacemakers, openly declared their participation in the war this time. Rayleigh, you old B***************, don't you want your retirement? Sengoku roared and said, how could they not know that Rayleigh was in Sabayati archipelago? They just kept pretending not to know. But I never thought that Futura would come back one day. Rayleigh thought of Xuangyu Kongying in his mind, his eyes became firmer, and he scanned the audience and said. The old man has figured it out. After all, Roger still did something wrong. The Age of Discovery caused the destruction of countless families and heavy casualties. As his best friend and partner, and one of the instigators, I will lead the Roger Pirates as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates and bring this era to an end with my own hands. Hearing Rayleigh's words, everyone was shocked, and the redhead was the most shocked, because he knew clearly that Rayleigh and the others had been waiting for the Joey boy that Roger spoke of according to the prophecy. But how could Rayleigh change his belief at this time? What happened? Sengoku and the others, even people from the world government, are all amazed. Are they actually going to end the era of great pirates that their own captain created by themselves? Ha ha ha, that's good Rayleigh, why don't you join Marine and end the era of great pirates with me? Garp burst out laughing. He was happier than anyone present when his grandson was rescued. Garp. Sengoku roared, punched Garp and flew away, and then looked at Rayleigh. He didn't think that Roger Pirates would stand with Marine after a thorough cleansing. The era of chaos in his mouth, I'm afraid it's not worthy of those people, the celestial dragons aloof. Gu la 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 la, if you say that, we will be rivals from now on, Rayleigh. After Ace was rescued, Whitebeard also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Rayleigh with a smile. Rayleigh grinned, who can say for sure about this kind of thing? The unfathomable Inazuma daimyo, since he can even say 570 servers, he will not be surprised if he does anything in the future. Shaking his head, Rayleigh looked at Sengoku and said. Ace has been rescued by Sengoku, you have lost this war, should you continue to fight? Listening to Rayleigh's words, the entire Marineford fell into silence, and all the Marines felt like retreating, looking at the lineup in front of them. All the Whitebeard pirates, all the Red Hair pirates, all the Roger pirates except Roger, Kazuki Odin, and Bullet, and finally there is a Straw Hat pirates whose combat strength can be called the new Four Emperors. The four super pirate groups gathered in Marineford, even if there are 3 admiral level powerhouses with CP0, it seems that Marine has no advantage. Sengoku gritted his teeth, trembling all over, and carefully calculated his combat strength. 3 admirals, the 3 admiral level powerhouses from CP0, plus myself and Garp, there are 8 admirals and above in total. If you add Momosuke and the T-Dolphin who are substitute admirals, it can barely be regarded as the combat power of about 10 admirals. And what about the pirates? Whitebeard of the Whitebeard pirates must dispatch at least 2 admirals to compete. Marco can temporarily fend off an admiral. The Redhead and Benkman on the Redhead side can each deal with an admiral, especially the Redhead may need to deal with one of them by himself. Rayleigh and Jabba of the Roger pirates also need 2 admirals to deal with. Just these 3 pirate groups are about to dispatch their 7 top combat forces. The biggest difference is the Straw Hats, Straw Hat Luffy, Swordmaster Zoro, Chef Sanji, and Combatant Lazy. These 4 must be admiral-level powerhouses to suppress them. In terms of high-end combat power, Marine is already at a disadvantage. After all, Momosuke and Chappie are substitutes for admiral, and the 2 Four Emperors on the other side can kill their top powerhouses in minutes as long as they free their hands. Although there is another Hawkeye, the Red Hair and Hawkeye are close friends, will he really take action seriously? At this time, Sengoku was a little desperate. It seemed that they had really lost. Even if there were 3 more admiral-level fighters from the CP0 organization, they seemed to have really lost this battle. Even if Shichibukai made a move, the 2 sides just maintained a balance. In the end of this battle, no matter who is lost, the whole sea will be in turmoil. After all, there are only so many admiral-level combat powers. If there are too many losses in this war, the pirates in the entire sea will not be able to fly to the sky. Just when Sengoku was about to announce the end of the war, the strong CPO suddenly stopped Sengoku. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, but suddenly he froze because of two powerful auras rising from the Gate of Justice. This is advertisement. The red-haired face changed drastically. He sensed one of the familiar auras, and his face became gloomy for a while. Is the world government's fear of Dao's wife in other countries already so deep? In order to clear the sea, even he was dispatched today. Among them, the strong men of the older generation all had their pupils constricted, just because they also recognized the guy who rushed over. Whitebeard and others have all experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but as the top combat power of the Celestial Dragons, how could they not make a move? Under the gaze of everyone, two figures came on moonwalk. One is the former marshal of the Marines who Whitebeard and others are very familiar with, and the current commander-in-chief of the world government's army, Kong. When Sengoku and others were still admiral, Sora was Marine's marshal, and before the rise of Garp and Sengoku, Marine's most powerful force. Now he is promoted to be the commander-in-chief of the whole army, ruling all the armed forces of the world government, except for the CP organization and the like. After all, the CP organization is an intelligence department, not an armed force. Its combat power is definitely at the Four Emperors level. After all, it is an old guy of the same era as Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others. Moreover, the world government is not a pirate. As the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years, it has mastered countless secret treasures and cutting-edge technology. Therefore, even though Sora is old, his body functions have not declined, and he still has the world's top combat power. But what attracts the most attention is the old man beside Kong, wearing a white Taoist robe, bald and wearing glasses. The samurai sword in his hand is first-generation Onoduru. In fact, Shuangyu Kongying has been speculating that the five elders may not be related to the Kazuki clan. After all, third-generation Onitsu was created by Kazuki Sukiyaki, and second-generation Onitsu is the predecessor of Kazuki Sukiyaki, so the origin of first-generation Onitsu is somewhat obvious. Marshal Kong, Lord Five Elders, Sengoku and others are overjoyed. These two have top-notch combat power, and none of them is weaker than the four emperors at sea. With them on board, at least the redhead Shanks and Whitebeard can be kept at bay. In this case, if the two most powerful combat forces are lost, the pirate alliance will definitely fail. At this moment, even the extremely confident Whitebeard and Rayleigh looked ugly. As old guys, they are not too familiar with the two of them. Kong, who had hunted them down before, naturally knew his background. As for the five elders holding the sword, they had seen with their own eyes how powerful this old guy was during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The loss was heavy. I saw five elders walking out slowly holding a sword. After he came, he automatically became the supreme commander of the marine side. Even the arrogant Doflamingo, after he appeared, didn't dare to speak for a moment. After all, he was born in celestial dragons, and he knows best how terrifying these old guys are. Whitebeard, Redhead, Plute and Rayleigh. Holding a sword, five elders said so, and suddenly his eyes stopped in front of Luffy. His eyes were boiling with murderous intent. He didn't expect that Luffy would grow so fast, which was beyond their acceptable speed. Especially when he saw the God's Eye on Luffy's body, his killing intent was even more boiling, just because he felt that Dao's wife even dared to touch Joey Boy, and had become the life and death enemy of the world government. And you, Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy tilted his head. He didn't know the old man, but he seemed very powerful. Zoro came to Luffy's side and said solemnly, "A very powerful swordsman, maybe even stronger than Hawkeye." Hawkeye at this time was actually the same AGCJ. He never knew that there was such a powerful swordsman among the five elders. All he knew was that he hadn't told Hawkeye, otherwise this lunatic would have been able to challenge the Holy Land directly. Hawkeye, who will challenge the authority of the world government, will definitely not be able to survive. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will be severely injured. After all, it is the headquarters of the world government. None of you can escape today. Those who threaten the world government should all be destroyed," said the five elders with swords. The Big Mom pirates sailing in the calm belt, Kaido and Big Mom drank wine, and then they all said in a deep voice, "Is this old guy going to make a move? Looks like Whitebeard is going to be gone, ha 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 ha." Kaido laughed out loud. After all, he followed Captain Rocks back then, and he has seen the background of world government with his own eyes. Otherwise, why the arrogant Kaido has been clamoring to launch a war sweeping the world, because he clearly knows that he is not strong enough. Ready to fight, Whitebeard roared, clenched his fists tightly, and was about to unleash a tsunami. He already had an idea, to stay in the rear and let the young people escape first. Anyway, he was already a remnant of the old era. He can at most fight against five elders with a sword, but marine strength is comparable to that of four emperors, leaving Sengoku, Sora, and Garp. As for their side, after all, it was a bit worse. Luffy could barely fight against ordinary admiral after all, and it was still a lot worse when dealing with this kind of real Zeon. Seaquake. Following Whitebeard's roar, the terrifying shock fruit power erupted, and the earth began to shake instantly, and the monstrous tsunami also began to condense. Holding the sword, five elders smiled slightly, and then stepped forward, and the first generation Goosh got out of its sheath in an instant. Cut. Advertisement. A terrifying slash wave erupted instantly, and then a scene that shocked the world happened. The monstrous tsunami was cut off in an instant, and the coercion brought by the terrifying slash wave actually suppressed the earthquake. Five elders deliberately shot. In fact, it's an announcement to the whole world that your dad will always be your dad. Let the world and the franchise countries see the real high-end combat power of the world government, fear and awe in their hearts, so that they dare not resist. Whitebeard was not surprised. After all, strictly speaking, when they were young, they had fought against each other in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, so they knew the level of the two sides. If it weren't for the fact that he had obtained the Mond alchemy potion, it would be really dangerous for him who was seriously ill to face this old guy. After all, the background of the world government is too terrifying. They are not afraid that old age will affect their combat power, and even life extension may not be impossible. It seems that today is difficult to be kind. The red hair smiled slightly, and then slashed out with a slash, and instantly went towards the commander-in-chief of the whole army. Kong blocks with conquerors, while five elders with swords frowns. Red hair. But Shanks was not afraid of him at all, and looked directly at him. Holding the sword, five elders shook his head helplessly, with a feeling of powerlessness, and said in a deep voice to the red hair. Don't you just want to rescue your captain's son? Then I can give you a face and take Fire Fist Ace away, but everyone else will stay here today. Hearing the words of five elders holding the sword, the audience was stunned. Everyone looked at the red-haired Shanks in astonishment. Is the face fruit capable person so awesome? Even the sword-wielding five elders, who possessed the strength of the four emperors, had to show face. One must know the world government represented by the five elders. Back then, the rocks didn't let the world government give them face. Where did the red hair come from? Hearing the words of five elders holding the sword, the redhead was troubled, because with the appearance of these two guys, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Although it will not be completely defeated, a few people must be left here. For example, Whitebeard has given birth to 4 ambitions at this time. Obviously he wants to sacrifice himself and let the young people retreat. Finally the redhead made a decision. Sorry, maybe I won't back down today. Hearing what the redhead said, the five elders holding the sword were a little angry at the moment. Each of them wanted to challenge the authority of the world government, especially the redhead. Did he forget? The blood in your own body. Whitebeard laughed. He burst out his conqueror's haki, and shouted at Marco loudly. Marco, take everyone and retreat. Listening to Whitebeard's words, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was shocked. Daddy. But he was interrupted by Whitebeard, who saw that he had thought about Luffy, and a smile appeared on his face. Gu la 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 la. The old man is a remnant of the old era, and the new era will be handed over to you young people. Straw Hat Boy, take Ace and leave quickly. Ace is seriously injured. If you stay here, you will definitely die. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Luffy looked calm. He didn't speak or answer Whitebeard, but turned around slowly and looked in the direction of Marine. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, I am the man who is going to be the One Piece. How can I leave my partner and escape here? From Luffy's point of view, it's a partner who fights side by side. How can he let Whitebeard bottom? At the critical moment, Luffy is still very reliable, not so stupid, on the contrary very smart. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone smiled. This is Joey Boy. Holding a sword, five elders sneered, since if you don't want to leave, then all of them should stay here. Close the gates of justice. Holding a sword, five elders roared. But there was no response for a long time, and his face suddenly changed, realizing something was wrong. And at this moment, a purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly in the middle of the battlefield. That is, the eyes of the whole world converged, and countless people looked at it, and suddenly saw a man in a purple kimono appearing on the battlefield. There are 2 knives in his waist, namely Dream Yixin and Jing Wufeng Eagle Sword. The high ponytail supports a heroic spirit, and a kind of temperament called invincibility rushes towards his face. Guiwan 1. Ah, Master Shuangyu. Empress Hancock was the first to react. She hugged her hands, twisted in excitement, and called Shuangyu Kongdying with a flushed face. Shuangyu Kongdying emerged from the smoke, with a gentle smile on his face. Yo, hello everyone. In an instant, the entire battlefield became quiet, and before they knew it, everyone put their hands on their weapons. No one expected that Shuangyu Kongdying would actually come to this battlefield. Because strictly speaking, this war has nothing to do with him. 060. The 7 rulers of the world are coming. I am the law of the world. Seek full order. Seek more updates. 060. Shuangyu Kongdying, it's you. Holding a sword, 5 elders saw Shuangyu Kongdying, and their eyes were full of fear. The reason is that Daozuma and other countries are too powerful, and the words of these countries are obviously related behind the scenes. In the eyes of the world government, this threat is too great. Shuangyu Kongdying, one of Inazuma's top fighters, came to the summit war scene, which is obviously not good news. Ah la la, I didn't expect to meet the dignified 5 elders, it's an honor. Shuangyu Kongdying said with a smile, just standing in the middle of the battlefield openly. The people here at this time are almost the most powerful group of people in the entire world, but this young man, Shuangyu Kongdying, stood in front of all of them, acting very plainly, even relying on one person's courage, suppressing live everyone. Holding a sword, 5 elders looked at Shuangyu Kongdying and asked in a deep voice. Shuangyu Kongdying, do you want to intervene in this war? Listening to the words of the 5 elders holding the sword, Shuangyu Kongdying shook his head. He was not interested in this war. After all, this war has lost its meaning. At this time, it has evolved into the first battle of the world government to encircle and suppress the 4 emperors' regiment. Seeing Shuang Yukongdiang shaking her head, everyone was puzzled, since she didn't come to participate in this war, then why did Shuang Yukongdiang come out at this time? I saw Shuang Yukongdiang scanning the audience, and then said with a smile. If you come here today, it's not for anything else, just want to take advantage of this occasion that the whole world is paying attention to announce something. As Shuang Yukongdiang's voice spread across the sea, 5 elders, Sengoku and others had a bad premonition. Amidst their nervous eyes, Shuang Yukongdiang opened his hands and said with a smile. From today onwards, Daochi, Mengde, Liyue, Sumeru, Fontaine, Nada, and the 7 kingdoms of winter will form the world's 7 governing alliances. At the same time, we will send invitations to the countries or forces in the entire sea. If you join my worldly 7 governing alliance, you can get the protection of the 7 countries, and at the same time, you can have the opportunity to get the eyes of the gods and get the eyes of the gods. As soon as this remark came out, the entire sea instantly fell into a commotion. First of all, let's go a little lower, form the world's 7 governing alliances, and recruit other countries and forces to join. Isn't this tantamount to carve up the rights of the world government? You must know that the world government manages the sea. In this sea, except for a very small number of countries like Wanokuni in the past, most of the countries are members of the franchise countries. After all, if you don't become a member country, you won't be able to get Marine's asylum. Of course, the franchise country needs to pay a huge amount of heavenly gold, or hundreds of years ago, the status of the franchise country was very good. But with the decay of the world government, this franchise country has begun to deteriorate. Allied countries such as Alabasta, Dressrosa, etc. will be harmed by pirates to the extreme, and the world government has not seen any help. From this it can be seen that the joining countries of the world government may not really get asylum, at least in the face of powerful threats, or when the world government needs it, the status of the joining countries is bullshit. At this time, if an alliance comparable to the world government emerges to give these countries protection from the threat of pirates, it will attract many national constructions to join. Wow, great news, this is great news. Crazy, they are simply crazy. This is the first time in 800 years that someone has criticized the authority of the world government like this. Unbelievable, how dare he? Is he going to rebuild a new world government? The whole sea was stirred up. This is the purpose of Shuang Yukongdiang, to re-establish a sea. If we talk about the alliance, we can't see the benefits for the time being, but as long as you join this alliance, you will have the opportunity to get the eye of God. For many people, that is a great temptation. After all, with the exchanges between Daozuma and other countries, more and more people have seen the power of God's eye. This is the devil fruit without weaknesses. And the power is very terrifying. From the owners of the God's Eye in these countries, it can be seen how outrageous the God's Eye is. Therefore, many people or forces who yearn to become stronger may join this alliance. Sure enough, Time Sword 5 Elders is natural at the moment. Shuang Yukongdiang, are you declaring war on the world government? He was trembling with anger. As the 5 Elders, the supreme ruler of the world government, he has always been used to being above the top. This is the first time someone has blatantly criticized the world government. The franchise countries are the bottom line of the world government. After all, he has always controlled the entire pirate world by controlling the franchise countries. If you don't like the king or the country, you will overthrow it and replace it with an obedient king. This kind of thing has happened countless times in the past 800 years. But if there is really a force that can recruit these countries, it is hollowing out the foundation of the world government. How can the 5 elders holding the sword not be angry at this time? Hearing the words of 5 elders holding the sword, Shuang Yu grinned. Yes, so what? Silence. The entire sea was silent, and the reporters who were frantically recording were stunned. A declaration of war. This is a declaration of war. Could it be that they are going to witness history today? Some forces want to openly declare war on the world government. Sengoku stepped out suddenly, looked at Shuang Yukongdiang and said in a deep voice. The world government has existed for 800 years, how can it be as deep as you can imagine? Isn't it afraid of being wiped out by declaring war like this? Listening to Sengoku's words, 5 elders held a sword and glanced at him, as if Sengoku's words were warnings and vigilance. Advertisement. Shuang Yukongdiang's expression didn't change, he seemed to be able to see the whole world with his eyes, only to see Shuang Yukongdiang turned around, just facing a live phone bug, and then opened his hands and said. 800 years ago, the 20 kings who formed the world government, under the leadership of Joy Boy, overthrew the previous generation of the old god's regime. But the boy who slayed the dragon eventually turned into a dragon. After overthrowing the original corruption, the descendants of the 20 kings called themselves celestial dragons, new gods, and they ruled the world. Listening to Shuang Yukongdiang's words, the face of 5 elders holding the sword changed drastically. This is the content of the historical text. Shut up. Don't talk. The 5 elders holding the sword were really frightened. Ohara started to study these things before being destroyed. After all, Shuang Yu has mastered so many countries at this time, and he has already read the historical texts of the original Wanokuni, the original Alabasta, etc. So knowing some of the content inside, this world is a reincarnation. 800 years ago, this world was ruled by a group of corrupt nobles or regimes. The world at that time was just like the current world, full of corruption and unreasonable. Those nobles back then were no different from the current celestial dragons. And it was also in that era that a man named Joyboy appeared. He led the oppressed kingdoms and people, overthrew the decadent regime, and established a new world government. There are some Shuang Yukongdying that I don't know yet, but I can get a lot of details after a little deliberation. That is the final Joey Boy was betrayed, because in the depths of Pangu City, there is a huge straw hat. And after Luffy's fifth gear is awakened, his body can become extremely huge, because at that time Luffy can use Kaido as a skipping rope to play. So that straw hat should belong to Joey Boy, but how could Joey Boy's straw hat be kept deep in the ancient city of Pan, the holy land of the world government? It is very likely that the original 20 kings and the mysterious I Am betrayed Joey Boy. The new world government established did not become the hope of the people, but instead became the newborn and corrupt noble celestial dragons. A typical boy who slays a dragon eventually turns into a dragon. Shuang Yukongdying's words spread throughout the audience, even Whitebeard and the others were a little surprised. Although they knew some blank history, they didn't have such details. Listening to Shuang Yukongdying's words at this time, everyone was shocked, and people all over the world were even more so. Original, so the world government is the traitor. Does the flame of hope to overthrow a corrupt regime end up burning with a new corruption? Irony. What irony? Ha 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 ha. Some were crying, some were laughing, but more people were sad. It turned out that 800 years ago, such a sick world should have been cured long ago, but because of the group of so-called nobles of the world, the so-called celestial dragons, leading to the birth of an even more decadent 800 years. Shuang Yukongdying, holding a sword, 5 elders was furious. As long as this matter is told, even if there is no evidence, it will still cause a sensation in the sea. Because it is well founded, it does not look like fake news at all. After all, the world government at this time is indeed corrupt. It's just that because of 800 years of enslavement, people in this world have become accustomed to the aloofness of celestial dragons, and they take it for granted that Wylong people should be noble. But Shuang Yukongdying's words seemed to have opened a window to the soul, causing the world to have an extra thought in the hearts of the world, that is, celestial dragons do not seem to be real gods. Celestial dragons were killed by Shuang Yukongdying back then, so it's obviously not a god to be able to be killed, right? Moreover, they were also oppressed people 800 years ago, but they became annoying after gaining power, no different from ordinary people. Holding the sword, 5 elders was furious, and directly attacked Shuang Yukongdying with an incomparably terrifying slash. Both Zoro and Hawkeye's eyes brightened, because of the power of this knife, even they were prepared to fight. But in the face of this powerful knife, Shuang Yukongdying directly pulled out his Fengying sword, and then swung out an understatement slash. Brush. The terrifying white sword energy directly collided with the sword-wielding 5 elders slash. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground began to explode under the feet of the two, as well as where the slashes collided, and cracks like spider webs appeared. Then pieces of the ground, under this strong air pressure, slowly lifted into the air. What a powerful slash, Hawkeye said in amazement. Fur. 2 monsters. Cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead, and he said brightly. When Shuang Yukongdying went to sea, he could barely match Admiral. As time went by, this game has already accumulated good holy relics. Moreover, her talent has been maxed out. Apart from the fact that she has not fully mastered the 7 elemental forces, Shuang Yukongdying's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. 0. Ask for flowers. He doesn't know how strong it is, but it doesn't seem difficult to defeat the 4 emperors. Holding the sword, 5 elders also sensed this terrifying power, and their eyes were a little horrified, because apart from the original rocks, there has not been such a strong person in this sea for many years. Although it is said that the people who defeated rocks were Garp and Roger, but before those 2 people dealt with rocks, rocks had already made a big disturbance in the Valley of the Gods, and he did not know how long he had been fighting against the elite of the world government. So the strength of rocks can be imagined. At this time, 5 elders holding a sword compared Shuang Yukongdying with rocks, which is an extremely terrifying advertisement. Terrible evaluation. But Shuang Yukongdying knew that she was still far behind. His current strength is not as good as Lei Yingying and Zhongli. After all, these 2 are also at the forefront of the 7 gods. However, this gap is not that big anymore. After all, the strength of the owner of the Eye of God can be infinitely close to the gods, which means that the potential is unlimited. For example, the few in front of the fools, with the blessing of God's Eye and Evil Eye, gained power comparable to or even surpassing gods. Shuang Yukongdying, as the protagonist who can master the power of 7 elements, how can she not be as good as those who are surrounded by people? Not bad slash, is that first generation Onitsu? Shuang Yukongdying said with a smile, seeing his indifferent expression, 5 elders holding the sword felt heavy in his heart. This guy is strong, probably as good as Whitebeard in his prime. This was the idea of the 5 elders with swords, but so what? As long as they persevere, the elite of the world government will rush over, and when the time comes, this dangerous element must be kept here. But at this moment, a member of the CP organization ran over in horror. No, it's not good, Lord 5 elders. Inazuma, Meng, Liyue, Sumeru, and the 5 kingdoms of Zhejiang officially sent troops to the outside world, and began to attack the surrounding countries. As soon as this remark came out, there was a sensation in the audience. Gu la 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 la, is the world war going to start? Whitebeard laughed loudly, but there was seriousness in the depths of his pupils. In this war sweeping the world, what should his sons do? The red hair also had a dignified expression. He had been working hard to maintain the balance of the sea, just to wait for Joey Boy's return, but at this time the sea was disturbed ahead of time. Thinking of this, the redhead looked at Luffy quietly, and heaved a sigh of relief. Luffy is already so powerful, I'm afraid he will be able to awaken soon, and it may be too late by then. Rayleigh looked at Shuang Yukongdying frantically. The man who changed the world appeared Roger. He is not Joey Boy, he is not a family of D, he is a human being, an ordinary man, a man who can represent the whole world. Mortals of all beings, Rayleigh roared excitedly. The people present were all powerful. They could hear his voice, and their pupils constricted at the moment. He suddenly looked at Shuang Yukongdying who was exuding haki all over his body. That's right. Compared to the legendary D clan who changed the world, it's obvious that people like Shuang Yukongdying who don't have a D in their name can represent ordinary people in the whole world, right? Rayleigh walked out step by step and came to the back of Shuang Yukongdying. He raised his fist high. This dark age should be ended by ourselves, why wait for Joey? Roger. You are wrong this time. Listening to Rayleigh's yelling, the members of the Roger pirates all laughed, as if they were laughing at Roger in the sky. For some reason, everyone seemed to see Roger's smile. Face, and an expression of resignation. Ace was even more stunned. He didn't know when he had the idea of becoming the One Piece. D's will. Ace said to himself, yes. The evil era created by the damn father, since he hates him, then go and end it. Then why should I follow his will and become one of those chasing him? At this moment, Ace suddenly realized, and seemed to understand what he wanted to do. Not just Ace, many people present at this time, whether they are pirates or marines, their eyes flickered, as if a new will was awakening. Seeing this scene, 5 elders holding a sword was very frightened. What a familiar picture. It is rumored that 800 years ago, the will of D was born in this way. Could it be said that a new will be born today? Looking at Shuang Yukongdying in front of him holding a sword, 5 elders suddenly realized something. This man is definitely not a simple daimyo. Otherwise, how could he, like Joey Boy, have created a new will that attracted people in this world to pursue and believe in? Who is it? Who the hell are you, Shuang Yu Ying? Holding the sword, 5 elders roared, but saw Shuang Yukongdying raised his head slightly, and then the whole person slowly floated into the air. When the sun was shining on his back, Shuang Yu talked to himself empty-handedly. I am the law of the world. The moment the voice fell, several figures appeared behind Shuang Yukongdying. A slender figure holding a rock gun piercing the rainbow. A purple kimono, holding Nakusa no Anematsu. A smaller figure, with a green magic weapon spinning in his hand. The third of the 7 rulers in the world, descends to the mortal world. 061. General Raiden kills Akainu in one blow, world government's trump card. Seek full order, seek more updates. 061. Seeing the several figures around Shuang Yukongdying, 5 elders looked very ugly. Because with the emergence of various countries, these gods who have already appeared, of course they know a lot of information. I saw 5 elders said in a deep voice. Rice wife god General Thunderbolt. Liyue god Mingyan King Dijun. Zumi god, the little auspicious grass king. In the eyes of celestial dragons, they are the gods of this world, but in the hearts of 5 elders, the only god of this world should be Master I Am. Since these people who claimed to be gods appeared, they were very unhappy, but they also understood the strength of these people. Especially the little auspicious grass king, with his own strength, has changed the entire ecological environment of Alabasta. Although he doesn't want to admit it, but with this level of strength, he can indeed call himself a god. And that General Thunder killed Kaido of the beasts with one move, and Dijun the Rock King filled the sea with one move, allowing the people of the entire kingdom of flowers to live and work in peace and contentment from then on. Of course, the country of flowers now should be called Liyue. At the same time, Kaido in New World yelled when he saw these 3 people. It's her. It's that woman. Kaido looked angrily at General Raiden in the picture. At this time, General Raiden was sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, the wish force wheel was spinning behind his back, and the rice light of Naginata was placed on his legs. Is this the woman who beat you? Big Mom looked at General Lei Dian in the picture and frowned. Although it was only a live broadcast through the phone bug, one could still sense an extremely terrifying aura from General Thunderbolt. With the birth of the 3 gods, there were some subtle changes in the atmosphere on the field at this time. Shuang Yukongdying glanced at the audience and said in a deep voice. I am the heavenly principle of the world, and I will bring new light to this world when I come to this world with the 7 rulers of the world. Listening to Shuang Yukongdying's words, 5 elders holding a sword said, 343, with gritted teeth. Shuang Yukongdying, do you really want to go to war with the world government? Listening to his words, Shuang Yukongdying immediately showed a smile, and the strong people present were also surprised, because the 5 elders who held the sword repeated these words many times. In everyone's opinion, this is an expression of fear. At this time, the power displayed by Shuang Yukongdying has already made the sword-wielding 5 elders feel threatened, which has never happened in 800 years. Even rocks at the beginning, and Roger later, are actually just minor troubles in the eyes of the world government. Although it caused some sensation, for the world government, these are small things. But only Shuang Yukongdying, he is not just a few strong men. He has controlled several countries in a row, and even many strong men have emerged. Everything is aimed at subverting the world government. I don't know how many times the threat of the army is greater. Damn villains. At this moment, a roar sounded, and it was actually Akainu who launched an attack. From Akainu's point of view, although Shuang Yukongdying and others are not pirates, they are marines enemies who actually prevent them from killing pirates at this time. So Akainu directly hit Shuang Yukongdying, and at this moment, Lei Yingying behind Shuang Yukongdying suddenly opened his eyes. This time is not the same as before. With the establishment of Daozu, General Lei Dian's prestige in Daozu has indeed reached the level of a god. Therefore, the wishes of the people of Daozhou will be gathered in this wish force wheel, which means that General Thunder and Lightning at this time is in a gesture of fulfilling the power of wishes. Dare to attack Master Tianli, there is no pardonable crime. The moment the voice fell, Lei Muvi stood up abruptly, and then waved the light of Luoxiao in his hand. Although it is not a single-minded dream, General Thunder and Lightning, who is full of wishes, directly released his dream knife. Today's Raiden General is not the time when he defeated Kaido. At this time, her talent is 888. At the same time, the Holy Relic is a set of qualified insulation sets, plus Haki, who has refined the world, is still full of wishes. With one strike, its power can even split a continent. Boom. The Supreme Majesty descended from the sky. Akainu. Sengoku's face changed drastically, but it was too late. The knife piercing the void collided with Akainu's attack in an instant. When defeating Kaido, General Raiden was not as powerful as it is now, and it was a knife with naked wish power. But now, it is a knife that fulfills the power of the wish. The current strength of General Thunder and Lightning is infinitely approaching the peak period of the Teyvat continent. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, that thunder light illuminated the entire sky, and the terrifying thunder could be seen within a radius of 100 miles. Ah! Advertisement. Akainu screamed, and was submerged by the knife in an instant, and finally the thunder light remained undiminished, and landed on Marineford in an instant. A shocking scene happened. The entire Marineford was split open by this knife, and a huge abyss with a width of tens of meters appeared. At the same time, a gigantic gap was left on the surface of the tens of thousands of meters of sea, and the terrifying thunderbolt divided the sea, without even a trace of healing. This is the strongest strike of General Thunder and Lightning. If he wants to use the power beyond this knife, it is estimated that everyone in class 90,000 of Lei and Lightning will gather together and add various buffs to General Thunder and Lightning to make her new and more powerful. However, even with the current knife, the thunder light entrained on it may make this abyss impossible to heal for decades or even hundreds of years. Even as long as you get close to this abyss, you can feel the thunder, and then feel the tingling feeling. Gulu. Someone swallowed for a long time, their eyes were full of disbelief. One knife, and Admiral Akainu was gone. Whether it was marine or pirates, they were all stunned. They have thought that General Raiden is very strong and can defeat Kaido, but they never thought that General Raiden can kill Akainu in one blow. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. General Thunder and Lightning is a demon god who has survived for thousands of years. After such a long time, a pig can become a fairy, let alone a demon god who is born powerful. So the Haki of this world, she has also refined to a very high level. Haki, together with the wish-fulfilling power of the people of Inazuma, is so terrifying that it can run through the entire Inazuma even in the Teyvat continent. In fact, this was intentional by General Lei Dian. The wish wheel needs to be accumulated. After all, this is not a game. If you want to accumulate full wish power, it will take some time, and this wish power comes from the people of Daozuma. Therefore, this level of destructive tricks cannot be used all the time. Of course, even if it is an ordinary dream knife, its power is at least the level of defeating Kaido, but imagine this, splitting a continent, and at the same time allowing several the dream of a 10,000-meter sea that cannot be healed needs to gather the will of the entire Daozi people. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are focused on this woman with purple thunder flashing all over her body and holding the rice light of shaving grass. The heroic posture and indifferent expression made countless people sigh. Is this the real appearance of the gods? Daozu's people are naturally excited, because this is their Daozu's god, General Thunder. At this moment, Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato are watching the live broadcast together. After Kaido escaped, Yamato stayed in Wanokuni, and has been with Kujo recently, and under the guidance of words and deeds, Kazuki Oden, who has understood his beliefs, is actually not a hero at all. As for Yamato, as the princess of the Kazuki family, she still has prestige in Inazuma. Kujo asked her to handle many disputes. I just heard that my grandfather and the old ministers of the Kazuki family are a little restless recently. It's so powerful. Is this the strength of Lord General? Kazuki Hiyori said in shock that although she knew Kaido was defeated, she had never seen the shogun make a move with her own eyes. Yamato was even more excited. I've decided. When the general comes back, I will launch a challenge before the emperor, and I will challenge the general. Hearing Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly advised him, after all, if he fights against such a general, he might be instantly killed, right? New World, Big Mom and Kaido are all silent. This terrifying woman is much stronger than she was back then. Kaido said so, and took a sip of wine involuntarily, with despair in his eyes. You must know that even when he was weak, he never showed such an expression when facing a strong enemy. The ant on the side was obviously taken aback, and finally said silently, Kaido, give up. Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido was not reconciled for a while. Of course he knew that Big Mom was scared. With such strength, can the four emperors really compete? At this time, Marineford held the sword and 5 elders looked at General Thunder and Lightning with slightly trembling hands. Is this the power of the World 7 ruling? At this moment there are 3 here, isn't it like such a terrifying existence? There are 7 in total. Involuntarily, he looked at the little auspicious Grass King, and comforted himself in his heart. The god of grass is just a child, maybe there are only a few of the 7 worlds who have great power. This is his self-comforting idea, but he doesn't know that if the Dust Seven is in power, the little auspicious Grass King is special because she was only born 500 years ago. Like Lay Movie, Rock King Dijun, Barbados, etc., they all survived from the Demon God War, and their strength is unfathomable. As for the kingdom of Zhejiang, strictly speaking, even if the Empress Zhejiang takes action, the kingdom of Zhejiang can be called invincible, just because the country of Zhejiang has fools, and the few seats in front of the fools have power comparable to or even surpassing gods. Shuang Yukongying looked at 5 elders holding the sword, and said to him, "How about 5 elders, want to experience the majesty of thunder?" Listening to Shuang Yukongying's words, 5 elders held his sword and gritted his teeth. Shuang Yukongying, I admit that you have great power, but over the past 800 years, countless strong men have been born in this sea, and it is not impossible that there are no strong men who surpass Roger and them. 11. But no matter who it is impossible to subvert the world government, so you are doomed to fail. It's better to stop here. We will abide by our previous promises, recognize Dao's wife and other countries as franchise countries, and even exempt you from the heavenly gold. Listening to the words of 5 elders who held the sword, many people in the audience exclaimed in surprise. Is this subdued? Advertisement. It seems that this is the case. The 5 elders who hold the sword have realized that unless they use the background of the world government, or ask Lord I Am to make a move, otherwise, relying on their words alone, it is impossible to be the opponent of the 7th world. So he wanted to struggle a little bit to stabilize Shuang Yukongying, so that he could give the world government more time to prepare. At this time, many countries joining the world government in the sea are full of dissatisfaction. Aren't they depriving the people just to collect the gold in the sky in exchange for the asylum of the world government? But at this time, the world government actually wants to exempt Daozu and other countries from the heavenly gold. How does this make them balance? No. At this time, the 5 elders holding swords obviously don't want to care about these things. The country that is disobedient can just change the king. This is not the first time that things like world government have been done. Of course, Shuang Yukongying would not believe the nonsense of 5 elders holding a sword. In fact, what he wants to do most today is to test the world government. After all, One Piece is not over yet. He knows that the world government absolutely has a terrifying background, but he doesn't know what it is, so his purpose today is to try it out. What is the background of world government? It is still a bit difficult to expect to destroy the world government now. After all, IM's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Like the 5 elders, any one of them can be compared to the 4 emperors, but to beat them, they have to kneel in front of IM, and they are extremely respectful. Coupled with the accumulation of time, IM has lived for 800 years, and still has control of the entire world for 800 years. How much strength and background she has accumulated, these are unknown. Therefore, Shuang Yukongying's idea is that when the 7 world governments gather together to truly master the 7 elemental powers and become the law of heaven, it will be the time to overthrow the world government. No, it's not good, Lord 5 elders. The 5 countries of Inazuma, Mond, Sumeru, Liyue, and Zhejiang have already occupied 6 alliance countries. As soon as this statement came out, the audience fell silent, and everyone looked at Shuang Yukongying in astonishment. As we all know, there are a total of more than 170 member countries of the world government, and at this time, 6 of them were occupied in just a short period of time. But this is not over yet. Another member of the CP organization said in horror. The entire revolutionary army is dispatched to occupy a country that is a member of the world government. Not only the world's 7 governing alliances, but even the revolutionary army took advantage of the fire to loot them. More than 170 franchise countries seem to be many, but among them, Alabasta and Dressrosa belong to big countries. Originally, these 2 countries were changed into Mond and Sumeru. Now that so many are occupied, it is impossible for the world government not to panic. Shuang Yukongying looked at 5 elders and said with a smile. How about 5 elders, or we'll just wait here, how many countries will I get in the 7th world's ruling coalition in the end? Why? Hearing Shuang Yukongying's words, 5 elders trembled while holding the sword, but at this moment, a phone bug with a strange shape began to glow in his arms. Then a figure seemed to appear in his mind out of thin air. 5 elders holding a sword was shocked first, and then nodded respectfully behind him. Shuang Yukongying and the powerhouses present all saw this scene. Shuang Yukongying narrowed his eyes even more, because he had already guessed who contacted the sword-wielding 5 elders. Seeing 5 elders holding a sword and looking at Shuang Yukongying, he actually calmed down at this moment. Shuang Yukongying, let's negotiate. After a pause, he continued. As for the bargaining chip, you should receive it immediately. Listening to the words of 5 elders holding the sword, Shuang Yukongying's face remained unchanged, but at this moment, the sound of Qin rang in Shuang Yukongying's ears. Master Tianli is not good. We just occupied a country just now, but just now, a wave of energy that cannot be captured suddenly descended. Almost the entire kingdom, and millions of people, were destroyed. Qin's voice was a little angry, because when they attacked these countries, they only killed the nobles and royal families who were helping them. Ordinary people, they distribute relief food and treat their diseases. But at this time, when they arrived at the capital, the entire country except for the capital was turned into ruins, and millions of people directly turned into steam and disappeared into this world. This made Qin very angry, so her voice trembled a little when she spoke. Shuang Yukongying pondered. Qin, you stay where you were first. After speaking, Shuang Yukongying looked at the 5 elders in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Is that the power of Uranus? As soon as this remark came out, the world was in an uproar. The expression of five elders holding the sword changed at first, but then calmed down. Over the past 800 years, heroes who have challenged the world government have emerged in an endless stream, and occasionally they have used Uranus's power zone. Anyway, with the passage of time, the world government revises history, and some people will naturally forget about it, so it doesn't matter if it is exposed. Worthy of being a world government. When you are really ruthless, you will destroy millions of countries and millions of lives in an instant. Shuangyu Kongying said calmly, but everyone clearly felt that he was suppressing his anger.
3DK062. Negotiations that attract worldwide attention, a meeting that determines the future of the sea. Seek full order, seek more updates. 062 Listening to Shuangyu Kongying's words, at this time, no matter whether it was the Marines or pirates present, or the people all over the world watching this scene, they were all stunned. Did I hear that right? Millions? A Marine soldier said in a trembling voice. And Diamond Joe's of the Whitebeard Pirates was also stunned. As pirates, their hands were covered with blood. But even for people like them, killing 1,000 or 800 people is actually a big deal. After all, most of the time, their pirates are king against king, general against general, 800 people. Even for those pirates who like to kill, they can only kill a few thousand people at most. If they have killed so many people and have not been captured by the Marine, they have already become big pirates. When they reach the level of big pirates, there will be at that time, they were collecting protection fees for their own territory and influence, so who would rob them every day? But what did they hear at this time? The world government actually destroyed almost a country, and killed millions of people, that's millions of people. People who heard these words were all scalp troubles. Holding the sword, Five Elders' face remained unchanged, because he didn't care at all. If he cared about these things, the celestial dragons would not be so arrogant. Instead, he hid in the holy place of Mariajoy and then lived his own chic life. Anyway, from the point of view of five elders holding the sword, as long as the strength is strong enough, no one dares to busy themselves. It just so happened that the sea was in chaos, and forces appeared one after another trying to challenge the world government. This is the case with the 7th world government, and so is the revolutionary army. It is good to be deterred like this. He looked at Shuangyu Kongying and said, "This is a greeting, Your Excellency Shuangyu, don't you want to continue talking? We did not harm anyone under the 7 kingdoms." Hearing the words of 5 elders holding the sword, Shuangyu Kongying's face remained unchanged, but looked at him and said, "Are you so sure that I will give in? Even you guys will have to pay a huge price for such an attack, right?" Hearing Shuangyu Kongying's words, 5 elders' heart jumped while holding the sword. Of course, there was a huge price, otherwise they would have seen who was upset and came to fight directly. But at this time, you can't be timid, so 5 elders held the sword and looked at Shuangyu Kongying and said 06 in a deep voice. "Then would you like to try it?" Hearing the words of 5 elders holding the sword, Shuangyu Kongying did not answer, but communicated with Zhongli and the others in his heart. "Master Tianli, if I borrow the pocket anchor, I can travel freely between the 4 countries, and use the Jade Shield to resist that kind of attack." Zhongli said so. He does have this kind of confidence, after all, he is known as the most powerful defense of the original god. Like Thor's sword, he can block it, and if Thor's sword does not concentrate the destructive power in one point, it can also directly destroy a country. But Shuangyu Kongying finally shook his head. Millions of people have already been killed or injured. If these lunatics are really mad, when the attack falls casually, I don't know how many innocent people will be killed. Let's do this and that first. Anyway, we have already obtained a lot of information, and after a while, the world government will have to pay the price for these millions of innocent souls. When Shuangyu Kongying said this, scarlet flashed in his eyes. Just to deter them, the world government can directly destroy a country and kill millions of people to set off fireworks. These people are indeed demons. Listening to Shuangyu Kongying's words, the 3 gods all nodded, and the little auspicious grass king even showed lamentation. After all, she is still young, unlike Zhongli Liying, who can hide her emotions. Thinking that millions of people died because of them, she felt somewhat guilty. Of course, as a god of wisdom, she also knows that the key point of this matter lies in the world government. As expected, this kind of corrupt power should not continue to exist. After the discussion, Shuangyu Kongying looked at the 5 elders holding swords in front of him and said in a deep voice, "That being the case, let's negotiate." Listening to his words, the audience breathed a sigh of relief, even people all over the world. Because the strength displayed by these 2 forces is simply frightening. The world's 7 rulers have the most terrifying high-end combat power, and the world government also controls Uranus, which seems to have the power to destroy a country in an instant. If these 2 forces really go to war, the whole sea will be turned into a battlefield, right? Except for extremists like Kaido. In fact, most people don't want to have that kind of war. After all, by then, there will be no innocent people in this sea, and everyone may die in the next moment. Just like the kingdom that was destroyed by the world government just now, millions of people just disappeared. Since then, the summit war has ended, and the outcome of the war was unexpected by the world. Because no one cares about the outcome of the Whitebeard pirates and Marine, the entire sea is quiet at this time, because all the forces on the sea are paying attention to the negotiations between the 2 major forces. If the 2 major forces reach an agreement, then everything will be fine, and people in the entire sea can continue to live a stable life. But if the talks are not right, the result will be a bit dangerous. When the time comes, the Uranus attack from the world government may appear in the entire sea like a sword in Lay Movie's dream. At that time, it will be called the end of the world. The Whitebeard pirates and others have all retreated, and Marine immediately entered a new job, which is to prepare for the negotiations between the world government and the Dust Seven. Advertisement: the world government lost an Admiral Akainu in this battle. If it was in the past, it would definitely be a sensation. But now it is different, whether it is Marine himself or the whole sea, Akainu has been forgotten. After all, everyone's eyes are on this negotiation. Within the sphere of influence of the new world Whitebeard pirates, all the Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, and Red Hair pirates all gathered together. If this had happened before, Marine would have been terrified, but no one paid attention to them now. Even dangerous elements such as Kaido will definitely be extremely quiet in the next period of time, because what happens next will affect the development of the entire world. I didn't expect it. This war will end in this way. Whitebeard sighed and said that he thought he was going to die this time, but he didn't expect that the world's 7 rulers would appear and directly coerce the world government, thus obtaining a world negotiation. Rayleigh and the Redhead both nodded. I hope that the negotiations can achieve a good result. Both parties have the power to destroy the world. If there is a war, this sea will really be reduced to hell. The red-haired Shanks said so, with some sadness in his eyes. Yeah, unless both sides have the strength to crush each other, otherwise, the end result will be both losers, and even destroy the whole world. Rayleigh also said the same thing, but it can also be seen from the words here that the world government is not sure of winning, otherwise they would not have peace talks. As for the destruction of the world and the loss of ordinary people, the world government doesn't care about these things. But Shuangyue Kongying is much simpler. He doesn't want to kill too many innocent people. Although the reform requires sacrifice, if the sacrifice can be minimized, Shuangyue Kongying is willing to do so. Finally, under the attention of the whole sea, the news about the peace talks was finally announced publicly by the world government and Marine at the same time. People in the entire sea are paying attention. First, this peace talk will be held in the Sabaody archipelago, and the kings of more than 170 countries around the world will be invited to participate. Close black lens bracket. Second, during the peace talks, the world government and the World 7 ruling alliance jointly announced that disputes are prohibited in the sea, otherwise, both parties will destroy it together. Third, because this peace talk is related to the peace of the entire sea, all parties will be invited to witness together. Close black lens bracket. When these 3 pieces of news were announced, the whole sea was an instant sensation. Gu la 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 la, it's unbelievable. Unknowingly, there is a power on the same level as the world government in the sea. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine and sighed. The same goes for the redhead on the side. Yeah, compared with this kind of movement, we so-called 4 emperors are like little pirates playing house. Listening to the red-haired Shank's bitter words, the surrounding pirates all had similar expressions. Because judging from the strength shown by both sides this time, isn't their pirate group just like little pirates playing house? For example, the attack that instantly destroys a country, if the world government is willing, could it be possible to destroy them instantly in the past? Although they are all wandering in the sea, they will eventually dock. If the world government does not hesitate to pay any price, for example, at the cost of the disappearance of a continent, they can completely destroy these 4 emperors' groups. So from this moment on, they realize that this is the balance that the world government deliberately wants. If there is no Shuangyue Kongying, it is estimated that the world government will still maintain a balance. Even if Whitebeard is gone, a new Blackbeard will be supported. You will find that no matter how the sea changes, this balance has always been maintained, and only the world government can do all this. If the pirates are strong, then strengthen the marine and destroy the pirates. But if the pirates are weak, then weaken the marine and give the pirates time to develop. This is the method of the world government. Father, what about us? Ace looked at Whitebeard curiously, and let the world's major forces witness together. Such a scene is unimaginable. Go, of course. This is a major event that will change the world. If you don't go, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Whitebeard laughed. Hearing what Whitebeard said, the red hair and the others also nodded slightly, and they would really regret it if they didn't go. But Marco said worriedly, however, if the world government took advantage of this opportunity to attack the previous attack that destroyed a country, wouldn't we all be doomed? The audience fell silent for a while, but Beckman, the brains of the red hair pirates, laughed out loud. Then let's see when the time comes, if the people in charge of the world's 7 dare to enter, it means that they have a reason not to be afraid. All of a sudden, the whole sea was turbulent, but the strange thing was that during this period of time, there was no more disputes in the whole sea. Except for some small pirates with bad brains, most of the pirates didn't even dare to help Kyoto. And none of the pirates who dared to plunder survived for half a day. Not only were they captured by Marine, but they were even encircled and suppressed by Daozuma and other countries. Advertisement at this time, the world also realized that when the 2 most powerful forces in the sea made a move, even the 4 emperors had to be careful, not even daring to disobey in the slightest. HMPH, I'm really upset. In Wanchao, Kaido said unhappily while drinking, being threatened by the world government and the world's 7 rulers, how can they feel comfortable? But the ant didn't say anything. She was different from Kaido. If the world government really wiped out the world, what would I do? Let's go and have a look, otherwise the world will say that we, 4 emperors, are not qualified. Mama said so. We've heard that the Whitebeard pirates are leaving. Wouldn't it be a joke if it didn't go? Although Kaido was very afraid of meeting Lei Yingying, but when he thought that he would be laughed at if he didn't go, he immediately strengthened his courage. It was just a peace talk, and he wouldn't kill himself, right? All of a sudden, all kinds of news were flying all over the sky, and Morgan smiled crookedly. Big news. Whitebeard pirates, red hair pirates, beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates, plus Roger pirates, the entire 5 super pirates are heading to Sabaody Land. Islands, join this peace conference. With the news that the 4 Emperors group and the Roger group participated in the meeting spread, the sea boiled up. Perhaps such a scene has never happened in 800 years, right? And this is just the beginning, and then there is news that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, will bring the chief of staff and the commanders of the 4 major armies to attend the meeting together. This is another earth-shattering news. The Revolutionary Army has always been the secret of the sea. Few people know about them, because they hide very deeply, and this time they dared to come. It seems that the Revolutionary Army really believed in the power of the 7 worlds in power, and firmly believed that the world government would not dare to do anything to themselves and others. Then came Shichibukai, who also headed to the Shangodi Islands at the beginning. As for those supernovas or the big pirates with over 100 million chosen to go there, no one paid attention, because compared to this, there are so many big people, they are really just little shrimps. 547 It can be said that in the entire sea, the big forces you can count will basically come to observe this peace conference. Anyway, everyone's thinking is what to be afraid of. If this is not agreed, the whole world will become a battlefield. At that time, if any attack that can destroy the country falls, they will not be able to survive. It is better to go and watch this meeting, so that after many years, they can also brag to the world. Shish, I was a person who participated in the peace conference. As time passed and the meeting was about to begin, all forces finally gathered in Sabaody Archipelago. My god, so many people? Hiss, that's the kid pirates? Look, that's the Tomahawk pirates, the captain's bounty is more than 500 million Baileys. The people of the Sabaody Archipelago were very excited. They might have been scared when they saw them before, but not today, because today there will be something that will be recorded in history. At the same time, the entire Sabaody Archipelago was surrounded by marine and world government forces. Every port is guarded by several marine vice-admirals. It can be said that the elite marines stationed in Sabaody Archipelago are no less than the scale of Summit War. The rest of the center of the Shangodi Islands, outside a huge venue, Marine Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru stood at the door, and the 2 admirals were guarded by themselves, and they were stunned. Quite a few people's jaws. When some pirates entered the venue, they were still trembling, afraid that the 2 admirals would directly attack. But these 2 admirals just sat there with their eyes closed. Obviously their purpose today is to deter these pirates. Maybe this is the first time we've gotten so close to Admiral without fear of getting caught? A big pirate swallowed his saliva and said. The people around nodded quickly. Who would dare to get so close to Admiral? Even if they heard that Admiral was coming, they would run faster than a dog. In the stadium, countless people gathered at this time, including nobles from various countries on the sea, and members of pirate groups from all over the world. Those who can enter are elites, and some miscellaneous fish are naturally not allowed to enter. At the same time, there are strong marines, such as Marshal Sengoku, Chief of Staff Suru Vice Admiral, and Hero Garp. If the 2 admirals are outside guards, Vice Admiral is even more so. Look! The Straw Hat Pirates are coming! Suddenly someone exclaimed, and Garp in the stadium suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a boy wearing a straw hat walking in with his friends at the gate in the distance. Wow! See Gui! That's amazing! Luffy yelled, and there was an echo in this huge quiet venue. You must know that the pirates present are all offering bounties exceeding 100 million, no one is eligible to enter if it does not exceed 100 million. As for Marine, all the elites gathered together, sitting on the conference table above, including Marine Marshal, Chief of Staff, and so on. On such occasions, let alone pirates, nobles from all over the world dare not speak. But Luffy was not afraid, and Zoro and the others were not afraid either, that is, Nami punched Luffy. Stupid. Be quiet, it's embarrassing, you know? After being punched, Luffy rubbed his head and laughed. 063. 5 elders, celestial dragons in the 9th royal family appear, and the peace conference begins. Seek full order, seek more updates. 063 Although the Straw Hats at this time looked out of tune, especially the Captain Luffy. But in the whole sea, no one dares to underestimate them. After all, the performance of the Straw Hats in the Summit War before can be described as impressive. Now it has been called the 5th Emperor by various forces on the sea. We must know that when Luffy was called the 5th Emperor in the original book, it was advocating, but it is not the case now. In the eyes of many people, Luffy has indeed possessed the strength and qualifications of the 5th Emperor. With Luffy and others arriving, followed by Shichibukai, 4 emperors and so on. Especially when the 4 emperors arrived, the audience fell silent. Even those arrogant big pirates didn't dare to make a sound at this moment. Well, old man Sengoku, old man Garp, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The ant laughed and said that she is huge, that is, the venue of the Sabaody Archipelago is very huge, otherwise they would not be able to enter. Sengoku frowned solemnly, only Garp turned his head with disdain, he didn't like this woman at all. When she was on the Rock's pirate ship before, she was a S***T, and what she liked most was to find all kinds of powerful men and have children with herself. Most of the descendants on her ship now are not from the same father, and they are all of different races. So Garp hated her very much. In fact, there was no one on the Rock's pirate ship who didn't hate Charlotte Linlin. You'd better be quiet on this occasion today, otherwise, we Marine don't care about the consequences. Crane Vice Admiral said so. Listening to his words, Ant pouted at Kaido, but rarely got angry, just because Vice Admiral is one of the very few guys who can't be provoked. Of course, it's not about the strength of Crane Vice Admiral itself. Her strength is weak even among Vice Admirals. Can't stand Suru Vice Admiral's identity and relationship. As friends for many years, if they dare to scold Suru Vice Admiral, then they will face Sengoku and Garp's fierce pursuit. In this sea, there are really few strong players who can face Garp and Sengoku at the same time. Even if Roger is resurrected and faces these two people at the same time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ant and Kaido found a place to sit, and they can follow them in, that is, 3 disasters and 3 generals and so on. Then came the Red Hair Pirates, followed by Beckman, and the Whitebeard Pirates, it was Marco and Ace. Finally, there's the Roger Pirates led by Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh has been persuading Ace these days to let him return to the Roger Pirates and inherit his father's business. But Ace has always refused, because he has been lost at this time, whether to become the One Piece like his D father, or to end his damn world. Gulu. 4 emperors are gathered, marine executives are gathered, and there is even the Roger Pirates of One Piece. What kind of fairy lineup is this? It's a big scene. Being able to witness this big scene with your own eyes can be regarded as something that can be boasted for a lifetime. The pirates present were discussing in low voices. On this occasion, the pirates who offered a reward of over 100 million were not even qualified to speak. Even those arrogant supernovas are afraid to speak at this time. Although they have been clamoring to challenge the 4 emperors, they can only perceive the horror emanating from the 4 emperors when the 4 emperors are all standing in front of them. Pressure. And at this moment, another group of people walked in. Wow. The audience was in an uproar in an instant, because the leader was a man in a windbreaker with a mysterious pattern on his face, which was rumored to be the slipper mark of Vice Admiral Garp. Beside him was a young man who suddenly stood up in surprise. Sabo. Looking at the excited Ace, Sabo was similar, but gave Ace a look, and Ace sat down again with a smile. After all, although they met at this time, they came to witness a big event, and this is not the time to exchange pleasantries. Behind Long and Sabo are the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Few people have seen them take action, but in the original book, the Revolutionary Army sneaked into the Holy Land of Mariajoy and rescued the bear. No matter how they got in or how they took the bear away, since they succeeded, the strength of the Revolutionary Army is definitely not weak. Otherwise, the world government would not be able to wipe out it for a long time. You must know that unlike the pirates, the interest of the Revolutionary Army is the same as that of Shuangyue Kongying's 7th world. They want to subvert the world government, they will never hold back. Under such circumstances, the Revolutionary Army can continue to grow and develop, and its strength is naturally beyond doubt. Sometimes the bounty can't represent the combat power. Shang's bounty is only 296 million Baileys, but after he became 7 warlords of the sea, the bounty has not increased. And Shang's strength is definitely very strong, at least it can match the 3 generals, 3 disasters and other levels. For these guys, the bounty is around 1 billion, so sometimes the bounty cannot represent the combat power. This is especially true for the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that the highest bounty they offer is only about 400 million crows, but their combat power is absolutely unfathomable. Hash. Advertisement Garp stood up abruptly, and the people in the Marine headquarters were also staring at the man in front of him. The former Marine genius finally quit Marine because he couldn't understand what the world government was doing, and finally formed a revolutionary army, which overthrew dozens of kingdoms controlled by the world government's tyranny and succession, and became the #1 enemy of the world government. Of course, with the rise of Shuangyue Kongying's worldly 7 governing alliance, the #1 enemy naturally changed his target. Long looked at Garp and smiled immediately. Although the father and son would actually have a relationship secretly, this was the first time they had met after many years. Father. Long called softly, and the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army all looked over. Before Luffy appeared, they didn't know that Long was actually the son of Marine hero Garp. That is, after Luffy became famous, they knew from Long's mouth that the 5th Emperor was actually the son of Long, the young master of the Revolutionary Army. And the identity of Luffy as the grandson of Garp was exposed, and they knew that the monkey family is simply a monster. Grandfather Garp is a Marine hero, Father Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and he himself became the 5th Emperor. With such a family background, who in the whole world can compare? In fact, judging from various identities and relationship entanglements, a terrifying group of forces has gathered behind Luffy. Without the appearance of Shuangyue Kongying, Luffy would definitely become One Piece, and would conflict with the world government and finally declare war. Then the Marine represented by my grandfather, the Revolutionary Army represented by my father, the pirates represented by myself, and the good relationships formed along the way will all become my forces to overthrow the world government. So Joey Boy can only be Luffy, and Kaido cannot become Joey Boy, because if it is Kaido, even Big Mom won't come to help him when he starts a war, unless there are enough interests. If we fight alone, who in this world will be the opponent of world government? Only a guy like Luffy who has formed a good relationship along the way can become Joey Boy and finally overthrow the world government. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Garp laughed and said, and then patted the dragon on the shoulder. Although the two stood on opposite sides, in fact, no matter who he was talking about the dragon, Garp was full of pride, as if he was proud of everything his son had done and achieved. He is very supportive. Luffy stood there blankly, the father and son looked at each other, and Luffy's partners were shocked. What happened in Logue Town did not happen, because Luffy and the others are very powerful, so the partners at this time just knew that Luffy's father was actually a Revolutionary Army dragon. Oh my god. Grandpa is a Marine hero, father is a Revolutionary dragon, Luffy this guy. Nami was stunned. She didn't expect Luffy, who is usually silly, to have such a profound background. Sanji kept nodding. He used to hide his origin from the Vinsmoke family, but now it seems like a joke. Among the pirates in the sea, whose identity is stronger than Luffy in the north. The father and son didn't speak, but just sat aside by themselves. After all, the words of the two father and son were really unfamiliar. Maybe Long will secretly pay attention to his son, but Luffy absolutely doesn't know Long. He just heard about such a father, and this is the first time he has met him. With the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, all forces on the sea finally came together. The kings of more than 170 countries joining the world government also began to enter the arena at this time. Compared with the pirates and various forces who came to observe, the member countries of the world government have the right to speak. After all, these guys came here to witness at most, to witness the division of the sea by the two major forces, but for these alliance countries, it is about themselves. If they were assigned to the 7 governing alliances in the world, they would not have the capital to resist. In fact, none of them are willing to join the ruling coalition of the world's 7. Kings like King Liku and Cobra are in the minority after all. The kings and nobles of these countries are not willing to give up their identity and status, so as to become an ordinary rich man or high-ranking official. In general, except for ordinary people yearning for Mond, Liyue, and Sumeru, which live and work in peace and contentment, these nobles always think about oppressing the common people, so they come to the meeting today. Their biggest purpose is to resist, support the world government. Of course, a very small number of countries have other ideas. For example, the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the like, if they can join the world's 7 governing alliances, it may become a reality for Murlocs to live on land. After all, there is no racial discrimination in these countries. Boom. 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 At this moment, loud voices sounded one after another, and everyone looked around and saw groups of elite knights entering the venue. And among the crowd, there are celestial dragons, and at the same time, the 5 elders who lead them. The words of these 19 celestial dragons are different from the celestial dragons that can be seen outside. Although the words in their eyes still show arrogance and indifference to all living beings, they are not as unbearable as ordinary celestial dragons. Strictly speaking, they are more like real nobles of the world. The arrogance in their bones reveals that they don't take anyone seriously. The celestial dragons that can be seen usually show that they are the nobles of the world through their arrogant actions and lawless practices. The two are two completely different gestures. The patriarch of the 19 families of celestial dragons. Sora did not know when he came to Sengoku's side, and said with a serious expression. Of the 20 kingdoms that created the world government at the beginning, except for Princess Vivi and her family, 19 remained in the Holy Land and eventually became celestial dragons. These 19 royal families naturally had patriarchs in all dynasties, and the 19 celestial dragons with different temperaments in front of them were the patriarchs of the 19 royal families. Of course, they are still headed by celestial dragons. From this, it can be seen that the status of 5 elders should be above these celestial dragons, or that 5 elders themselves are celestial dragons. Advertisement: one of the red-haired old celestial dragons, with a look behind the bubble cover. Red hair, inexplicably dark eyes flicker. The redhead ignored him and continued to whisper something to Beckman beside him. After the celestial dragons and 5 elders took their seats, the atmosphere in the venue immediately changed. Shuangyue Kongying, haven't you come yet? Holding a sword, 5 elders said in a deep voice. But at this moment, the face of a strong CP organization beside him changed. Master 5 elders, something is wrong. Listening to his words, 5 elders' complexion changed, and a projection appeared in the air, and everyone's complexion changed immediately. Is that the Holy Mariajoy? In the eyes of everyone, what they see is the entire Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The scene in the picture is that a beautiful woman in a purple kimono is standing proudly in the void, and the force wheel behind her is emitting purple thunder. Holding Meng Meng Yixin in his hand, this posture looks like he is about to launch Meng Meng knife. People all over the world know how powerful that knife is. Even Mr. I Am, who has awakened, is a little dignified. Therefore, before knowing the details of Shuangyue Kongying and others, Master I Am will order peace talks, so as to stabilize Shuangyue Kongying. Damn it, are the 7 rulers of the world trying to break their promises? Holding a sword, 5 elders said angrily. But at this moment, Shuangyue Kongying strode in, and beside him were several figures. Ha ha ha, there is no treachery, it's just that you have to make extra preparations to prevent you from jumping over the wall in a hurry. Everyone looked around and saw Shuangyue Kongying brought the powerhouses from various countries here. Snort. 5 elders snorted coldly, but they didn't say much. After all, it's not like they haven't made similar preparations. Both sides are afraid that the other party will suddenly explode. However, 5 elders obviously noticed that the 3 gods who were beside Shuangyue Kongying last time hadn't come at this time. Lei Yingying stood on the top of the Holy Land. If they dared to act recklessly, they would definitely chop down with a knife. And the other Rock King, the little auspicious Grass King, was also absent, which inevitably made 5 elders feel a little uncomfortable, feeling that they might die at any time. Shuangyue Kongying walked over with big strides, and then sat down in the middle of the long table opposite to everyone from world government. Beside him, Li Dao's wife is Coral Palace Shine, Mengda's Shin, Zumi's Sai Nuo, Liu's Kei Ching, and nephew's Lady Rosalind. 5 elders looked at Shuangyue Kongying and frowned.
Inazuma's military advisor Coral Palace Shinhai, Mengda's acting head of the West Wind Knights Chin, Liu's 7-star Yuangsheng Ketching, Zumi's Gale Discipline Officer Sai Nuo, and the Fool of the Winter Kingdom.
Lady Rosalind, 8th chair of executive officers. There are only 5 countries here, and there are representatives of 2 other countries?
It cost the world government a lot of money to get some information about these 5 countries, especially for the Winter Kingdom. They were not very vigilant.
Just because there are currently 2 high-level officials in the Winter Kingdom, one is the son Daudalia and the other is the Lady Rosalind. Among them, Daudalia, the youngest, was on a par with Hawkeye, and had even resisted the attacks of the 2 Four Emperors head-on. Although the Lady, Rosalind, has no record of fighting strong men, the young master admits that the executive officers are ranked according to their strength. His strength is only the last of the 11 executive officers, and the lady in the 8th seat must be much stronger than him. Among several countries, the most is the country of Zedong. This is actually the case, even in the world of Tevat, the most powerful of the 7 kingdoms is still the Kingdom of Winter. Faced with the doubts of the 5 elders, Shou Yang Kongxing still kept smiling. But 5 elders gritted their teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn guy, even at this point, he's still hiding his will. Nada, the country of fire, and Fontaine, the country of water, have no clues at all, and I don't know where they're hidden in this world.
Taking a deep breath, 5 elders knew right away that this was not the time to talk about this.
The 5 of them stood up, looked at Shuangyue Kongying, and at the same time scanned the audience and said loudly. Then we declare that the peace conference has officially begun. At the same time, the worldwide live broadcast will be launched. The final topics of this meeting will be made public and supervised by the whole sea.
5 elders said so. In fact, they just wanted to restrict Shuangyu Kongying and others, and let them abide by the rules.
064. Divide the sea equally with the world government. Zhongli migrates to another country. Seek full order, seek more updates. 064. At this moment, the entire sea was silent, and countless people were staring at the live broadcast of the phone bug on various occasions. It can be said that the situation that the whole sea pays attention to is far more than some at war. After all, the world government has ruled the world for 800 years, and no one has ever subdued the world government, and the world's 7 governing alliances are the only one and the first one. Therefore, the world is very concerned about this meeting. After all, it is related to the future direction of the entire sea. As the live broadcast to the whole world started, 5 elders stood up and said, "Then I declare that the peace conference has officially begun." As his voice fell, one of the blonde 5 elders stood up and spoke. First of all, the first topic is the armistice agreement. If the 2 sides go to war, the impact on this sea will be too great, so an armistice agreement needs to be signed. Hearing 5 elders' words, Shuangyue Kongying looked at Coral Palace Shine and Captain Qin, and it was best for them to handle this matter. After all, Shuangyue Kongying doesn't understand these things.
Finally Coral Palace Shinhai stood up and said with a smile.
This agreement can be signed, but if one party breaches the contract, it will bear the due price. 5 elders and others nodded. This is actually nonsense. After all, when it's time to tear your face apart, who cares about it? In the end, the 2 sides signed this agreement, and the forces and people in the entire sea were relieved for a while. At least after signing this agreement, the 2 sides will not go to war in a short time. But the next step is the key, that is, the division of roses. This is also the reason why more than 170 franchise countries will come today, because the 2 sides will carve up the sea, and the future of these franchise countries is in the negotiation between the 2 sides. This is the tragedy of the franchise countries, because of the world government, most of them do not have strong strength, and generally accept the protection of the marine. For example, the Goa Kingdom in East Blue belongs to the sequence of big countries in East Blue, but there is no strong person in this country. Any vice admiral who goes to that country can directly occupy the entire country, and even to put it bluntly, a vice admiral level combat power in that country can completely become the regent, and staying overnight in the palace is a small operation. After all, the world government does not allow its affiliated countries to be too powerful. Those countries with more high-end armed forces, such as the former Wanokuni, the giant kingdom Elbaf, etc., are not affiliated countries. Just because these 2 countries are too powerful, the world government may not be willing to let them become alliance countries. For example, the legendary swordsman Ryoma in Wanokuni is said to have slain dragons. There may not be creatures like dragons in this world. The biggest possibility is that there was a fruit ability user similar to Kaido in 177, and was defeated by Ryoma, which is enough to show Ryoma's strength. Then there is the modern Kazuki Oden, whose strength is also a top powerhouse, at least not weaker than Rayleigh. If he had not been indecisive at the beginning, but had fought against Kaido decisively, with the help of the samurai from Wanokuni, he might not have lost to the Beast's pirates. The worst result is that both sides will lose. Don't forget that Kazuki Oden has been with Whitebeard and Roger pirates. If he is willing to save face and ask his old friends for help, Kaido really dared to be so arrogant? It can only be said that Kazuki Oden is really out of his mind, actually trusting a pirate like Kaido to keep his promise. Because there is no strong force to sit in, these alliance countries can only wait for the judgment of fate at this time. I saw 5 elders holding a sword looking at Shuangyue Kongying and said, "Our world government will give up the whole world, all countries except the member countries. Will not interfere with the management of the world's 7 governing alliances, the 2 sides will jointly manage this sea." Hearing the words of 5 elders holding the sword, Shuangyue Kongying immediately laughed out loud. "Are you joking? Those countries that are not members of the world government, we can naturally conquer them. Why do we need your concession?" Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's words, 5 elders' face turned ugly, knowing that these guys are not easy to fool. "Then what do you say?" Shuangyue Kongying looked at 5 elders, then said with a smile. Four seas, choose one of the two grand lines. As soon as this statement came out, the whole world was shocked. The meaning of Shuangyue Kongying is very simple, that is, the country of the four seas, and the country of the Grand Line, and he wants to be one of the 7 governing alliances in the world. Impossible. This is equivalent to dividing the world into 2. 5 elders said so. Marine, 4 emperors and other forces also looked at Shuangyue Kongying in surprise. Isn't this appetite too big? To actually divide the world equally with the world government, which has never happened in the past 800 years, if this thing succeeds, the world government will be tantamount to ceding land and paying compensation. But Shuangyue Kongying acted very calmly, watching them and said calmly. Advertisement, in this matter, you are not qualified to negotiate. If you want to start a war, then come directly. Seeing Shuangyue Kongying's posture, 5 elders fell silent, because no matter how one looked at it, Shuangyue Kongying seemed to be serious. Finally 5 elders gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. We need to negotiate. The moment the voice fell, a barrier appeared, enveloping the 5 elders, Aga, and the celestial dragon's 19th royal family. This seemed to be some kind of fruitability, which could shield the perception of the opposite side from the outside world and allow them to negotiate. Shuangyue Kongying guessed that they should be contacting I am at this time. Judging from Uranus's actions, I am should have awakened at this time. But Shuangyue Kongying only has some fears, but no fear, just because if I am is sure to destroy himself and others, he will not negotiate. After all, how can I am, who has ruled the world for 800 years, be indecisive? From this, it can be judged that the world government is indeed powerful, but not invincible, which made Shuangyue Kongying breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the barrier disappeared, and the figures of 5 elders and others appeared, and the blonde 5 elders said to Shuangyue Kongying. Grand line for you. As soon as this statement came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half, with the underwater dragon palace as the middle point. The first half is called Paradise, and the second half is called New World. It can be said that this route is the most chaotic, but also the most exciting place in the entire world. Most of the powerhouses, as well as powerful forces, are concentrated on this Grand Line. The powerful forces within the 4 seas are limited to the former Kingdom of Flowers, the Vinsmoke family, and so on. But this does not mean that this place is the best choice. For the world government, it is naturally the best in the world. Because it is the most powerful sea area in the world, and its size is boundless. It is just because the world government has too much control over the 4 seas, so that too many powerful forces cannot be born here, so there is not much fame. That's why the world government finally chose the 4 seas. After all, this is the most prosperous place in the whole sea. Whether it's various industrial facilities, or heavenly gold taxes, etc., it is the most. At the same time, one of the results of their discussion just now is that there are countless rioters on the Grand Line. Since that place is handed over to the ruling alliance of the World 7, then fighting against pirates and fighting against forces like the 4 emperors will consume the World 7. The fighting power of the ruling coalition is what they like to see. So in the end, they are willing to give up the Grand Line through the finalization of Mr. I am. How should I put it? In Shuangyue Kongying's expectation, of course, the meeting will not end so easily. Although it is agreed to cede the Grand Line, the world government cannot completely give up. So they made a condition, and 5 elders holding a sword said to Shuangyue Kongying. The country and territory of the Grand Line are handed over to the Dust 7 to govern, but the branches established by Marine still exist. After all, there is nothing wrong with fighting pirates. 5 elders said so, although the words sound nice, but the purpose is not to keep Marine's power in the Grand Line, and if there is a chance in the future, they can snatch it back. Shuangyue Kongying didn't care at all, because the thoughts in his heart were even simpler. That is, what if Marine becomes our own in the future? If these branches stay in Grand Line, the relationship between the 2 parties can also be strengthened. Shuangyue Kongying never thought that Marine is the enemy. Although there are indeed many scum in Marine, most of them still have justice in their hearts. After they see the prosperity of the 7 kingdoms, the peoples living and working in peace and contentment, and true justice, these Marines will surely make the right choice. At this time, the world government would not have imagined that Shuangyue Kongying would actually come up with Marine's idea. The final topic is about Liyue's migration. Because Liyue was established in West Blue at this time, which was formerly the Kingdom of Flowers, but since the Grand Line was ceded, Liyue would have to move to the Grand Line. For this point, Shuangyue Kongying had already prepared for it. In fact, before the negotiation started, they had already determined the result, that is, the world government would definitely not give up the world. After all, that place is too prosperous. If you think about it with your brain, you know, how can the Grand Line with countless pirates be more prosperous than the peaceful world? And the world government's control over the world is always the highest. The kings, nobles, and even many common people here are the most brainwashed by the world government. So many factories of the world government, as well as major departments are established here, how could they give up? Therefore, Shuangyue Kongying had already told Zhang Lili and Liyue to prepare for the relocation in advance. As the meeting ended, the whole world was shocked. The country on the Grand Line is full of mourning. But no matter if it is the world government or the 7 ruling worlds, they will not care about them. The goal of Shuangyue Kongying is that there will be only 7 countries left in the Grand Line in the future. Coordinated into the 7 kingdoms of Tevat, under the escort of Marine, 5 elders left with the 19th royal family of celestial dragons. Then came the pirates headed by the 4 emperors, but when they left, their faces were a little heavy. Because most of the pirates are active in the Grand Line. At this time, the seventh ruler of the world took over the Grand Line, fearing that the pirates will be suppressed in the future. If so, the Grand Line is really dangerous. At the same time, Shuangyue Kongying did not reject the establishment of the Marine branch. Both forces suppressed it together. I am afraid that the future will be difficult. However, pirates have existed for 800 years. In this world where the sea occupies the main territory, it is obviously not so easy to completely eliminate pirates. Advertisement, to put it bluntly, if pirates are willing to give up their territory and influence, and live a life of wandering and plundering in Shanghai, it is really difficult to catch them. However, what Shuangyue Kongying can do is to ensure that the citizens will not be harassed by pirates to the greatest extent, making it difficult for these pirates to land. The world has begun to change. On a warship, Sengoku side, surrounded by Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, 2 admirals, vice admirals and so on. This time they are only acting as the guards of the world government, but in fact the real guards are the strong members of the CP organization. They are more to deter pirates. Isn't that good? Compared to the rubbish of the world government, I think the 7 kingdoms governed by the 7 worlds are pretty good. Garp said indifferently. Sengoku's face darkened immediately, and he punched Garp to send him flying. It's fine to say this kind of thing quietly, in public, how dare this guy. But everyone didn't pay attention, but there was a glint in their eyes. As marine executives, they often went to sea to catch pirates, and many of their generals would be in Mond. MI waited for the country to stop supplying. After all, the country under Shuangyu's emptiness has never stipulated that outsiders are not allowed to enter. So they have seen the prosperity of these countries, and to be honest, it really shocked some people. In these countries, the people they see are all smiling with hope. Unlike the other countries they see in the countries that are members of the world government, the people's eyes are ashen, and even survival lost hope. In this comparison, the righteous marine generals will inevitably have a good impression of the 7 rulers of the world. Okay, these things are beyond our control. The world government has issued a new order. With the death of Akainu, our marine lacks high-end combat power, so we will open the world conscription to supplement new combat power. This time the target is 4 admirals. Hearing Sengoku's words, Sumeru Vice Admiral's pupils contracted. It seems that the world government is really vigilant, otherwise it will not delegate power to our marine and have 4 admirals. Hearing Vice Admiral's words, everyone nodded. You must know that marine has never had more than 3 admirals, sometimes there are even less than 3. For example, in the previous generation, Marshal was Sora and Admiral was Fa and Sengoku. There were only 2 admirals in the previous generation, because Garp has been reluctant to be promoted. Apart from Garp, marine has no new admirals. It was not until the rise of Akainu and others, Zephyr's semi-retirement, and Sengoku's promotion to the Marshal, that marine came to 3 admirals. Marine like this has been called the most powerful in the past century. It's time for the heyday. After all, there is still a hero Garp with terrifying fighting power, but even so, the world government is a little bit afraid. The biggest purpose of this crusade against Whitebeard is to weaken marine combat power. It's just that I didn't expect Daozuma and other countries to be too terrifying. The world government has given up targeting marine, and even strengthened marine, trying to get as much background information as possible to deal with Daozuma and other countries. After the world conscription is over, marine will have 4 admirals. As for the newly added vice admirals, it is estimated that the number will be doubled. If there were no countries such as Daozuma, with this kind of power alone, marine would dare to say that they would crusade against the 4 emperors and end the so-called 4 emperors era. It's just a pity that the sea is always in balance. Whether it's a coincidence or someone deliberately made it, the sea today still maintains balance even after marine grows stronger. It's just that no one knows that this balance has always been in the hands of one person, and that person is Shuangyue Kongying. Only he himself knows how strong the cards in his hand are. After all, don't forget, as the time of this game changes, when the world level and adventurer level reach the highest level, Frost will use more and more ethereal resources. At that time, if all the characters are full, all of them will be elite vice admiral to above admiral. At that time, will the balance be balanced? Do you have the final say? However, as the various forces returned, another piece of news shocked the entire world. Open black lens bracket Kayan King Dijun will use his own strength to drag the entire Liyue port to complete the migration of the country. Close black lens bracket. When this news was released by Mozgan, it directly caused a sensation in the entire sea. Countless people were shocked by it, and they couldn't even believe their eyes, suspecting that they were wrong. Is it possible to relocate 10 countries by myself? How is this possible? Is this something that humans can do? 008406 Feihu 42070? But no one knew that Zhongli, the god of rock, could indeed do this. This was the power that Ultimate's rock attributed elemental force could erupt. As the ancestor of the rock attribute, Zhongli's strength is undoubtedly the most powerful and terrifying among the 7 gods. Under the gaze of all the people, the eyes of countless people converged on Liyue of West Blue, the former land of flowers. Everyone wants to see how this king of rock managed to emigrate a country by himself. 065. Liyue Immortals return. Emperor, the wine is already warm. Would you like a drink? Seek full order, seek more updates. 065 in West Blue Liyue Kingdom, Zhongli is floating in the air at this time. It turned out that the water army of the country of flowers had become the Liyue Water Army. Under Zhongli's governance, the Kingdom of Flowers ended the long-term war and used most of the money occupied by the royal family and nobles to subsidize the people. Let the people of this country finally have a full meal after many years. As for Zumi, because of some little auspicious grass kings, it has become a big country of grain at this time, and Liyue has traded with Zumi, making grain a cheap commodity for Liyue. It can be said that in such a short period of time, Liyue has more than doubled its prosperity. My lord. The people of Liyue all raised their heads and looked at the man in the air who was exuding divine light. In fact, Zhongli has always had a bad taste. The way he appears to the crowd is the face of the gods and demons. His originally Zhongli face was rarely shown in front of outsiders, so he hoped that when there were more Liyue and 7 stars in the future, he would be able to live a peaceful retirement life. Of course, in this world, the prerequisite for him to retire is firstly that Liyue has developed well, and his partners will gradually return, and secondly, he hopes to return to Shangshengtang. After all, he is used to living in the Hall of Rebirth, and if there is no little girl named Hu Dao to pay for him, he always feels that he is not used to living in this day. Zhongli looked at Liyue below. How big is a country? Anyway, it is definitely not small, and today Zhongli will do something extremely outrageous. He has read the classics of this world and knows that there used to be a pirate named Golden Lion, and he should still be alive now. That guy's ability can make the island float. Although Zhongli doesn't know how powerful the Golden Lion's ultimate ability is, what Zhongli has to do today is to support a country. You must know that this is a country. Its size can be divided according to continents, not ordinary islands. Although the land of Liyue is not as good as Alabasta, Wanokuni, etc., it is not considered a small country. The god's heart in Zhongli's body was running, and Zhongli was the strongest demon god, but he never used the power of the god's heart. Even in the end he lost the heart of God, and he is still the most powerful 7 gods, but in this world, there is no limit. After all, Shuangyu Kongying is the heavenly principle, not the one of Tibet. In fact, when Shuangyu Kongying was curious, since even Hujai Palace and other characters who are not catchy can come to this world, then when she develops to the end, can even the maintainers of heaven and law come to this world? As Zhongli exploded with his strength, his body began to change. That is, Kaido of New World stood up abruptly. He had completely given up on Dao wife, and knew that she was not someone he could provoke. So I found an illegal place to occupy in New World, and planned to re-establish a territory here. At this time, through the live broadcast, seeing Zhongli's changes, he directly exclaimed and was even a little shocked. Just because of the gravity in the clouds, accompanied by a burst of golden light, it turned into a golden dragon. Different from Kaido's transformation, the dragon that Kaido transforms into, although it looks huge in size, is not as powerful as Zhongli's. Just because there is an absolute difference between the two. Kaido ate devil fruit and gained the ability to turn into a dragon, but Zhongli is different, because all the demon gods in Tibet are not human. Demon gods are all kinds of powerful creatures, born with the power to destroy heaven and earth, and Zhongli is the most powerful among them. His body is 10 golden dragons. Because he controls the power of the rock element, he is called the Emperor of the Rock King. The dragon body in the world of Tibet is completely fake. In the cloud layer of Liyue, Zhongli's golden body was moving disobediently, and the power of the rock element slowly rose from the bottom of the seabed. At this moment, the whole world was stunned. Inside naval headquarters, Sengoku said in shock. Could it be that the Rock King is also a phantom beast demon fruit power? Impossible. Kaido should be the only devil fruit that can turn into a dragon. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone was silent for a while, and it was obvious that the dragon transformed into a dragon by the Rock King gave people a more powerful and terrifying sense of oppression, which Kaido could not compare to. This feeling of oppression is hard to describe. It seems to be the suppression from the source of life. Unlike Kaido's, the sense of oppression all comes from his huge body and external strength. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Zhongli and said in a deep voice. It is said that there are dragons in the world. There was a dragon in Wanokuni at the beginning. Then he was beheaded by Shuangyu Ryoma, the strongest sword god in Wanokuni. The Rock King in front of me doesn't feel like a capable person, as if he is a dragon himself. Crane Vice Admiral's words shocked the audience. Both Sengoku and Garp are pupil constrictors. Hey, is it fake? If you say that, then the Rock King is not a human being, but a real dragon? Aokiji said in disbelief. It's scary, Emperor Yanwang. Kizaru said so. If Crane Vice Admiral's guess is true, doesn't that mean that Kaido's fruit ability is based on the Rock King Dijun in front of him? It's just that when you think about it, the existence in charge of the country is actually a dragon. Isn't this kind of thing too unbelievable? Garp also sighed. Advertisement, if he is really a divine dragon, then the old man thinks it is reasonable to call him a god. After all, if the divine dragon with all kinds of powerful powers really has the wisdom of a human and the heart of an emperor, it can indeed be called a god. In fact, they were more guesses, but Kaido felt the pressure in a real way. Kaido is just an ability user in the form of Yuyuguru, Zone, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon. It does not mean that Kaido is a dragon. Therefore, this kind of suppression in blood is simply unimaginable. So everyone in the world is guessing. Only Kaido has truly sensed that the Rock King is the real dragon. The world government is also concerned about this matter, especially among the flowers in the depths of Pengu City. Where did these guys come from? Do creatures like dragons still exist? Im's icy voice sounded, and there was a vague sense of apprehension. In fact, there are dragons in this world, and it is not incomprehensible. Like Luffy's Nika fruit, it is very likely that it came from Joy Boy 800 years ago. The fruits of Zone seem to be the things formed by the will and power of the strong after their death. So maybe there was a real dragon in this world before, that's why Kaido's blue dragon fruit was born. Of course, the past was the past. As far as the present is concerned, these legendary creatures may not exist anymore. However, it is certain that there are powerful creatures in this world. After all, existences like the Lord of Elephants are obviously not ordinary creatures. After Zhongli revealed his body, the terrifying power of the rock element slowly enveloped the entire Liyue. Then, under the terrified expressions of the whole world, Zhongli actually lifted up an entire country. The power of the golden rock element swept away in all directions, and the world government and marine powerhouses who had been secretly paying attention to Liyue couldn't even get close. You must know that they are at least as powerful as Vice Admiral, but facing this war at this time, they can't even connect close to each other. One can imagine how powerful Zhongli is. The strongest martial god Rock King Dijun among the 7 gods, this is the first time his formidable strength has been shown in front of the world. Fly, fly, on the Straw Hats, Luffy and the others looked at this scene in awe. It's unbelievable, can this really be done by humans? Nami said in disbelief. Everyone nodded, only Bennett said solemnly. This is not the power of man, but the power of gods. Morax, the Rock King, is the oldest existence among the 7 gods. It is rumored that he has the most powerful power among the gods. His original title was Valkyrie. But mortals have never really seen his strength. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see him today. He deserves to be called the existence of the 7 gods just like Lord Barbatos. Listening to Bennett's words, everyone nodded in shock. Only then did they know what the word, God, really represented. Even with their strength at this time, seeing what Zhongli did, they still think it is like a god.
Barbatos, is that the wind god you often talk about? Usopp asked curiously. They all knew that Bennett and Razor came from Mond, and the god Mond believed in was Barbatos, the wind god.
Bennett nodded quickly, his eyes full of longing. The god of wind, Barbatos, is the god of freedom who protects Pimond, and it is said that he is also one of the oldest gods.
Everyone in the Straw Hat group sighed, whether it was Lei Movie or the Yan Wang Dijun at this time, they all acted too terrifying and powerful. It can be said that Zhongli lifted the entire Liyue and walked towards the Grand Line this time. It was a kind of shock. But the effect is obvious. The world government has obviously become much quieter, and even the people in the intelligence organization have withdrawn a little bit. I just don't want to be too obvious, and it will really cause conflicts with the ruling of the 7th world. After all, judging from the strength Zhongli displayed at this time, if he is pushed into a hurry, he really has the power to destroy a country in an instant.
I thought that the guy like Golden Lion who can fly islands into the sky and then fall down to use them as weapons is already very dangerous, but I didn't expect that Zhongli could actually make a country fly.
Just like that, starting from West Blue, Zhongli carried the entire Liyue towards the Grand Line.
When it came to the Red Line, the 5 elders were terrified. Quick! Protect yourself. Protect Lord Celestial Dragons. The entire Holy Land fell into chaos. Countless knights, strong men from the CP organization, and even the admirals transferred from Marine looked at the sky with terrified eyes. I saw the endless land appearing under the clouds in the distance. The territory of the entire Liyue is so large that if it falls, at least the entire Holy Land of Mariajoy is just the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible for the 5 elders to be nervous. If Zhongli put the country down at this time, the entire Holy Land and the Celestial Dragons would be completely finished. 0. Seeking flowers. But when Zhongli came to the Red Line, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in the void. Uranus? Zhongli thought to himself. In Pangu City, although I is still indifferent, but in the depths of his eyes, there is already a dignified look. Advertisement. If Zhongli had any thoughts of dropping Liyue as a bomb, she would drive Uranus immediately. But in fact, is nervous, because for this person, the longer she lives, the more she fears death. For a person like who has survived for 800 years, she is more afraid of death than anyone else, and she is unwilling to lose her current status. So if possible, she doesn't want to talk to the world first. 7 ruling coalitions go to war. Fortunately, Zhongli just passed by the Red Line. It's just because the Red Line is too high, so they can clearly see Liyue in the sky and Zhongli's huge dragon body. Well, it's scary. How can it be so big? The Celestial Dragons was scared to pee, because at such a close distance, they saw Zhongli's huge dragon body, which just happened to circle the entire Liyue, and then relied on the power of the rock element. So as to control gravity and lift the entire country to fly. Compared with Zhongli's dragon body, Kaido's is really a small bug. Under the eyes of everyone, Zhongli finally crossed the Red Line, and then came to an uninhabited sea near Mond. Zhang Lizai chose the place, which is rich in seafood, but because there are no islands in such a vast sea area, no one can develop here, even. Pirates dare not come here casually. After all, if resources such as fresh water, vegetables and fruits cannot be replenished for a long time, it will be fatal in the sea. Therefore, it is best for Zhongli to choose Liyue here. It can strengthen the connection between countries, and at the same time, it can also develop the rich aquatic products here, which will make Liyue more prosperous in the future. 0. Boom. As the Liyue fell, millions of people in the entire Liyue country cheered. My lord. This is the power of the Emperor Rock King, this is the power of God. With Lord Dijun here, no one can hurt us. Zhongli's prestige in Liyue is terrifying. After all, ordinary people in this world live in the heat of water. Unless it is a country or place protected by the strong, otherwise, all you can experience is all kinds of pain. Everything that Kaido did in Wanokuni is too much, right? but this is the real pirate, and there are countless times more pirates than Kaido, countless. But since Zhongli changed the country of flowers to Liyue, the people of this country have lived a happy life. For them, it is Zhongli who is their most respected and beloved rock king and emperor who brought all this. Just as Liyue was falling, a voice suddenly sounded next to Shuangyue Kongying's ear. Ding dong. Congratulations to Liyue for reaching 10% completeness and winning the invincible Qianyan army under the seat of Emperor Yanwang. Shuangyue Kongying was overjoyed, and actually won the Qianyan army. You must know that the Qianyan army followed the Emperor Yan to fight in the north and south, and belonged to the absolute elite. Just look at the weapons of the Qianyan army. All white tasseled guns are standard weapons. This is a 3-star weapon, and it is also a weapon that increases the damage of ordinary attacks. Yu Qianyan army's standard weapon. But the surprise is not over yet. The degree of completion was born after Huzei Palace came out. At that time, Huzei Palace appeared when Daozuma was 10% complete.
Because Liyue's integrity reached 10%, she successfully obtained the Liyue Immortals. As soon as these words came out, Shuangyu Kongying was shocked, Liyue Shenjiang. Then Shuangyu Kongying took a closer look, and it turned out to be the 5 immortals. In fact, there are many immortals in Liyue, such as Chi-Chi is actually an immortal, because she has achieved longevity.
While possessing the power of a fairy, Liyue's all-immortal Yakshas usually refers to the 5 immortals who follow the Emperor Yanwang and the 5 Yakshas.
The words of the 5 immortals are, the true monarch who cuts the moon and builds the sun, the true monarch who manages the water and stacks the mountains, the true monarch who keeps the clouds and borrows the wind, the true monarch who moves the night and guides the sky, and the true monarch who calls the sea and Kixia. Among them, the latter 2 are immortals who have passed away in the world of Tibet. Now, because of Liyue's 10% integrity, these immortals have returned, and at the same time, 2 of them are already dead.
The immortals who passed away. At the same time, the Emperor Zhongli, the Rock King in Liyue territory, sensed several special changes the moment he fell to the ground. In Liyue territory, several mountains suddenly appeared. Ao Zhongshan, Qingyunding and so on. What is this breath? Zhongli's voice actually had some turmoil, because there were several familiar auras, especially 2 of them, which he hadn't felt for many years. You guys are really back. A smile appeared on Zhongli's face, and he disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he came to the cave gate of Aozang Mountain. At this time, beside the stone table, there were a few figures that had transformed into human figures. When Zhongli saw them, Zhongli actually laughed.
Dijun, the wine is just hot, would you like a drink? The person who spoke was a strong man. When Zhongli saw him, his heart was full of waves, just because he was the leader of the innocent king. 066. The 6th straggler of fools, Walnut and Wendy Chizzy. Seek full order, seek more updates. 066. Once because of a great war, Tianang Mountain was about to collapse.
In order to protect the people of Liyue Port, Yishao Dao Tianzhen did one thing, that is, cut off his own antlers and gave them to his friends to support the Tianang Mountain that was about to collapse.
Then he shed the last drop of blood in the battle, and it was rumored that Liyue's clear water river was made of his blood. From here, we can see how powerful Liyue's immortals are. In terms of Tianang Mountain, it towers into the sky, and its location is just behind Liyue Port. If it collapses, the entire Liyue Port will be submerged. Kei Xiaodao Tianzhen can actually support the entire Tianang Mountain with a single antler of his own. One can imagine how huge this antler is.
So the immortals shown in the game are actually not their real bodies. The bodies of the immortals should at least be comparable to the huge mechs and skirmishers Jobin, and may even be larger. That's why Zhongli's mind was quite shaken when he saw Yishao Dao Tianzhen who had passed away. A beautiful woman on the side smiled slightly. He looked at Zhongli and said, "What's wrong with Dijun? Although everyone is not here, if those guys come, my collection of fine wine will not be enough to drink." The one who spoke was true monarch Liyue Borrowing Wind, who was also the master of Shenhe and Ganyu. She has a good relationship with Zhongli, and the reason for this is because of Guimo, because Zhenjun Liyue Borrowing Wind and Guimo were best friends, and there are 3 teacups on the stone table in front of her cave for a long time. Occasionally she would drink with Zhongli, but the extra one would never be used. In fact, that teacup was for the end, but it was gone forever. Hearing Zhenjun Liyue Biangfeng's words, Zhongli came to his senses, and then walked forward slowly. After taking their seats, the 5 immortals and Zhongli raised their wine glasses, and there was a long silence. But suddenly at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded. Ha 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 ha. On the day of 007, the entire population of Liyue Port seemed to be able to hear the loud laughter on the Aozang Mountain. The residents of Liyue were shocked by the sudden appearance of these mountains and the many new buildings in Liyue, and only Ketching knew why. There was a smile on her face. It seemed that the Liyue in this world was more and more like the Liyue in the previous life. It's just more beautiful, and at the same time, there are fewer regrets. In the Tianshu Pavilion of Inazuma, the shadow is not here. She, the general, is really not doing her job properly. It seems that the otaku girl shadow that Ye Shenzi said is indeed true. Since the revival of Huzei Palace, she has been staying at Naruto Shrine. Anyway, Coral Palace Shine and Jujo Sala have handled the Rice Wife's affairs very well.
That's great. If that's the case, maybe Yasha will be able to return soon, right?
Shuangyue withdrew her gaze from Liyue's Aozang Mountain, talking to herself with a smile on her face.
They fought to protect Liyue during the war, but they never experienced the prosperity. In the end, only the youngest Yashadrill survived. If the mandrill is drawn at that time, and he knows that his brothers and sisters can come back, he must be very happy, right?
But today's good news is obviously one after another. With the world government ceding the Grand Line, the development of all countries has begun to accelerate. Ding dong! Congratulations to the Master for reaching 10% of the completion of the Winter Kingdom, and winning the 6th straggler Kingdom of the Fools. Hearing this news, Shuangyue Kongying was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Because the Winter Kingdom has not yet opened in the game, it is estimated that this will be the last country to open, so if you want to get the characters of the Winter Kingdom, you can only look at the development of the country. Now he already has the son of the Fools, Daudalia, and the Lady, Rosalind, and also the elite troops of the Fools, such as the Wind Fist, Thunder Hammer and other ordinary Fools of the Fools Advanced Team. There are also elite dead handlers among Fools, Liyue Warlocks, and Ladies Selling. The strength of the Fools is really no joke. Even the most ordinary soldiers of the Fools are extremely powerful, not weaker than the captain in Marine. Then those elite Fools have the combat power of a general. Not to mention the highest executive officer, even the weakest son Daudalia, now has admiral-level combat effectiveness. Now besides the young master and the lady, he has actually obtained another executive officer, and he is still the 6th seat, which can already be called a demigod. To know the origin of the collapse of the scattered soldiers, it was the failure of the production of General Lei Dian by Lei Film. Although it was a failure, it was just not at the level of General Thunder. According to Lei Movie, General Lei Dian, who has the heart of God, is as powerful as her own. As a defective product, although Gubeng does not have the heart of God, he has the blessings of the evil eye and the eye of God. Even if his overall strength is not as good as the perfect puppet General Raiden, it is only one level weaker. Even if it doesn't reach the level of the 7 gods, it can still be called a demigod, otherwise it won't be Zumi's boss of the week. After all, there are no weak bosses in Jouben, like the Dragon King Ruoduo, who has the Emperor Li who can counter Zhongli. The dependents of the 7 gods are not weak. The most powerful one is the Ruotuo Dragon King, who has the power to compete with the Rock King. Of course, it is limited to being able to compete, and it is impossible to be really stronger than Zhongli, otherwise he would not become Zhongli's family. However, if this guy encounters Ying, what should he do? Shuangyue touched his chin and said. At the same time, the Grand Line arrives in Hakka. Advertisement, brush. In the Hall of the Fools, a figure appeared out of thin air. This hall is the hall where all the executive officers of the Fools appeared, which is also the funeral of the lady in the PV. Scatterers, I didn't expect you to be the new executive officer. The lady was overjoyed when she saw the stragglers, who knew how busy she was for Zedong Kingdom. The son Daudalia is not a reliable guy, he likes to wander in the sea all day long, looking for the strong to challenge. As a result, she was the only one left as the highest executive officer in the entire Jowinder Kingdom, and she was really busy at a time when everything was waiting to be done. So seeing the appearance of skirmishers, she was actually very happy, so at least someone could share some of the burden with her. After all, in her opinion, among the foolish executives, no one is more reliable than the young master's martial idiot. Although in the world of Tivat, stragglers are traitors, but in this world, they will not. After all, the only master of their 7 kingdoms is Shuangyue Kongying. Although they are loyal to their gods believe in Shuangyue Kongying. The relationship between superiors and subordinates is very clear. HMPH, that guy. The skirmisher snorted coldly. As the young master of the Fools, everyone actually has opinions. After all, what this guy likes most is to let go of his responsibilities and challenge the strong. And doing things according to his own preferences, when he meets someone who looks right, he can even ignore his status as an executive officer and let the other party go. By the way ma'am, is that guy here? Skirmisher Gubeng suddenly thought of something, and asked the Lady Rosalind. Ms. Rosalind was taken aback immediately. Who is that guy? That god of Ricewife. The straggler gritted his teeth and said, it seems that he still has a lot of resentment. After all, he was created by Lei Movie. In fact, strictly speaking, he first regarded General Lei as his mother. It's a pity that Lei Movie was trapped in eternity at the beginning, and he only wanted to create the strongest doll that could create eternity. After all, if you are a puppet, you will not be afraid of wear and tear, and you can protect Inazuma forever. Even if it is as strong as the Yanwang Dijun, if he often protects Liyue, one day he will dissipate due to wear and tear, or lose his mind. So many failed products produced at that time were discarded, including the collapse of the scattered soldiers. Lei Movie did not expect that this failed product survived and evolved itself, becoming a perfect doll with its own feelings. In a real sense, he is the most perfect creation of Raiden, just like General Raiden. The difference is that General Raiden has the blessing of God's eye and can exert the power that belongs to Thor, while Gubeng's words are slightly weaker. Of course, those are the worlds of the Tivat world, and in this world, there is no wear and tear. Oh, you mean Inazuma's General Raiden? Lady Rosalind suddenly realized. It's here, and it's the first existence to come to this world. Listening to the words of Ms. Rosalind, the scattered soldiers are about to grit their teeth, but they don't hate it anymore. After all, they are not in the original world, and everything in the Tivat world is in the past. The misunderstanding that should be explained is also explained clearly. However, the stragglers still couldn't forget that Lei Movie abandoned himself. HMPH, let's go to work first, and when I become stronger, I will defeat that old woman myself. The skirmisher said so, then turned around arrogantly and went to perform his task as an executive officer. The fact that the huge mech comparable to the gods can be mixed out shows that skirmishers are very capable in research and development. The country of Zedong is a country with very advanced technology, because they have received the inheritance of Canria, and as the 6th executive officer, the Stragglers, of course, have obtained many key technologies from it. With the addition of Stragglers, the development of the Winter Kingdom will be accelerated, and it will not take long before the executive officers will go to the world one by one. Perhaps when all the executive officers come, their highest Winter Queen will also come to this world, and then the complete Winter Kingdom will be.
At the same time, Lei Yingying, who was far away at Naruto Shrine in Inazuma, suddenly looked in the direction of Zedong Kingdom. Shadow, what's wrong? As a puppet created by himself, Lei Movie is simply too familiar with skirmishers.
A familiar person came to this world. It seems that he is the same as you in the Palace of Solitude. Lei Movie smiled and said that since the resurrection of Huzay Palace, her character has gradually recovered to that of the Demon God period. Back in the Demon God period, my elder sister was as gentle as water, and she was an escaped little girl who liked to fight. Just like Ye Miko said, if she can't eat sweets, she will really cry. With the return of Hujai Palace, she confirmed that her friends and even her sister would gradually return to Dao wife, and her character naturally recovered a lot. Oh, can you tell me? Huzay Palace became interested, and after listening to Lei Movie's explanation, she was taken aback for a while. Ah, so to speak, is that your big brother? Hearing Hujai Palace's words, the corners of Lei Movie's mouth twitched, but strictly speaking, it seemed that what he said was correct. After all, it was the collapse of the scattered soldiers created by myself. You must know that General Thunder and Lightning created it in his own image. Advertisement, but the case of the scattered soldiers was created according to their own ideas, but judging from the eyebrows and hair color of the scattered soldiers, it really has the shadow of Lei Movie. So it seems that it is her son, it seems correct, but the 3 words, good boy, always feel obedient. And that kid, Kenny has always wanted to fight against himself. All in all, he is a filial child. Ha ha ha. If you really come back, you might be surprised to know that you have so big, right? Hujai Palace said with a smile. Lei Movie also smiled, and didn't know when her sister would be able to return. However, she believes that this day will not be far away. After all, if the entire Grand Line is in power, the speed of its development will be greatly accelerated. At the same time, after 12 o'clock in the morning that night, the new card pool finally came. Another day to look forward to. Shuangyue Kongying talked to himself, and then stared at the card pool closely. When the card pool was refreshed, a smile appeared on his face, because this time it was actually a double card pool. First of all, the first card pool to appear is Hu Dao. If Zhongli knows that Hu Dao will come out this time, he should be very happy. After all, to Zhongli, Hu Tiao is actually like a daughter or granddaughter. Because Hu Dao was watched by Zhongli when she grew up. In Hu Dao's memory, Zhongli was there when she was just sensible. When she grew up and became a girl, Zhongli's appearance has never changed. Perhaps Zhongli has been hiding his identity, but Hu Dao has guessed it long ago, but this little girl who seems to be escaping, but is actually very sensible, has been pretending not to know. As for the other pool, it was another surprise for Shuangyu Kongying. Because this pool is actually Barbados, the god of the wind. He established 5 countries at this time. However, the words of the god of fire, god of water and god of ice did not officially appear in the game. Except for them, the gods who have already appeared on the stage have all got it themselves, and there is only one wind god, Barbados, that is, Wendy. Unexpectedly, Wendy's pool is actually turned on now, so Mond finally has a god sitting in charge. Although there are no gods in the Winter Kingdom, who makes the executive officer terrifying and powerful. Especially now that there are more skirmishers after the collapse of the kingdom, the Winter Kingdom is even more terrifying. After all, the skirmishers are the 6th seat. This is already a seat very close to the realm of the gods, and it can be called a demigod exists. Next is pumping. The weapon pool is Goma's staff in the end. Both the character pool and the weapon pool are of high quality. First of all, the shield is known as the strongest long-handled weapon, and its noble blast property makes this weapon very terrifying. The second is the end, which is a super all-around auxiliary weapon. You can increase the Grandmaster, you can also increase the percentage attack power, and the performance in this real world is of course different from that in the game. 4.3 Wendy's terrifying monster gathering moves and black hole-like big moves can easily destroy a country in this world, and at the same time, the huge elemental bonus is not to be underestimated. Look, today's Shuangyue Kongying certainly does not lack rough stones. After all, Bailey is really a number for him at this time. So after spending half an hour, he finally emptied all the pools this time. In addition to Walnut and Wendy, there are several new 4-star characters. The first is Liyue's Condensed Light, Xiangling, followed by Mond's Barbara, Fisher, Diona. Inazuma's Guro, Early Pomelo, Kalai of Sumeru. There are quite a lot of new 4-star characters, and there are very few repetitions. It seems that the luck this time is really good. Shuangyue Kongying thought for a while, and finally pulled the ranks of Hu Dao and Wendy. As for the others, he just pulled a little casually, and it was enough for them to gain about Rear Admiral's combat power. After all, the resources are not enough to fill up just one character. Of course, as time goes by, each character can definitely be filled up. The level of Walnut is 90, the Wand of Huma is 90, and the talent is 666. As for the Holy Relic, Shuangyue Kongying chose the reminiscence cover left over from when he brushed the insulation cover for Thor. Although it is not as good as the Witches, after all, The ultimate move cannot be released easily, but this is reality after all. It is not as deadly as the game's restrictions, if you pay a little attention to the combat skills. This. Still no impact. In order to defeat Kaido to save his life, he painted a lot of resin insulation sleeves. So this set of reminiscences of Hu Dao has actually been kept for a long time. No matter whether Hu Dao comes first or Xiao Gong comes first, this set of reminiscences will be given to both of them. In the future, you can replace the walnut with a witch, and then give this memory to Xiao Gong. Wendy said it was the Four Winds set. As long as it has the effect of that set, it is already invincible, so Xuangyue Kongying casually picked up a set and used it. 067. Walnut and the Straw Hats fight, and the Ningguang Qianyan army debuts. Seek full order, seek more updates. 067 Xuangyue Kongying thought for a while, and instead of directly summoning them to her side, she directly summoned them to their respective countries. Send Fisher, Barbara and Diona to Mond. Ningguang, Xiangling sent to Liyue. Guro and Zhaoyu were sent directly to Coral Palace Shin'e. After all, Guro used to act under the orders of Coral Palace Shin'e as admiral of the rebel army. Kei Lai was sent to Zumi, and currently there are fewer people in Zumi. But on the contrary, Sumeru is actually the country that needs to worry the least, just because the god of Sumeru is the little auspicious grass king. How powerful is the god of grass as a country of gods? It can be said that the most indispensable thing is food. And this sea, because the sea area occupies the largest area, and the pirates are rampant, and the celestial dragons exploit it, so every country is actually extremely short of food. But with the little auspicious grass king in Zumi, the most indispensable thing is food, so all countries have transactions with Zumi. Unknowingly, most of the hundreds of countries in the whole world have reached a deal with Sumeru, and even the world government cannot stop it. After all, they can't say, you all starve to death, and you are not allowed to buy Sumi's food. After the covenant is reached, at least on the surface, the world government and the 7 governing worlds belong to the alliance. If they dare to say so, they will lose credibility in front of the whole world. Therefore, Zumi, who controls the world's food and grass, is the last thing to worry about. After all, if there is a problem with Zumi, many countries in the world will go hungry. The people of those countries don't need the commander of the Revolutionary Army, they can overthrow their royal family by themselves. It is worth mentioning that after the Grand Line was ceded to the 7th world, the alliance countries were also arranged. That is, the incomparably vast 4 seas will hand over many stateless islands under the jurisdiction of the world government to their jurisdiction and continue their country. In the 800-year history, there are not a few countries that have been destroyed, and those countries that were destroyed were either controlled by the new royal family, or they were controlled by the world government. The 4 seas is the largest sea area in the world, so these countries have continued to obtain their own territories when they arrive in the 4 seas, and even because they are not on the Grand Line, they don't worry about pirates so much, and they live a much more carefree life than before. Of course, except for the rich and the nobles, most of the people did not follow them. 06 On Liyue Aozang Mountain, Zhang Li, who was drinking with the immortals, suddenly trembled all over his body. Is that girl here? Zhang Li smiled, and everyone looked at him curiously, only Master Liuyan borrowing the wind suddenly realized. Ah, is that little girl? Ben Xian remembers that when she was young, she came to offer sacrifices to the immortal, and actually said that when the immortal passed away, she would go to the Shengtong to handle the funeral business with her. Listening to what Zhenjun Liuyan borrowed the wind, everyone laughed. Obviously she is a very interesting little girl. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Zhang Li stood up and said that he needed to go back to see his hall master. With a flash of his figure, Zhang Li disappeared in place. At the same time, in Liyue City, the Hall of Rebirth, which had never been opened, was opened. The people of Liyue are all natives of Pirate World, and they are very puzzled about many buildings built by Liyue. These buildings are obviously empty. But the explanation given by Keqing is that there are many strong people in Liyue, but they are not in Liyue for some reasons. This is the residence prepared for them. Seeing the opening of the Pastoral Hall, which had been closed for a long time, many people in Liyue came out to watch curiously. After Hu Dao was summoned, the people from the Hall of Rebirth naturally followed. Wow! So many people! Hurry up! Hurry up! Take out the promotion announcement written by the Hall Master himself. This is New World's first business order. Where's that guy Zhang Li? As my guest at the Hall of Rebirth, did that guy actually go on another errand? A girl with a lively voice jumped out from the Hall of Rebirth. Reddish-brown gradient double ponytails, wearing a Huxia-style dress, with flowers of the other shore and lilies on it, and wearing a Chankin-Tai trigram hat, which was passed down to her by Grandpa Walnut. At first it could cover her entire head, but was changed by Walnut herself the size to put on. There is also a black butterfly on the hat, with plum blossoms on the side, wearing shorts, socks and black shoes, with red strings on the legs, and the slender thighs are full of liveliness. This woman is Hu Dao, the 70th 7th generation Hall Master of the Past Life Hall. If you want to say what is the oldest organization in Liyue, it is definitely the Past Life Hall, and it is even very possible that the Past Life Hall existed before Liyue was established. After all, 77th generation. Even if the average generation is 50 or 60 years old, Tianshan 7th generation is nearly 4,000 years old. So it is understandable why Zhang Li is in the Hall of Rebirth. Maybe there will be a guest named Zhang Li in the Hall of Past Generations in the past dynasties, but the demon god can change his appearance. The appearance of each generation of Zhangliang may be different. Is this the master of the Pastoral Hall? Wow, could it be that my Liyue's powerhouses will gradually come back? I'm really looking forward to it. According to Lord Keqing, I, Liyue, still have immortals. The people in Liyue looked at Hu Dao expectantly. They were all from the pirate world after all, so naturally they had never seen Hu Dao. I saw all the people in the Shangsheng Hall moving their things out, and then Hu Dao jumped out in one step. Hi everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the 7th generation Hall Master, Hu Dao, and today I am going to live the hall is opening. We will hold a grand opening event. Buy 1 get 1 free, buy 2 get 3 free, buy more and get more. Advertisement. As long as everyone handles the business of my rebirth hall, my Hall Master Walnut hereby promises that the third monument will be half price. Hu Dao said loudly, and at the same time moved out the coffin and the tombstone from the Hall of Rebirth. All of a sudden, a dark wind swept through the audience, and the people of Liyue trembled all over. They were not Liyue people from Tivat. They knew what the Hall of Rebirth was, and this was the first time they had heard of such a business. Please, what is the business of the pastoral church? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Hu Dao smiled, his bright face was full of smiles. I have been in the funeral industry for generations, and I have a good reputation in the industry. Please feel free to place your order. My guest, although I see that your face looks radiant, it doesn't look like you need it, but the business is easy to talk about. Let's get ready first, can't we? Hearing Hu Dao's words, the audience exclaimed for a moment, and everyone stepped back several steps in fear. Is this the pastoral hall? It's so scary. At the same time, while Walnut was promoting his own business, the Straw Hats also entered Liyue. They sailed on the Grand Line. Of course they would pass by Liyue, and when they entered Liyue, they happened to meet Chi-Chi. At this moment, Chi-Chi was eye to eye with Brook. Chi-Chi, let me introduce you, this is Brook. Nami hugged Chi-Chi and said, Chi-Chi was with Shuangyue Kongying back then, of course they knew each other, and as for Brook, he just joined their team. After all, the plot of this world has changed a long time ago. During the Summit War period, the members of the Straw Hats, except for Bennett and Lazy, only had Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Robin. Now, Frankie and Brook are added. Are you a zombie too? Chi-Chi looked at Brook in front of her and asked. She had forgotten about Nami and others, but her intuition told her that these were not bad people, but friends they had known before. Except for Shuangyue Kongying and Hu Dao, Chi-Chi basically doesn't remember anyone. Oh ho 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 ho, I'm not a zombie, I'm a skeleton. Listening to Brook's words, Chi-Chi's eyes unexpectedly lit up. Wow. Seeing her cute look, Robin couldn't help it and said directly to Nami. Nami-chan, can I give you a hug? Unexpectedly, Nami refused, and the two women began to fight each other in order to compete for Chi-Chi. A group of people walked towards Liyue Ne while making noise, looking at the bustling Liyue port. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This is under the rule of the 7 gods. Compared with the country they have seen before, it is simply more prosperous. Oh. Hey, what is that doing? Luffy suddenly exclaimed, and then ran over. Everyone quickly followed, and then came to the gate of the Hall of Death, and saw the walnuts who were selling business. Wow. What a beautiful young lady. Sanji's eyes instantly turned into peach hearts, and he was about to rush forward. And at this moment, Walnut's nose moved, and suddenly the light in his eyes flashed. 7-7. Her voice resounded throughout the audience, and Chi-Chi, who was surrounded by Nami's chest, suddenly trembled. What is this familiar voice? She turned around in horror, and immediately saw Walnut rushing towards him with a goma stick. Ah! Hurry up, take Chi-Chi and run. If you want to say who Chi-Chi is most afraid of, it must be Hu Dao. She can forget anyone, but she will never forget Hu Dao. People in Liyue Port often see Hu Dao chasing Chi-Chi in the streets and alleys, constantly shouting to send Chi-Chi to rebirth in bliss. Of course, Hu Dao doesn't do this anymore. In fact, the reason why she rushed over was because she saw Chi-Chi being robbed by Nami and Robin. She thought it was a bad guy. But Chi-Chi obviously forgot this point, only thinking that Hu Dao came to catch her. So this also caused the members of the Straw Hats to change their faces instantly, and they also misunderstood that Walnut was the enemy. An enemy? Sanji's face was serious for a moment. He is actually a very reliable person, but he didn't do anything because he wouldn't do anything to a lady. But Luffy and Zoro had no psychological pressure, and they ejaculated instantly. Ape King Spear, 3,000 troubled winds. Both of them could sense the powerful aura of Hu Dao, so they were ready to fight when they came up. Hu Dao's eyes flashed brightly. You must know that her character level and weapon level are all full, and her talent is still 666. In terms of strength, it is not weaker than Admiral. After all, Hu Dao is a character with a ceiling of the fire system. Holding the supermodel artifact, the Jingwu Goma staff, is extremely terrifying. Boom! With a loud noise, Hu Dao actually blocked the attack of Luffy and Zoro with one shot. Although the two of them are just a small test, it is enough to show the strength of Hu Dao. After all, Luffy and Zoro at this time have Admiral-level combat power. Advertisement, see Gui, she is so powerful. Luffy's eyes are full of light. After all, after obtaining the God's Eye and the Thunder God version Haki, the strength of Luffy and others is on the sea, and it is rare to meet a strong person who can compete. Now meeting Walnut, Luffy and Zoro are of course excited. Yeah, very powerful, Zoro also said solemnly, because he saw the relaxed expression on Walnut's face. You must know that at this time, Hu Dao didn't even activate the E-skill butterfly leading the next life. Only the Walnut with the E-skill turn on is the real ceiling of the fire system. Just when Luffy and Zoro were ready to release their ultimate move, a voice sounded. Little Walnut, don't fight with others. As soon as this remark came out, Hu Dao's whole body shook instantly, the goma stick in his hand turned into golden light and slowly dissipated, and then he turned around in a daze. When she saw the figure at the gate of the Hall of Rebirth, Hu Dao burst into tears instantly. Grandpa. Hu Dao burst into tears, she never thought that her grandpa would come to this world with her. When Grandpa died in Tivat world, she went to the place of death alone, and wanted to meet Grandpa, but she didn't. Unexpectedly brought to this new world, she actually saw her grandfather, and he was still alive. In fact, when the Hall of Rebirth appeared, Hu Dao's grandfather also appeared, but Hu Dao didn't notice it. She was excited to come out to open a big bargain, and didn't go to the backyard to see it. With a sprint, Hu Dao threw herself directly into Grandpa's arms, crying unceasingly. And a tall and slender man also walked out of the Shangsheng Hall. This person is Zhang Li. Just now he had been chatting with Hu Dao's grandfather inside for a while, and came here after hearing the sound of fighting outside. At the same time, the surrounding Liyue people all dispersed. After all, the two sides had fought for a short time just now, and the atmosphere was very terrifying. Someone had already informed Qianyan army. Okay, be good, little walnut, isn't Grandpa already back?
Hu Dao's grandfather smiled and said, live a new life. And although he looks old, in this world, the god's eye seems to have exerted a more terrifying 540 power, allowing him to live a lot longer.
Hu Dao popped his head out of his grandfather's arms, and then saw Zhang Li next to him. Zhang Li, where did you go? You're not here for the opening ceremony. You know, this is the first business of our Shangshengtang in New World. Did you secretly go to drink tea again? We just arrived in this world and we don't have the money to pay you in the Hall of Death. Hu Dao said so, but her eyes were full of joy. After all, after her grandfather passed away, the person who had been with her was Zhang Li. The corner of Grandpa Hu Dao's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Zhang Li quietly, and found that Zhang Li's expression was flat, with a smile and doting on his brows. He was relieved at the moment. It seems that the emperor did not blame him. Hey, are you still fighting? Luffy's voice sounded. The girl suddenly hit them just now. Why didn't she hit them now? Zhang Li looked at Luffy and the others, and his eyes flashed, because Shuangyue Kongying told him that Luffy and the others are the protagonists of this world, and they can be understood as the people of heaven. At this moment, there was a sound of orderly footsteps, and then hundreds of thousands of rock troops attacked. Holding all white tasseled guns in his hands, he exudes an elite aura, which makes the Straw Hats wait for him.
Da da da. Then there was a sound of footsteps, and a tall, white-haired, beautiful woman with a purple dress and cat ears walked slowly. Wow, Sanji was critically attacked in an instant. Is this Liyue a paradise? Why are there so many beauties? The ones who came were Ning Guang and Kei Qing. Both of them glanced at Zhang Li quietly, but they didn't reveal Zhang Li's identity, but looked at everyone in the Straw Hat group.
Everyone, this is Liyue, a place where private fighting is prohibited. Since you didn't cause any damage, I will warn you once. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me, Liyue. When Ning Guang said this, the surrounding Liyue people were stunned, only to hear Kei Qing's voice. This is one of the 7 stars of the moon, Tianchuan star Ningguang, who is in charge of managing everything about Liyue. Listening to Kei Qing's words, the audience exclaimed, it's such a big man.
Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others were even more frightened. The beautiful big sister who said these words seems to be very fierce, and she is a big shot.
Sorry, they apologized quickly, because at this time, everyone except Luffy and those idiots could see that they were not enemies. Then Ningguang left with Qianyan army, and she came to this world, so naturally she has to develop Liyue as soon as possible, if this is what she is most interested in. It can be said that Mengdu has the chin, Liyue has the light, and Daochi has the 9 saras. They are all doing things with their hearts, unlike some gods who like to wander in the world and don't do business. In order to express his apology, Walnut invites everyone from the Straw Hats to visit the Hall of Rebirth. Of course they have no objection, after all, they're too interested in a country like Liyue, and Hu Dao is also the owner of the God's Eye, and with such a powerful strength, they are naturally willing to know more news. At the same time, Wendy Barbados on the other side also came to Mond. 068. Create the Adventurers Association, everyone in the Straw Hats exclaims. Seek full order, seek more updates. 068. Wow, it's so lively. A singing figure came to the free city state of Mond, because Mond is a free city state, and many people who have been persecuted by the nobles are willing to come here. Here, as long as you are willing to work, you can have enough food and clothing, and there is a powerful West Wind Knights, which can give people a full sense of security. So what led to Mond is actually the most lively and prosperous place among the surrounding countries. Because this is a free city state, as long as you enter the range of Mond and don't do anything, no one will care about you even if you are a pirate. Dust 7 is in power in this alliance, but it can share the sea equally with the world government, unless it is a fool, otherwise, who would dare to do things on Mond's territory?
Hey, Cattail Tavern. Wendy's eyes lit up immediately. She never thought that she would be lucky enough to continue to drink wine at the Cattail Tavern when she first came to this world.
At that moment, Wendy pushed the door open and entered, but there were 2 people arguing inside. One is the petite and lovely Diona, and the other is Diona's father. Ah, no, I hate wine. Diona said loudly that she hates wine, but she has a super terrifying talent, that is, as long as the wine she mixes, it must be an unimaginable wine. Even if she came here randomly and performed all kinds of chemical experiments like deadly bartending, she could inexplicably turn it into an extremely delicious wine. Now that Mond came to Pirate World, Diona certainly didn't want to continue to be a bartender. But at this time her father said, Diona, we don't have any deposits. If we want to live in Mond, the Cattail Tavern will continue. Hearing her father's words, Diona felt helpless immediately, but she had already made up her mind that after earning enough money, she would go back to her old business and destroy Mond's wine business. Alcohol should never exist. Diona, bring me a glass of wine. Wendy said with a smile. Diona turned around immediately and immediately gritted her teeth. Singer. It's you drunkard again. Diona didn't like alcoholic beverages, and the most annoying thing was naturally alcoholics. Unfortunately, Wendy in front of her was a super alcoholic in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Wendy sat down without paying attention. Although Diona was cursing, she still brought him a glass of wine. Huh, as expected, it is Diona's fine wine. It really makes people linger. Wendy said with a smile, but then he was embarrassed because he couldn't escape the money. In the Tivat world, Mora couldn't be taken out. In this world, the work has not yet started, so there is no Bailey. You be asterisk 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 D, you won't be asking for credit again, will you? Diona said angrily. But at this moment, the door of the Cattail Tavern was pushed open, and Shin walked in slowly. I paid his money. Looking at Shin in front of her, Diona snorted at Wendy, and when Diona went to work, Shin came to Wendy and said respectfully. Master Barbados, you are finally here. According to Mondine, there are not many people who know Wendy's identity. Both Shin and Wendy knew that, except for the two of them, even if they knew, they might all be pretending not to know. When Wendy came to this world, Shin could sense the appearance of Function's breath, so she came to the Cattail Tavern immediately. After all, because of the Function's love for fine wine, she must appear here. There's no need for Chin, I'm Wendy, the bard from Mond City. Listening to Wendy's words, Chin also smiled slightly. She didn't stay for long, but after giving Wendy some Baileys from this world, she left the Cattail Tavern. Mond is a free city-state. Even the Wind God is free. He came here just to pay respects to the Wind God, and other things are still the same as before. Wendy was happy and relaxed. He didn't stay in Mond for a few days before leaving Mond, planning to travel around the world. Actually, without knowing Wendy, even Zhongli had the idea of traveling the world. The only ones who are willing to stay at home are probably the house girl Liyue and Naxida, who has not grown up yet. Sumeru has not many people, and Sano has to be busy with a lot of things by himself now, so Nishida will not run around casually, making the work more difficult for Sano. At the same time, in Liyue City. Wow, is this the Wanmanju? Luffy looked at the Wanmantang in front of him and said excitedly. Because when I was in the past life hall, Hu Dao suddenly said that her friend Xiangling is a very good chef. Luffy didn't feel sleepy when he heard the food, so he immediately took everyone to Wanmantang, planning to try Xiangling's delicious food. But when everyone entered the Wanman Hall, they were all stunned. There were actually 3 people sitting in the Wanman Hall. Ah, Your Excellency Xuangyue, Nami exclaimed. It is true that the person sitting in Wanman Hall at this time is Xuangyue Kongying, and beside him are Lei Yingying and Heze Palace. Hu Dao and other people from the Tivat world hurriedly saluted. Master Tianli. Advertisement Xuangyue Kongying's identity has been exposed, and she is in charge of the heavenly principles governing the 7 worlds. It can be said that her status is like the 5 elders, in charge of everything in the Grand Line. Of course, strictly speaking, the status of the 7 gods should be compared to the 5 elders, and Xuangyue Kongying should be compared to I Am. However, in this world, there are only a handful of people who know the existence of I Am. Yo, you're here. Xuangyue Kongying smiled slightly. When he got Xiangling, he naturally couldn't hold back, and directly brought Lei Movie and Heze Palace to Liyue, ready to enjoy Xiangling's cooking skills. Nami and the others were a bit cautious, but Luffy, Zoro and these 2 guys didn't know what it meant to be shy, and they just took their seats right now. Among them, Zoro also took a respectful glance at Raymond. After all, his god's eye was bestowed by Raymond himself. When the man was seated, a young girl came out from the back kitchen, carrying 2 dishes at the same time. Serve. When seeing Xiangling, Hu Dao was overjoyed immediately. Xiangling. When Hu Dao was in Liyue, she didn't have many friends, mainly because of her industry and Hu Dao's personality, which made her have no close friends. Only Xiangling is different. Although she is also frightened by Hu Dao, she never hates Hu Dao because of this. Crispy rice, and at this moment, a round creature stopped Hu Dao and stared at her vigilantly. Hu Dao laughed out loud at the moment. This creature is Rice Crust, and its body is Liyue's stove demon god. But now he is Xiangling's partner, because Hu Dao likes to scare Xiangling, so every time he will stand up for Xiangling. Liyue's food is all Huxia cuisine. In this world of pirates, it is a novelty. So when they tasted that Xiangling's cooking was fine, everyone exclaimed. It's delicious. Hearing everyone's compliments, Xiangling said to Hu Dao with a smile on her face. There are too many unknowns in this world, and there are creatures called Sea Kings, so I want to look around and search for some ingredients I have never seen before. Does Walnut want to come with me? Xiangling looked at Hu Dao and asked. When she was in Tivat world, in order to improve her culinary skills, she would also visit various countries to find ingredients she had never seen before. Now that I have come to a new world, and there are countless creatures in this world that I have never heard of course I have to take a good look. Hu Dao looked excited, and then looked at Zhongli and his grandfather. Grandpa Hu Dao didn't speak, but looked at Zhongli, who saw Zhongli smile. Let me go with you, as the guest minister of the Hall of Rebirth. Of course I have the important task of protecting the Hall Master. Hearing Zhongli's words, Hu Dao said disdainfully. TCH, You are a guy who knows to listen to Mr. Yun's plays all day long, but never pays. I think I am protecting you? Hearing Hu Dao's words, the corners of Grandpa Hu Dao's mouth twitched, but seeing Zhang Li enjoying it, he felt relieved. But Shuangyue Kongying, Lei Movie and Hu Jai Palace almost laughed out loud. Even if it's Shuangyue Kongying aside, both of them can see Zhang Li's identity. After all, no matter if it's Lei Movie or Hu Jai Palace, they are also demon gods during the War of Demon Gods. And Morax, the god of war among the demon gods, how could they not know? Even if his face has changed, he can recognize it from his breath. Therefore, everyone didn't take Hu Dao's words to heart. With the god tier Zhang Li following, there was probably no one in this world who could threaten the two little girls. Mr. Yun? Robin was puzzled, and asked Walnut about it. But he heard a voice outside the door. Mr. Yun is the current head of my Liyue Opera Club, Yunhan Society, a famous actor in Liyue Opera who combines drama and singing skills. Liyue's opera is elegant and soft, just like the person, perhaps it can be described as our Mr. Yun. It was Kei Qing who spoke, and she came with Ning Guang. After all, Shuangyue Kongying came to Liyue, and after Qian Yanjun reported, they would of course come to see her. Wow, it's amazing, opera? I've never heard of it, I really want to see it. So, is this Mr. Yun a young lady? The name Mr. is really interesting, I really want to see it. Everyone in the straw hats said expectantly. Ning Guang walked in with Kei Qing, and said to everyone with a smile. The Yunhan Society has not yet opened, and Mr. Yun is not in Liyue now. If Mr. Yun comes in the future, you can come and see Mr. Ku's masterpiece. Everyone in the straw hat group nodded repeatedly. This Liyue is so interesting. Whether it is the overall style or the characteristics, they have never seen it before, and they have never even heard of it in the sea. The slender Ningguang brought Keqing to Shuangyue Kongying. Master Tianli. Shuangyue Kongying looked at Ningguang in front of him and smiled immediately. This Ningguang is a strange person. When he was young, he was an orphan, but he forcibly relied on his own ability to become the richest man in Liyue, and finally became the Lord of the Seven Stars. But she is really obsessed with making money, because when she got the God's Eye, she was even going to sell it, but no matter how she sold it, after the God's Eye left a certain distance, they will automatically return to her side. Advertisement. Ningguang, now after you take over Liyue, the maritime trade of the 7 ruling countries in the world must be improved as soon as possible. Connect the entire Grand Line countries with maritime trade, so that the people can live a more prosperous life. Shuangyue Kongying said so. Hearing Shuangyue Kongying's words, Ningguang bowed and nodded. Although she likes money, she is not a miser. In order to protect Liyue, he can even destroy the entire canoe pavilion. You must know that the construction of canoe pavilion cost incalculable. So Ningguang is worthy of Liyue 7. The name of the star. Ningguang and Kei Qing are very busy, after all they're the 7 stars of Liyue, in charge of Liyue's military affairs and government affairs. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal, and suddenly Shuangyue thought of something. Backquote by the way, Straw Hat Crew, the 7 kingdoms that I rule in the world, but there is a new thing, maybe you will be interested. Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's words, Luffy and others became interested, and saw Shuangyue Kongying talking to them. Come with me. After leading them to the street of Liyue, they walked towards a building in the central area of Liyue. In front of the shop, stood a very beautiful woman. Ah, beautiful lady, may I know your name? Sanji rushed out in an instant, and asked the dignified smiling woman in front of him. When Nami was furious and was about to punch Sanji, who knew that the woman's expression did not change, and she said with a smile. Hi, I'm Guy Celine from the Adventurers Association, welcome to come, are you going to be an adventurer? Everyone was stunned, they actually answered Sanji? And Sanji was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. This lady, it seems that something is not quite right. Listening to Sanji's words, Shuangyue Kongying smiled slightly and came in front of Guy Celine. Master Tianli. Guy Celine saluted respectfully, Shuangyue Kongying smiled and nodded, and said to everyone. This is Guy Celine, a bionic doll from the Winter Kingdom, and also the receptionist of the Adventurer Agreement. That's right, Shuangyue Kongying rebuilt the Adventurers Association in One Piece World, an organization from the Winter Kingdom. Because of getting the 6th seed of the Fools, the Scattered Kingdom Bang, it is easy to do this. After all, the Scattered Country Bang itself is a puppet created by the gods. Therefore, his technical ability in this kind of creation can be said to be second only to Lei Movie. You must know that the skirmishers built a super mecha for themselves. It is said that the strength of the skirmishers at that time had reached the level of a real god. Of course, he may have boasted a little, but he definitely has a demigod attitude. He came out and made some of Guy Serene's words, and kept it simple. Different from the game, each country is very large and has many towns, so Shuangyue Kongying asked the stragglers to place a Guy Celine in the main cities of the current 5 countries. Take a shop in a prime location and turn it into a reception point for the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association? Everyone in the Straw Hat Group, Monos, looked at Shuangyue Kongying and asked curiously. Shuangyue Kongying nodded. In fact, this was thought of a long time ago, but with the acquisition of the entire Grand Line now, this idea can come into reality. Although most pirates burn, kill, and loot, there are also adventurer pirates like you who focus on taking risks and are willing to help others. Now all the countries and islands in the Grand Line have been integrated and become the 7 countries that I rule in the world. So I will set up an adventurer association in the main city of each country. The hostel will publish the entrustment needs of various citizens. Then pirates like you can also accept these commissions along the way during the voyage, in exchange for rewards. Listening to Shuangyue Kongying's words, everyone in the straw hats suddenly realized. Everyone quickly looked behind Guy Celine. At this time, on the huge taskbar, there were task entrustments from the entire Mond. Go to Com Belt to hunt a sea kings over 10 meters long. Liyue General Affairs Department. Go to the underwater dragon palace and pick some deep sea moss to brew fine wine. Liyue City East Restaurant, close black lens bracket. Recently, the Bloody Hands pirates, who have a total reward of 120 million, attacked Liyue's shipping caravan, capturing or killing members of the Bloody Hands pirates. Liyue General Affairs Department. There are all kinds of commissions, ranging from catching or killing some powerful pirates to small helpers. As for the rewards, they are mostly Bailey's or Liyue special products, etc. See Gui. That's amazing, Luffy said Jun with glowing eyes. Nami has even become a money fan. They used to be pirates and they couldn't exchange bounties. But it's different now. With Luffy's strength, some pirates who offer a reward of hundreds of millions are no match at all. Let these guys do tasks for a few days, wouldn't they be able to make a fortune directly? Shuangyue Kongying looked at the excited Straw Hats and said with a smile. Not only that, becoming an adventurer can also buy various special items. For example, dolls with powerful combat power, or special alchemy potions, etc. Advertisement 069. Luffy and others register as adventurers and change the world from here. Seek full order, seek more updates. 069 Everyone in the Straw Hat group took a closer look, and then their eyes lit up. Of course, this adventurer level cannot be determined according to the game, so Shuangyue Kongying directly divides it according to the star level. A total of 5 levels of adventurers, from 1 star to 5-star adventurers. Then Guy Celine began to slowly explain the difference in adventurer levels. A 1-star adventurer is eligible to buy 1-star healing food, 1-star weapon, 1-star alchemy medicine machine, and 1-star holy relic. Holy relic. What is this? Listening to Guy Celine's words, everyone in the Straw Hats was stunned. Even Hu Dao and the others looked at Shuangyue Kongying, because the words of the holy relic have always been the biggest secret of the 7 ruling alliances in the world. Shuangyue Kongying can use 3-star weapons to trade with the Revolutionary Army, but the existence of the holy relic has never been exposed. It's not that it can't be exposed, but there is no need to expose it, mainly because at the beginning, the 1-star to 3-star holy relics were used as dog food. Now, with the passage of time, the characters under his hands have gradually been replaced with 5-star relics. From now on, even 4-star relics will no longer be used. This is equivalent to a version change. After all, after a certain amount of resources and holy relics have been accumulated, even if a new character is drawn, there will be barely usable 5-star holy relics. So Shuangyue Kongying will use the holy relics starting from 1 star as the resources of the Adventurers Association. The holy relic is actually this. I saw Bennett beckoning, and a set of clan suits flew out from his body. For a character like Bennett who graduated with a simple job, Shuangyue Kongying had already put on a set of 5-star clan suits. This is my holy relic family set. It is a set of 5-star holy relics. Its function can increase the damage of my elemental explosion, and it can also increase the attack version of all teammates by 20%. Listening to Bennett's words, everyone in the Straw Hats suddenly realized. People with God's Eye can comprehend multiple skills, among which the unification that does not consume elemental power is elemental combat skills, such as Zoro's various fancy moves. The one that needs to consume elemental energy is the elemental burst. After the elemental energy is exhausted, it will not affect one's physical strength and combat effectiveness. It is only necessary to accumulate elemental energy again before the second elemental burst can be released. This is where the owner of the Eye of God is powerful. Elemental explosions usually have extremely terrifying power, but the current Straw Hats have not yet developed their own elemental explosion skills. After all, an explosion of elements like Bennett that can increase the attack power of teammates, recover injuries and physical strength is simply magical. 310. Wow. Why didn't you tell me this? Luffy exclaimed, and then looked at Bennett resentfully. Bennett was embarrassed for a while Shuangyue Kongying beside him explained with a smile. Because Bennett and the others are from the Tivat continent, we hadn't established a firm foothold at the time, so we couldn't expose them casually, but it doesn't matter now. What Shuangyue Kongying said was true or false. Anyway, when they asked about Dawat, they explained it as a hidden place, like Bennett and the others grew up and were born there. Then Guy Celine continued. For 2-star adventurers, the items that can be exchanged will be upgraded to 2-star items, whether it is various weapons or holy relics. About the comparison of weapons, the 1-star weapons from the Adventurers Association can be compared with Liang Kuei knife just by looking at the sharpness. A 2-star weapon is compared to a large knife, and a 3-star weapon is compared to a supremely fast knife. This is just pure sharpness, because generally 3-star weapons will have special effects, which will greatly increase their own combat power. Listening to Guy Celine's words, everyone suddenly realized that the weapons that Bennett gave to Nami and others before were all 3-star weapons from Tivat. What about the 4-star weapon? Is its sharpness surpassed by the Supreme Sword? Zoro asked quickly. Lei Zi directly took out his Yukai and said to Zoro and others. This is a 4-star weapon, and there are many, many weapons of this level. Everyone was shocked. They knew about the Yukai in Lei Zi's hand and the West Wind Sword in Bennett's hand. At that time, Zoro thought that these 2 weapons belonged to the Supreme Sword, but he did not expect that they were only 4-star weapons, and their sharpness surpassed that of the Supreme Sword. Since Zoro doesn't have the Supreme Razor himself, he doesn't know how sharp the Supreme Razor is. In fact, the weapons of One Piece world, on the whole, are not too outrageous. Even if it is a demon sword, or a weapon like Yanmo, it will only increase the power of Haki's attack because of the weapon's characteristics. But the weapons in the original God world all have special effects. In terms of sharpness alone, the sharpness of Samsung's weapons can be compared to the Supreme Sharp Knife, which is certain. After all, whether it is Hawkeye's Black Knife or Whitebeard's Kongyunki, Xuangyue Kongying has seen its sharpness before. And their Supreme Sharp Sword has no special function, its power actually comes from the swordsman. In Xuangyue Kongying's view, the difference between weapons of various grades, such as the Supreme Big Fast Knife, Large Block Knife, and Good Fast Knife, lies in the degree of sharpness and the degree of increase in the performance of Haki. Advertisement, that's all, no amount of effect will be lost. For a swordsman like Zoro, it is of course a good thing to have more powerful weapons. As for the 3-star weapon, he might not change it easily because of his special feelings for Hidao, but if he could replace it with 3 4-star weapons, Zoro would be excited right away. After all, they have seen Lei Zi's Yukai and Bennett's West Wind Sword before, even Zoro is envious. This is what Xuangyue Kongying said for the Adventurers Association. As long as you become a 1-star adventurer of the Adventurers Association, you will be eligible to buy a 1-star relic. A 2-star adventurer corresponds to a 2-star relic, a 3-star corresponds to a 3-star relic, a 4-star corresponds to a 4-star relic, and a 5-star corresponds to a 5-star relic. Even for 5-star adventurers, those who do not have the eyes of gods will automatically get the gaze of the gods and thus obtain the eyes of gods. In fact, this is Xuangyue Kongying's transformation of the world, because in this world, pirates have existed since ancient times, and the sea is too vast. Even the world government cannot know any corner of this sea, and there are too many secrets buried as well as treasures, these need someone to explore and discover. Therefore, it is impossible to cut off the people who go to sea, and some people will even keep going forward and succeeding. If this is the case, it is better to change the nature of pirates, so the Adventurers Association was born. Most importantly, Xuangyue Kongying has absolute control. Xuangyue Kongying can freely control all the things obtained from the Tivat world game. Such as holy relics, such as the weapons obtained by praying, as well as the potions taken out in the game, healing food, boosting food and so on. In addition to being in this world, things like gasoline built by skirmisher Gubeng himself, as long as they are taken out of the game, Xuangyue Kongying can control them. For example, if he gave Luffy a set of holy relics, if he wanted to take them back one day, it would be a matter of thought, and he could take them back. There are also those weapons sold to the dragon. Although they are only 3-star weapons, Xuangyue Kongying can recycle them at any time as long as he wants, and then decompose them into his own concentrate. It is because of this that he calmly built the Adventurers Association. Even if someone really becomes a 5-star adventurer and exchanges for a 5-star relic, Xuangyue Kongying can take it back at any time, even if that person is I am. Think about it, with the passage of time, the powerful people on this sea are all members of the Adventurers Association, and the God's eyes, holy relics, and weapons that give them great power are all bestowed by themselves. Is it the same as being in control? If anyone dares to be disobedient, he can take back everything he owns at any time, which is absolute control. Luffy, sign up, I want to be an adventurer, Zoro said with bright eyes. He is too greedy for weapons and holy relics. It is worth mentioning that the highest weapon is only 4-star, because 5-star will not appear again after the 5-star. As for weapons below 4 stars, there is no limit, and there is no way to do that. After all, there is a huge gap between 5-star weapons and 4-star weapons, especially in reality. 5-star weapons are really magical weapons. For example, if Zoro holds Xuangyue Kongying's Jing Wu Feng Eagle Sword, his combat power may be multiplied several times. In fact, not only Zoro, even Luffy was moved. No, these weapons are only swords, long spears, giant swords, bows and arrows, and magic weapons, etc. I can't use these, I use my fists. Luffy said worriedly, but Frost laughed softly. How come, if you use your fist, you can use a weapon, Agab? Listening to Xuangyue Kongying's words, Luffy's eyes lit up. At this time, Xuangyue Kongying also thought of a character in Yuanshan, Kanoin Haizang. In Xiao Lu's case, he used magic weapons, but his fighting method was fists. Once you charge up your fist, you can literally hit the air every second of every second. Its damage multiplier is super high, and it is also very refreshing to fight. And this is the real world. Strictly speaking, there are no restrictions on weapons. The difference lies in what weapons you are used to. Like the young master, what he wears is a bow and arrow, but when fighting, this guy fights with pure water 2-handed swords that are directly condensed. Strictly speaking, what really matters is the weapon's attack power bonus, as well as the special effect. I saw Bennett stand up, looked at Luffy and said, I don't use the West Wind Sword, but any attack I make casually can get the super attack power and special effect bonus of the West Wind Sword. While speaking, Bennett punched the air, and there was a terrifying tearing sound, and everyone in the Straw Hats exclaimed. In fact, this is a hidden special effect, only weapons from the original gods can do it, and this alone can attract many people. See Gui, in that case, I will also get a magic weapon. Luffy said so, and even tried it with the help of Nami's Tulong. Although the Tulong is an auxiliary weapon, the attack power added by the main entry is indeed a huge bonus. Luffy punched out, and sure enough, he felt that his strength had increased by several layers, and he was even more excited at the moment. They are currently registered as adventurers with Guy Serene. Congratulations on becoming adventurers, your current level is a trainee adventurer. Guy Celine said with a smile. Xuangyue Kongying explained on the side.
If you want to become a one-star adventurer, you need to perform several tasks. After all, if anyone registers and can directly exchange for the purchase of holy relics, it will be too cheap.
Advertisement Xuangyue Kongying said so. Unlike Yuanshan's 1-star and 2-star weapons, holy relics, even 1-star holy relics, have set effects. Immediately, Luffy and the others accepted a few tasks and left Liyue port excitedly. The characters they take on include fighting pirates, as well as capturing or killing sea kings and exotic beasts. For their strength, this should be very simple, presumably it will not take long for their adventure level to be raised. And things like this happen all over the Grand Line. Based on strong strength and groups of strong men, the secular 7th ruling alliance easily controlled the entire Grand Line. At the same time, Xuangyue Kongying dispatched the Lady Rosalind. The Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water were formed. Although there are no roles for these two countries yet, the countries can be established first, and then the framework can be established. The advent of the Adventurers Association has attracted the attention of the entire Grand Line. Holy Relic, what is that? Hiss. Someone has exchanged for a 1-star Holy Relic, and it's just one that has actually increased a lot of strength. Oh my god. The Holy Relics are said to be in sets, and the difference in star rating is huge. I want to become an adventurer, I want to become a high-level adventurer, and the Adventurer Association also said that if you can become a 5-star adventurer, you can directly get the Eye of God. In addition, it can only depend on luck to get the attention of the gods. All of a sudden, the entire Grand Line became a sensation, and countless people and powerful people registered as adventurers, especially bounty hunters on the sea. The words of these guys are to hunt pirates for a living, and now they become adventurers, no different from before, and even get more benefits, not just money.
Because the Adventurer Association completes the task, not only can get the commission money from the employer, but also can get contribution points. And the contribution points of the Adventurers Association can be used to purchase weapons, holy relics, and potions from the Tivat continent within the Adventurers Association. At the same time, the words of Tivat continent have spread all over the world, and the most frightening thing is the world government, just because they don't have the slightest information about this place. This made doubt in his heart. Could it be that this place existed 800 years ago, or even earlier? Only by mastering extremely powerful power can we remain undiscovered by the world. I am still willing to believe this, because she can secretly control the world government for 800 years, there is a place that exists earlier than the world government, it seems that there is no. Is unacceptable. Every time he thinks of this, becomes more vigilant towards Xuangyue Kongying and the 7 rulers of the world. While all the forces were waiting and watching, a big force suddenly registered as an adventurer. This day Liyue came to a powerful pirate group, it is the Roger Pirate Group. Despite Rayleigh's call, the Roger Pirates returned, and although Ace did not take over as the new captain, they still did not disband. Just because Rayleigh had a new goal, and the advent of the Adventurers Association, he naturally responded immediately, because in this case, he could be regarded as a sideways refuge in the 7th world. Waiting for the official war between the world's 7 rulers and the world government, their Roger Pirates will be among them. Rayleigh. Just when Roger and others came to the Adventurers Association, a voice of surprise sounded, and he turned around and immediately saw everyone in the straw hats. Several days have passed since becoming an adventurer. These days, they have completed tasks everywhere, and now everyone has accumulated a lot of adventurer experience points. Coming back now is to pay the mission and increase the adventurer level at the same time. Yo, it's Luffy. The members of the Roger Pirates are quite familiar with Luffy and the others, and everyone started chatting now. Knowing that Luffy and the others are here to upgrade the adventurer level, they are full of anticipation right now. Quick, let me see and see. Listening to Rayleigh's words, Luffy smiled, and then led the crowd forward. Everyone starts to pay their own quest items. The Adventurers Association has a rule that the quest must be completed by yourself, and then the payment will be counted as experience value, otherwise it will not be counted, or may even be punished. In order to implement this rule, Frost uses the air to burn and even asked the little grass god Naxida to create the void terminal of Shure. Every adventurer will have it, not only to facilitate them to consult various information, receive information on it, chat with each other, and so on. It can even be used to supervise them to complete tasks, and to provide new intelligence information in real time when catching pirates and other tasks. Therefore, no one will falsely claim the task, and the powerful will level up faster, while the weaker will naturally be slower. 070. The Straw Hats purchased holy relics, and Admiral was added to the Marine World conscription. Seek full order, seek more updates. 070. When everyone in the Straw Hats walked up to Guy Celine, Luffy said loudly to Guy Celine. Guy Celine, we're submitting a mission. Seeing Luffy and others, Guy Celine showed a formula, smile. To the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Association. As soon as this remark came out, Guy Celine didn't know why, as a puppet, she actually felt a feeling of crying with joy. If Xuangyue Kongying was there, he would definitely sigh that Guy Celine could speak a complete sentence. After all, Yuanshan players have never asked Guy Celine to speak a complete sentence. Congratulations on completing the entrusted task, this is your reward. Guy Celine said so, and then took out Bailey and some rewards provided by the client from the counter behind. Of course, the most important thing is the adventurer experience value. Luffy has accumulated a lot of experience during these times, so Celine said to Luffy with a smile after finishing the statistics. Congratulations, you have become a 3-star adventurer, please continue to work hard. Listening to what Celine said, Luffy was overjoyed at the moment. Is it already a 3-star? Although it gets harder as you go to the back, but if you keep going, maybe he can become a 5-star adventurer soon. And if you become a 5-star adventurer, you can get the right to purchase the 5-star holy relic. At that time, you must become stronger, right? Then Celine also raised the adventurer level for the rest of the Straw Hats. The main combat power and so on, are all at the level of the 3-star adventurer, but the next upgrade speed will slow down a lot, because the cholera pirates around Liyue were basically killed by them, and naturally they cannot be obtained in an instant. So much experience points. Even Nami and the others are now 2-star adventurers. Luffy said excitedly at the moment. I want to buy holy relics and weapons. Listening to Luffy's words, Lin smiled slightly. Here are 3-star items that can be purchased, please choose by yourself. However, it should be noted that some commodities of the Adventurers Association need to be purchased with contribution points. Celine said so, like some medicines for healing injuries, or buff foods from the game, etc., they can be purchased directly with Mora. However, holy relics and weapons in the original gods need contribution points, otherwise it would be too easy to obtain if it costs Mora. In general, even if you become a 5-star adventurer, the contribution points you have accumulated are at most enough for you to buy 1 or 2 5-star relics. It doesn't take some time. And at the previous star level, you have to spend contribution points to buy transitional relics, so it is not so easy to get a set of 5-star relics. The most important thing is, how could Shuang Yukongying let them choose the entry of the holy relic by themselves? Just kidding, even I, the producer, didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. So the holy relics given to Celine were all sealed up, and after choosing the type, it was fate. You may buy once, and you will get holy relics with duplicate parts, and holy relics with unequal entries. Of course, compared to their own words, these real-life adventurers are much more comfortable. After all, if they get repeated parts or bad parts, they can be used by their partners. Generally speaking, there are not so many restrictions. After all, it is a kind of luck to have powerful partners. For example, the relics of Gao Xingsheng that Luffy and others will spare in the future can be used by Nami and others. Even things like contribution points can be traded, except for experience points, which need to be completed by yourself. Hearing Celine's words, Luffy looked quickly. Here, what should I buy? He was immediately confused, let alone him, even people in this world don't know anything about holy relics. Luffy, let me help you choose. Bennett came from station, everyone's eyes are bright, right? Bennett is from Teyvat continent, he should know these holy relics and weapons, what should he choose? Even the members of the Roger Pirates also looked at Bennett. Knowing more information will help them in the future. I saw Bennett looking at the optional 3-star relic in front of him, and said to Luffy. For the 3-star holy relic, you can buy 2 first, and you can use them as a transition. Therefore, Walker's Heart, War Mad Suit, are the best choices for these 2 holy relics. The effect of the first 2-piece set can increase the attack power by 18%, and the second 2-piece set can increase the critical strike rate by 12%. Listening to Bennett's words, Luffy suddenly realized. In the end, Luffy bought a 2-piece battle suit. The price of the 3-star relic is 1,000 contribution points. 4 stars are 5,000, and 5 stars are 10,000. The missions released by the Adventurers Association vary according to the difficulty of his contribution points. For example, killing a pirate with a reward of more than 100 million can get the 10 Fang Emperor's contribution points. Advertisement. Of course, the price is not fixed. If the Adventurers Association issued a reward for the 4 Emperors one day, it is estimated that the total contribution points that can be obtained by destroying a 4 Emperors group may be in the millions. Luffy now has more than 30,000 contribution points on his body. They recently hunted down vicious pirates, and some of them were solved by Zoro and Sanji. But even if it was 30,000 contribution points, it would definitely be a lot, so Luffy directly spent 2,000 contribution points to buy 2 battle situation sets of holy relics. Luffy, open it, Nami said excitedly, the anticipation of the lottery is really fascinating. Finally, under everyone's expectant eyes, Luffy opened the holy relic box in front of him. Buzz. Immediately, 2 holy relics emitting a faint golden light flew out of the box. Wow, is this a holy relic? Everyone in the Straw Hats exclaimed, but in fact they did it on purpose, because the relics of Bennett and others can be removed, so they have seen the relics long ago. On the contrary, Rayleigh and the others were really surprised. He wondered in his heart, is this the root cause of the power of the world's 7 ruling alliances? Luffy, your luck is really good. The 2 relics of the Battle Madness are not repeated, and one of them is actually a headshot, and the other is a feather. The sub-entry actually has a critical hit rate. Bennett said in amazement, he is worthy of being the son of the world. No wonder his luck is with Luffy, and he will never encounter misfortune again. Luffy smiled at the moment, and then put on the holy relic, and he could feel the changes in his body immediately. I really got stronger. Luffy was amazed. You must know that his strength has reached the admiral level at this time, but after equipping the holy relic, he realized that the holy relic and the Eye of God complement each other. However, the holy relic is still at the first level at this time. If you want to upgrade, you need dog food. The price of a 1-star relic is 100 contribution points. Maybe you can buy some 1-star relics as dog food in the future, and fill up the 2 sets first. After buying the holy relic, Luffy bought a 3-star magic weapon again. The price of this weapon is much more terrifying than the holy relic. After all, holy relics can be replaced. If you get a holy relic with better entries, you can replace it with a new one. But for weapons, it is not so easy to change. Luffy chose the 3-star grade A Baowei. The entry for this 3-star holy relic is to increase the critical strike rate, which is the most suitable for Luffy. There are not many choices for 3-star weapons, and when it comes to 4-star weapons in the future, there will be more choices. 1-star weapons cost 100 contribution points, 2-star weapons cost 1000, 3-star weapons cost 10,000, and 4-star weapons cost 100,000. The highest is 4 stars. After all, for 5 stars, each type can only be refined by 5 or 1, and it is a unique weapon. As for using the 5 separately, Xuangyu Kongying never thought about it. After all, her characters must use the best ones. If they are separated, their strength will drop a lot. After Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp and others all purchased holy relics and weapons, and the overall strength of the Straw Hats increased by several percent. The most important thing is that their holy relics and weapons have not been filled yet. You need dog food and Bailey to upgrade the holy relic, but you need concentrate and Bailey to upgrade the weapon. You have to use contribution points to buy these. Nami said painfully. Therefore, for the adventurers of the pirate world, if they want to put together a good set of holy relics, they have a long way to go, and the time it takes is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is worth mentioning that Mora is required to upgrade holy relics and weapons in the Xuangyu game. After getting all of them into the real world, Xuangyu's Kongying's Mora is of course not enough. But what Xuangyu Kongying didn't expect, after he formed the Adventurers Association, the system actually broke through again. That is to synchronize Mora with Bailey in One Piece world. After all, the entire pirate world is full of adventurers, how can Xuangyu Kongying's Mora enable them to upgrade holy relics and weapons, etc.? So the system was upgraded to connect Mora in the game with reality, which is why Xuangyu Kongying is not afraid at this time. Because if Mora can be replaced by Bailey, Xuangyu Kongying can spend more stamina on farming holy relics, talent books, and material books. There were no materials before, but Mora was not enough at all. After all, if a character is really full, it needs about 7 million Mora. Now that there is no shortage of Mora, Xuangyu Kongying will double the speed when the characters in his hands are full. So amazing, Rayleigh said in amazement. After reading it, he became interested, and immediately came to Guy Celine. Guy Miss Celine, we would like to register as adventurers. Listening to Rayleigh's words, Guy Celine smiled slightly. Welcome to be an adventurer. This is your void terminal, and this is the identity symbol of the Adventurers Association. It is also the identity symbol of the people of the 7 kingdoms. Using the void terminal, you can browse various information of the 7 kingdoms at any time, and at the same time communicate with people across distances. Advertisement. This is Zumi's void terminal in the game. Although in Pirate World, Xiaoxiao God just made it, the function is far from comparable to that in the game. But simple communication, receiving tasks, and consulting information can already be done. 0. Seeking flowers 00. After experiencing it for a while, Rayleigh and the others were all amazed. Sure enough, the world's 7 rulers have mastered the world's leading technology. In the past, because of the world government's monopoly on cutting-edge technology, the world's technology tree was a bit weird. Wars and robots like pacifists can be made, but this world doesn't even have rockets, planes, satellites and so on. This is obviously very unreasonable. After all, the difficulty of research and development of these things cannot be more difficult than that of a pacifist with the power to destroy the country, right? After Rayleigh and others became adventurers, he received a bunch of tasks, and then took the Roger pirates to the sea. Exist. The 7 kingdoms of Tivat in One Piece world are interconnected and are managed by Xuangyu Kongying alone. So the Adventurers Association is also common. If you use the Void Terminal, you can directly receive various tasks on it in the future. Even if it is a task released in other countries, you can also receive it, but if you do not complete it within the specified time, it will be considered a failure. In this case, the task cannot be claimed again, and a new adventurer needs to wait for it. However, after completing the task, you need to come to the Adventurer Association to find Guy Celine. After all, some rewards are physical rewards. Especially if you want to buy holy relics or weapons and supplies, etc., you need to go to the Adventurers Association. It is worth mentioning that Xuangyu Air Ying is considering adding a virtual payment function. The Void Terminal can completely do this, but the levels involved are too complicated. Let Ningguang make the preparations first. After all, you must first have a strong bank and a good reputation before you can set up this virtual bank. In the future, think about the people in the whole sea. The transactions are all using the Void Terminal produced by Zumi, and all their money is stored in the Bank of the 7 Kingdoms. Isn't that equivalent to controlling the world's economy in disguise? Although the entire world cannot be radiated at present, as long as the Grand Line can make it change first. The emergence of the Adventurers Association of the 7 Nations caused considerable turmoil in the sea. All the pirates whose original intention is to explore the sea adventure have all registered as members of the Adventurers Association. Then accept various tasks, help the people build houses, repel sea kings, escort merchant ships, encircle bandits and so on. It can be said that the Adventurers Association will release missions from trivial matters to major events such as launching a war. Xuangyu Kongying's idea is to coordinate all kinds of things in the Seven Kingdoms and entrust them to the Adventurers Association while alleviating work pressure. Just spending some money or so-called contribution points, you can get countless thugs to help build the Seven Kingdoms, why not do it? Naval Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku looked at the intelligence in his hand. There is such a magical thing. Sengoku was shocked because over time, although most of the adventurers were not as powerful as Luffy at all. But adventurers have already begun to exchange for 1-star holy relics and 1-star weapons. Just looking at the sharpness of any 1-star weapon, it can be compared to a good sharp knife. And 2-star weapons can be compared to big knives, and 3-star weapons can be compared to supreme sharp knives. And this is just a simple bonus to attack power. For 3-star weapons and above, there are even special effect bonuses. The most important thing is that it doesn't matter if you are not a swordsman, no matter what kind of weapon, as long as you carry it on your body, you can get that attack bonus. The most outrageous thing is that these weapons can still be hidden. Of course, those who use swords usually hang them around their waists. After all, this is in line with the style of a swordsman, and it's more handsome, isn't it? The whole sea is changing. How is the world conscription going? Sengoku looked at Crane Vice Admiral and asked, although he didn't want to admit it, but since the Adventurers Association came out, the Grand Line has been quieter. Of course, 90% of the pirates still can't get rid of eating shit, they still burn, kill and loot. It's just that they are much more vigilant than before, and the attack from the B7 Kingdoms and the Adventurers Association is too severe. But this also led to many pirates giving up on the Grand Line and returning to the Four Seas, causing Marine's work pressure to skyrocket. Some at war Akainu died in battle, and there are only 2 admirals left in Marine, so continue to replenish high-end combat power, otherwise, how can we face the world's 7 rulers? 2 powerhouses have been discovered so far, both of which have admiral-level combat power. One of them is Lifetime, Paramesha, a person with multiple fruit abilities, and at the same time has the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, and the extremely powerful observation Haki. The second is Aramu, who has the ability of Logia Sensen fruit. Its strength is extremely powerful, and it also has admiral-level combat power. Crane Vice Admiral said so, and Sengoku nodded in satisfaction at the moment. With 2 new admirals joining and the doubling of marine elites, it finally brought some sense of security. When the Adventurers Association became famous in the sea, Marine also announced the news of the addition of 2 admirals. Suddenly, the entire sea became turbulent again. The 2 admirals newly added to Marine are Fujitora, Green Bull 071. Walnut meets Admiral Fujitora, why not buy a coffin for your high-risk occupation? Seek full order, seek more updates. 071. After the world conscription, 2 admirals took office inside, 2. Fujitora was dispatched to Sumeru all his life and became a marine representative for exchanges with the 7 kingdoms. Because of the original peace conference, Xuangyu Kongying agreed that Marine would continue to set up a branch in the Grand Line, and then go to fight pirates. But after all, it is Xuangyu Kongying's territory, and Marine thinks that there should be a powerful person to sit in it. Although it may not be useful, it at least shows Marine's attitude. On this day, Bihu was sitting on the deck of a warship. Fujitora Admiral, we have reached the Sumeru coast. However, if you enter Zumi, you need to submit an application before you can enter the port and dock. Otherwise, you will be identified as an invading pirate and will be counterattacked by Zumi's armed forces. Lieutenant Rear Admiral said so. Listening to the adjutant's words, Fujitora nodded, and let him apply. Once upon a time, Marine needed this side. It can only be said that the 7 kingdoms are really powerful, even if Marine Admiral comes, they must abide by the rules. Of course, Fujitora was originally a Marine Admiral with a truly righteous heart, which Sengoku admired very much. So I chose him to do this, otherwise, what if there is a conflict with the 7 kingdoms? Especially that Aramu, whose strength is indeed powerful, but it is another Akainu who believes in absolute justice, which makes Sengoku very headache. But the good thing is that Livenyu Wangmu is an admiral recruited from the world, and has no foundation in the marine. Unlike Akainu, many generals can respond to one order. Fujitora stood on the deck and sniffed the air. I visited Alabasta a few years ago, and the air smelled dry back then. Fujitora said so, and Marine on the side said quickly. Fujitora Admiral is different now, with the appearance of the little auspicious grass king, the entire desert kingdom of Alabasta has become the lush green Sumeru. Furthermore, the divine power of the little auspicious grass, 447, has even been transferred to the land to make it fertile, and now every family can have enough food. The marine soldier said so, and Bihu smiled slightly. Are you a Sumeru? The soldiers nodded quickly. In fact, Marine has soldiers from all over the world, and most of these Marines who followed Fujitora to Sumeru were naturally from here. After all, even for an organization like Marine, there are many things to consider, such as homesickness and the like. Let the soldiers work in their hometown, which will obviously be happier. Of course, Sengoku at this time, if Akainu becomes admiral, he will not be so humane. As for choosing locals, it doesn't matter whether it will cause trouble, because Marine didn't think that they could compete with the 7 kingdoms. You must know that even the world government, Marine's immediate boss, seated the entire Grand Line out of fear, so Sengoku did these things obviously to show the world government and let them know that he was indeed targeting the 7 kingdoms. Not long after, the adjutant came over and said respectfully to Fujitora. Fujitora Admiral, Zumi has passed our docking application, and now the Zumi disciplinary officer Sai Nuo has come to the coast. After listening to the adjutant's words, Fujitora became interested, because of discipline. Although the powerhouse of Zumi is not as good as other countries, but because it is a super grain-producing country, Zumi is now the country among the 7 countries that is finally welcomed by the world. After all, in this pirate world, the sea occupies most of the area, so there are very few cultivated fields, and there are more pirates that do not produce, plus the exploitation of celestial dragons. Most countries can't even eat enough to eat, but because of the little auspicious grass king Naxida, Sumeru's average grain production per mu is dozens of times that of other countries. This is simply outrageous. Even the dense fruit of Wangmu can't do this. He said it himself. If he wants to radiate a country, he can't do it even if he is drained. So although the little auspicious grass king has never made a move, no one dares to question his strength. As the largest food-producing country in the entire pirate world, even the celestial dragons in the Holy Land are eating the food produced by Sumeru, so the position of Sumeru is naturally solid. After all, the land transformed by the little auspicious grass king, the food grown is not only terrifying, but also tastes the best in the sea. Among other things, in Fujitora's life, his favorite is Sumeru rice, with braised eel, that is simply the best life. Crunch. One after another warships docked at the port of Sumeru. If it were the same as before, ordinary people would not dare to approach the places where the Marines docked, and they would even disperse in a herd. Although Marine has always represented justice, in fact there are many scum in Marine, so in many countries, people still have respect and fear for Marine. But the current 7 countries are different. The territory of the 7 countries that coordinate the entire Grand Line is equivalent to half the world. The Grand Line has the most sea area, and the 4 seas have the most land, but even so, the current 7 countries of Tibet, any country, has the size of the previous dozen countries. The strength of the country is the source of self-confidence for the people, so even if Marine Admiral came, they would not be afraid at all, just because the person standing in front of Marine Admiral at this time is their discipline officer. Since the establishment of Sumi, many pirates have been involved here, and Widu was easily defeated by Nuo. The pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions, in front of Sano, was not even worthy of using his ultimate move, and was overthrown within minutes. Advertisement. Marine Admiral Fujitora, welcome to Sumeru, I am Sai Nuo, the disciplinary officer of Sumeru. Shino said to Fujitora in front of him. I'm Hypatia, a scholar at the Sumeru Order Academy. Lord Sai Nuo is busy with work, so I will handle the reception. A woman wearing glasses standing next to Sano said so. Now that the 7 kingdoms are established, all kinds of facilities have been rebuilt in this world, and naturally many people who appear with the facilities will be born. With the increase of completeness, there will be more and more of these people. Of course, if there are some guys, they should never appear in this world, Shuangyu Kongying has already told the system. For example, those damned old guys in the Holy Order, if they appeared, Shuangyu Kongying might not be able to help but slaughter the entire Holy Order. After all, they dared to imprison Xiaosao God. Thank you Miss Hypatia, Fujitora said with a smile. Sai Nuo left after a while. The god of grass was young, and he was the most powerful person in the entire Sumeru, so he was really busy. The former royal family of Zumi, Princess Vivi's family, dealt with internal affairs, but for the military and external affairs, it was necessary for Seno to come in person. Now that there is one more Kai, it makes Sano feel a lot easier. Walking into the port city of Sumeru, even though he couldn't see it, Li Hu still sensed the emotions of the people around him through his strong sense of knowledge. There are smiles everywhere, the whole sea, I've never seen a country like it. Fujitora said in amazement that he chose to blind himself because he had seen too much filth. But he didn't expect that now he could actually see the country he dreamed of. All the people can live equally and have enough food at the same time. Their faces are no longer sallow, emaciated and hopeless, but full of hope. Hypatia smiled slightly. Sumi is just one of them, the 7 worldly kingdoms of the Grand Line, although the style and composition of the country are different because of the different gods they believe in. But we all have one thing in common, and that is to do our best to let the people live a happy, healthy and well-fed life. And all of this was brought about by the great Lord Tianli, who is the heavenly principle of all living beings in this sea. When Hypatia said this, she was intoxicated. Obviously, she admired Shuangyu Kongying very much, or in other words, all the people who came to this world from the world of Tibet worshipped Shuangyu Kongying. Listening to Hypatia's words, Zhou repeatedly sighed. He has been traveling all over the world these years, although he knows the turmoil in the sea, but this is the first time he has come to the new Grand Line. If that's the case, then in the next time, I will take a good look at the 7 kingdoms in the world. Fujitora said seriously, and at the same time began to doubt her own actions. If the 7 kingdoms are really like this, isn't this the new world I yearn for? As a Marine, do I really want to obey the orders of the world government in the future and fight against such a country? Hypatia doesn't know what's going on in Fujitora's mind. She takes Fujitora to browse around the country, and at the same time gives many Marines one thing, that is, the Void Terminal. This is, the Void Terminal of the Adventurers Association. Although Fujitora has never seen it, but as a Marine Admiral, he can know a lot of information. Hypatia nodded. This is created by the little auspicious Grass King. It is not only needed by the adventurers of the Adventurers Association, but now all the people of the 7 kingdoms of my Grand Line need to receive this thing. There is an identity mark on it, and at the same time, you can communicate with people, and you can even check the public information and daily government orders of the 7 countries. Fujitora nodded. With this, at least in this country, if you want to do something, it will not be easy. After all, if there are some abnormalities, you can know through the void terminal, and if you remove or close the void terminal, it will be discovered by others. Fujitora didn't mind putting it on, and even tried it with great interest, and Shunan couldn't help sighing. This thing is more for the convenience of the people, but the world government has never done this. All of their technologies are monopolized, and they focus on developing various military technologies, such as super weapons like pacifists. The capital of Seven Waters has researched a kind of sea train before, but the world government not only does not support it, but even secretly sabotages and obstructs it, because it does not want this kind of thing to spread all over the world. If the communication between different countries increases, there will be many uncertain factors, such as the mutual familiarity of the people, the collusion of high-level countries, and so on. Moreover, if they move around each other too easily, the economy and trade will grow stronger. When the time comes, the entire sea will be connected into one piece. Then how will the world government control the sea? So the sea trains in the capital of Seven Waters have always been suppressed, but now that the Grand Line is owned by Shuangyu Air, these suppressions naturally no longer exist. Wow, is this Zumi? At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Fujitora. Fujitora's observation hockey looked back, and suddenly saw 3 figures coming towards here. No, strictly speaking, there are 4 figures, because there is also a creature like a mascot. Advertisement. The 2 bouncing girls held hands and looked around. A youthful and beautiful breath rushed towards them. Fujitora's pupils constricted, because he sensed an extremely hot aura from one of the girls, and this powerful aura gave him no weaker feeling than Kai. Dog. Although Akainu is gone now, Fujitora has met Akainu before, but he has always been an unknown powerhouse. To become a marine admiral is to see if I can contribute to the world. This is very outrageous, because the girl looks like a teenager, but the fiery aura on her body is not weaker than that of Admiral Akainu. This girl is Hu Dao, and the one holding hands with her is Xiangling. Xiangling's favorite thing is to find all kinds of ingredients, and then innovate her own recipes, and Hu Dao can't sit still, she also wants to see the world. So the two hit it off immediately, and left Liyue together, and began to browse the world. The first stop was Shu Mi, and Zhongli beside him followed Hu Dao, and according to him, he was protecting Hu Dao. But in exchange for Hu Dao's supercilious eyes, this guy likes wandering around the world more than anyone else, and it sounds good because he also wants to look around. The knowledgeable color left Hu Dao's body, and then came to Zhongli's body. But in just an instant, Fujitora's face changed drastically. His knowledge are definitely among the top batch. After all, as a blind man, he can still become an admiral through the world conscription. It is conceivable how terrifying Fujitora's knowledge is. The moment he locked onto Zhongli, he sensed a terrifying aura like that of a demon god from Zhongli's body. If it is said that Walnut gives him the impression that she is an extremely powerful little girl, she can be compared to Admiral. But it was limited to this. After all, as an older and strong man, no matter whether it was combat experience or anything else, if it was a real life and death battle, he would not be afraid of Hu Dao. But Zhongli was different. Zhongli gave him the feeling of crushing. When facing Zhongli, he was like facing a mountain, he couldn't even move. That's right, that's Zumi's grass-scented rice. It's really the best white rice. You need to buy more, and I'll use this for Fangmintang's rice in the future. Xiangling rushed to a rice shop and said excitedly. The store owner also said proudly. Of course, it's all a gift from the little auspicious Grass King. Then the boss saw the god's eye on Xiangling's body, and his eyes immediately lit up. Those who could get the god's eye were either from the sanctuary of Tuat, or they were strong men from the Seven Kingdoms. After all, without the approval of the gods, you can't get the eyes of God. For example, everyone in the Straw Hat group is considered to be with the Seven Kingdoms. After all, they all have the eyes of God. As for the sanctuary, after the name of the Tivat continent was exposed, the world called it 2.0. It has become a legend, hidden in an unknown place in this world, where the gods are born, and the people who come out from there, if it is not for the powerful eyes of gods. Some are people with special talents like Hypatia. Little girl, which country are you from? The store owner asked curiously. Xiangling chuckled. I'm from Liyue, and I believe in the great rock god, Rock King Dijun. Hearing Xiangling's words, the shop owner's eyes lit up immediately, and he started chatting with Xiangling. The gods of the Seven Kingdoms had already resounded across the sea. And Walnut noticed Fujitora, because she felt powerful in Fujitora, and at the same time, the marine clothes on Fujitora were extremely conspicuous. Wow, uncle, are you marine? Walnut bounced up to Fujitora and asked with a smile. For some unknown reason, Fujitora relaxed and forgot the aura pressure from Zhongli. Yes, little girl, this old man is the new admiral of marine. Hearing Fujitora's words, Walnut's eyes lit up. I know. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine, specializing in catching those dangerous pirates. Then doesn't that mean, Uncle Yin, you are a high-risk occupation? If this is the case, do you want to consider our project of the Hall of Rebirth? Buy one get one free, and the second monument is half price. Hearing what Kurumi said, Fujitora was a little confused. Dare to ask, little girl, what kind of business are you doing? Walnut smiled, and a little ghost appeared in his hand, and then said to Fujitora. I'm in the funeral business. Uncle, since you are a high-risk occupation like Marine Admiral, don't you really think about it? Why don't you buy a coffin? Just in case. Hu Dao said so, and Zhongli behind him shook his head helplessly. He is a majestic king of rocks, he really can't do anything with this girl. 072. Dialogue between Fujitora and Little Auspicious Grass King, the system is updated again. Seek full order, seek more updates. 072. It has to be said that the walnut is a weird elf, even the Emperor of the Rock can't deal with this little girl. Fujitora was obviously a little dazed, feeling that this lively little girl in front of her is actually a funeral business at home. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Fujitora laughed out loud, and Kurumi was a little disappointed, because in her opinion, her salesmanship was about to fail again. This is how the business of Shangshengtang is. No matter how she sells it, everyone stays away from it. No matter what kind of world people are in, they always respect death. But what Hu Dao didn't expect was that Fujitora looked at her and smiled. Master Hu, right, if that's the case, please give me a good introduction to the business of the pastoral hall. Fujitora said seriously. Hu Dao and Xiangling were stunned for a moment, this was the first time they met such a person. On the road to Zumi, they also met many people, and Hu Dao would sell their business. These people either avoided them or fought violently, but what people didn't expect was that Fujitora actually wanted to book a trip. I am really not prepared for this at the moment. Hu Dao said embarrassingly. She usually has a loud slogan, but when the business really comes, she doesn't know how to do this promotional activity at all. Fujitora didn't mind either, and pulled out a bag from his body. Here is 10 million Baileys, can you help me with a set of funeral services? There is also a good coffin, if one day I die on the spot, then I will ask Shangshengtang to collect my body. Fujitora said with a smile. Everyone was silent for a while, and Zhongli looked at Fujitora in front of him strangely. Just because Zhongli actually saw the breath of death on Fujitora's body, and as the hallmaster of the past life hall, Walnut can naturally see this too. She looked at Fujitora in front of her complicatedly. You uncle is really interesting, but don't worry, since you are a client of my pastoral hall, then one day, if you really lay dead on the street, my hall master who will personally collect your corpse. Hearing what Walnut said, Fujitora smiled slightly, then nodded to everyone, and continued to follow Hypatia, forgetting to browse Sumeru. Looking at Fujitora's back, Walnut looked at the Bailey in his hand again, and said something strange. This uncle is clearly physically strong, but why does it feel like he already knows when 06 will die? Hearing Hu Dao's words, Zhongli also nodded, but Hu Dao and Xiangling forgot about it in a blink of an eye. 10 million Bailey's account. It's a fortune. God knows how much they spent when they took the clock away. This guy Zhongli can't afford a single Bailey, but every time he wants the best in terms of basic necessities, food, housing and transportation. If it weren't for these days, Hu Dao and Xiangling would take some tasks in the Adventurers Association to earn Bailey, and the three of them would have starved to death long ago. At the same time, Fujitora, who was separated from Walnut and others, returned to the Sumeru Marine branch after a tour. Sitting in his office, Fujitora sighed. His observation hockey can see many things that the eyes cannot see, and the current Sumeru gives him the feeling that it is like a heavenly place. The people here don't have to worry about the threat of celestial dragons and pirates, everyone can eat enough, and the smiles on their faces are full of satisfaction. If Sumeru is like this, then the other countries should be like this too. Lifting his head slightly, the blind Fujitora seemed to be able to see the bright moon in the moon sky, and then he slowly fell asleep. In the dream, Fujitora came to a special palace. Here it is. Fujitora was a little stunned, but when he came to the depths of the palace, he was stunned. Just because in the depths of this palace, there is a child sitting there reading. You are the little auspicious grass king. Fujitora was stunned. Although the eyes couldn't see it, observation hockey's words were actually easier to use than the eyes, so the face and clothes of the little auspicious grass king were clearly outlined. Although the seven gods seldom show up, and the world government doesn't know much about them, at least a few of them still know what they look like. At the beginning, the little auspicious grass king traveled all over Sumeru and made the country green and lush, so of course Fujitora knew her image. Nashida raised her head, looked at Fujitora in front of her and smiled. Welcome to Jingshan Palace, Fujitora Admiral. Fujitora was amazed for a while, and he also understood at this time that this should be the ability of the little auspicious grass king, who can actually control the dream, so that he can come to the Jingshan Palace in the dream. It's not that he didn't think about asking the little auspicious grass king, but he was rejected by Sano, because Admiral is a top combat power after all, and the little auspicious grass king is still a young god and a god of wisdom who is not good at fighting. Therefore, Sanua was worried that the little auspicious grass king would be in danger, so he refused Admiral's meeting. In fact, Sanua was thinking too much. God cannot be underestimated like this, even the young Naxida, his strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So Fujitora Admiral, is there anything you want to see me for? I'm sorry, Disciplinary Officer Daifeng, who refused your request because he was worried about my safety. Advertisement. Nishida said that, after all, strictly speaking, they and Marine belong to the opposite side, and even the people in the whole sea know that sooner or later, the two sides will reconnect and fall out. Fujitora was silent for a while, and finally sat down before Nashida, and asked in a deep voice. May I ask the little auspicious grass king, what will the world be like in the future? Nishida smiled slightly, looking at her immature face, but her eyes were full of wisdom. This is Nishida, the god of wisdom. It will become beautiful, everyone is equal, and there will be no more disputes, no more wars. Nashida said affirmatively, If it was anyone, maybe they would not dare to say such a thing. Even gods are the same. But they are different, only because of the existence of Shuangyu Kongying, the seven gods will jointly manage this world in the future, and this world is not worn out, the seven gods are immortal, so no matter how the world changes, the seven gods still exist. People will change, but gods won't. After all, thousands of years have passed. If it is true that time has passed until the seven gods have changed, then at least countless years have passed in this world, right? Listening to Nashida's words, Fujitora sighed, it seems that the war will continue sooner or later. At present, no matter whether it is the world's seven rulers or the world government, they are actually accumulating strength with each other. It's like the world conscription. In fact, Fujitora knew that when the world conscripted, there were still some strong men who were not weaker than himself and Wangmu. If you didn't join the Marine City, you joined the Shin government. It must be a mighty war in the future. What about Marine? What will happen to Marine in the future? Fujitora asked. Nashida thought for a while, looked at Fujitora and said. What will happen to Marine? This choice should be determined by you. Fujitora understood right away, but it is not so easy to change the entire Marine. Even Sengoku, who is the marshal, cannot change Marine with a single order. Fujitora is willing to work on it though, because that's why he became Marine Admiral. The world government's world conscription allows him to become a Marine Admiral without accumulating military exploits. He will never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if he loses his life because of it. In the office, Fujitora woke up suddenly. He knew he woke up from a dream. Thinking of the conversation with Nashida, Fujitora strengthened his mind. At the same time, New World's rice wife domestic. In a secret room, Kazuki Sukiyaki sits at the top, and at the bottom, there are the Red Sheath 9 heroes and his grandson Momosuke. How is the rebel contact? Kazuki Sukiyaki asked in a deep voice. With the establishment of Inazuma, Lei Yingying became the general of Inazuma, and the true identity of Shuangyu Kongying has been exposed, not only the name of Inazuma, but also Tenri, the ruler of the seven rulers of the world. But even so, Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't want to give up. He believed that this Wanokuni belonged to the Kazuki family, because the general of Wanokuni has been in charge of the Kazuki family for generations. Although it is said that Wanokuni's generals and daimyos are qualified to serve, but in the eyes of Kazuki Sukiyaki, this country belongs to their Kazuki family. Listening to Kazuki Sukiyaki's words, the Red Sheath 9 heroes were silent. Master Sukiyaki, the people are now living and working in peace and contentment, and Shuangyu Kongying is a member of Shuangyu's family. This country is under his control, and the people are unwilling to take risks with us. Kanamon said so. He didn't even dare to say the word Inazuma in front of Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kazuki Sukiyaki was furious, lost his temper immediately, and then left directly. Seeing this scene, the Red Sheath 9 heroes were helpless for a while. In fact, even they are very confused now. Because their dream from the beginning was to get rid of Kaido, then restore the prosperity of Wanokuni, and even let the country be founded to fulfill Kazuki Oden's dream. But no one thought that the birth of Shuangyu Kongying would directly accomplish this goal. Although Wanokuni is now renamed Inazuma, the people are indeed living and working in peace and contentment, and they have also successfully established the country, and the prosperous business has brought a lot of wealth to the country. Basically, there is no difference from the Wanokuni in their fantasy, except that the daimyo is not from the Kazuki family. Among the Red Sheath 9, Kurozumi Kanjuro has been silent all the time. When they passed the power of Kazuki, 20 years later, he heard that Kurozumi Orochi had been killed and Wanokuni was renamed Inazuma. This made him lose his goal for a while. Now that he returned to Daozu, he also had other ideas, that is to overthrow this country and make this country chaotic again. Otherwise, wouldn't he lose his meaning? It's just that the Red Sheath 9 heroes don't have this idea. Although they are loyal to the Kazuki family, but such a good country, are they going to destroy it? Master Momonosuke, what do you think? Denjiro looked at Momonosuke and asked. Momonosuke has not experienced those things yet, and now he is a cowardly brat, he said timidly. Well, why don't you ask Hiyori about this matter? Everyone was silent, and there was some disappointment in their eyes, because Momonosuke didn't have the spirit of Kazuki Oden at all. But Momonosuke's words are right. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori is one of Inazuki Hiyori's Dashin. And because of Kazuki Hiyori's actions, Kazuki Sukiyaki has severed ties with him. Anyway, in his mind, his grandson should inherit the position of general. If Kazuki Hiyori wants to be a traitor, let her do it. After bidding farewell to Momonosuke and leaving Kazuki's mansion, the Red Sheath 9 knights came to Kansada Mahogany. After begging to meet, they finally met Kazuki Hiyori. Advertisement. Your Highness. When seeing Kazuki Hiyori, the Red Sheath 9 immediately knelt on one knee, especially Denjiro, because he has been protecting the princess all these years growing up. Wake up everyone, I'm not Wanokuni's princess anymore. It's Dao's wife's appointment as the head of the family. Kazuki Hiyori said with a smile. Looking at the Red Sheath 9 heroes, before they could speak, Kazuki Hiyori said. Is it Grandpa's business? She is still thinking about recovering Kazuki's family. Hearing Kazuki Hiyori's words, the Red Sheath 9 heroes were shocked. But see, Kazuki Hiyori said. There is nothing in Daozuma that can be hidden from that Lord Kujosara who was carried out by Tianling. Actually, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have the opportunity to sit here today. Listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, the Red Sheath 9 knights felt ashamed for a while. After a long silence, Kanamon looked at Kazuki Hiyori and said. Master Hiyori, what should we do? We are Oden-sama's retainers, as well as you and Momonosuke-sama. But now we are really full, should we continue our mission and support Master Momonosuke to become a general, or? Having said that, everyone was silent, and they were really suffering during this time. One side is his own mission, and the other side is this prosperous country. They are also Rice Wife's people. Even the people they know, the people they are familiar with, love this country. Do they really want to cause damage to this country? Kazuki Hiyori looked at them and said in a deep voice. You are not the retainers of the Kazuki family, but your father's retainers, and you are the most legendary 9 heroes in red sheaths in the hearts of the people of 277 Rice Wives. Father's wish is for this country to be founded and for the people of this country to live a happy life. But now that all of this has been completed, what you have to do is to protect everything your father wishes. Isn't this the meaning of the existence of the Red Sheath 9 heroes? Listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, everyone was shocked. In an instant they realized, and everyone was looking at Kanamon, the decision maker among them among the Red Sheath 9 heroes. I saw Jin Yue kneeling in front of Kazuki Hiyori. The Red Sheath 9 heroes, willing to obey His Highness's orders. Immediately, Kazuki Hiyori showed a smile. She did not waste her painstaking efforts. She really did not want the Red Sheath 9 heroes to follow her grandfather to make the same mistakes again and again. This country does not belong to an individual or a certain family, but to the whole nation. Maybe this is what his father wanted. After all, his father, Kazuki Oden, never cared about the position of a general. All he thought and did was to make this country better. Although in front of Xuang Yukongying, Kazuki Oden's many practices are not very favorable. The Red Sheath 9 heroes bowed and left, but just after they left, the screen behind them came out, and Xuang Yukongying walked out slowly. Master Tianli. Kazuki Hiyori bowed to salute. In fact, Xuang Yukongying was always there just now. If the Red Sheath 9 heroes can't wake up, the result is beyond doubt. If it wasn't for Kazuki Hiyori, they would have died long ago. You've done a good job, and I'll leave the rest of the work to you. Xuang Yukongying said with a smile. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of determination. In the next few days, several major events took place inside Daozuma. The first is Kazuki Hiyori himself, imprisoning Light Sukiyaki and Momosuke. In the end, the Red Sheath 9 heroes returned to Daozu, and they will continue to work in Kanding in the future. This caused a sensation in Daozu. Kazuki Hiyori's righteous killing of relatives has aroused many people's discussions, but if it is not done, the life of Kazuki Sukiyaki may be gone in the end. This kind of self-styled old stubborn, when he disagreed with Kazuki Oden's founding of the country, he can see his ability and ideas. I can't see the situation clearly at all, and I need to know that everything is false in the face of absolute power. At the same time, Kurozumi Kanjuro's plan also failed. As a time traveler, Xuang Yukongying, how could he not know his identity? Under Kazuki Hiyori's calculations, he finally exposed his identity, and was beheaded by Kaijusha together. After Kurozumi Kanjuro died in battle, Izo, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, returned to Inazuma to complete the missing one of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. The Whitebeard Pirates are now on good terms with the Seven Kingdoms, so there is no obstacle to hiding them back. Xuang Yukongying didn't personally ask about these matters, after all, they were all irrelevant matters. Today, he is waiting for the card pool to be refreshed at 12 o'clock in the morning. This day of every month is the time that Xuang Yukongying looks forward to the most. But at 12 o'clock, the sound after the system update actually sounded. Advertisement 073. Aikido Ararataki and Yamato, the Ghost Clan, join my Ararataki faction. Seek full order, seek more updates. 073. With the system of Xuang Yukongying, every update is instant, there is no waiting or advance notice at all. Congratulations to the host for forming the 7 kingdoms of Tibet and obtaining the statue of the 7 heavens and the teleportation point. Xuang Yukongying was stunned for a moment, it turned out to be the statue of the 7 heavens. Isn't this what he said, and he can teleport at will in the future? You must know that when Xuang Yu teleported before, she could only pass through the pocket anchor point, and this pocket anchor point can only last for 7 days. After all, they are consumables, and Xuang Yukongying doesn't have so many resources, so he made a lot of them, and just made some points for everyone to use at critical moments. But it's different now, you can build the 7-day god statue and the teleportation anchor point, which is a lot of benefits. So far, it can only be arranged within the scope of the 7 countries, and the restriction is that each city can only set up 1 teleportation point. As for the statue of the 7 heavens, there can only be 1. Without the function of restoring blood volume in the game, the statue of the 7 heavens is like the core system. Each country has a statue of the 7 heavens, which can drive the teleportation points across the country. Xuang Yukongying directly clicks on the teleportation point to arrange it. It is worth mentioning that the teleportation point can only be used by people with the eyes of God. Buzz. At the same time, the teleportation points of the 7 countries of the Grand Line dropped one by one, which caused quite a stir in no time. The 7 kingdoms, who had known the news from Xuang Yukongying for a long time, also announced this matter through the Void Terminal. Teleportation point. As long as you are the owner of the Eye of God, you can freely pass through the teleportation point and travel between major cities in the 7 kingdoms. My God, isn't this too convenient? Unfortunately, I don't have the Eye of God yet. I don't know when I will be able to get the Eye of God. I don't know, let's wait until we are a 5-star adventurer, then we can get the God's Eye. All of a sudden, the entire sea was full of discussions. It is worth mentioning that as countless people became adventurers, there were also some people who obtained the God's Eye before reaching the 5-star level. Of course, the words of this type of people basically have great beliefs and dreams. And some people who are powerful but very salty can only wait until they reach 5 stars before they can get the god's eye. The main people here are Aokiji and Kizaru. That's right, there are quite a few strong men in Marine who have secretly become adventurers. They secretly became adventurers with the naval headquarters and world government on their backs. They usually take advantage of their status as Marine generals to carry out adventurer tasks by the way, because they are really interested in the Eye of God and holy relics. Ah. But ghosts know about this, Sengoku and others know, maybe they do. Of course, Xuangyu Kongying also knows these things, but she is happy to see the results. After all, the holy relics and weapons produced in the game can be recycled by herself at any time, so even if the enemy gets them, Xuangyu Kongying can directly take them back at critical moments. Recycle. And this is not necessarily a bad thing, Xuangyu has never regarded Marine as an enemy. After the teleportation point was set up, Xuangyu Kongying looked at the pool in this phase. To Xuangyu Kongying's surprise, the pool in this issue is still a dual card pool. These two characters are Inazuma's Arataki Aikido and Sumi's Nailu. This made Xuangyu Kongying a lot happier, because in this way, Zumi would have one more combat power. After all, Zumi is now supported by Sai Nuo, so it really doesn't look like it. Now there is an extra K-Lai, but K-Lai's character is not suitable for fighting. Although Nailu is not suitable, but it is still a 5-star character, and if it is full of life, it is quite violent. At least one big move down, the damage is not bad. The next half hour is the process of drawing cards. He is not short of Bailey, so he is naturally full, and except for Nailu and Araki Yido, who are all full of people and weapons, this time they also get a new 4-star character was added. Dori of Sumeru, Candace, Hisaki Shinobi of Inazuma. At the same time, in the process, several 4-star characters also reached full life, and their strength has improved a lot. After the drawing is over, it is enough to raise its level and weapons to level 80 according to the usual practice. Xuangyu Kongying sent Nailu and other Zumi characters to Zumi. And then Ararataki Aikido, he didn't know what to do for a while. This guy can't be idle. So Xuangyu Kongying thought about it and prepared to summon him first. Xuangyu Kongying beckoned, and summoned Araki Aikido and Ju Kirin. Master Tianli. The two saluted Xuangyu Kongying, but they looked at this guy's words, and his eyes turned back and forth, obviously they couldn't bear it anymore. Xuangyu Kongying shook her head helplessly, and said to Ju Kirin. By the way, Juki Ren, you should be the maiden of Narujin Taisha, right? The Fox Palace in this world has been revived, do you want to go and see it? Hearing Xuangyu Kongying's words, Ju Kirin was shocked. She is not only from the Ararataki sect, but also from the family of witches. However, she doesn't like being a witch, so she often runs out and becomes the second leader of the Ararataki faction. Of course, the ghost knows whether she became the second in charge because of this guy Ararataki Aikido. Anyway, every time Aikido Araki gets into trouble, Ninja Kuki will definitely arrive at the first time, and then use extremely professional means to help Ido Araki get out of trouble. Advertisement. For example, Ararataki Aikido fell into the hands of Kujo many times, and was rescued by Ju Kirin. Boss, come with me to Narujin Shrine. Ju Kirin said so, although she does not think of herself as a witch, but as a descendant of the witch family, how could she not know Lord Hujai Palace? A fight laughed. Let's go, ninja. Although this guy is out of tune, but at critical moments, he is very reliable. The two immediately came to the Naruto Shrine, and then under the tree of the god Sakura, they saw the Fox Palace and Lei movie. Master General, Lord Hujai Palace. Ju Chi Ren said respectfully, but Araki Aikido didn't have that kind of consciousness anymore, he looked curiously at Hujai Palace and Lei movie in front of him. My Lord General, I really want to try to see how powerful the power of God is. Hearing Arataki Aikido's words, Kuki Shinobu's head was covered with black lines. Fool. Giving Araki a fight and a punch directly, Juki Ren said helplessly. Quickly salute Lord Hujai Palace and Lord General. Ararataki touched his head helplessly, but Hujaigong said with a smile. It doesn't have to be. Then she picked up a plate of fried tofu from the table, and said to Ararataki Kazuto with a smile. This fried tofu is delicious, do you want to try it? For a moment, Araki Yido was like a cat blowing fur, looking at the fried tofu in horror, and then ran away directly. Ben, I think I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. Seeing the fleeing Araki Yido, Ji Yuli covers her mouth and laughs out loud. They belong to the Fox tribe of Baichan, and their favorite food is oily tofu, whether it is Hujai Palace, Yulajai or Ye Shenzi, they all like oily tofu, and Araki Yido of the Ghost Clan is most afraid of oil tofu is gone. So just now, Hujai Palace did it on purpose, just to scare Huang Taki. It can only be said that Ye Shenzi's character is probably not learned from Hujaigong and others. After Ararataki left, Hu Saigong looked at Ju Kirin in front of him, and suddenly restrained his smile. Heir of the family of witches, is this your choice? Listening to Hujai Palace's words, Juchi endured silence, she knew what Lord Hujai Palace meant. Her own status is noble, and Bai Fume is a typical example. As long as she wants to, she can become a shrine maiden at Narugami Shrine at any time, and she is a special group in Inazuma. But if he fights with Huang Taki, he will always be a punk. Of course, that is also a powerful little gangster. After all, Araki Aikido's strength is unquestionable, but this guy never does business, and he has no roots. Master Hujai Palace, I am very happy to be with him. Kuki said with a smile. Listening to Ju Qiren's words, Hujai Gong smiled slightly at the moment. It's wonderful. Seeing you young people like this is really wonderful to me. I only hope that one day, really, Eulajai and the others can see it. Listening to Hujai Palace's words, Lei Yingying appeared in a daze, and didn't know when his sister would return. Finally, Hujai Palace looked at Ju Qiren and said. After that, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. The identity of a witch is no longer a restriction on you. From now on, you can live with your own identity and live the life you like. Listening to Hu Jiagong's words, Ju Qiren, who couldn't laugh, actually showed a smile, and then slowly took off his mask, and a beautiful young girl appeared. Looking at the backs of Narugami Yamashita Hisaki Shinobi and Ararataki Ito, Arkarakia's eyes were full of sighs. I really hope this scene can be maintained forever. Lei Movie looked in the direction of world government. Eventually the war will start, and all we have to do is survive. Listening to Lei Movie's words, Hujai Palace also nodded seriously. Many of them died in battle when they raised the Vat world. But in this world, they must all survive, everyone must survive intact, to see this wonderful world. Rice wife Seaside, Ninja, why did you take off your mask? And put on a priestess costume? Ararataki asked curiously. Advertisement. Ju Qiren ignored him, he was no longer a priestess, but the priestess costume on his body would record his past. Seeing that Ju Qiren didn't answer himself, Ararataki Aikido didn't mind, but said to Ju Qiren. I'm going to the sea, and I don't know what kind of interesting people I'll meet. After leaving Naruto Shrine, they met Kujo Sala and were warned. Kujo Mira said that the current Inazuma is very good, and there are many ordinary people in this country. If Arataki Ito dares to cause trouble, he will be put in prison. Although it is said that Eren is a researcher, and there are things like a lawyer's certificate, Eren also has them. But Araki Aikido was still a little in awe of Kujo Mira, so he pulled Anon to prepare to go to sea. Since I was not prepared to be in Inazuma, then I can go out, right? So the two came to the coast, prepared to steal a boat, and set sail for the sea. In the end, Yido Araki chose a boat that was not too big or small, and there were still a lot of ingredients imported from Sumeru on it. Overjoyed, Yido Araki set sail directly. Juchi reluctantly shook his head, but left some Baileys and a note on the boat next to him. The boss can mess around, but she has to deal with everything behind her back. As for Bailey's words, she gave them from home when she left Narujan Taisha. The maidens of Narugami Taisha have all come to this world, including Jukiren's family. After all, her family is a family of witches, so it can be said to be a wealthy family, so Jukiren's body. There is really no shortage of money. Wait, big boat. There are people, Ju Qiren said loudly suddenly. He was stunned for a moment, and then he looked solemnly, and looked in the direction of the cabin. I saw a tall figure walking out of the cabin, holding an extremely huge mace. Who? With a loud roar, Yi Do rushed forward with a brisk stride, and Jingwu Kaijiao appeared in his hand, and then smashed it down at the black shadow in front of him. Boom. The black shadow also used his own mace to resist, and the powerful impact caused by the two people's attacks instantly squeezed the surrounding air, making it difficult to breathe. You are so strong. The figure said excitedly. Be my crew, I want to form my pirate group to go to sea, my name is Kazuki Odin. The figure walked out of the shadows and revealed his own face. It was a tall woman with ghost horns on her head. Qian Zhao, at first glance, they are somewhat similar to Yido, as if they are both ghosts. Who are you? Kuki asked suspiciously. Yamato put down the mace in his hand and said loudly. Kazuki Odin, my name is Kazuki Odin. Be my crew, all of you, especially you ghost clan, you are really powerful. Yamato looked at Aikido Arataki excitedly, just a simple collision, she knew that Aikido Arataki in front of her was extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, Arataki Aikido shook his head and said. I am the boss of the Araki school, how can I become your younger brother? Looking at the very serious Arataki Aikido, Yamato was slightly taken aback, but then said seriously. That being the case, please let me join this Ararataki faction. As long as you can take me out to sea with you, I can do it. Listening to Yamato's words, before Kuki Shinobi could speak, Yido smiled and nodded. Okay. The corner of Jukiren's mouth twitched suddenly. His boss, the most important thing is to convince the hall. Do you dare to accept this kind of people with unknown origins? But after thinking about it, those unreliable younger brothers of my boss in the Tvat world, in front of me, are they powerful? Question mark. If this is the case, Jukiren doesn't object anymore, and he came out of Inazuma, so he shouldn't be a dangerous person. After all, if he was a dangerous person, he would have been wiped out by Kujomira long ago. Up. That welcomes you to join the Ararataki faction. Ju Qiren said to Yamato, but he still looked at Yamato's ghost horn curiously. It's not much different from Yido. Could it be that the two are of the same race? Unexpectedly, in this world, you can still meet Yidu's fellow clan, which surprised Ju Qiren. But in the days that followed, Ju Qiren realized how Alexander she would be if two nervous people gathered on the same boat. 074. Desolate Taki is the only one in the world, and the Ghost King smashes Blackbeard against the cassock. Seek full order, seek more updates. 074. On the boundless sea of New World, Ararataki Yido and Dayao collapsed on the deck. This ship is a merchant ship, and it is full of food and so on. It is a ship that has just come from Sumeru. So if it's just the three of them, the food is still sufficient. Even if Ararataki and Yamato are big eaters, the food on this merchant ship is enough for them to eat for several months. It's just that the aimless sea is boring after all, especially these two guys who can't rest. They didn't dare to fight on the sea. After all, if the ship disappeared, they would only be drowned. Of course, Yamato may be the only one who drowned, because according to Yido and Jukirin, they have the eyes of gods and can be directly teleported to other countries. Yamato, when will you get the god's eye? Then we can teleport directly. Yido said so. His Naixiang was listless beside him. The sea is only interesting if you sail it yourself. Does it still have the meaning of sailing if you pass it directly? Yamato said so, and then added a sentence. By the way, call me Kazuki Odin. Yido didn't care about it at all. Although he didn't know Kazuki Odin, he also knew that no matter who he was, being himself was the best. So every time he called Yamato, he always called him by his first name, which made Yamato very helpless. Wait, there's a ship ahead. Suddenly Jukiren's voice sounded, and Yido and Yamato were instantly revived with full blood, and then looked excitedly at the distant ship. That's it, the Blackbeard pirates. Jukiren frowned at the moment. She is a master of research, that is, a legendary genius, so when she went to sea, she used the void terminal to supplement the knowledge of this world. For example, the famous strongmen and groups in the sea, these Jukiren all know, the pirate ship that appeared in front is actually the Blackbeard pirate group. It is worth mentioning that because of the appearance of Shuang Yukongying in Summit War, Blackbeard has no chance to get Whitebeard's shock fruit at all. Although Whitebeard is still old, he is still alive and well, and his physical condition has returned to his prime. Before Whitebeard dies, Blackbeard will still be in hiding. These days, the Whitebeard pirates are chasing and killing Blackbeard everywhere. But as a guy who can leave a scar on a redhead's face, Blackbeard's strength is definitely not weak. Even if there is no shock fruit, if there is only dark fruit, there are not the top powerhouses in this sea, basically no one can stop Blackbeard. Is that Blackbeard? Killing intent boiled in Yamato's eyes, and Jukiren told her many things about the sea, such as the Blackbeard in front of him. Originally the vice captain of Ace, he killed his partner and then betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. If this is the case, the key is that this guy actually caught Ace and gave it to Marine, almost killing Ace. After knowing this, Yamato will not let Blackbeard go. Ha ha ha, is it finally possible for me to appear on the stage? From today on, my Araki school will become famous all over the world. Arataki Aikido said with a laugh. Jukiren looked at the two of them and knew that neither of them had the kind of character to shrink back, so he didn't stop them. I saw a pair of knees slightly bent, and then the whole person shot out instantly. The king is coming. With a loud roar, the whole person descended from the sky like a ghost, and instantly landed on the largest ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the sturdy and unparalleled ship shook instantly on the spot. There is an extremely terrifying tree in the world of pirates, that is the treasure tree atom. Although there are only a few of them, the treasure tree atom is extremely huge, and its branches can be built and cut off. As long as some time passes, it can slowly rise back, so as long as the top pirates in this sea, their main ships are made of materials from the treasure tree atom. Of course, those who are qualified are able to get the treasure tree atom or the top existences in the sea. Like 4 emperors, One Piece Roger, etc., there must be a bounty of at least 1 billion to be eligible to get the treasure tree atom. If it's like the Straw Hats, it's destiny. Therefore, this ship is very strong. Even if a bucket lands like this, it will only make the ship shake violently. Ships made of this kind of material can support strong people to fight on them. Otherwise, if a sudden encounter on the sea does not encounter land, it will be too dangerous for capable people. So a boat made by treasure tree atom is equivalent to a platform that can provide fighting. Who? Advertisement. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates turned pale with fright, and then roared angrily. I saw the figure of Araki Aikido appearing in the smoke and dust. I saw him carrying the huge red horn, and then laughed. Listen up, guys from the Blackbeard pirates. My name is Aikido Ararataki. A do that is the only one in the world. The sound of the car was like a sea of cars, as if there was a conqueror's hockey, and that powerful force swept the audience. When he was a big fat AGBJ Kamui, he was completely unrecognizable as a street trickster, but when he was serious, he was the real king of ghosts. If Yido fights madly, Jutiao can't be an opponent, but every time he faces Jutiao, he will run away. In fact, he is not really afraid, but his awe of the rules. After all, he is a punk, afraid the 9 Saras practiced by the heavenly leader should be right. Fufurfur, is it another life or death challenger? Blackbeard's figure came out of the cabin. Obviously the Straw Hats didn't go to Impel Down. Blackbeard still managed to get several partners from Impel Down. This is also thanks to Shiryu. After all, he used to be the warden of Impel Down, so it is not surprising that he escaped from Impel Down by using some methods. Because of this relationship, the Blackbeard pirates were hunted down by both the Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, the 4 emperors, hunting warrant, and the Marine's arrest warrant, which led to many people who didn't know what to do, wanted to catch Blackbeard, so that they could follow 4 emperors. Whitebeard and Marine formed a good relationship. So these days, Blackbeard killed a lot of people. But he has never encountered the devil fruit ability that makes his heart beat, because he has been on Whitebeard's boat, and he has always firmly believed that Whitebeard's shock fruit is the most powerful. After all, he has seen the true power of Whitebeard at its peak. But now it seems that he can't get the shock fruit, so he just wants to find a powerful fruit, and then he will become a double fruit capable person, so he doesn't need to worry about the beard. Are you Blackbeard? Yido looked at Blackbeard in front of him, his eyes flashed. In that case, then hit me. With a loud roar from Yido, he pushed his left hand suddenly, and Niu Ho jumped out instantly. A terrifying wave of rock elements erupted instantly. Not good. Blackbeard's face changed drastically, and he suddenly used his armament haki to block, but a fight is synonymous with violence. Boom. With a loud bang, Blackbeard was horrified to find that his armament haki was instantly shattered. This is unbelievable, although his armed haki is much weaker than Whitebeard and Garp and others. But it can be regarded as barely reaching the level of General Emperor. At this time, he was directly smashed to pieces. How is the strength of this guy in front of him so powerful? Seeing that Blackbeard actually blocked Ah Chao's surprise attack, Yido's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then let's go all out. He laughed loudly, and then the Chijiao in his hand began to change. Under the power of the rock element, it slowly turned into the Ghost King Broken Gold Rod. At the same time, a picture of the Ghost King appeared behind Yido, and he entered the posture of the glaring Ghost King. The Ghost King is coming. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing, and then the whole person became crazy instantly, holding the Ghost King's broken gold stick and waving it non-stop, like a god of war, smashing everywhere on the Blackbeard pirate's ship. With that terrifying power, some weak people can be turned into powder with a single stick, even powerful people such as Shiryu and Blackbeard will fly backwards every time they bear it. Is this guy a monster? How can there be people with this kind of fighting style in this sea? Blackbeard said in horror, what you need to know is that what he is facing is a fight full of life and strength. Although nothing is full at this time, but as a fighter of fate, the terror displayed at this time combat strength still shocked the entire Blackbeard pirates. And Yido was not alone. At this moment Yamato also appeared on the stage with a bang, and at the same time she directly turned into the form of Dako Junction. The power of Zone's phantom beast is naturally beyond doubt. The two of them seem to be holding maces, like two demon gods. On this boat, gods and Buddhas are blocking and killing Buddhas. As for the merchant ship in the distance, Jukiran was watching the battle. At the same time, he used his own ability to form a thunder ring on Yido and Yamato, and he kept recovering their injuries and physical strength, so that they could keep fighting. Keep fighting like this. That is, Goro is not there, otherwise with Goro's blessing, Yido can be even more terrifying. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Reporting to the Marshal, the Blackbeard pirates encountered an unknown strongman, and the opponent only had 3 people, and they destroyed the entire Blackbeard pirates. In the end, the Captain Blackbeard escaped with the main cadres, and the rest of the ordinary crew all perished in the sea. The Marine Intelligence Officer said in surprise, that was Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard didn't get Whitebeard's shock fruit at this time, it might not be a real 4 Emperors level force. After all, in Summit War, he was hit hard by Whitebeard who was already on the verge of death in an instant, and his strength was simply different. But at least it can be compared to Jin's deputy level combat power, and it is even stronger because of Dark Fruit's ability. Not to mention that there were many evil people around Blackbeard, and he was defeated by 3 people. Is there any information about those 3 people? Sengoku asked seriously. There are more and more powerful people in the sea. In fact, if it weren't for the world conscription, he would not know that there are strong people like Fujitora and Aramu among the people, and their strength is not weak to open the old 3 Admiral. Advertisement. It is said that they came from Inazuma, and they call themselves the Ararataki sect. The leader is called Araki Aikido. There has never been any news about him before. He should come from the mysterious place Tibet. There is another one called Juki Ren, who seems to be a family of witches from Inazuma Narujin Taisha, also from Tibet. The last one is called Yamato. According to the information shared by the CP organization, she is Kaido's daughter, but the relationship between father and daughter has always been bad. The Marine Intelligence Officer said that, after all, the world government has taken root in this world for 800 years. Except for a guy like Tivat who turned out to be out of nowhere, there are not many things in this world that they don't know. Not to mention that Araki Aikido and the others did not hide their identities, so this exposure is also normal. So it came from a mysterious place. And it's such a strange combination, Kaido's daughter. Sengoku rubbed his brows helplessly. During this period of time, his gray hairs were getting more and more, just because the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. Although the world government and the 7 ruling worlds looked very peaceful, but it is he who knows that both sides are holding back big moves. Sooner or later, a war sweeping the world will begin. What role will Marine play in it? Should we continue to be the sword of the world government and help them deal with the world's 7 rulers, or should we protect those ordinary people during the war? Sengoku, who doesn't know what to do in the future, has become more and more emaciated recently. After the intelligence agent left, Sengoku looked at the people in the office and asked in a deep voice. You've heard it all, so how do you deal with this so-called Ararataki faction? Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone looked at Suru Vice Admiral. It is worth mentioning that after all, Marines come from all over the world, and many of them are even from the Grand Line, such as the Vice Admirals from the Iran Kingdom. Now the Grand Line has been obtained by the 7th world of Earth, and even Elbaf, the world's #1 giant country, has now joined the 7th world of Earth. In the face of absolute strength, the world's most powerful country has no power to resist, but today's giant country is very good, people can eat enough, live happily and work in peace and contentment, so. As a result, there were a lot of opposition voices within Marine, and they didn't want to spoil all of this. They even think that this is very good. The Grand Line is 10,000 times better than when celestial dragons managed it under the management of the Seven Dustmen. So everyone looked at he Vice Admiral, and they didn't want to speak, so let he Vice Admiral do the talking. Crane Vice Admiral certainly knew everyone's thoughts, so he pondered for a while and said to Sengoku. I've read the information, and according to Inazuma's heavenly leader, Patriarch Kujo Sala, this Ararataki Aikido is a little gangster. The so-called Ararataki faction is just an organization of street gangsters, usually doing some mischievous things. Since they don't fly the pirate flag, then don't worry about it, and we can't control the Grand Line, can we? Crane Vice Admiral said that although their marine branch is still there, they can only catch pirates. And Ararataki Aikido is from the mysterious place Tibet, and is an important person belonging to the Seven Kingdoms. Such people will not become pirates who harm one side, so Crane Vice Admiral is relieved. Hearing Suru Vice Admiral's words, Sengoku smiled bitterly. Can you defeat the little b*********** d with the power of the Emperor's deputy? Where is the mysterious place of Tibet? Listening to Sengoku's exclamation, everyone nodded approvingly. These days, the world government is going crazy to promote this place. But even if I searched the materials from 800 years ago, I couldn't find the slightest information about this place. This made I am very disturbed, because he always thought that he was omniscient and omnipotent, but at this moment he suddenly woke up. It turned out that before he ruled the world existed tenfold. A transcendent being. Maybe that's the real God's domain, looking at the whole world from a bird's eye view. Every time I think of this, I am feels very uneasy and angry. Accustomed to being superior, she does not allow anyone to press her head, so she has been preparing. There can only be one God in this world, and that is her I am. These Marines and Shuang Yukongdiang don't know about it. The two sides have not yet officially broken up. Shuang Yukongdiang wants to wait until the Seven Kingdoms are complete, and Im's case is to wait for the mediation. After finding out the details of the Seven Kingdoms, make a move. Meanwhile, inside the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace. Big news. Someone beat the Blackbeard Pirates, and that guy won't even be out on the ocean for a while. Marco ran over and said excitedly to Ace. At this time, Ace is learning hockey under the guidance of Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard has regained his physical fitness, his lifespan is still the same as before. Whitebeard knows that his time is short, so he wants to make Ace grow up as soon as possible. Ace stood up in surprise. After the failure last time, he knew that he was no match for Blackbeard at this time, so he has been practicing hard, just to gain enough strength to attack. Kill Blackbeard and get revenge on Inthich. Unexpectedly, Blackbeard was actually defeated. But when he saw the newspaper, he was stunned, because the person who defeated Blackbeard was actually an acquaintance. 075. The Straw Hats, the Hall of Resurrection, and the Araki faction meet to defeat Brother Ming. Seek full order. Seek more updates. 075. Is it Yamato? She has successfully sailed, and she has such a powerful partner. Ace sighed. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in Ace's hand, and saw a picture of Kazuto Ararataki, with the Eye of God hanging around his neck. The Eye of God. A young strong man who has never heard of it, and he is also a ghost. So it seems that the words come from Tibet. Now I believe that Tibet should be hidden somewhere in this world. After all, Kaido is also a ghost. Whitebeard said so, but in fact he didn't know that this was a wonderful misunderstanding, and Tibet was not in this world. After all, they would not guess something like the system even if they tried their best. Ace, do you know this brat? Whitebeard pointed to Yamato and asked, the form of Dako true God should be a phantom beast, without the eyes of God on his body, it should be a strong man who has never gone to sea. Yeah, her name is Yamato, and she's Kaido's daughter. Listening to Ace's words, everyone around breathed out. Oh, that guy Kaido actually has a daughter. Oh my god, can his daughter still be so beautiful? Beasta leaned over, looked at the photo of Yamato that had changed into his original face, and asked in surprise. After all, no monster like Kaido can have such a beautiful daughter, right? But looking at the iconic ghost horn, it seems that she is indeed her own daughter. Yeah, but Yamato doesn't have a good relationship with Kaido, she was even imprisoned by Kaido in Onijima before. Now it looks like Wanokuni has become Daozuma. After Kaido was defeated, she was freed, and now she has found a strong partner. It seems that we will meet soon. Ace said with a smile. Everyone is looking forward to it. After all, the guy who defeated Blackbeard is their friend. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido also saw the news. This be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** such a guy would have such a beautiful daughter. Well, is Kaido your daughter? Do you want to marry me to Wang Guo? The ant said with a smile. Suddenly the eyes of some people in the field sparkled. Their marriage cannot be chosen, and they all follow the orders of the ant, but if there is such a beautiful candidate, they will wake up from their dreams with laughter, right? But Kaido was furious in an instant. In fact, Kaido's fatherly love for Yamato is simply pathological. If you want to say that you don't care or don't care, it is obviously impossible, because Kaido trained Yamato as General Wanokuni from the beginning. Who knows what happened to Yamato? He became a loyal supporter of Kazuki Oden, and even clamored that he was Kazuki Oden. You know the wound Kazuki Oden left on Kaido's chest, but it almost killed Kaido. How could Kaido accept that his own daughter wanted to be an enemy? So he beat Yamato up and even sealed her off on Onigashima. Of course, there must be something wrong with Kaido. After all, he is too ruthless. The bomb that restrained his daughter is actually real, and its power is so powerful. If it really explodes, Yin and Undead will also be seriously injured. Impossible. That's not my daughter, he's my son. Kaido yelled that he had always raised Yamato as a daughter. Ant smiled and didn't speak, but Kaido's face was still gloomy. He was really afraid that his daughter would really become Kazuki Oden. If so, wouldn't she come back and kill him, his biological father? Leaving aside this side, Aikido Araki and others on the other side finally came to Mond. When they came to this free city state, Yido and Yamato turned into street runners, eating and drinking everywhere without knowing how to pay. Juki behind him felt helpless, and Song Neng followed behind to pay. There is always a wallet behind the street runners in the Tivat world, just like the sun and walnut behind Zhongli. At the same time, when Arataki Aikido and others came to Mond, several people also came to Mond at the same time. At the gate of Mond City, everyone in the straw hats looked at the free city in front of them, and they all exclaimed, "Wow, is this Mond?" Luffy looked around, smelling the aroma of food in the air. Nami looked at the guidebook in his hand, which he bought when he entered the city, from a kid named Jimmy. When talking about this, Nami suddenly thought of Luffy staring at the pigeon raised by Jimmy with saliva. At that moment, there was a black aura coming from the kid named Jimmy. The black aura made Nami even suspect that the next in seconds, that kid named Jimmy might light up his blood bar and kill the straw hats in seconds. Mond's predecessor was Dressrosa, once under the dark rule of Shichibukai Doflamingo. The people here are deceived by it, and even because of the childlike fruit, the world will forget their existence. However, Doflamingo was defeated by Eula, the Spray Knight of the Zephyr Knights, and finally escaped from Dressrosa City, where it became the free city-state of Mond. Nami said so. Luffy smiled, pressed the straw hat on his head, and said with a smile. A free city. Whether it is Mond, Zumirazuki, etc., these countries are actually free. There is no oppression of nobles, no threat of celestial dragons, and the common people have enough food and clothing, and the entire Grand Line communicates. Business exchanges make people's lives better and better. Isn't this the freedom that everyone yearns for? Wait, who do you think that is? Advertisement. Suddenly Sanji's voice sounded, and the whole person's eyes turned into peach blossoms. Then it disappeared in place in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was in front of three people. The three are Zhongli, Hutao, and Xiangle. After leaving Sumeru, the three also came to Mond, and happened to meet the Straw Hats who traveled to Mond. Miss Walnut, Miss Xiangling, we meet again, is this the guidance of fate? Sanji said excitedly. Hudao and Xiangling were also pleasantly surprised. After all, when they came to this world, the friends they just met were the members of the Straw Hats. As for Zhongli's words, he looked at Sanji with an inexplicable look. Sanji was shocked for a moment, and then looked at Zhongli in horror. Zhong, Mr. Zhongli. Sanji's voice was trembling, and everyone in the Straw Hats was amazed. Zhongli said in a calm voice. Hello. For some reason, Sanji didn't dare to continue to escape, because he sensed a murderous aura from Zhongli. In fact, Hudao was raised by Zhongli. The relationship between the two is like father and daughter, or grandfather and daughter. So involuntarily, seeing Sanji like this, Zhongli couldn't hold back and let out a bit of divine coercion. And at this moment, Wendy in the Cattail Tavern suddenly sensed Zhongli's aura. Wendy went out a few days ago, but this guy was out of tune. After trying the drinks in this world, he was directly disappointed. It was still Diona's special that was the most delicious, so he returned to Mond, but he didn't expect his old friend to come today. Diona, bring me another special drink, I have a friend coming. Wendy said with a smile. Diona looked at Wendy with murderous eyes, but she still mixed the wine for him, because Captain Chin came and ordered that as long as Wendy wanted to drink, he would get all the wine for him, and the bill would be sent directly to the Zephyr Knights. Okay. After all, Captain Chin knew Wendy's identity, and she was Lord Barbados of Mond City. She didn't dare to tell anyone about this matter. Firstly, Wendy didn't want to, and secondly, she didn't want the people of Mond to know that this famous poet and alcoholic is the god of their Mond City. At the same time, the Straw Hats entered the city with Hudao and the others, but after walking 2 steps Zhongli said to Hudao with a smile. I'm going to see an old friend, and I'll come find you by myself. After Zhongli finished speaking, he left directly, and Hudao stared at his back in a daze. Old friend, why didn't I know that he knew someone in Mond? When did you come to Mond behind my back? But then Hudao suddenly thought of something, and shouted loudly. Bailey, Zhongli. But calling is useless, because Zhongli's figure has disappeared into the corner in the distance, and Hudao's face is full of helplessness. This is not Liyue, the bill can be sent to the Hall of Rebirth. I hope that Zhongli's old friend can also bring out Bailey, otherwise she will go to the jail of the West Wind Knights to scoop up people. But Hudao would not know that it was not a joke that the 4 gods could not take out Amora, even in this world. Fortunately, Captain Chin knew Wendy's identity, so it should be fine. A group of people entered Mond City. The style here is completely different from Zumi and Liyue, and everyone who watched was amazed. Ah, meat, roast. Walking around, suddenly Luffy exclaimed, and the whole person turned into a rubber man and ejected, flying towards the barbecue stand in the distance. The people of Mond were taken aback, but they were not surprised. After all, no matter how miraculous it is, how miraculous are the owners of the Eye of God on their side. The adults of the West Wind Knights are here, and no pirates dare to make trouble here. Luffy. UB asterisk 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 D. Nami was taken aback. What if the guy from the West Wind Knights came to his door if something big happened to this guy? Although the Straw Hats are very powerful now, after the Summit War, they know that there are too many powerful people in this world. And this is Mond, because of the relationship between Bennett and Lazy, they know that there are many strong men in Mond. When Nami yelled, one of the two figures in front of him who kept licking a lollipop suddenly moved his ears. Luffy. Talking to herself, she grabbed Araki Yito beside her, and then ran towards Luffy. Hey, what are you doing, Yamato? My lollipop. Yito was about to cry, looking at the broken lollipop, it was like his own heart. Kirin also hurriedly followed, and at the same time took out a lollipop in his hand, which he had already prepared for the boss, otherwise, if there is no lollipop, the boss will be in trouble, right? 0. Ask for flowers. Kirin thought so, she has always been like this, as if she was taking care of her children to help Yito deal with various things, even some trivial matters. Luffy, is your name Luffy? Yamato rushed in front of Luffy, looked at Luffy who was eating barbecue, and asked excitedly. At this time, Nami was explaining to the boss and paying the money at the same time. After all, Luffy just took the barbecue from the grill and started eating without asking the price. That is to say, this is Mond. If this is changed to another place, maybe the boss will speak loudly. Advertisement. The moment Sanji saw Yamato, he became excited again. Seeing Kirin walking over in the priestess costume, his nose bleeds even more. Ah, I die without regret. Thinking of this, Sanji fell straight to the ground, and Chopper rushed over and yelled. Doctor, come quickly. Sanji is dying. He completely forgot that he was a doctor himself. Ignoring these weird things, Nami looked at Yamato curiously and asked. You know our captain. Everyone also looked at Yamato curiously. If Luffy knew him, he would have gone up to talk a long time ago, but looking at Luffy's bewildered look, he obviously didn't know Yamato. My name is Kazuki Oden from Inazuma. Of course I know Luffy. Because he's Ace's younger brother. Listening to Yamato's words, Luffy suddenly moved, Ace. Then everyone sat down and chatted, and finally everyone suddenly realized that they knew Yamato's real name, and they didn't doubt that she said that she was Kazuki Oden. After all, there are quite a few abnormal people on the Straw Hats, and everyone is used to it. 0. I see. Did Ace go to the process before? Luffy suddenly realized, and then looked at Yamato in front of him with interest. So, your strength is very strong. The fighting spirit began to rise. The current Luffy is not the Luffy in the original book, he is very powerful now, except for meeting the top powerhouses in the sea, he has few opponents. Recently, even if he met a guy with a reward of 600 million or 700 million yuan, he was not Luffy's opponent, and he would be instantly killed by Luffy easily. Yamato is also shining. Ace said that her younger brother is also targeting One Piece, and she also wants to know how strong Luffy is. But at this moment, a voice sounded. The Straw Hat. Everyone looked at it, and there was a burst of surprise for a while. Ah, it's Telon. The person who came was Trafalgar Law. As long as Trafalgar's nickname was given to him by Straw Hat crew, the two sides were barely friends. I saw Luo leading the members of his pirate team to Luffy and the others. Although the original book has all been read, it seems to be the guidance of fate, and people who should know will still agree. Meet. I didn't expect you to come to Mond. After Luo sat down, he said to Luffy and the others, his eyes flashed, as if he had an idea. Yes, Terran, but why are you here? Luffy looked at Luo and asked, while Luo glanced around and said softly. I just wanted to see, this country that was once ruled by Doflamingo. Everyone was puzzled for a while. They still don't know the grievances between Luo and Brother Ming. Luo's greatest wish is to become stronger and defeat Brother Ming. But now he felt that the time had come, just because Brother Ming had offended the 7 kingdoms of the world. Luo looked at Luffy and asked in a deep voice. As the head of the Straw Hat, I just took over a mission from the Adventurers Association, but this mission is very difficult, and the difficulty of the mission may even be doubled at any time. I would like to invite Straw Hat crew to participate, I wonder if you would like to. Listening to Luo's words, everyone immediately quieted down. Although the captains of the two sides often met noisy, everyone recognized Luo's strength. It's Luo, who is so serious, and even said that this task is extremely dangerous, so what kind of enemy is it? I saw Luffy grinning, pressed his straw hat and asked. Is that person worth defeating? Hearing Luffy's words, Luo was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed out loud. He is a demon. Because of an experimental reason, at least tens of thousands of children have died because of this, or they have become neither human nor ghost. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the Straw Hats was instantly furious. Yamato, who was biting a lollipop at the side, fought against Araki, and even burst out his own breath, with a cold light in his eyes. No matter what world you are in, a villain of this level is disgusting. Luffy became serious instantly, looking at Luo in front of him and said in a deep voice. That being the case, then go and defeat him. Hearing Luffy's words, Luo immediately laughed out loud, and at this moment, Araki Aikido's voice sounded. This matter should also be counted as one of our Ararataki faction. Luo was taken aback for a moment, and after seeing the faces of Aikido Ararataki and Yamato clearly, he immediately exhaled. Aikido Ararataki, you are the one to defeat Blackbeard. As soon as this remark came out, the audience exclaimed, everyone is familiar with the name Blackbeard. 076. Crusade against Brother Ming, watch the battle in the Chen Song Pot, Kaido of the Beasts comes. Seek full order, seek more updates. 076. Although the current strength of the Straw Hats is very strong, but because of Blackbeard's special fruit ability, if they fight alone, they dare not say that they can easily win. After all, although Luffy is powerful at this time, he is still far from the Nika form of Fruit Awakening. If he can awaken Nika's form, his combat power may surpass 4 emperors, and fighting Kaido will be much simpler than in the original book. But even now, if Luffy meets Kaido, even if he can't win, he won't be at a disadvantage. In the end, Ararataki faction also joined the Crusade team, and the composition of the whole team is very huge. The first is the initiator of the Heart Pirates, the Captain Trafalgar Law, and the bounty is currently 500 million Bailey. The second is the response of the Straw Hats. Captain Luffy's current bounty is 1.5 billion Baileys. This bounty is already the bounty that Luffy is called the 5th Emperor in the original book. Just because of this summit war, Luffy is shining brightly, and can even fight against Admiral-level powerhouses. His strength is actually stronger than when he was called the 5th Emperor in the original book. Secondly, the swordsman Zoro, Chef Sanji, etc., have a bounty of about 1 billion Baileys. Then there are the Hall of Resurrection and the Ararataki faction. They are not pirates, so naturally there is no bounty. This lineup is very strong, and there are several Admiral-level fighters alone. Although Luo's idea has always been to defeat Doflamingo himself, the current situation does not allow Luo to be willful. Just because North Blue has been cholerate by Doflamingo, because he is the identity of celestial dragons, almost no one dares to touch him, even he is still Shichibukai. It is unforgivable crime to arrest children for Geisa to do human experiments, so Luo can only invite Luffy and the others to encircle and suppress them together. And the Adventurers Association has also released this mission. If they can really crusade, then they can all get massive rewards. However, this task is indeed very difficult, because the cooperation between Brother Ming and Kaido is already well known. This time to crusade against Brother Ming, if there is no accident, even the Beast's pirates may appear. Although the current Beast's pirates are bereaved dogs in front of Daozuma, they are still dignified 4 emperors. After cooperating with Dama, the territory of the 4 emperors has more than doubled. Now in New World, apart from the world government and the 7 rulers of the world, there are really few forces that dare to provoke Kaido, not even Marine. After all, if Kaido is provoked this time, Big Mom may also be printed, and then it will be facing the 4 emperors at the same time. The group simply packed up and purchased various supplies at the same time, then left Mond port and headed for North Blue. Shang Ling said to Hu Dao on the deck, "Are we really ignoring Mr. Zhongli?" Walnut waved his hands indifferently. "That guy is fine, we'll go back as soon as we go. If that person is really a demon, then I will personally send him to rebirth in bliss." Hu Dao said that sometimes the demons in the world are far more terrifying than real demons and ghosts. A group of people headed towards North Blue in a mighty manner, and this action naturally alarmed Marine. Reporting that the Marshal, the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Heart Pirates have formed an alliance and are heading towards North Blue at this time. Together with Mir Hu Dao, the master of Liu Shangsheng Hall, and Shang Ling, the chef of Wanman Hall. And Inazuma's Ararataki faction, they seem to be aiming at Doflamingo, because the Adventurers Association issued a reward for Doflamingo. Listening to the intelligence officer's words, Sengoku's eyes flashed brightly, and his killing intent boiled even more. Doflamingo. You must know that the 4 seas are Marine's territory, and a big pirate like Doflamingo, how could Sengoku not know what he was doing in North Blue? So what if you know? Doflamingo is celestial dragons. Even though they are expelled now, the attitude of the Holy Land is still vague. If you think about it, most of the celestial dragons are useless, but like Doflamingo, they have top strength, and there are celestial dragons from Conqueror's Hockey, it's just a finger. How can those pot-bellied guys in the Holy Land compare to Doflamingo? So don't think that Doflamingo is still a pirate at this time, but he may return to the Holy Land one day, or even the Holy Land just wants to suppress Doflamingo. After all, his father is a lesson from the past. And this guy knows a lot of secrets belonging to celestial dragons, and the world government doesn't want to touch him, so even if Marine knows what he's doing, he can't take action against him, which makes Sengoku very aggrieved. Now it sounds like someone is going to crusade against Brother Ming. Although he can't participate, doing things that are convenient in secret should not be considered a violation, right? So Sengoku called Kizaru directly, just because Kizaru was also from North Blue. Speaking of which, many of the marine powerhouses come from North Blue, Kizaru, Akainu, and Crane Vice Admiral and so on. Crane Vice Admiral chased Doflamingo all the way from North Blue to New World, and this pursuit did not end until Doflamingo became Shichibukai. Now that Akainu is gone, Kizaru from North Blue has become the candidate. Advertisement. After you go to North Blue, secretly let these guys go, and then stare at their heartbeats. As long as they don't cause damage, then it's as if you haven't seen them. Listening to Sengoku's words, Kizaru smiled lewdly, but nodded. If you don't need to do it yourself, but if you just go to the theater, Kizaru would like to come more. In the end, under Marine's secret release, the people who crusaded against Doflamingo easily left the Grand Line and returned to the world of paradise. Luo was the smartest in the group, he knew right away that Marine was acquiescing to their behavior. After all, let's not talk about them, just the members of the Straw Hats, they are the world-renowned big pirates of Summit War, how could Marine not know about this dangerous existence back in the world? But if he didn't care, I'm afraid even Marine would be upset with Doflamingo, otherwise everyone would be mobbed by electricity. At the same time, in North Blue's Devil Fruit Factory, Brother Ming also knew that everyone from the Straw Hats had come to North Blue. Damn the 7 rulers of the world, they took Dressrosa away, and now I have come to North Blue, are they still willing to let me go? Doflamingo said angrily, it's all agreed to rule the river, and this North Blue belongs to the world government. But I didn't expect that the 7 rulers of the world would use the way of rewards issued by the Adventurer Association to make trouble for themselves. At this time, even the world government can't intervene. After all, they didn't directly take action, but some pirates came after accepting the conquest commission. Brother Ming was silent for a while. Although he was an extremely proud person, he was not a fool. He also participated in the Summit War. To be honest, he may not be an opponent even if he faces only one Luffy. Although his strength has improved a lot after being defeated by Eula, at least the awakening of the fruit ability, coupled with Conqueror's Haki, made him have unlimited potential. It's just that after becoming Shichibukai, he became a little more slack. But even though he has become stronger in these years, he may not dare to say that he can contend against Admiral, but Luffy has the strength to contend against Admiral. Not to mention that there are still many strong people in the Straw Hats, and none of them are weaker than their current self, or even stronger, so Doflamingo decided to call in reinforcements. He directly took out a phone bug, and said in a deep voice. Moshi Moshi. The phone bug instantly turned into a terrifying face, and then a thick voice sounded. Oh, it's the clown, what can I do for you? Listening to Kaido's words, Doflamingo gave a dark smile. Fooferfer, Governor Kaido, I'm in trouble now, if you let it go, neither I nor the Devil Fruit Factory will be destroyed. So now, what are you going to do? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido frowned immediately, and then asked carefully, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Straw Hat Crew, is there any Araki pie from Inazuma? If you want to say who Kaido hates most now, of course it is Xuanyu Kongying and General Thunder, and even the person with Dao Wife is also on Kaido's must-kill list at this time. Although he is not the opponent of General Thunder and Lightning, in this vast and boundless sea, if he wants to hide, ordinary people will not be able to find him. Moreover, he is a phantom beast capable user, so he can fly, so even if he can't beat him, Kaido can't run. Therefore, these days, Kaido has made many deaths, such as robbing Dao's wife's merchant ship. Although Inazuma's merchant ship will soon be supported by powerful people because of the pocket anchor, it still caused a lot of losses. This is Kaido's revenge. That's fine, let Dao's wife get back some interest first, and these guys from Dao's wife, let's kill them all. And my stupid son, take this opportunity to catch him, and Lousy hates him more and more. Why do you like to hang out with Lousy's enemies? Kaido said to himself, and then asked Doflamingo to hold on for a while, and he would come with support. With Kaido's promise, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. If a 4 emperors came to support him, no matter how powerful these guys are, they should have nothing to do with him. After all, the strength of the 4 emperors, apart from the terrifying existence of the 7 gods, is difficult for ordinary people to contend with. Although many people compare Admiral with 4 emperors, in fact, 4 emperors master Conqueror's winding, and its strength is indeed stronger than Admiral. Not everyone is a monster like Garp, a simple armed color can be invincible in the world. Send an order to let the underground forces of the entire North Blue take action, let them delay the pace of the crusade against the Alliance, and buy some time. Kaido said that he started his business in North Blue, and here he can cover the sky with only one hand, and even some countries are secretly controlled by him. After all, with the dual identities of Celestial Dragons and Shichibukai, he can really do things unscrupulously, and Marine will not make trouble. When all these forces were used, they really blocked Luffy's path. Although they are all a group of miscellaneous fish, they can't stand it. From the moment they entered North Blue, people kept coming up to stop them. This also made everyone realize how shady they are in North Blue. Doflamingo. You must know that is the base camp for starting a business, in fact, this is the foundation of Doflamingo. But what everyone doesn't know is that there are 2 shadows following them all the time, and these 2 people are Zhongli and Wendy. Originally, it was fine at the Cattail Tavern, but Zhongli just couldn't rest assured of Walnut, so he directly pulled Wendy away from Mond, and followed them secretly. Advertisement. Wendy didn't care. Anyway, what she yearned for was freedom, but when she left Mond, Diona prepared a bucket of special wine for herself, which almost didn't make Diona angry. These young people are really good. Wendy smiled and said. In Luffy, he saw true freedom. This young man has a pure heart, but his eyes are full of firmness, and nothing will interfere with his will. Because he is a man of great luck. Zhongli said plainly, no matter what world you are in, people with great luck will be born in every era, and Luffy is such a person. Just like the 7 gods during the Tibet War, they were the protagonists of that era. It's just that because of the appearance of Xuanyu Kongying, Luffy is destined not to be the Joey boy who changes the world. After all, the person who changes the world will be Xuanyu Kongying. While the 2 were talking, a figure suddenly appeared beside the 2 of them out of thin air. Master Tianli. The 2 of them were taken aback when they saw this figure, and then hurriedly saluted, and it was Xuanyu Kongying who came. The task of rewarding Doflamingo was released by Xuanyu Kongying in the Adventurers Association, just because he knew what Doflamingo did, it was simply devoid of conscience, so. Xuanyu Kongying didn't want to keep him. In fact, even if Luffy and others don't come, Xuanyu Kongying will find time to do it by himself, or send strong men to hunt and kill Doflamingo. Of course, in that case, it may have to fight with the world government. Ha ha ha, you 2 really can't stay idle. Come, come, I brought a lot of fine wine and food from Dao wife, let's go to the dust song pot and watch. Shuangyu Kongdiang said with a smile, Dream Yixin he has already returned to Lei movie, because the knife is true after all. After Lei Dianjun returns, this knife will also be given to Lei Dianjun, so Shuangyu Kongdiang took out the dust song pot, and if he is outside in the future, he can rest in it. The two also nodded, and then their figures entered the dust singing in a flash. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the three of them were drinking and eating delicious food, while the figures of Luffy and others appeared in the air in front of them. At the same time, Luffy and others from the outside world finally reached the base camp of Doflamingo. At this time, on the distant coastline, everyone from the entire Don Quixote family has gathered. The combat power of thousands of people seems very scary, but for Luffy and others, it looks like dozens of people at best. Of course, all of them have high-end combat power here, while there are many miscellaneous fish on the other side. Fire. With Brother Ming's order, the pirates on the shoreline suddenly opened their cannons, and countless cannon 0.0 bullets fell from the sky. Luffy jumped out directly, and then his body collided in the air, instantly turning into a huge pancake, which caught all the shells. Then under the action of the elastic force, all the shells flew upside down. Wow, is this devil fruit? It's amazing. Walnut exclaimed, then stepped up and tugged Luffy's cheek curiously, seeing that Luffy's cheek can be transformed into any shape, she became more and more excited. Ah, don't do that, Luffy said in pain. He didn't know why. When Walnut pinched himself, it hurt so much, she obviously didn't use armament hockey. Hu Dao chuckled. As the 7th generation Hall Master of the past life Hall, she is naturally a Grandmaster with abilities related to spirits, such as playing with human souls. In fact, Hu Dao knows it. It's just that if you do this, you will be punished by God, so righteous warlocks and so on will not use it. But it's okay to use it when teasing people. When you pinch Luffy's cheek, his body won't hurt, but his soul will. There are still some warlocks in the Teyvat world. For example, Changyan is the descendant of a family of warlocks. Blocking the overwhelming shelling, Luffy stopped talking. Traman, haven't you always wanted to beat him yourself? Hearing Luffy's words, Liyue was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a grateful look to Luffy. When he stepped forward, he looked at Doflamingo in the distance, and said with red eyes. Doflamingo, today is your day to die. Hearing Luo's words, Mingo Fofuru laughed and then roared. Really? Then just try it out. The moment the voice fell, the entire sky became densely covered with dark clouds, and then a huge shadowless long phantom appeared within the clouds. When seeing this figure, no matter whether it was the people present or the people hiding around, they all exclaimed. Kaido of the Beasts. 077. Luffy, Yamato, Aikido Ararataki face Kaido, Big Mom is here. Seek full order, seek more updates. 077. The people hiding in the surrounding area include people from the world government, people from naval headquarters, and even people from various pirate forces in the New World, all hiding here. Like the existence of a big pirate, it would be abnormal if there were no hidden forces, or an intelligence agency dedicated to him. Things like the Straw Hats are simply weird, so even the Red Hair pirates without a resident will actually have their own intelligence agencies secretly. Otherwise, how did the Redhead get the Nika fruit back then? After all, the world government's plan to transport fruits is definitely at the confidential level, and if the Redhead knows about it, it means that it has its own intelligence organization. Has Kaido actually come? Naval headquarters, Sengoku asked with a frown as he looked at the video sent back by the intelligence personnel in front using the projection phone bug. It is understandable that Kaido was not found. After all, Kaido can turn into a dragon and come to North Blue by flying. As long as he does not want to be exposed, no one should be able to find him. But what is shocking is just the beginning. Report to Marshal. North Blue has appeared. Beasts Pirates BIGMOM Pirates. The Marine Intelligence Officer said in horror. 2-4 Emperor's pirates came out, and even came to North Blue. You must know that this is the territory of the world government. How on earth do you do things? Such a huge fleet, how did they come to North Blue? Sengoku roared and said, his eyes were very ugly, it is impossible that there is no information at all. And they still came out in full force, and they didn't get the slightest news when they set off, which is obviously abnormal. The Crane Vice Admiral next to him said with an ugly look. CP Organization. 11. Hearing what Crane Vice Admiral said, the expressions of all the generals present changed drastically. In an instant, they understood that the world government deliberately helped the 2-4 emperors hide their tracks, and even Marine was concealed. And the purpose of doing this is obviously to bury all these people here. Meanwhile, in Marineford, the holy land of the world government, the 5 elders are talking. The appearance of the mysterious land of Teyvat 06 is beyond the master's control. Furthermore, the guy who inherited the fruit of Nika has grown too fast. At this dangerous juncture, we must not give him a chance to awaken. So this time, we must keep him completely, so that we can deal with the world's 7th rulers without any worries. 27. The dialogue of the 5 elders revealed the purpose of this time, which is to surround and kill Luffy. Because from the time of Summit War, they realized that Luffy grew up too fast. If it was in the past, they didn't care at all. After all, it is not 800 years ago. 800 years ago, Nika, who was a Lunaria tribe, liberated the enslaved people, established a huge kingdom, and was honored as the sun god Nika by the world. But I don't know what happened 800 years ago. The huge kingdom collapsed directly, and then was overthrown by 20 kings together, and then formed the world government, forming the current celestial dragons. But it seems that Nika is too powerful, or he has really reached the level of God, and then formed devil fruit. That is the rubber fruit that Luffy ate, but before awakening, no one knew that this fruit was Nika fruit. After all, if it's just a simple rubber fruit, how can the redhead snatch it from the world government, find Luffy, and pay for it? Xuang Yukongdiang didn't think that Luffy could eat that fruit in front of the red hair and others. And the arm of the red hair was bitten off by the king of the sea. Of course it was not the king of the sea who was strong and the red hair stretched his hips. This should be intentional, in order to guide Luffy to this road smoothly. All in all, Nika was the biggest threat to the world government before Xuang Yukongdiang, but now, what the world government is more afraid of is the unknown. They have never heard of the 3 words of mentioning that, so they want to get rid of Nika, and then concentrate on dealing with the 7 rulers of the world. Hearing that Luffy and others were going to crusade against Doflamingo, the 5 elders decided to use their tricks, but who knows if they contacted the 4 emperors, maybe only they themselves know these 10 points. Kaido is here too. Luo's face was ugly. Facing Kaido's aura like a demon god, Luo had no resistance at all at this time. Advertisement. Doflamingo is not weak at all, the awakening of string fruit, and the elite vice admiral will not be his opponents. Even if it's not at the level of admiral, it's just that the practice of haki taijutsu and so on is a bit poor, and if you just look at the age, admiral is actually not young. Traman, you go, this guy will be handed over to me. Luffy stood up and said that since they promised Luo to avenge him, they would not back down. In fact, Luffy doesn't know if he is the opponent of the 4 emperors, because he has seen Whitebeard's strength, and he clearly knows that he is still a long way from that powerhouse. But if you are afraid, you will never be able to surpass them, and he is the one who becomes One Piece. The 4 emperors in front of you are his competitors. Luffy instantly changed to 4th gear, directly entered the strongest posture, and then looked at Kaido in front of him seriously. Kaido also didn't take care of Doflamingo. If we said before, he was really worried about the Devil Fruit Factory, but now it's different. Just because the CPO member of the world government contacted him when he was leaving. This made Kaido have other ideas, and the world government also gave him very generous promises, such as the Zone Devil Fruit he wanted. Its purpose is only one, and that is to kill Luffy, and the world government has promised that after the cooperation is reached, no matter whether it is successful or not, it will give rewards, because both parties have the same purpose, and that is to deal with the world's 7 ruling alliances. Just because after the Grand Line was ruled by Xuang Yukongdiang, the oppression of pirates has reached an outrageous level. Especially the reconstruction of the Roger pirates, and the apparent surrender of the Whitebeard pirates to the 7th world, put Kaido and Big Mom under increasing pressure. So they agreed to the alliance request of the world government, and killing Luffy in front of them was one of the clauses. Although this brat is powerful and has unlimited potential, is it really worth the price the world government has to pay? Kaido thought to himself, among the Zone Devil fruits endowed by the world government, there are even quite a few ancient species. Although there is no most precious phantom beast species, these devil fruits alone are too precious. You must know that among the 3 disasters under him, the devil fruit is just an ancient species. That is, his own son Yamato got the devil fruit of the phantom beast. There must be a world government of phantom beasts. After all, it has ruled for 800 years. It can be said that 90% of the fruits of this world are probably in the hands of the world government. If you think about it with your brain, you will know that celestial dragons can rule for 800 years, how terrifying is the world government. Most of the secret treasures in the sea have actually been acquired by the world government, right? Therefore, the background of the world government is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After all, a Logia, a person with good talent has the potential of admiral. As for a phantom beast, as long as it is not an idiot, it can definitely become an admiral, the only difference lies in the length of time. Like Marco the little pony, even if he is a devil fruit that is not doing business properly, he is a doctor after all, but he can still gain strength close to that of admiral. 4 emperors. Therefore, the world government definitely has a lot of phantom beast species, and there are also a lot of phantom beast species that they cultivated internally. Their strength is simply unimaginable. No matter who Luffy is, since Kaido promised the world government, he will definitely kill this little devil. At that moment Kaido opened his dragon mouth, and then a terrifying heat gathered. Quote exclamation mark quote. A terrifying heat erupted in an instant, and its powerful power stunned many people. At this moment, everyone clearly knew how terrifying the 4 emperors' fighting power was. During the Summit War, except for Akainu, the other 2 admirals were not serious, and the 4 emperors are the top powerhouses in the sea. Just when Luffy was about to resist, suddenly a figure rushed out. Daddy B ********** D. Yamato roared, and Jien swung the mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Following Kaido's family's standard moves, Yamato's attack instantly crushed Kaido's enthusiasm. After all, they are also demon fruit powers. Although Yamato is still too immature at this time, far inferior to Kaido, he has initially shown himself powerful. After all, she inherited Kaido's blood, and she also carries Conqueror's haki and devil fruit, so her own strength is definitely not weak. Stupid son. Kaido's urn sounded, and Yamato landed directly on the deck, looking at Kaido and yelling. Advertisement. I'm not your son. You damn old man, you really want to blow me up, are you still human? The more Yamato said, the more wronged he was, because the bracelet that Kaido bound him was actually a bomb, and it was very powerful. Even if he didn't die, at least he would be severely injured. Listening to Yamato's words, Kaido didn't bother to answer. After all, who made Yamato a rebellious kid? Kazuki Oden almost killed himself back then. As a result, this guy worshipped Kazuki Oden, and even claimed to be Kazuki Oden. How can Kaido bear it? Even now, Kaido has just been kicked out of Inazuma, and he is a life and death enemy with those guys in Inazuma, even more than the hatred for Kazuki Oden. As a result, Yamato has become a member of Inazuma. In the time of Dao's wife, he obeyed Juho Sala. Then even if he went out to sea quietly, he would fight with Inazuma's Ararataki, which made Kaido's anger already tumbling. Yamato doesn't know Kaido's thoughts, she only has one idea at this time, and that is to defeat her father. But at this time Ararataki Aikido came to Yamato's side. Yamato, this guy is too powerful, we should not be opponents alone. Araki Aikido is not really stupid, if he is still stubborn at this time, maybe his partner will be in danger. In fact, this is the case. At this time, the Yido panel has a level of 80, a weapon of 80, and a talent of 666. Even the Holy Relic doesn't have an exclusive Wagwan set, it's just a set of gladiators that defend the main entry, and even the sub-entry doesn't have much crit damage. Therefore, the fight at this time is not the heyday of 357 himself, so he does not have the confidence to compete against Kaido. The same is true for Luffy, his strength is already qualified to fight against Admiral. But Luffy has one of the biggest shortcomings, that is, the physical exertion is serious, especially when he is in 4th gear. Although he recovered quickly, it would be difficult for Luffy to persevere until he regained his strength if his opponent didn't give him time to recover, or if he didn't have a partner to buy him time. So if you really fight against Kaido, the final result must be that Luffy is directly exhausted and paralyzed, and Kaido's words are still full of energy, who makes this zone's physical strength a monster. So in the end it was Luffy, Yamato, and Aido Ararataki who faced Kaido. Let's go. Luffy pressed his straw hat, and then shot out with a bang in 4th gear. Yamato and Araki Aikido did the same thing, the attack of the three landed on Kaido in an instant, directly blasting Kaido to the distant island. The Kaido who landed returned to the human form, but his expression was dignified, and he directly entered the half-orc posture. Kaido in this posture is the most powerful. At the same time, Luo also successfully played against Doflamingo. The battlefield situation seems to be one-sided, and the Straw Hats still have a lot of high-end cut 6. Such as Sanji and Zoro, as well as Lei Zi, Walnut, etc. did not make a shot. As for Xiang Ling, Bennett and Ju Qiren are still weaker in strength. Especially Bennett, who mainly plays an auxiliary role. In actual combat, I say, it is slightly inferior to the real #S. But at this moment, Nami suddenly shouted in horror. 80 directions. A huge fleet is approaching. Everyone looked around, and their faces changed drastically in an instant. They saw that on a huge pirate ship, Big Mom was standing there, exuding a cold smile. It's the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Damn, why did they come here from New World so quietly? Why is there no news at all? At the same time, Shuang Yukonggying in the Dust Song Pod also raised an eyebrow. Even the intelligence network of fools has not received the news. Only the world government can do this. Shuang Yukonggying said so. After all, they have ruled the world for 800 years, and their understanding of this world is completely inferior to that of world government. It seems that this time it was calculated by the world government. The purpose of these guys should be to keep all these people behind. The real purpose should be Luffy. Shuang Yukonggying got the truth in an instant. It seems that the world government really can't sit still. 078. Teacher Guy is online again. Luffy learns Conqueror's winding. Seek full order. Seek more updates. 078. Then do we need to make a move? Zhang Li looked at Shuang Yukonggying and asked. Their enemy is always the world government, and Luffy and others got the God's Eye, so strictly speaking, they actually belong to their camp. Of course, the main purpose is that Hu Dao and others joined the battle, and the person Zhang Li is really worried about is Hu Dao. But Shuang Yukonggying thought for a while, and finally said to Zhang Li. Don't take action first, although there are 2 4 Emperor's regiments, they may not be incapable of confrontation. Listening to Shuang Yukonggying's words, Zhang Li and Wendy both nodded. Kaido, are you in such a mess? Standing on the back of Prometheus, Big Mom looked at Kaido who was suppressed by Luffy, Aikido Ararataki and Yamato in the distance, and laughed at the moment, but there was vigilance deep in her eyes. Although the 4 emperors are extremely proud guys, they are not idiots after all. The ant knows best how powerful Kaido is, but such a powerful Kaido was easily suppressed at this time. It's no wonder that the world government is so afraid, and even paid a huge price to let them suppress it. After all, the world government has just signed a peace covenant with the 7 rulers of the world, and it is definitely not convenient to directly attack the people in charge of the 7 rulers of the world at this time. But the pirates are different. The 2 4 emperors make a move, in this world, except for the behemoths like the 7 rulers of the world and the world government. Under normal circumstances, few people can resist them. Lin, don't talk nonsense. The strength of these little guys is not simple. Kaido said in a deep voice, and now the ant stopped talking nonsense, but said with a wave of her hand. Go, kill them. All of a sudden, all the cadres and strong men of the 2 4 emperors' regiments rushed towards the Straw Hat crew. Everyone looked dignified, but no one retreated at this time, because they knew that the current situation is either you die or I live. I saw Zoro, Sanji, and Lei Zi stepped forward, looked at the 4 emperors and said. This old woman is handed over to us. As for the cadres of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments, we can only rely on you to stop them. Hearing Zoro's words, everyone nodded. Today's Zoro already has the cultivation base of a great swordsman, although he is just entering this realm, but at least he can claim to maintain admiral-level combat power. It's like Admiral Momosuke, Marine's alternate, a great swordsman, although not as good as Hawkeye, but barely touched Admiral's level. And if they get the bonus of Bennett's ultimate move, even Admiral can compete with one or two. Sanji's strength is about the same as Zoro's, even if he is weak, he is not much worse. As for Lei Zi, let alone, he has always been able to fight against Admiral, although they now lack the high-level armament hockey, they will still be at a disadvantage against top players. But in a 3-on-1 situation, even if the opponent is 4 emperors, they are not afraid at all. As for Doflamingo, I will leave it to Luo alone. Since becoming an adventurer, Luo has obtained holy relics, weapons and so on. Now his strength is not worse than when he dealt with Kaido in the original book, so he is safe and qualified to deal with a Shichibukai. As for the remaining miscellaneous fish and so on, it will be handed over to others. Whether it's Nami, Usopp, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Kuki Shinobu, Bennett, etc., at least they are all at least at the level of Vice Admiral and above. If they enter the New World, they are really fully qualified to be called 5th Emperor. Although there is a big difference in the number of people between the two sides, if they can't stand against the Straw Hats, they are all top powerhouses. Although the 2-4 Emperor's regiments have 3 disasters and 3 generals, there is still Bennett in the Straw Hat Regiment. I saw Bennett hit the ground with a big fight, and all the members of his side felt that their strength had more than doubled in an instant. It can be understood as a direct improvement of half a realm. Boom. With a loud noise, Brook unexpectedly forced Jin back in front of him with a knife, which surprised Jin very much. Although his strength is not at the level of Admiral, even if he meets the substitute Admiral, he is confident that he will not fall into a disadvantage, and even win the battle. It can be said that Jin's strength is second only to Kaido in the Beast's Pirates, and there are only a few people in the other 4 emperors that can compare with him. Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates and others. The skeleton monster in front of him has no reputation in the sea at all. He seems to be a guy who just joined the Straw Hats, and he has such a powerful strength. In fact, Brook has always been very strong, and even felt that he never used his true strength in the original book. Now a member of the Straw Hats, Brook successfully got the attention of the gods and got the Eye of God when he was doing the adventurer task. Now his strength, although not as good as Luffy and others, has come from behind, surpassing Usopp, Nami and others. All of a sudden, the battlefield fell into chaos, and at this moment, the sea that was paying attention to this battlefield was all in a commotion. The strength shown by the Straw Hats is really too strong. But as the battle continued, people began to sigh again, because the gap in the number of people was really unbearable. Advertisement. The 2-4 Emperor's regiments have 3 generals and 3 disasters, a total of 6 strong men in the elite Vice Admiral, among them are monsters like Jin and Katakuri, although with Bennett's ultimate move, they won barely contending with the strength, but can't hold on for too long. After all, Bennett's battle has time and cooling. And the cadres of the 4 emperors are all weak. For example, Kaido's subordinates, in addition to the 3 disasters of the 3 major boards, Enifei Lubao, has a combat power above the headquarters of Vice Admiral. The Big Mom Pirates are also extremely powerful, with a total of 34 ministers, and the ones who come today are the most powerful ones, all of whom have the combat power of Vice Admiral, which is the background of the 4 emperors. In front of so many strong players, even Usopp's combat power is facing 2 or 3 opponents with Vice Admiral's combat power at the same time. Although it was barely blocked by Bennett's battle, it undoubtedly began to fall into a disadvantage. Damn it. Luffy's eyes are a little anxious, the enemy is too strong, if the partners have any losses, it will be considered a victory in this war, and for Luffy it is a failure. In the end, Luffy looked at Kazuto Ararataki and Yamato and said, "Go and help everyone, Kaido will be handed over to me alone." Listening to Luffy's words, Ararataki Aikido and Yamato were stunned, but when they saw that the Straw Hat crew who was struggling was still holding on for a long time, they immediately nodded. Anyway, their biggest purpose is to defeat Doflamingo, destroy Devil Fruit Factory and Human Laboratory. So it is not necessary for Luffy to defeat Kaido, but to delay Kaido and create conditions for Luo to kill Doflamingo. As the two stepped back, Luffy and Kaido just looked at each other calmly. This brat, the one the world government wants to kill. Kaido looked at Luffy and thought to himself, he is not an idiot. As 4 emperors, he knows many secrets of this world. For example, the world government has always been jealous of Joey Boy. After all, Kaido's subordinate Jin, he is a member of the Lunaria clan, and Joey Boy was once a member of this race. So Kaido knows a lot of things, and there is only one guy who can scare the world government and would rather cooperate with pirates to get rid of him, and that is the legendary Joey Boy. So in Kaido's heart at this time, apart from killing intent, there is more jealousy. He has always thought that he is Joey Boy, even Jin thinks so, but at this time the world government actually thinks that the Straw Hat kid in front of him is Joey Boy, how can Kaido not be angry? Therefore, his killing intent towards Luffy now is not only because of the deal with the world government, even if there is no deal with the world government, he should not let Luffy in front of him go. Straw Hat Boy, let me show you the power that the top powerhouse in this world should have. Kaido roared, and then the conquerors exploded, and Luffy also burst out his golden conquerors to resist Kaido. Thunder 8 trigrams. Then Kaido directly played Thunder 8 trigrams, and actually used the Conqueror's entanglement. When Luffy saw this trick, his eyes lit up immediately. He was no longer himself in the original book. The Haki cultivation method modified by Lay movie has the corresponding top Haki. The top knowledge color can predict the future for a few seconds. The top armed color can flow outward, block Logia's attack, and destroy internally. This is the emission technique. For the top-level conquerors, it can be wound outside, so as to achieve air strikes. Among them, the most powerful is of course the Conqueror's Entanglement, which is a skill that only the top powerhouses can possess. 1 in a million people in Conquerors will appear, but there are still many Conquerors owners in New World. After all, New World is where monsters are concentrated. But there are countless Conquerors owners, and there are only a handful of people who can have Conquerors Entanglements. Speaking of the guys who are currently active in the sea, it is estimated that the 4 Emperors will be entangled with Conquerors. In addition, Rayleigh should know it too. Even the bullet on Roger's ship had the top-level armament Haki, but he still couldn't learn Conqueror's Entanglement. But even so, Bullet's captain in Roger is also known as a guy who is on par with Clute and Rayleigh. So it is conceivable how difficult this skill is, even Bullet can't learn it. Therefore, Marine Admiral's combat power is indeed the world's top powerhouse. But if the world's top powerhouses are divided into levels, those who will be Conquerors Entangled and those who will not be Conquerors Entangled belong to 2 types of powerhouses. Marine Admiral is powerful, and Logia is even more terrifying, but they don't have Conquerors, and they will never be able to learn the top powerhouse's signature skill, Conqueror's Coil, so they will always be weaker than 4 Emperors when they are one-on-one. During the Summit War, Whitebeard, who was seriously injured and dying, could almost wipe out Akainu, which is enough to show how terrifying it would be for a real Conqueror's Haki to reach the top. 3. Even if Admiral is the most powerful Akainu, at most, he has cultivated to the top in terms of knowledge and weapons. The only one with conquerors is Sengoku, but after being a dog for the world government for so many years, Sengoku's conquerors would have been abolished long ago, otherwise Sengoku of Phantom Beast would have conquerors Haki. Maybe it's the next Kaido. Of course, according to Lay Movie's analysis, there is no limit to power. Garp also doesn't have conquerors, but if he has armament Haki, he can be equal to Roger of One Piece, and even run away with One Piece. His armed color may have surpassed the top level, surpassing the world's understanding of armed color. Otherwise, if you think about it, if you are a normal person, your son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and your grandson is the 5th Emperor of the Sea. How can you still live well? Advertisement. Is it really afraid of Garp's prestige? That is obviously impossible. Celestial dragons dare to kill marine generals casually. How can they be afraid of Garp's prestige with their above-board arrogance? The only thing to be afraid of is strength. Garp's strength is enough to make the world government stand ready, at least the world government. They think that if they offend Garp, it will cause great consequences, so they just let Garp go. Therefore, the strength of this old man has not declined in the slightest. He is probably stronger than when he chased and killed Roger back then. I know. Boom. Luffy is punched flying, although he knows the existence of Conqueror's Winding, but has not yet learned. Not only Conquerors, but even the other 2 kinds of Haki, Luffy has only reached the advanced level at this time. That's why Luffy isn't officially called an Admiral class. Even if his combat power can fight against Admiral, it is more due to the bonuses of God's Eye, holy relics and so on. Just like the ant back then, who never trained, but relied on her monster-like body to gain incomparably powerful strength. Any one of Conqueror's Haki who has cultivated to the top level can be called an Admiral-level powerhouse. Zephyr is the most standard example. Armament Haki cultivated to the top level to become Admiral, known as Black Arm Zephyr. As for the 3 Admirals, the same is true, they also have at least 1 armed color, and they have cultivated to the top level. In fact, most of the powerhouses have only cultivated the armed color to the top level, and the knowledge color and the Conqueror's top level are still too little. As far as Shuang Yukongying knows, there may only be 2 people who surpass the top at the Haki level. Garp's armed color, Shank's Conquerors. After all, Shank's Conquerors was evaluated by Whitebeard, maybe above him. And Whitebeard himself is the top Conqueror's Haki practitioner, isn't the Conquerors above him an existence beyond the top? Come again. After being knocked into the air, Luffy burst out again, with excitement in his eyes. Sure enough, this guy Luffy is like this. He learns the fastest in battle. Usually, with this guy's brain, it's useless to tell him more. But in a fighting situation, this guy is simply a monster, so Mr. Guy is on the line again. Kaido's emission weapon color, entangled with Conquerors, hit Luffy every time. Comprehension, but it keeps rising. Damn, this little dead ghost is weird, how is he growing? Kaido started to panic. This is not the Luffy in the original book. At this time, Luffy has the bonuses of God's Eye and Holy Relic, and his strength is far superior to that in the original book under the same posture. In the original book, his 4th gear is powerless against Kaido. Now, with his 4th gear, although he is still not as good as Kaido, if he really learns emission and tyranny, or perhaps Luffy is really not afraid of Kaido. Die, Straw Hat. Kaido roared. Overlord performed Conqueror's root attack again. But this time Luffy's eyes were obviously different, and he grinned. I learned. As soon as this remark came out, Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the same time Luffy used the Great Ape King Spear. Quote exclamation mark quote. The Conqueror's entanglement was actually condensed on Luffy's attack, and the attacks of the 2 achieved an air strike in an instant. The terrifying aura instantly exploded the island under his feet, and even cut the clouds on the 10,000-meter sky. Impossible, the ant in the distance exclaimed. She faced Zoro, Sanji and Lei Zi at the same time. Although she was under some pressure, she calmed down a little. After all, the four emperors are indeed monsters. Not only are their various skills top-notch, but their bodies are also incomparable to ordinary people. Compared with monsters like the four emperors, Admiral's body is much more normal. After all, the physiques of Big Mom and Kaido don't look like normal people should have. Actually learned Conqueror's entanglement in battle. The ant's pupils contracted, she thought that her aptitude was already monstrous, and she almost never practiced, so she got this kind of strength by herself. But at least on the Rocks pirate, with the supervision of the Captain Rocks, I still practiced for some time. Even after Rocks died in battle, she still hadn't learned Conqueror's entanglement. Her powerful strength came from the monster's body and fruit ability to a large extent. But at this time, the aptitude displayed by Luffy really made the four emperors feel horrified.